The world ended, and I became the king. It all started with a strange notification on my phone, 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds until the end of the world. I thought it was a prank, but then I received the Doomsday Gift Pack 1.0. Infinite supplies, enhanced strength, and a stash of weapons, all at my fingertips. When the acid rain began to fall, I knew it was real. People screamed as the rain melted their skin, and chaos erupted. But not me. I was prepared. With my infinite supplies, I feasted on delicacies while others fought over scraps. I watched as society crumbled, and I realized something: in the apocalypse, power isn't just about strength, it's about control. And I had the ultimate control. The underground garage became a marketplace of desperation. Women traded designer bags for a loaf of bread. Men bartered their prized possessions for a bottle of water. But I had everything I needed. I saw her and buy, the flight attendant, the neighborhood beauty. Once untouchable, now she was just another desperate soul. Her rich boyfriend couldn't protect her anymore. The rain had washed away their privilege, leaving only survival. This is my world now. The old rules don't apply. In the apocalypse, I'm not just a delivery guy, I'm the one who decides who eats and who starves. The rain hasn't stopped, but I'm ready. With my infinite supplies and my growing arsenal, I'll carve out my kingdom from the ruins. Let the world burn. I'll be the one standing tall when the smoke clears. As night falls, Huan City lights up the dark sky like a bright pearl, and young people in bold clothing walk on both sides of the street. I put down my phone and glanced at the traffic light. I felt a little tired today and decided not to accept any more takeout orders. Boom, 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 the Lamborghini parked next to me roared like a beast. I turned my head and saw a beautiful, refreshing young lady sitting in the passenger seat. The man driving the car even raised his eyebrows at me, as if he was showing off. I snorted and muttered, "What are you bragging about? I have money too, and I can drive a Wuling Hongwang to tow it." Suddenly, a strange sound came through my Bluetooth headset. There are 3 hours, 31 minutes, and 13 seconds left until the end of the world. Sending the Doomsday Gift Pack version 1.0. I was full of confusion. Who was this? Was someone playing a prank on me? But then my phone displayed a message asking if I wanted to open the End of the World Gift Pack 1.0. I thought it must be a virus, some kind of mobile phone malware. Beep, beep. The car behind me started honking, urging me to move. In my haste, I accidentally touched the receiver. Infinite supplies has been received. Strengthen the body has been received. Weapons and equipment version 1.0 has been received. Note, items extracted by mind. Extracting the Doomsday Gift Pack 2.0 requires upgrading the energy tank. Hearing this cold, mechanical voice, I couldn't help but shudder. Could this be serious? I laughed nervously and thought, if you're for real, give me an unstoppable AK-47. To my shock, a damaged AK-47 appeared between my legs. My heart nearly stopped, and I quickly made it disappear. As the weapon vanished, I breathed a sigh of relief, but my heartbeat quickened. This was all too sudden, and I wasn't prepared at all. I turned around and rushed back to my rental house. Jinyuan community is a bit far from the city center, and the rent of 2,000 yuan a month is a stretch for me. I parked my electric scooter to charge and went straight inside. My 50 square meter apartment feels a bit spacious for just me. I took off my helmet, revealing my face. I'm only 20 years old, and I've been working outside for several years, doing odd jobs like security and waiting tables. I don't have many relatives back home. After washing my face, I sat on the sofa and decided to brush up on the laws of the apocalypse. I opened Tomato novel and started reading. 2 hours later, I understood one thing: in times like these, my own interests are the most important. I opened the armory and found all kinds of pistols, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, and some bullets. But that was it, no heavy firepower, just light weapons. To test my strength and body, I took out a kitchen knife and bent it with ease. My fingers could even poke into the concrete wall. Looking at the dust on my fingers, I couldn't help but smile. I took out a pistol and took a deep breath. Come on, end of the world. I'm tired of this kind of life. I'm not a little brother anymore, I'm the big brother now. It was early morning, and the sound of raindrops echoed outside. Gradually, a drizzle began to fall. Suddenly, horrible screams resounded throughout the entire community. I immediately walked to the balcony and saw several bodies lying on the road. People who had been hiding from the rain tried to help, but the rain itself was like sulfuric acid, corroding their bodies. They fell to the ground, screaming like ghosts. At the same time, lights in the entire neighborhood lit up. Everyone stood on their balconies, confused and terrified. Our phones buzzed simultaneously with an emergency notification: all residents, please do not leave your homes. Do not get wet in the rain. Wait for rescue. I frowned slightly and turned to look at the balcony next to me. A beautiful girl was also looking at me. I've lived here for a year, and I know my neighbor is a female anchor. She's pretty, with a curvy figure, but she's a little, well, let's just say she's not the friendliest. What are you looking at, you stinking loser? She snapped before turning around and going back inside. I smiled disapprovingly. It's the end of the world, and she still thinks she's someone special. In the end times, women are just exchangeable goods. A piece of bread can buy anything. 20 years have passed, and I haven't even had time to fall in love before the apocalypse hit. What a pity. But 998 has been a carefree life. I quickly made some braised beef instant noodles to calm my nerves. Wait, no, I have unlimited supplies. Why settle for instant noodles? I could have Buddha jumps over the wall for breakfast if I wanted. As I indulged in delicacies that only the rich could afford, I took out my phone and scrolled through TikTok. The whole world was in panic. Soon, an emergency message announced that all water sources were contaminated. I shrugged. It didn't matter to me. I wonder if a glass of water will bring the woman next door to her knees in a few days. Calling me a stinking loser. I decided to go downstairs and see what was happening. As soon as I reached the first floor, I saw huge crowds of people queuing outside the convenience store to buy water. Some were just watching, but everyone had fear on their faces. Several corpses lay outside, a grim reminder of the chaos. The sight made everyone more irritable. Hey, don't push. What the hell are you doing cutting in line? The two men started fighting, and the women stood aside in panic. Taking advantage of the chaos, many men rushed into the convenience store to grab supplies. The boss couldn't stop them. In just a few minutes, the supplies were looted, and the women were left empty-handed. Don't you men know that ladies come first? A middle-aged woman wearing glasses shouted. What the hell are you talking about? A strong man retorted disdainfully. There are dead bodies lying outside. When the end of the world comes, men have the advantage. The men who failed to grab supplies began to think of other ways, like driving out to buy food. But looking at the corpses outside, they didn't dare take a step. The tires of their cars were visibly corroding. Apparently, the rain could eat through rubber. Some tried throwing umbrellas out, but even a single drop of rain was too risky. I leaned against the wall and sighed. In less than an hour, order had completely broken down. The water supply wouldn't last long. If you had bottled water at home, you were fine for now. But once the food ran out, the darker side of human nature would erupt. Looking at the drizzle outside, I started making plans in my mind. But then, a beautiful figure caught my attention. Her bright eyes were like crystal gems, her delicate eyebrows framed her face perfectly, and her red lips were like cherry blossoms. Her neck was slender and graceful, like the stem of a lily. Her figure was like a melody, every curve was just right. How could a delivery guy like me know her? But in the neighborhood, she was one of the top 3 beauties. She seemed to be a flight attendant. I'd seen her in the elevator a few times, wearing her uniform and dragging a small suitcase. Of course, with looks like that, she had a boyfriend, a tall, rich, handsome guy who usually drove a Porsche 718. Let's go, and buy. There's still half a bucket of water at home. The rain won't last long, her boyfriend, Ningu, said, trying to comfort her. And Bai's face was pale, but she nodded. She glanced at me before going upstairs with her boyfriend. I smiled to myself. Even a thief like Chow has his own fun. When I got home, I opened Douyin, only to find it was shut down. All apps were closed except WeChat. The property management group was buzzing with complaints and insults. No one could sleep well that night, hoping the rain would stop soon. But it didn't. It kept falling day after day, for 6 days straight. During those days, there were intermittent sounds of smashing and looting late at night, accompanied by screams. The oppressive atmosphere was enough to drive anyone crazy. I never left the house, enjoying delicacies from land and sea every day. I thought, once the rain stops, I'll find a big villa to enjoy myself. On the 7th day, I decided to go to the underground garage, where all the material transactions in the community were happening. As the elevator door opened, noise filled the air. The entire garage had turned into a market. Women were trading their brand-name bags and cosmetics for food, while men offered their watches and even 4090 Ti computers for water. Hermes summer model, exchange for a case of mineral water. Rolex Submariner for 4 bottles of water. If you miss it, it's gone. The computer was sold quickly, exchanged for 5 bottles of water and a bag of potato chips. I sighed. That setup would have cost at least 40,000 yuan, and now it was gone just like that. For now, the transactions were still normal, but I knew it wouldn't last. In 3 days, things would be very different. Then I saw my neighbor, the anchor, setting up a stall to sell cosmetics. I took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it as I walked over. When Sun Ting saw me, her face looked uneasy. She must have thought, this delivery guy has a lot of food at home. But when she saw me drinking water, her expression changed to one of desperation. Soon, I noticed in by setting up a stall too. Her stunning looks naturally drew a crowd. Beauty, play with me once, and I'll give you this bottle of water, one man offered. Ha, I'll give you 2 bottles of water. I'll give you 3 bottles. The men started bidding all of a sudden, which made Nbai so angry that his face turned red. Shameless! Nbai cursed harshly, packed up his stall and walked towards the elevator. Even Tang Zhe was glared at innocently. One of the men leaned over and said, "Why are you pretending? Just have a drink of water at the red light district over there." Red light district? Tang Zhe looked around curiously, and the so-called red light district turned out to be an alarm light. There were many cool women standing around, wearing heavy makeup, and their quality was questionable. Suddenly, a burst of dense footsteps was heard. More than 20 young men appeared. The man in the lead had a face full of flesh and tattoos on his arms. The younger brothers behind him also looked ferocious. Each of them held a steel pipe in his hand, and some even had fruit knives. This sudden scene made the area extremely quiet. "Grab them all." As soon as the boss spoke, his younger brothers rushed over with grim smiles. "Don't steal my things. If you dare to steal my things, you must die." "Ah! My head." The boss chuckled and said, "Hand over the supplies so that you don't have to suffer." "Is there any law left? Robbery in broad daylight." A man in his 50s stood up and shouted. "The law? I, Ding Feng, am the law. Break his legs for me." The sound of a bone breaking stunned everyone. How could they dare to resist such a brutal man? They just handed over the supplies obediently to avoid being beaten in vain. "Take those women standing over there away." Ding Feng looked towards the red light district with a teasing smile. His younger brothers also laughed. Most people were scared by the end of the world, but these people enjoyed it. They came quickly and left quickly, and the men cursed after they left. "We didn't have much supplies to begin with, and they robbed us of them. Why didn't you resist?" "Then why don't you resist and say such sarcastic words?" The mutual accusations started immediately, and Tang Zhe shook his head. At this time, a gentleman wearing glasses walked out and said, "There is a rolling door between each floor. I suggest that we seal our building to prevent it from being looted again. Even if we need to exchange supplies, we can do so through the gap in the rolling door." The man's words immediately attracted approval, and without saying a word, he pulled down the surrounding rolling shutters and locked them with iron wrenches. When people in the nearby buildings saw this, their eyes lit up and they immediately followed suit and lowered their rolling shutters. The 5 floors of the entire community were immediately separated. I have another suggestion. Male comrades should unite and search for supplies. We can also resist those villains. The man with glasses showed leadership and everyone responded immediately. Tangzai is not interested in working for others. It's the end of the world, why would he still work for others? He must be mentally ill. When Tangzai returned to his floor, he saw the internet celebrity host Sun Ting squatting at the door of the room and teased, "So you were hiding?" Although this host was not as pretty as the stewardess, she was also a pretty woman. Sun Ting was not stupid either. When she saw the group of people appear, she immediately ran into the emergency passage and went up the stairs. Seeing Tangzai watching the show, Sun Ting snorted coldly and then asked, "Do you have any water at home? What does it have to do with you whether there is water in my house or not?" Tangzai leaned against the door and joked with his arms around his chest. A loser is a loser. After saying that, Sun Ting opened the door and then slammed it shut. Tangzai couldn't help laughing. I'm a loser to begin with. Now that the end of the world has come, I just want to live a good life and live in peace with everyone. I won't cause trouble for you and you don't cause trouble for me. 3 days passed again, and the rain still showed no sign of stopping. The 5 buildings were divided into 5 major factions and reached a certain agreement. This building was also preparing to hold a meeting in the evening. Tangzai naturally had to attend as well, and the location was in the underground garage. Tangzai found that everyone looked much more haggard. The beautiful and Bai's lips were drier, and the female anchor was not much better. The man with glasses stood on the hood of the car with a megaphone in his hand. "Dear owners, my name is Dong Fei. I used to be a senior executive of a company. I am grateful to everyone for looking up to me and letting me take the lead. The crisis has been going on for more than a week. There has been no rescue and no official news. The supplies in Building 3 must be about the same. Yesterday, someone from Building 4 ventured out to grab supplies. Although one person died, at least we have food." Dong Fei's words made the people present nod their heads repeatedly. They also saw it in the community group yesterday. It was that Ding Feng took his younger brothers out. There was no tire but there were wheels. It was just a little slow and slipped a little. I heard that one of the younger brothers got caught in a little rain and then he died. So I suggest that we also form a convoy to go out and search for supplies. However, no one answered after Dong Fei finished speaking. After all, this was a life-threatening job. Dong Fei seemed to know what was going on. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes revealing a fierce look. "I won't force you. It doesn't matter if you don't want to contribute. When we get the supplies back, don't touch them. I go. I'm going too." The courage of these married men is commendable. They have old and young at home, so they have to do it. After forming 2 teams, Dong Fei naturally went out in person. "Go back, I will notify everyone in the group when the time comes, but if you want to get something for nothing, then think about what you want in exchange." And Bai looked at her boyfriend and whispered, "Ninggu, we have no food left at home." Ninggu said impatiently, "Why are you in such a hurry? My dad said he is trying to find a way to send us food." "Do you want me to die?" "No, that's not what I meant." And Bai explained repeatedly. But Ninggu said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" And Bai's face turned pale, because that was exactly what she meant. About 3 hours later, the 2 cars came back with sparks coming out of their wheels. There were 6 people when they left, but only 4 were left when they came back. The waiting family members burst into tears when they saw that their sons or husbands had not returned. "Did my husband get caught in the rain?" "My son," Dong Fei said in a deep voice, "it's a mess outside, everyone is snatching supplies. Your husband and your son were beaten to death by others, not by the rain." After hearing this, everyone looked at each other with fear on their faces. However, when they saw the food and water in the back seat and the trunk, the fear was replaced by desire. I want water, I want water. A skinny man rushed forward regardless of anything. Dong Fei picked up the blood-stained baseball bat at hand and swung it hard, knocking the skinny man's chin off. But Dong Fei did not stop. He swung the baseball bat and smashed it on the man's head until his entire head was smashed. With blood stains all over his face, Dong Fei turned around and looked at everyone. Who else wants to grab it? A man was beaten to death, and everyone was so scared that they dared not say a word. Listen carefully. If men want to exchange supplies, they must go out. If women want to exchange supplies, they have to exchange your bodies. Dong Fei's words refreshed everyone's three views. But it's not Dong Fei's fault. These supplies were obtained at the cost of his life. Why should they be shared? The end of the world has its own rules. Until that night, there was a slight knock on the door. Tang Zhe put down the pizza in his hand, wiped his hands and went to open the door, but he still had to look through the peephole first. When he saw that familiar face, Tang Zhe's mouth corners gradually rose. I wonder how long you can endure this. She looks pretty good today, with a little white dress and delicate makeup. She is almost as good as the stewardess. When I opened the door, Sun Ting was standing there. Who still watches live broadcasts now? Even if there is income, those numbers cannot be exchanged for supplies. Just now, a sister in the same profession went to exchange supplies and told me about the inhuman treatment. Several men took turns, and in the end they only got a glass of water and an Oreo. So I had no choice but to come to this delivery guy. This loser must have a lot of food hidden at home, so I dressed up just now, hoping that this loser can give me some benefits. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the door, Sun Ting smelled a familiar yet unfamiliar smell. This is Orlan's pizza. Seeing the hot pizza on the coffee table, Sun Ting couldn't believe that he still had pizza to eat at this time. Is there anything wrong? Tang Zhe asked lightly, opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a sip. Although she was wearing lipstick, Sun Ting's red lips were cracked. As a host, it was normal to have some food at home, but the problem now was that there was no water. Instant noodles were of no use. Brother, can you give me some water? When the arrogant Sun Ting saw the water flowing from the corner of Tang Zhe's mouth, she wished she could open her mouth and catch it immediately. Tang Zhe's smile became even more intense. I still like your arrogant look. Come back to your original form and call me a stinky loser. Brother, you misunderstood. I was blind. Sun Ting apologized quickly and completely threw the original plan out of her mind. What seduction? As long as she drank a sip of water, she would do anything. Tang Zhe let out a long "oh" and slowly lowered the bottle. The water slowly flowed down to the ground. Sun Ting didn't hesitate at all. She reflexively lay on the ground and licked the floor with her dry tongue. Tang Zhe slowly backed away into the house, and Sun Ting knelt down and licked the floor as he entered the house. The door was slowly closed. It turns out that licking the boots is not an adjective. Putting away the mineral water, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa and looked at Sun Ting. Sun Ting slowly raised her head and looked at the bottle of mineral water in Tang Zhe's hand. The desire she felt was hard to suppress. Do you still want it? Tang Zhe shook it. Sun Ting lay at Tang Zhe's feet and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I want it. Then I'll give you a little more. Sun Ting was about to get the cup, but Tang Zhe still poured it on the floor. Even so, Sun Ting licked it obediently. You've licked the floor so bright, so I'll give you a piece of pizza as a reward. He threw a piece of pizza on the ground. In the past, Sun Ting would never eat this kind of junk food for fear of getting fat, but now she treats it as a treasure and eats it with big mouthfuls without caring about her image. Hey, you look so dirty, go take a shower. Sun Ting asked in surprise, you still have water for bathing here? Of course, wash it clean and put on more shower gel. Sun Ting immediately ran into the bathroom and found clean water. She didn't even have time to close the door before she started to wash herself. For her, she would feel uncomfortable all over if she didn't wash for a day, let alone it had been almost a week. This scene is a good thing for Tang Zhe. A woman who can become a host must not be too bad. After taking a shower, Sun Ting realized that the door was not closed, so she closed it immediately and came out after a while, dressed neatly. Well, I'll go back first. Thank you. Sun Ting didn't want to go there for nothing. Besides, this loser was not like those people. There was nothing she could do to him. After what happened just now, the food could be considered as compensation. Tang Zhe smiled faintly and said, "You ate my food and just want to leave after patting your butt. I just did that and showed it to you." Sun Ting immediately returned to her original state. Tang Zhe expressed his satisfaction and took out a black pistol. When she saw the pistol, Sun Ting was stunned, but soon laughed and said, "Is this a lighter or a water gun? Who are you trying to scare?" Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the sensor lights in the entire building lit up. Everyone in the community was startled by the sound. Who fired the gun? There is a gun. At this time, Sun Ting's face was pale and the broken decorations fell to the ground. This was a real thing. The group of people down there can do whatever they want to a woman just by drinking a glass of water. You even ate a piece of my pizza. How about I treat you to a peanut? Sun Ting suddenly collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. She thought this was a sheep pen, but it turned out to be a tiger's den. Where did he get the gun? Come here. Tang Zhe waved. Sun Ting dared not resist. She supported herself on the ground with her arms and slowly crawled towards Tang Zhe, who was lying on the sofa. "Brother, please forgive me, I will never lie to you again." Sun Ting begged for mercy with a crying voice. She smiled and looked harmless on the surface, but it turned out that she was a devil. Tang Zhe raised the muzzle of the gun and slid it across the delicate face. Sun Ting opened her eyes wide, feeling that she was about to die. She felt extremely regretful. Agreeing to him would not cost her a single cent. If you had been so obedient earlier, you wouldn't have suffered. Tang Zhe smiled kindly, but no one knew that the shot just now actually missed. Sun Ting nodded vigorously and made a whimpering sound. However, Tang Zhe's eyes were cold, and the muzzle of the gun was already on the back of Sun Ting's head. There is only one outcome for lying to me: death. Don't be so picky. It's the end of the world. There aren't so many beauties. Tang Zhe suddenly realized that the progress of the 1% increase was a little slow, so he left Sun Ting aside and sat on the sofa to eat hot pot to replenish his energy. This is of much higher quality than 998. I exchanged it for a bottle of mineral water and a piece of pizza. Who says it is cheap? Have mercy, Sun Ting pleaded softly. Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment, then he grabbed Sun Ting's hair and pulled it up, and found that her face was pale and even her skin had become extremely dry. The slightly furrowed brows turned out to be caused by the energy tank. We still have to work hard, the progress is only 2%, which is too slow. Eat something. Tang Zhe said lightly, with a plate full of blanched pork belly and beef at his feet. Sun Ting, who was extremely hungry, ignored the pain and quickly crawled to Tang Zhe's feet to eat the delicious food. Yes, water. This time Tang Zhe changed to a big bowl, the kind that was enough for everyone. Sun Ting chewed the meat and said incoherently, "Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. You'll be mine from now on." Sun Ting, who was lying on the ground drinking water, was stunned, but did not dare to resist. Tang Zhe didn't explain too much and smiled, "You have two choices now, either eat peanuts or be obedient." "I'll be obedient." Sun Ting chose the latter without hesitation. Only a fool would want to eat peanuts. It would be fine as long as she was full and satisfied. Tang Zhe touched Sun Ting's head and said with a smile, "You will be mine from now on." Ah! Tang Zhe was stunned, and he turned out to be much smarter than before. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 men sitting in Dong Fei's house, and supplies filled the entire living room, half of which were mineral water. One of the bald guys seemed very anxious. "Damn it, don't come out, or you'll kill someone." Dong Fei drank red wine and glanced at her. "Why are you in such a hurry? There aren't many women." The bald man smiled bitterly and said, "There are so few beautiful women. It took so long to finally find a good-looking one. Compared to women, the gunshot just now is what we need to deal with." Dong Fei said in a deep voice. This gun has threatened his position, and he even felt like a gun was right in front of his head. If I could snatch this gun, I would be able to control the entire community, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that I would be the emperor of the community. A yellow-haired guy sitting next to them said seriously, I feel like the gunshots are coming from our building. It does look alike, another man agreed. Dong Fei put the red wineglass on the table and said, Bald, you and Huang Mao check every household. The bald man and the yellow-haired man looked at each other. The other man had a gun in his hand. 1 box of bread and mineral water per person. A big reward will always attract brave men. The bald man and the yellow-haired man nodded. After getting up, the bald man shouted towards the bedroom, Take it easy, save your breath and wait for me to come back. Dong Fei said helplessly, You like an old woman who was almost 40 years old so much. Brother Dong, you don't know, I've always coveted this woman. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I really wouldn't have been able to play with her. I have to thank the apocalypse. Everyone grinned, this was much more interesting than going to work. After they left, Huang Mao chuckled and said, Brother Bald, there's a host at number 701 who has a great body, and there's a stewardess at number 603 who looks very plump. You are quite clever, kid. I will protect you and make sure you will not die when you go out. Thank you, Bald brother. After you have your fun, please give me some fun too. The bald man patted the yellow-haired man on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, women in this world are very casual. The two men had forgotten about looking for a gun and went straight to room 603 to find the flight attendant. Inside the house, Ningdu seemed extremely irritable, fidgeting, thirsty and hungry, and was almost losing consciousness. His beautiful girlfriend in Baiwan was sitting on the sofa, looking pitiful. Bang bang bang, there were knocks on the door, startling the two people in the room. Ningdu came to the door and saw the bald man and the yellow-haired man through the smoke. How could he possibly open the door? I know you are in the room, open the door, the yellow-haired man shouted. Ningdu still had a bit of brains left in him. Once the door was opened, and Bai would become their plaything. The bald man held down the yellow-haired man and shouted, Brother, you must have been hungry for many days. The supplies were abundant yesterday. Come to room 201 to chat when you have time. After that, he left with the yellow-haired man who looked puzzled. Ningdu breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the words spoken by the bald man kept echoing in his mind, eroding the man's last will. Soon the two of them arrived at 701 and knocked on the door. The bald man shouted in the same tone, We have plenty of food. Come to 201 to chat when you have time. Being alive is better than anything else. It is better than starving to death at home. The door suddenly opened. However, the one that opened was next door. Tang Zhe looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, Knock on the door softly, it's too noisy. The bald man and the yellow-haired man looked at each other. All the men had been so respectful to them recently. When did they start to speak in such a tone? Are you looking for death? Why are you talking to my bald brother? The yellow-haired man immediately walked towards Tang Zhe, and was stunned when he saw that the people in the house were speechless. The bald man walked over with confusion, and was stunned when he looked into the house. On the table were chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork trotters, and stir-fried lettuce. There was also a woman eating next to the key table. Bald brother, this seems to be the female anchor. The yellow-haired man was a little stuttering. After so many days, even the most beautiful woman would become haggard due to lack of food and drink. Unlike the female anchor in front of him, she was about to turn into a fairy. You kid have some connections. You won't have to worry about food and drink, and there are beautiful women at home. The bald man said sarcastically and walked straight into Tang Zhe's house, with the yellow-haired man following closely. Tang Zhe smiled and closed the door. Huang Mao couldn't wait to grab the pig's trotter and eat it. Brother Bald, pig's trotter, it's delicious. When Sun Ting saw the two men enter the room, she was not panicked at all. She walked to the sofa and sat down. The bald man looked at Sun Ting, unable to conceal his greed. Boy, if you know what's best for you, take out the food and hand over this woman so you don't suffer anymore.
This is mine, how can I give it to you? No. Tang Zhe said with a harmless look.
Sun Ting thought to herself, these two idiots are doomed.
Hua, if you don't accept my toast, you will have to drink a penalty.
Bald brother, please stand away to avoid getting splashed with blood. After saying that, the yellow-haired man took out a fruit knife and stabbed directly at Tang Zhe. However, the stab missed the target, and the yellow-haired man felt the black fist covering his face. With a bang, the yellow-haired man felt dizzy and his face became sunken. The bald man's eyes were filled with fear. Sun Ting on the sofa was also stunned. She knew that Tang Zhe had a gun, but she didn't expect that he was so strong.
If I had any little thoughts before, now I don't even have them anymore. I don't want to be beaten like this by Tang Zhe. Shouting Ting, go open the window.
Tang Zhe chuckled and picked up the yellow-haired man. After all, Huang Ma weighed 130 pounds, and he could lift him up so easily with one hand. The bald man's hands were already shaking. Sun Ting obediently opened the window, and Tang Zhe threw the yellow-haired guy out directly. There was a dull thud.
However, no one pays attention to it at all. Everyone has become numb.
Every day, there are people who cannot bear the mental torture and choose to commit suicide by jumping off buildings. Tang Zhe clapped his hands and sat down again, saying with a smile, sit down, eat together, and add a set of bowls and chopsticks for this big brother. Sun Ting's well-behaved appearance frightened the bald man. He wondered what inhuman things this young man had done to her. Looking at the graceful Sun Ting coming towards him, the bald man felt no desire at all, and fear surged in his heart.
Brother, how is it? Is mine okay?
Tang Zhe picked up the chopsticks and started eating slowly. The bald guy didn't even dare to pick up the chopsticks.
Look down on me? Tang Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly.
The bald man quickly picked up the chopsticks and said, brother, it's a misunderstanding.
It's not true. That's good. What's the situation outside now?
The bald man dared not lie, and immediately said, it's very chaotic outside now. People are killing people everywhere to grab supplies. The surrounding convenience stores and supermarkets have been looted by several communities.
What's your boss's plan?
The boss said that once this batch of supplies is finished, we will go and rob those in the surrounding communities.
How many more do you have?
If I save a little, it should be enough for a month.
By the way, is your boss looking for this?
Tang Zhe took out the gun directly, which made the bald man's scalp numb.
He risked his life for bread and mineral water. The bald man nodded. Tang Zhe put down his chopsticks and was already full. Why are you standing there? Eat. This is your last meal. I'll send you off.
The bald man shed tears. Brother, I was wrong, please don't kill me, I will give you all my supplies, please.
Eat quickly, don't waste it, and remember to say thank you to me. Tang Zhe's eyes turned cold, and the bald man stuffed the food into his mouth desperately.
It was the first time he felt that it tasted so bad. The bald man originally thought that Dong Fei was ruthless enough, but he didn't expect that the young man in front of him was even more. Thank you, big brother.
Come on, jump down yourself, and don't let me shoot.
There will be blood everywhere, and it will be difficult to clean, right? The bald man kept backing away, begging with his hands, and soon his back was against the wall. Brother, we have no grudges against each other, with a bang, before he could finish his words, a gunshot rang out. A red dot appeared between the bald man's eyebrows, and he fell backwards and fell down the stairs. Sun Ting swallowed her saliva. This man was moody and cruel. Downstairs, Dong Fei and others heard the gunshots again and their faces changed suddenly. Brother Dong, the bald head fell down, a younger brother on the balcony shouted.
Dong Fei immediately ran to the balcony and saw the bald man's body with a gloomy face.
Boss, if he doesn't come looking for us, there's no need for us to cause trouble for him, so as to avoid making enemies. Although Dong Fei was not convinced, he thought what his younger brother said made sense. If the man with the gun retaliated against him, several lives would not be enough to compensate.
Dong Fei immediately sent a message in the building number 3 group. Brother, we have food and drinks here. Come and have a seat when you are free.
This was obviously a kind of surrender and an attempt to reconcile, but Dong Fei had other plans in mind. If he really came, he would hold a hongmen banquet. Tang Zhe, who was sitting on the sofa, laughed. There was plenty of time to deal with them. The focus now was on the food issue. Looking at Sun Ting, who was massaging his feet, he decided to let her rest for a night to avoid sudden death on the spot.
Aren't you a dancing anchor? Go and do some dancing. What kind does the master like? What do you think?
Sun Ting understood what he meant, turned on the music, and swayed her charming figure. You, little anchor, dance really well.
Tang Zhe lit a cigarette, and Sun Ting sat next to him holding an ashtray. Sun Ting pouted and said, "Who is a small anchor?"
I am one of the top 3 anchors on the platform, and I make 6 figures a month.
No wonder you call me a stinky loser.
Sun Ting, in Dong Fei's house, 6 men were drinking beer with frowns on their faces.
The death of Baldy and Yellow-Haired was a big blow to their confidence.
They thought they could do whatever they wanted in this building, but they didn't expect that there was a ruthless man in the dark. Dong Fei was standing on the balcony, looking at the corpses downstairs.
Suddenly his eyes focused.
Judging from the location where the 2 people fell, they must have been thrown down from the floor above him. Dog, check the information of the owners above me and see how many of them haven't come to report. The man called Guzi was about 30 years old, with a pointed face and deep eye sockets. It was obvious that he had indulged in excessive sexual activities in the past 2 days. Soon, Guzi got the result. Brother Dong, there are only 2 families upstairs who have not been here. There's a lady called Nbai on the 6th floor, a flight attendant, and a lady called Tangze on the 7th floor, a delivery man. The fat guy sitting next to him slapped his thigh and said, I've met that stewardess in the elevator before. She's very pretty, with fair skin, and she has a tall, rich and handsome boyfriend.
Could it be that her boyfriend has a gun?
Dong Fei had also seen Nbai's boyfriend, and he didn't look like someone with a gun.
Could it be the delivery man? How could a delivery man carry a gun? But who else could it be besides the 2 of them? Could it be that I guessed wrong?
Suddenly the cell phone rang.
Seeing the voice call indication, Dong Fei's brows darkened even more.
It was Ding Feng, the boss of building number 4 next door.
Dong Fei held his eye sockets and answered the phone with a professional smile. Boss Ding, why are you still awake so late? Boss Dong wasn't asleep either? It seems he couldn't sleep because of the gunshots. Ding Feng said jokingly. After all, they were not in building number 4, so Ding Feng was not too worried about any accidents happening to him. Dong Fei laughed softly and said, Don't bother Boss Ding to worry about it. I can handle it. Okay then. I originally wanted to help Boss Dong. If you have any trouble, come to me. I'm happy to help. Thank you for your kindness, Boss Ding. I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. After saying that, Dong Fei hung up the call, secretly cursing Ding Feng in his heart. How could the gun fall into your hands? On the other side, Ding Feng snorted and put down his phone. The woman sitting next to him was in her 30s. She was Ding Feng's girlfriend and quite pretty. Brother Feng, you still have to find a way to get a gun. With a gun, you will be the emperor of this community, and maybe you can control several surrounding communities. The woman's words made Ding Feng's heart beat fast. A building was not Ding Feng's goal. He wanted to control greater power. Also, I heard from the sisters in the group that there is a very good-looking flight attendant and anchor in building number 3. I have their photos here. The woman opened her cell phone and showed Ding Feng the photos of Nbai and Sun Ting. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly showed greed, and he became more determined in his thoughts. He grinned and said, Hold a meeting tomorrow, make preparations, and have someone take down building number 3. The woman was delighted and knew how to please a man. Brother Feng, I also prepared a midnight snack for you. Oh? Bring him in, the woman shouted. I saw a girl being brought in by the younger brother, grabbed by her hair. However, this kind of thing has gradually become the norm in the community. The boss who has the supplies controls life and death, and everyone has to bow their heads to save their lives. Building 3, room 603. Nbai was wearing black haute couture silk pajamas. she cut open the mineral water bottle. Her tongue, which should have been rosy, turned slightly pale as she licked the bottle cap. Ninggu walked out of the bedroom at this time and glanced at Enbai on the sofa. "I'm going to go out first." "Where are you going?"
Enbai asked hurriedly, afraid that Ninggu would leave her alone.
"Just going out for a while." Seeing that Ninggu didn't say anything, Enbai walked over and grabbed Ninggu's sleeve. "Are you going to go find them? Are you annoying? If I don't go find them, who else should I go to? I just exchanged my Porsche for a bottle of water and 2 loaves of bread, but you just do nothing and enjoy the food I brought back." After saying that, he swung his right hand, and the weak Enbai fell to the ground with a pale face. Ninggu saw that Enbai had lost her former beauty, and her mentality changed perfectly. "To tell you the truth, I have reached a cooperation with Brother Dong. If you go to accompany them once a day, we can survive. You want me to accompany those beasts?" Enbai looked at Ninggu in disbelief. "Is this what a boyfriend should say? Then do you want to starve to death? Do you have the heart to let me starve to death? Didn't you say before that you could die for me? Now I'm not letting you die, I'm just asking you to sacrifice your body." A feeling of powerlessness filled Enbai's whole body. "You should think about how I treated you in the past. Brand name bags, brand name jewelry, various high-end restaurants, none of them are free. I was the one who paid before, and now it's your turn." After saying that, Ningdu went out to find Dong Fei to negotiate the price. After all, his girlfriend was the most beautiful in the building. Although she was a little exhausted from hunger, she would recover after a few days of rest. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Enbai's eyes were filled with despair. Dong Fei and his gang were so inhumane that the girl would rather die than live in their hands. Looking at this house, Enbai felt that it no longer had the same flavor as before, and even felt disgusting. He didn't want to stay in this house for a moment. After opening the door and walking out, the air outside made Enbai's mind clearer. He couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile on his face. Looking at the window of the emergency passage, Enbai made a decision. "I would rather die than be abused by those beasts." Walking into the emergency passage, Enbai heard voices coming from upstairs. With doubts, Enbai walked up the stairs quietly and immediately saw Tangzai. Tangzai and Sun Ting also came out to get some fresh air. At this time, Tangzai also saw the weak Enbai and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, little sister." Under your feet. Sun Ting was puzzled for a moment and looked back at Enbai. She didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, he was so weak, even weaker than herself. Although Enbai was not familiar with Sun Ting, he had heard that Sun Ting was a host and earned more than himself. "Sister, why are you looking at us like that? Go home quickly." Tangzai raised his hand and said with a smile. "Do you have any food at home?" Enbai finally asked this question. If there were other ways, she wouldn't want to die. Who wants to die? They all have no choice. Sun Ting stood up and walked towards Enbai. Her delicate hands stroked Enbai's dry skin and hair that seemed to be drying up. "Of course there is food. Do you want to eat?" "I want to." Enbai nodded repeatedly, envying Sun Ting's condition. He used to be more beautiful than her. Sun Ting picked up the half-filled bottle of mineral water on the stairs. Enbai was overjoyed when he saw it. Female compatriots can still be relied on at critical moments. Thank you. Enbai reached out to take it, and Sun Ting stepped back. Tangzai couldn't help but laugh softly. He thought it was a bit bad to tease people. Enbai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, not knowing what Sun Ting meant. Sun Ting unscrewed the bottle cap and actually poured some water onto the ground. Tangzai's mouth twitched. "Good guy, you use this trick on others. Drink it this way." Sun Ting demonstrated in front of Enbai. As the water drops fell to the ground, Enbai gently bit his dry red lips and drank the water as Sun Ting instructed. A strange sound of slurp, slurp was heard in the stairwell. Tangzai didn't expect that the girl who used to be so arrogant would also lower herself. Sun Ting sprinkled water as she went upstairs, and Enbai followed her and drank it all the way home. As the door closed, Enbai seemed to come back to his senses and immediately smelled a fragrance that seemed to come from the last century. It's KFC.
When Inbai saw the KFC on the coffee table, his eyes were filled with horror.
How could this be possible?
Considering that Tang Zhe is a delivery man, he is probably doing it secretly at home.
No wonder this female anchor is willing to be with him. Can I? Sun Ting asked Tang Zhe.
After all, she also wanted to play, but she was afraid of making Tang Zhe unhappy.
Tang Zhe smiled and nodded. Let's see what tricks you can come up with. With Tang Zhe's permission, Sun Ting felt much more at ease.
She picked up a chicken leg bone and threw it in front of Inbai. Looking down at the chicken leg bone, Inbai's arms were shaking. She thought about not eating the bone, but her brain was not listening at all, and her slender hands slowly approached.
In the end, hunger triumphed over dignity.
The chewing sound slowly rose up, along with Inbai's tears. She had never thought that one day she would be lying on the ground eating bones. Why was she so useless?
I heard that your boyfriend wants to sell you out?
Tang Zhe took out a cigarette and Sun Ting immediately lit it. Inbai shuddered, turned his head slightly and said, he didn't.
You probably don't know yet, but there's a group of men in our building. You were auctioning in there yesterday. The price was quite high.
4 people made reservations for a bottle of water in half an hour. Tang Zhe's words bombarded Inbai's heart, and his hands had no strength to support him. Impossible, he just asked me to accompany Dong Fei.
Dong Fei is just your first client, take a look. Tang Zhe put the phone in front of Inbai. Inbai picked it up and took a look.
The content inside was shocking. There were even sexy photos of herself.
Ningdu was even introducing his advantages.
Tears streamed down my face and I felt like the sky was falling.
Tang Zhe put away his phone and flicked the ash.
Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, actually caught the ash with both hands.
This action made Tang Zhe exclaim in surprise. Why not come with me? You'll have food and drink every day. Sun Ting sat next to Inbai, stroking Inbai's cheek.
Her voice invaded Inbai's brain like a devil. This way, I can have 3 meals a day, with all kinds of food from all over the world, and I can also wash away the dirt on my body and survive in this chaotic world. Tang Zhe suddenly realized that it would be better to let Sun Ting be a pimp in the future, as she is definitely a potential stock.
Do you want to stay here or choose to be a plaything? It's up to you to decide. Sun Ting patted Inbai's shoulder. She could only help you up to this point. You should be a smart woman and know what is important. If you fall into those people's hands, the end result will be a miserable death.
If you fall into Tang Zhe's hands, you may be killed by him in the future, but at least you will have enough food and drink.
Those people will give you enough food and drink, right? Silly sister, don't be naive. They will only give you some food to make you dependent and thus control you.
Inbai is not a naive person, so she whispered, I choose to stay.
Louder.
Sun Ting showed a satisfied smile and madly trampled on Inbai's dignity. Inbai gritted his teeth and shouted, I choose to stay.
Tang Zhe even wants to pay Sun Ting a salary. Talented people like this must be kept. This is a reward for you. Tang Zhe threw all the bones in front of Inbai. Inbai didn't resist at all and stuffed them into his mouth frantically.
Now to Sun Ting, Tang Zhe handed over a bucket of spicy wings. Well done.
Thank you, master. Sun Ting was overjoyed. Now she could eat authentic food. Tang Zhe nodded.
Holding the bucket of spicy wings, Sun Ting ate with big mouthfuls and gave some to Inbai casually.
Inbai also quickly stuffed it into his mouth to replenish his energy. She needs nourishment, too.
Sun Ting suddenly realized something.
She couldn't let Inbai die.
She had finally found someone to take his place.
Up to you.
Although Sun Ting was reluctant to give up the spicy wings, she still had to make a choice for the future. You two are eating so much that your mouths are full of oil.
Go wash them quickly. Wash her too. Don't worry, it's clean. Sun Ting is now adept at making Tang Zhe happy.
Entering the bathroom, Sun Ting closed the door. The bathroom was not very big, just enough for 2 women to stand.
Sun Ting frowned. Why are you like this?
And Bai looked at Sun Ting in confusion, wondering why she was humiliating herself like this.
Sun Ting smiled bitterly. Do we have any other choice? We must choose a strong one.
But he doesn't look very strong either.
Sister, he has a gun.
Sun Ting tapped Bai, which could be considered a warning. It was okay for her to say this to herself. If Tang Zhe heard it, he would be in trouble. Bai suddenly realized that he was the one who fired the gunshots in the past few days. Being stared at like this, Bai still seemed uncomfortable, biting her red lips and said, "Can I still go back?"
Go back?
Where to? Since you've agreed, don't go back on your word. He's not a good man. I almost died in his hands. Sun Ting warned seriously that it's okay to humiliate yourself, but don't commit suicide. Listening to Sun Ting's words, Bai felt like he had entered a tiger's den, but at least there was only one man.
Now that we are here, we must make the best of it.
We don't know how long this kind of life will last. If we want to stay alive, we must put our dignity under our feet and flush our values down the toilet. As she said this, Sun Ting turned on the shower head. When the hot water poured over Bai's delicate body, the long-lost warmth enveloped her entire body.
Wow!
At this moment, Bai cried in grievance. Sun Ting sighed and comforted Bai, saying that life is too difficult for women in the last days, and we should still be lucky. After a while, the two walked out. Looking at Bai, Tang Zhe suddenly chuckled. Such a beautiful stewardess, probably every man would fantasize about her.
Almost everyone in this building would have fantasized about her.
And now she was standing there, with that delicate look as if she was waiting for a man to love her. Bai understood what he meant and walked towards Tang Zhe, but he still felt a little hesitant.
It's indeed charming, but this face is a bit creepy. Tang Zhe's words left Bai stunned. My face is creepy? Tang Zhe was of course exaggerating a bit. She was just weak and not as beautiful as before. But this was too much of a blow to Bai. Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, smiled and reminded him, "Why don't you apologize?" "I'm sorry,"
Bai said with his head down without confidence.
Unlike Sun Ting, Bai looks weak and fragile, just like a little kitten. Let's rest for 2 days and replenish our body.
Tang Zhe certainly wanted to try something new, but he really felt that Bai was too weak. After all, there aren't that many beauties, and there are only 2 of them in this building. However, at this moment, a roar was heard outside.
"Bitch! Where have you been hiding? Come out. Don't force me to beat you to death." Ninggu's angry voice was heard outside.
When Ninggu returned home, he found that Bai was missing. This made him very angry. He had already negotiated the price with the customer, but the man actually ran away. If I had known this would happen, I should have locked the door as soon as I left the house.
Tang Zhe whispered, "What would your boyfriend do if he saw you here with me?" No one looked at Tang Zhe pleadingly.
However, Tang Zhe signaled Sun Ting, who understood and walked over to open the door. "Handsome, here."
Ninggu was stunned when he found this floor. "Are you the female anchor?"
"Yes." Ninggu thought, how come this female anchor is so beautiful and charming, and dressed so sexily, she is so cheap? However, when Ninggu entered the room, his expression immediately froze.
My girlfriend was actually standing there, and the person sitting on the sofa was the delivery man.
But when Ninggu saw the KFC on the coffee table, the corners of his mouth trembled.
"Bitch! You're eating alone."
These words stunned the 3 of them. After all, in such a situation, the first sentence was about food. Ninggu grabbed the French fries on the table and stuffed them into his mouth, while Tang Zhe watched with a smile and gently stroked Bai's cheek in front of Ninggu.
Ninggu ate while watching.
Although he was angry, it was nothing compared to the food.
It didn't matter who he was playing with.
After being satisfied, Ninggu wiped his mouth and said, "These KFCs are all mine, as well as the water here." Bai shed tears while listening to Ninggu's words, not caring about herself at all.
Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't say anything, he thought he had agreed. "Bai, what are you standing there for? Come here, my woman is charged by the minute." "Sorry, your woman is mine now," Tang Zhe said calmly. Come here. As he said that, he walked towards Tang Zai, ready to pull Enbai away. However, Tanza took out a desert eagle from the gap in the sofa. Ninggu looked on in amazement, not knowing what to do. Brother, let's talk it out. I was wrong. She's yours. Ninggu apologized immediately. He was really going to be killed by her. Tang Zai smiled kindly. You ate so much of my food, and you don't want to say thank you? Yes, thank you. Ninggu apologized quickly. Bang. Blood splattered everywhere. Show Up Ninggu couldn't understand why Tang Zai wanted to beat him to death even though he had done what he said. Tang Zai said that he would not let the threat grow in the cradle but would strangle it in the cradle. However, this loud noise once again caused the community leaders to panic. Obviously the gunshots were slightly different. If you knew a little bit, you would know that they were from two different calibers. This means there are two guns in the community. Are they from the same person or two people? The bosses were so scared that they held a meeting in the group. If there were two people, and if they joined forces, their side would have no chance of winning. In the room, Sun Ting was still calm, but Enbai had fainted from fright, but was woken up by Tang Zai. After waking up, Enbai went to the toilet and vomited violently. He came out after a long while. When he saw Ninggu lying in a pool of blood, Enbai found that his heart was not moved at all. Shouldn't he be sad? Give me a hand. Sun Ting shouted. Oh. The two women dragged the body to the window and threw it down the stairs with all their might. Sun Ting gasped for breath, looked at Enbai and asked, Are you okay? Enbai nodded, but his face was still pale. After all, this time he was dying in front of him. I killed your boyfriend, you won't be angry, right? Tang Zai asked with a smile, handing over a glass of water. Enbai found that although Tang Zai's smile was kind, it made his back feel cold and scary. Enbai shook his head. That's good. Take good care of your health. This is what you should do now. Tang Zai felt better in her heart. The two of them could now take turns. In terms of progress, it was twice as fast. But I always feel that it is still too slow, and I can't bring myself to put on those rouge and powder. Are there any other beauties in our community? Tang Zai asked curiously. After all, he goes out early and comes back late, so maybe there are some that have slipped through the net. Sun Ting shook her head. How could she know that Enbai, who was sitting at home and live streaming every day, was flying all over the world? He wouldn't stay here for long. Even if he did, he would just stay at home and not go out. So Tang Zai's question was in vain. Come here, both of you, and rub my legs. The two girls sat obediently on both sides for massage, and Tang Zai opened his mobile phone to check the messages in the community group. Building 5, fuck, the gunman showed up and took my wife away. Building number 2, there was a gunman on my side too, and my wife was taken away. Building 1, how many gunmen are there? Building 3, the shooter is in our building. You have all been deceived. Everyone, please be careful. Building 5, what? Then my wife was fucked for nothing. Tang Zai sighed to his heart's content. Someone actually pretended to be him and took advantage of him, sigh. Both women saw the message, but did not express their opinions. Smart women will not make themselves appear to be very opinionated, especially in Tanza. Women with opinions die quickly. Go wash some fruit. Tang Zai said while looking at his phone. Enbai immediately stood up to prepare. Sun Ting was stunned. Did he get it? Not long after, the fruit plate prepared by Enbai arrived. I have to say, the presentation of the dish was quite skillful. Don't use your interests to challenge other people's careers. Professional matters should be left to professionals. It's almost time for me, the gunman, to show up. Tang Zai said lightly. The two women looked at each other. Sun Ting said worriedly, there are so many of them. It might not be safe to go out rashly. If anything happened to Tang Zai, Sun Ting felt that she would not be much better off either. Enbai didn't say anything, perhaps he hadn't realized the problem yet. The next day, the rain became heavier,
and there were more and more corpses on the green belt in the middle of the community. Some jumped from the building, and some were thrown out, but at least half of them were naked women. This kind of scene shocks people's nerves, despair is spreading, and human nature is distorted. But in Tang Zai's house, there was no sense of change. Sitting at the dining table enjoying the Hunan cuisine, Sun Ting and Bai knelt on the ground, waiting for Tang Zai to finish eating. After all, what they ate were what Tang Zai had left over. After a burp, Tang Zai laughed and said, 5 dishes are a bit too much. After saying that, he poured the leftovers into 2 plates next to him. Although they were called leftovers, Tang Zai actually didn't eat much at all. Eat? After placing the food in front of the 2 girls, Tang Zai also touched their heads. I took out my phone and saw that Dong Fei had sent a message to the group, asking everyone to go to the underground garage for a meeting in the evening. I'll take you guys out to play tonight. Hearing Tang Zai's words, Sun Ting immediately showed a look of panic. After all, Tang Zai was alone, and he was with 2 women. How could he possibly cope with it? But at this time Sun Ting did not dare to refute Tang Zai, and could only meow obediently. Seeing this, Bai had no choice but to follow suit. The good times haven't even lasted 2 days, are they going to end? Why did he bring us 2 along? Are you going out to show off? Tang Zai said that showing off is one thing, but on the other hand it can cause trouble. In this doomsday, taking 2 beauties out is tantamount to seeking death and wishing life is too long. After all, I am a gentleman. If you don't take action, how can I have the reason to beat you to death? Night fell quickly, and people began to appear in the parking lot of building number 3 one after another. Everyone was in a low mood and looked around vigilantly, especially Dong Fei and his group. At the same time, several surrounding buildings seemed to be holding meetings tonight, so the underground parking lot was lively, but no one was talking. Those who had a good relationship stood together and looked at others vigilantly from time to time. Fuck it, that Ninggu actually disappeared and even took the deposit for a piece of bread from me. A middle-aged Mediterranean man couldn't help but start cursing when he saw that Ninggu didn't show up. He thought he'd have good luck, but now it seems he's been fooled. That guy even took a deposit from me for a boiled egg. I'm going to chop him up right now. Those who paid the deposit started to curse. Dong Fei sat on the hood of the car, eating melon seeds. The younger brothers next to him were holding kitchen knives and fruit knives. The machete was probably the one that caused the most damage. Dong Fei kept his eyes on the elevator. Was the disappeared Ninggu the gunman, or the delivery boy, or was there someone else hiding in the dark? There must be something fishy about one of these 2. Suddenly, a thin man brought his wife to Dong Fei and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Dong, this is my wife. I want to exchange 2 bottles of water." As soon as these words came out, the men around laughed. One of them pointed at his daughter-in-law and said, "You yellow-faced woman want to sell 2 bottles of mineral water. Bullshit. That bottle, 1 bottle is enough. My wife is clean and no one has touched her." The man excitedly stretched out his index finger, his dry lips trembling, and pulled his wife in front of Dong Fei. The woman's hair was very dirty and messy. After all, it hadn't been washed for more than 10 days, and it also exuded a strange smell. Dong Fei shouted coldly, "Get lost. If you want to eat or drink, go out and rob it yourself." This frail man would probably be beaten to death if he went out. "It's all your fault. Why didn't you follow us to grab food?" the daughter-in-law suddenly whispered. This sentence ignited the man's anger, and he grabbed his wife's hair and said, "What's the point of me marrying you? You can't even buy a bottle of water. Are you still a man? You have no conscience and I will bite you to death." The woman bit her husband's arm, causing him to kick hard in pain. She then chased after him and kicked him hard in the head. "You still blame me for being heartless. It's already this time and you still want to wash your face. I told you to wash it, and I washed it for you." Suddenly, the daughter-in-law's face was stained red with blood. She was struggling at first, but now she was motionless and was kicked to death. The man looked at his wife's pale face, and suddenly seemed to come to his senses. He immediately knelt beside the body and said, Wife, I didn't mean it. I was wrong.
However, no one around had any sympathy. They had seen all kinds of people being beaten to death in the past few days. In the rolling shuttered door of building number 4 next to them, Ding Feng and his team gathered more than 20 young and strong men, basically all the owners. Each of them was smoking, waiting for the right time. The pliers next to them were ready. As long as Ding Feng gave the order, they could break into building number 3, knock down Dong Fei's group, and seize the supplies. But if this is done, the order of the community will be disrupted again, and other buildings will also be on guard, and then there will be no chance to even drive out. Forget it, let me say a few words. Seeing that Ningdu and Tang Zhe were not there, Dong Fei jumped off the hood and spoke to everyone. Just as he finished speaking, there was a ding in the elevator and the elevator door slowly opened. Tang Zhe walked out wearing casual clothes. Dong Fei had never had the chance to look at Tang Zhe before, but now he looked at him carefully and felt that he was just an ordinary young man. No one would dare to kill such a person. Suddenly, Dong Fei saw Tang Zhe following someone. In the next scene, everyone slightly opened their cracked lips, and some even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were dreaming. I saw 2 women with exquisite faces walking out slowly in high heels. There was no sign of weakness on their pretty faces, they were even white and rosy. Their white bodies seemed to have been washed every day, like ripe peaches. Looking at the 2 women's clothes and appearance, the men were drooling. They all wear cat-decorated headbands in Cat Pure Desire series. Their captivating slender waists are always bombarding the nerves of all men, and their white stockings show off their long and beautiful legs to the fullest. It was such a late hour, and suddenly these 2 stunning women appeared. The scene was silent, and the women around them were eclipsed. In front of them, they were not even qualified to carry shoes. However, these 2 women, who looked like fairies from heaven, were actually following a delivery man. This is simply a dimensionality reduction blow. Looking at the woman next to him, and comparing her with Sun Ting and Anbai, they are completely on a different level. Look how smooth their hair is, and how shiny their skin is, while the woman next to him is so dirty. Today's Sun Ting and Anbai are indeed charming. Sun Ting wore the white version and Anbai wore the pink version. The impact is extraordinary. You should know that Sun Ting is 168 centimeters tall and her pair of jade legs are not covered up. Anbai is also 169 centimeters tall, showing her smooth and beautiful legs. Especially with the catwalk, before the end of the world, it would definitely attract onlookers, but in the end of the world, it would still be surrounded, but it was not just a spectacle. Sun Ting's steps are now very confident, showing off her proud body and enjoying the greedy and silly looks of men. Anbai next to her is much more shy, with nervousness and fear in his beautiful eyes, but it is this pitiful look that makes the men around her seem to go crazy. Isn't this the female anchor? She's actually with this delivery guy. This delivery guy must have a lot of stuff stored at home. Why didn't I think of that? Stewardess, this is that stewardess. Damn, her rich boyfriend must be dead. Everyone finally understood that you had brought out the only good-looking person in our building. Dong Fei looked at Tang Zhe and couldn't help laughing. If you hide it, no one will know. Have you thought about the consequences of bringing him out to show off like this? Consequences? What consequences? Show me. Tang Zhe looked at Dong Fei and said with a smile. People from the 2 buildings next door came to watch the fun, whistling in a circle, and some men even shouted loudly. Brother, how do you sell women? Will you sell 3 bottles of water? 3 bottles of water? I'll give you a box of water, and give me this pair. Suddenly, a wretched man walked up to Sun Ting and touched her arm with his hand, with a playful look on his dirty face. Tang Zhe directly drew the saber from his waist and chopped it down with a smile. The evil black hand fell to the ground, and the body gradually slid down from the waist. The whole person was cut into 2 pieces, and his internal organs fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked by Tang Zhe's ruthless method. How much arm strength does it take to cut something in half with just one knife? He has some skills, no wonder he dares to show off by taking 2 beauties out. Tang Zhe swung his hand, and the blood on the saber blade splashed onto the ground, forming a line. He then said seriously, if you touch my food, you are cutting off my life, and the only outcome is death. Everyone looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Dong Fei. If we get rid of this delivery man, those two women would be happy even if they died because, after all, being a playboy is like dying of starvation. Sun Ting breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Tang Zhe was not the kind of person who liked to show off. If he really liked her, he would have taken her out a long time ago. Looking at the pile of rotten meat next to her, she felt really disgusted. The world, but we still talk about reason. It was also the first time that Anbai saw Tang Zhe's martial arts skills. He was greatly shocked. His previous worries and fears gradually disappeared, and a confident and well-behaved smile slowly appeared on his beautiful face. Tang Zhe was seen sitting at the front of the car, while Sun Ting and Anbai were sitting sideways on the ground, their sexy bodies pressed against Tang Zhe's calves, looking very satisfied and enjoying themselves. This is undoubtedly a stab in the hearts of male compatriots. It is difficult to find clean women in the end times, and you can actually do this. They are so cooperative, and look at their expressions, it seems that they are not pretending. Tang Zhe gently stroked the two girls' heads with both hands. It's just a small episode. Don't we have a meeting? Let's continue. Dong Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the knife in Tang Zhe's hand, thinking in his mind, the key point was whether Tang Zhe had a gun. Dong Fei smiled, adjusted his glasses and said, then let's have a meeting and make a summary of the incidents of people pretending to be gunmen in the past few days. By the way, do you have a gun? Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed softly. I am a good citizen, how could I have such a thing? Dong Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the delivery man did not have a gun. If he had a gun, he would take it out now to scare everyone. Tang Zhe certainly knew it, but the main point was just to have fun. I've worked all my life, can't I just let go and have fun? There is also the matter of supplies. We will organize an expedition together in a few days. Brother, I see that you are good at swordsmanship. Do you want to come with us? Not interested. Tang Zhe said lightly while lifting Sun Ting's hair. Dong Fei felt that the eyes of the people around him were a little different. This delivery man was challenging his authority. If he did not establish his prestige, these people would no longer be afraid of him. Come to think of it, you should have stored quite a lot at home, little brother. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Tang Zhe. With beauties, food and water, his life was even more carefree than before the apocalypse. Everyone was jealous and envious. We have indeed stockpiled a lot, otherwise how can we feed them? Tang Zhe pinched the two girls' faces, and the two girls moaned in comfort. A fat man who was starving next to him said immediately, damn, why didn't you tell me earlier that you don't even know how to share your food with your neighbors? How selfish. Didn't I say it now? That's the score. Come and grab it. Tang Zhe laughed and said, I won't give it to you. The hungry fat man hesitated. Looking at the saber clamped on Anbai's chest and the body chopped into two pieces over there, he became scared. Tang Zhe spread his hands and curled his lips and said, since you don't want to rob me, then I will kill you. A sharp flying knife was thrown out, and the fat man stood there blankly, while a man behind him slowly fell down with the flying knife stuck in his forehead. He was the man who asked for 3 bottles of water to buy Anbai. Well, it's a little embarrassing, but give me another chance and I promise I won't miss. Tang Zhe said with a smile and pulled out another flying knife. Everyone around was shocked. Killing people while chatting and laughing, not even Dong Fei could do it. The starving fat man knelt directly on the ground, and urine flowed out of the ground. Little brother, no, big brother, I was kidding. I never joke. Tang Zhe laughed, and this time the flying knife firmly stabbed into the fat man's forehead. Seeing that everything around him was quiet, Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and blew out smoke rings. Are there any others who want to grab it? If you can grab it, everything I have will be yours, including my big cat. Meow. However, no one dared to move. Everyone placed their hopes on Dong Fei. Dong Fei knew that if he didn't do something, his prestige would be gone after tonight. Hey bro, you are this. Dong Fei gave a thumbs up and praised. Tang Zhe accepted it with pleasure. But you may not know that the stewardess next to you, her boyfriend has sold her ownership to me. Dong Fei said to Anbai. Anbai, who was sitting sideways on the ground, was trembling with fear.
She didn't expect that Ningu would sell her out directly, and said that he was just accompanying her every day. And Bai wanted to run out and stab the corpse a few more times.
Tang Zhe nodded. Really? How could I not know?
Ask her boyfriend to come out.
Dong Fei's mouth twitched. Where can I find it?
Maybe he has already been killed by you. Dong Fei took out a piece of paper and said, this is a sales brochure written by her boyfriend.
Who knows if you wrote it? Tang Zhe snorted.
There is also her boyfriend's fingerprint. Dong Fei pointed at the bright red handprint, which was obviously not the red of a seal, but blood.
Tang Zhe shrugged and said, then how can you prove that this handprint belongs to her boyfriend? I think we should find an institution to check it.
Dong Fei was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he said coldly, I'm trying to reason with you now, don't force me. It's the end of the world, who's still talking about reason, ha ha.
Tang Zhe couldn't help laughing.
Ding Feng and others in building number 4 who were lying on the rolling shutter door also laughed, thinking that Dong Fei was doomed for being teased like this.
You're kidding me.
Dong Fei took off his glasses and shouted angrily. Tang Zhe lifted the two girls' chins with his hands and laughed, he actually didn't know I was teasing him.
Both women couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh.
This sentence instantly made Dong Fei lose his mind. Kill him, a box of mineral water, no.
2 boxes of mineral water, plus 10 packs of beef jerky. 10 high pots. 20 packs of instant noodles. This is simply a huge investment. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. Even Dong Fei's little brothers picked up knives and started to approach step by step.
Tang Zhe stood up, pulled the saber from Anbai's chest, twisted his neck and started killing. With a leap and slash, Dong Fei's military advisor was cut into 2 pieces. With a flip of his wrist, he immediately slashed upwards.
Ah!
The man next to him screamed in pain, and his internal organs fell to the ground from his crotch. With just 2 hands, they scared everyone away and dared not approach, but Tang Zhe rushed in again with a saber in hand.
Catch those 2 women! Dong Fei shouted angrily.
Maybe if he caught those 2 women he could control the delivery man.
How could the delivery man be so strong? Could he be from Shaolin?
As expected, there were some fearless people who ran towards the 2 women, but Sun Ting and Anbai had no intention of escaping and were caught standing where they were. Seeing that a hand was about to grab Anbai's arm and the flying knife was directly inserted into his forehead, Tang Zhe, who was not far away, said coldly, touching my rations is more serious than touching me. The 2 girls were very scared before, but when they saw the man fall down, they realized their worries were unnecessary and they both clenched their pink fists and meowed at Tang Zhe. Whenever he got close to the 2 women, he would be shot in the forehead by Tang Zhe.
Tang Zhe had practiced throwing knives at home, so his shots didn't really miss.
He just wanted to find a chance to practice his shooting skills. Soon, 4 men were lying next to the 2 women, and no one could get close to them now. There were more than 10 corpses around Tang Zhe, and blood was flowing like a river.
There were even some bloodstains on Tang Zhe's clothes. The remaining 3 men saw Tang Zuan like a killing god and immediately ran towards the elevator. Want to run? Tang Zhe swung his saber hard, piercing 3 people at once, leaving everyone stunned. He was so strong.
This must be the Shaolin disciple hidden in Mate 1. Seeing how powerful Tang Zhe was, Ding Feng also changed his plan. This kid was too strong and he couldn't just use force to defeat him, so he had to outsmart him. At this time, the garage was filled with the smell of blood and stench, and the only men left were Tang Zhe and Dong Fei. In just 5 minutes, Tang Zhe had killed all the men in building number 3. Of course, those who didn't make it were lucky. Dong Fei looked at the devilish Tang Zhe, and took out a cigarette from his pocket with trembling hands. The hand holding the lighter was shaking violently, and he failed to light the cigarette several times. Tang Zhe smiled and took out a lighter. It's out of gas. Here, I have one. Dong Fei watched in horror as Tang Zhe slowly stretched his head out and lit a cigarette with a few puffs. You didn't even stop me with your hand, and you didn't even say thank you. That's very rude. Tang Zhe said helplessly. Why is everyone so rude? When I light a cigarette, you should stop me with your hand. You don't even know basic common sense.
Dongfei was stunned and said with a stutter, Thank you.
After saying just thank you, Tangzay's fist hit Dongfei's heart hard, and his entire chest caved in. Dongfei hit the Porsche 718 hard, and the car glass shattered to the ground.
I hate impolite people the most. Tangzay lit a cigarette and looked around. People from the two buildings next door were watching.
When they saw Tangzay's eyes, some people subconsciously dodged. Sun Ting and Bai looked at the powerful Tangzay, and were glad that they had made the choice, and immediately handed the chain to Tangzay. In the corner, 12 women hid and trembled, fearing that Tangzay would kill them too. Almost all the men in building number 3 were dead. Tangzay stopped and looked at the group of women. Lift your heads.
Whoever dares to disobey will raise his head.
Tangzay sighed in his heart, none of them are good looking, they are all old women. Pick up the intestines, livers, and other things on the ground. Each person should get a bottle of water and come to Dongfei's house to get it. After hearing this, the women immediately became motivated, even though they found their husbands' bodies among the men and cleaned them up without any expression. Some of them cried quietly. Seeing Tangzay leaving, Dingfeng turned around with a gloomy expression.
Boss, what should we do? All of Dongfei's people were chopped down.
It's okay to chop them down, the main thing is supplies.
Well, with fewer people, we don't have to consume supplies.
Dingfeng showed an evil smile, thinking that Tangzay was doing him a favor in disguise. When the time comes, he can kill Tangzay and take over Dongfei's supplies. On the other side, Tangzay came to Dongfei's house, which was full of supplies, but Tangzay didn't care much. Just came to see the supplies he had looted, see what's in the bedroom. The two women hummed and opened their bedroom doors. When Sun Ting opened a bedroom door, a foul odor hit her in the face. Sun Ting turned on the light and looked at the corpse on the bed in surprise.
Isn't this my good sister?
When I got closer, I saw corpse spots all over the body and the pupils were dilated.
This group of people didn't even let go of the corpse.
Sun Ting clenched her fists tightly, thinking of the scene where Tangzay had just hacked and killed them, and she felt relieved.
And Bai walked in and took a look.
Her eyebrows knitted tightly and she said softly, if she was sold by Ninggu, her ending would be similar to hers.
Me too, go look for it in the bedroom over there. It is good. What's wrong?
Tangzay walked in and asked, frowning when he saw the corpse on the bed.
Nothing, just a friend of mine.
Oh, throw it away, it stinks.
Tangzay covered his nose.
These people are so perverted. They are still playing with the dead body several days ago. Sun Ting hummed, opened the window, and threw the body out. Master, there are a lot of cigarettes and alcohol here. And Bai shouted in the master bedroom. Tangzay walked over and took a look. Oh, this Dongfei is amazing, he has hoarded so many things, yet he is still so stingy. He took out a bottle of red wine and walked out of the bedroom. He saw Sun Ting coming out and said, go prepare some mineral water.
Let them take it later. Keep your word.
Okay. After saying that, Tangzay lay down in the rocking chair, opened the red wine and took a sip.
Then can I do something? And Bai squatted beside Tangzay and asked obediently.
He wanted to do something to make Tangzay feel useful. He just saw the body of Sun Ting's friend and was afraid of being abandoned and suffering the same fate.
Tangzay smiled and patted his legs.
And Bai was slightly stunned, and sat astride Tangzay with a sense of shyness.
This red wine is for you. Tangzay handed over the red wine.
And Bai took the red wine and put it into her red lips. Her white neck raised up and the red wine slowly flowed out from the corners of her mouth. She was such a sexy beauty. At this time, the women appeared at the door. When they saw Tangzay and Bai sitting in the rocking chairs, they were stunned for a moment, but they were not too surprised. They had seen too much these days and became numb. But as a woman, I was jealous of their beauty, their fair bodies, and even the scent of their shower gel. They can even take a shower. Looking at these women, their hands are now covered in blood and are dirty, even worse than when they were picking up garbage.
This is your reward, take it and go.
Sun Ting had already arranged it, a bottle of water for each person. Everyone received their own reward. When I saw the room full of food and the boxes of mineral water stacked in the corner, different ideas suddenly popped up in my mind. One of the women called the other women over and began to discuss in a low voice. All the supplies in there were stolen by Dong Fei before. Isn't it too little for us to take just this little? A 40-year-old woman immediately agreed, that's right. We were so tired from moving the corpse just now, but they just gave us a bottle of water. It's like sending away beggars. Yeah, those 3 of them can't eat it all, and the men are dead, so there's more than enough for us to eat. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had returned to the time before the end of the world. After a while, the 12 women selected a representative and came to the door again. Hello, we should have met before. One of the women smiled at Sun Ting. Sun Ting looked at the woman in front of her, but couldn't figure out who she was after looking for a long time. Who are you? That's fair, I'm Jo Min from the Community Property Management Department. Sun Ting remembered that it was indeed a bit similar, so who cares, what's the matter? It's like this. We are all women. We have just used up too much energy moving the corpses. Dong Fei has been exploiting us before and we have had nothing to eat. Can you give us something to eat? After saying this, Jo Min waited nervously for Sun Ting's answer. But Sun Ting couldn't decide this and turned to look at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe held the snow-white waist with both hands. Enbai closed her beautiful eyes and leaned back slightly, unable to help making a sound. 1 piece of bread for each person. Tang Zhe, in a good mood, was also very merciful. Sun Ting nodded and opened a box of 3 squirrels' bread next to her, the kind with egg yolk filling. 1 piece per person. Okay, let's go. Sun Ting's eyes gradually became impatient. Don't delay me from trying to please Tang Zhe. Look at how hard this little girl Enbai is working. However, Jo Min pressed the door to close and shamelessly said, can we have both boxes? Sun Ting's face suddenly darkened. Tang Zhe frowned and subconsciously tightened his hands. Enbai hissed and opened her beautiful eyes. Xiao Bai, take a rest first. Enbai thought something was wrong, got startled, and gently lay on Tang Zhe's chest. Tang Zhe looked towards the door and asked, what did you just say? Jo Min was still very scared when facing Tang Zhe, but when he thought that he didn't seem to kill women, he became a little braver. Your name is Tang Zhe, right? You've come to my house to deliver takeout. Jo Min approached him immediately, but he was totally unaware that he was flattering her. Oh, you are from that property. Tang Zhe smiled kindly again. Seeing Tang Zhe being so honest, he became bolder and said, it's like this, there are so many supplies here, can you give us 2 more boxes? You can't finish all of them. That makes sense. Tang Zhe nodded, which made Jo Min very happy. We'll just take a little, not too much. Tang Zhe didn't say anything. Jo Min thought Tang Zhe agreed and pushed Sun Ting away. Sun Ting lost her balance and fell. She wanted to cry in pain, but turned to look at Tang Zhe and found that Tang Zhe was just looking at her with a smile. Laoli, there are still spicy noodles here, move them out. There are actually French fries, help me, and duck neck chicken wings, too many. Take this box away too. A group of women began to carry supplies endlessly. Tang Zhe patted Enbai. Enbai bit her red lips and looked at Tang Zhe, with tears in her eyes about to fall out. Tang Zhe walked up and said with a smile, are you still moving? Hey, you can't finish so much anyway. There's a box here. Hurry up. Jo Min answered Tang Zhe while asking her sisters to move things. Her greedy face made Sun Ting want to vomit. Enbai and I have to pay a price to have food and drink, but you women only know how to get something for nothing. How despicable. Half of the supplies in the house were piled outside the door. Jo Min clapped his hands and said with a smile, young man, don't worry, we will remember your concern in our hearts. When it is safe, we will definitely help you conceal the murder. Then I should thank you. Tang Zhe couldn't help laughing. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. It's fate that we live in the same neighborhood. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head and said depressedly, you stole so many things from me, and you just leave like that? That's not appropriate, auntie.
How can you talk like that, kid? You didn't rob me, you took me.
Jomin immediately put on the look of an elder and scolded.
First of all, I don't agree with you taking it. My cats can testify to that.
Sun Ting nodded immediately, and Anbai, who was sitting on the ground, nodded as well.
You are simply unreasonable. Let's go and ignore them.
Jomin raised his hand and didn't want to say more to Tang Zhe, as if he had forgotten how Tang Zhe had just swung his knife. Tang Zhe sighed, silently took out his pistol, and said with a smile, "Okay, now it's my turn to rob you."
Bang!
The back of Jomin's head was pierced directly, and he fell forward, blood slowly flowing out, and his pupils dilated. The women outside the house were waiting for the elevator with smiles on their faces. Suddenly, they heard a gunshot, and then saw Jomin fall down with a horrifying blow to the back of his head. Then he saw Tang Zhe walking out with a smile on his face, a black pistol in his hand, and instantly became as quiet as death.
You rob me, I rob you, the main thing is fairness. Finally, a woman reacted.
The first thing she did was not to run away, but to scream.
What? Bang 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 bang. Continuous gunshots rang out in building number 3.
Everyone in the community looked panicked, not knowing what was going on.
Building number 4. Boss, there were gunshots in building 3. I'm not deaf, I heard it.
Ding Feng said in a deep voice while hugging his girlfriend. The girlfriend laughed and said, "I don't know if it was the delivery guy who was killed." Ding Feng guessed, "It's very likely that the man with the gun has been waiting for the right opportunity.
He probably doesn't have too many bullets."
Just when the delivery man killed Dong Fei's group of men, he jumped out immediately.
Ding Feng's guess was agreed upon by many people and is very likely. Brother Feng, why don't we go and take a look, suggested the girlfriend.
Wait 2 days.
Ding Feng was still very calm. At this time, we are in room 28 on the 2801th floor of building.
Sister, there were gunshots again. I saw a 25-year-old woman standing by the window, looking out with panic in her bright eyes.
This woman has a self-evident beauty.
Her facial features seem to be carefully carved by nature. She has both the subtlety of an Oriental woman and the three-dimensionality of a Western woman.
There is wisdom and gentleness between her eyebrows.
Although it has been many days, the white dress she wears is still as clean as new. As the breeze swayed, the hem of her skirt fluttered gently, and a melancholy temperament came over her. It was a pity that her beautiful figure was covered by the white skirt, but one could still see her charming waist and perky buttocks. Yi Qingyi, the woman in the kitchen, was probably in her 50s, with many wrinkles on her face and a bit of weight, but from her appearance, one could tell that she was as pretty as her sister when she was young, but now she was old and ugly. The elder sister is named Yi Yuling and the younger sister is named Yi Qingyi. The two are biological sisters, but their parents wanted a son when they were older, but ended up having a daughter, which is why the sisters are twice as old. Shaolin disciple since the end of the world, Yi Qingyi has never gone out, especially during the riots. She has been hiding in her bedroom. Even now, the whole community doesn't know Yi Qingyi's existence. She just came to her sister and brother-in-law's house to have a meal, and then prepared to take a plane back to Yunhai City. As a result, the whole world was in chaos, especially when seeing the female corpses downstairs. Yi Qingyi knew that if others knew of her existence, the end would not be good. Yi Yuling also heard it, of course, and quickly pulled her sister away from the window, scolding her, "You are going to die, these bullets have no eyes." "Sister, when will this end?" Yi Qingyi was about to collapse. Sometimes she really wanted to jump down and end it all, but she simply couldn't do it. Yi Yuling sighed, "Our building number 1 is relatively stable. Your brother-in-law is in control and it won't get chaotic. Look at the other buildings, they've already been in chaos." Beep, beep, beep. The sound of entering a password was heard at the door. Yi Yuling immediately pulled Yi Qingyi behind her and watched vigilantly. When she saw that it was her husband who came back, she felt relieved. "Honey, how was the meeting? Why were there gunshots in building number 3 again?" Yi Yuling asked curiously as she helped take off the man's coat. Yi Qingyi also hurried over to pour a sip of water. "Brother-in-law, drink some water." Xia Yuhong hummed and took the cup of water,
but she didn't dare to drink it in one gulp. She just took a sip and then put it on the coffee table. The next sentence made the two sisters' faces change drastically. All the men in Building 3 should be dead. What? What? The two sisters looked at each other, wondering how could they all die suddenly. They had never heard of this before. Xia Yuhong felt in her trouser pockets for cigarettes, but found that they were all gone. She had no choice but to give up. They were all killed by a delivery man. Delivery? The two sisters couldn't believe it. They had heard that there were many hidden talents among the delivery people. They thought it was a joke before, but now it seems very real. I have a video here. Do you want to see it? It's a bit bloody. Xia Yuhong took out her cell phone. There are a pile of dead bodies on the grass below, so what is there to be afraid of? The two sisters sat on the sofa and looked at their phones. When she saw Tang Zhe, Yi Yuling frowned slightly. This delivery man looks familiar. He should have delivered to our house before. Yes, I have. Xia Yuhong nodded. Yi Qingyi immediately noticed Sun Ting and Anbai. Their attire made Yi Qingyi blush. Why did they go out dressed like that? But they were all so clean, and their hair was so soft. Even if she used conditioner every day, her hair was still not clean. Even in the end times, these beautiful women still have a comparative mind. Yi Qingyi feels that she is no worse than them. Brother-in-law, why are they being held by this delivery man? Are they threatened? Yi Qingyi asked curiously. How could this happen to two such beautiful women? Xia Yuhong asked back, look at their expressions, do you think they are threatening? Yi Qingyi had indeed noticed it. Seeing how well behaved they were, some even meowing like cats, there was no disgust in her eyes at all, and she even seemed proud of it. These two women must have been brainwashed and turned into pet cats delivering food. Xia Yuhong felt that this must be the case. I also feel that your brother-in-law is right. Yi Qingyi expressed her doubts, how come they are so clean? Unless they took a shower, but now the water has stopped. The couple looked at each other, confused and unable to understand. When seeing Tang Zhe killing everyone, Yi Qingyi covered her mouth and Yi Yuling was also stunned. This is too fierce. It would probably take a few days to digest a 3-minute video. Hubby, he should be the national martial arts champion. Yi Yuling said blankly. Anyway, he was almost the only man left in Building 3. The gunshots just now were either from the delivery man or the women in Building 3. There was no other reason. I have to say that Xia Yuhong's IQ is still online, at least she guessed half of it right. After a while, Yi Yuling asked softly, how was the meeting today? Xia Yuhong did not answer directly, and said to Yi Qingyi, Qingyi, go to the bedroom and get a piece of bread. Oh, okay. Yi Qingyi stood up and walked towards the bedroom and closed the door, but immediately lay on the door to eavesdrop, knowing that her brother-in-law was trying to get her away. Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice, although our building number 1 is safe for the time being, it will be in chaos sooner or later. I found that a few people started to exchange food for women. They probably saw that other buildings were doing this, so they started to do it without telling me. Then it must be stopped. How can I stop them? There are many people who put pressure on me. Fortunately, Gangzi has always supported me. If I hadn't taken them out to find food, they would have ignored me a long time ago. Yi Yuling was extremely anxious. What should I do then? You have to make Qingyi mentally prepared. After all, she has outstanding looks and will be discovered sooner or later. By then, Xia Yuhong did not continue. There were too many living examples lying on the lawn outside. Yi Yuling clasped her hands together, hoping that God would let this disaster pass quickly. Yi Qingyi, who was eavesdropping, slowly sat down on the floor. Her face turned pale, her mind was full of those naked women who jumped off the building, and she choked slightly with helplessness. Is my daughter okay? Xia Yuhong asked in a deep voice. Yi Yuling nodded, nothing to do today, the school cafeteria has enough food and drink. College students have a high overall quality, unlike those who live here, most of whom are tenants, working at the bottom of society, and carrying a sense of resentment about injustice, so they lose their humanity in such a short time.
After saying this, Xia Yuhong sighed repeatedly, wondering what was wrong with this world, and whether they could work together to resist disasters. However, Xia Yuhong knew clearly that once the food was finished, no matter how high the quality of the people was, they would revert to their animal nature. At this time, the sound of Tang Zhe vomiting was heard from the stairwell of building number 3. Holding the railing, Tang Zhe gasped heavily. It was the first time he killed so many people and he couldn't ignore them at all. These days, all Tang Zhe has been thinking about is the law of Doomsday. Maybe he doesn't even know it himself. He is hypnotizing himself and using the law of Doomsday to cover up his human nature. In that way, he feels that what he does is justified. However, when this self-hypnosis stopped and I recalled the shocking scene, I suddenly felt nauseous. But Tang Zhe soon calmed down and thought of the law of Doomsday.
Don't think that you are wrong. There is no fixed right or wrong in the last days. Defending your own interests comes first.
Thinking of this, Tang Zhe's eyes immediately became determined.
Obey the laws of the end times and have a clear conscience.
When he came downstairs, Tang Zhe saw Bai and Sun Ting dragging the corpse down. The stairs were full of blood and blood kept flowing down the steps, which was shocking.
Be careful, don't slip. Tang Zhe warned. The two girls looked up and smiled.
Their slender hands were stained with bright red blood, and even their pure white bodies were stained with a hint of blood red. Suddenly, they were filled with a different kind of beauty. Looking at the room full of food and water, Tang Zhe was wondering what to do with them and how to maximize the benefits of these supplies.
Barter? No point. What else can I change? Substitution? There aren't any beauties in this neighborhood worth exchanging.
Looking at the rain falling outside the window, Tang Zhe felt helpless. He wanted to go out to find food, but the rain wouldn't stop.
It looked like it was going to be windy. The two women dragged the corpse until the early morning before returning. They were exhausted and took a hot bath. Tang Zhe did not treat them badly and prepared a meal for them.
The food was naturally much richer than before. The two women had worked hard all night, so they naturally needed to be nourished. Soon, a table of barbecue was placed on the table. If people from other buildings saw it, they would probably go crazy, but for Tang Zhe, it was just an ordinary daily life. I opened WeChat and found that no one was talking in the group of this building.
I guess everyone was dead except me and them.
Everyone in the community group was talking about the murder he committed, especially those in Building 1. They were criticizing him from a moral high ground and wanted to drag him out and shoot him.
It's just that many functions of WeChat have been deleted now.
You can't download videos and photos, send videos, repost, join groups, make video calls, or even search for people nearby. However, some people have groups in other communities from the beginning, and the situation is similar to here.
Tang Zhe looked up and smiled. Don't you two need a rest?
They had been busy all night and he wanted to give them a break. Sun Ting's coquettish look is indeed getting better and better. Look at Bai standing beside her, he seems a little embarrassed. Sun Ting stood up and sat on Tang Zhe.
Tang Zhe smiled bitterly in his heart. I was just thinking about something, and then you came up with this trick. Help me think of a solution first, and then I'll reward you.
Tang Zhe stretched out his hands and hugged Sun Ting's waist, which was soft and slender.
What method? Bai asked curiously. What do you think is the best way to exchange the supplies in this room? Sun Ting blurted out, of course, I will change the beauty. Bai paused and thought, if we replace it with a beautiful woman, what will we do if Tang Zhe doesn't want us in the future?
But Sun Ting knew Tang Zhe's ability.
Only by getting more food could her safety be guaranteed.
Besides, this was also what Tang Zhe meant.
I've been observing for a long time. Apart from you two, there are no good people in our community. Tang Zhe still has some requirements. Not everyone is worthy of being his food. How do you know if you don't try?
After saying that, Sun Ting stood up and picked up her mobile phone.
Tang Zhe asked curiously, what are you going to do? Promote it in the community group. How much supplies do we want to exchange?
Sun Ting secretly cursed herself for being stupid and made the decision without even asking Tang Zhe.
Tang Zhe didn't take it to heart this time, but he actually had the same idea. Half. Tang Zhe said lightly. Sun Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. Isn't half too much? And Bai said softly, if I can blow up a beauty with half of the supplies, I think it's still worth it. I like what Xiaobai said. Tang Zhe patted in Bai's head and gave him praise.
Sun Ting shrugged her shoulders and said, you little rookie, I've taught you so many unique skills, and now you're competing for my favor. Sun Ting immediately sent a voice message in the community group.
Hello everyone, I'm Sun Ting from building number 3. Are you worried about hunger? Are you going crazy because of dry mouth? I can help you solve this problem. Boston's supplies can be exchanged for authentic beautiful kittens.
If you are interested, please chat with me privately. Meow. After saying that, she took a photo of the supplies and sent it to the group. As soon as I sent the message, a lot of friends came to my phone asking me to add me as their friend. The three of them looked at it with great interest, and it turned out to be all artistic calligraphy, which was definitely a lie. Sun Ting and Bai knew too much about this, and the three of them immediately lost interest. This method didn't work. There is even a 50-year-old woman who claims to be the reincarnation of Daji, and says that she can become younger immediately just by drinking water.
Tang Zhe laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Forget it, forget it. I guess I won't be able to find a beauty. I should just gain some experience first and then look for it slowly. The thing I have the most is time. Ding Feng's bedroom in building number 4. This female anchor actually wants to exchange goods for beauty. Is that delivery man dead or not? Ding Feng's brows formed a shape.
The delivery man made him hesitate. The girlfriend next to him whispered, maybe the man with the gun shot the delivery man, and these two women may have joined the gunman.
But there are definitely not many bullets left.
Ding Feng said in a deep voice.
Don't forget, there is another gun. The girlfriend reminded me. While the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Building number 3 is really weird. Ding Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Aren't they looking for beautiful women? Go find one and take a look.
I have asked those women to add me on WeChat, but they all rejected me. Ding Feng rubbed his forehead.
It was not easy to find a beauty like the female anchor.
I think we should attack at night, suggested the girlfriend.
Ding Feng nodded. Those supplies were more tempting than women and must be taken. In room 2801 of building. Yi Qingyi tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep.
She opened WeChat and found that she couldn't contact several of her best friends.
They were in danger.
Only her best friend who lived in a high-end community was slightly safer, but as her brother-in-law said before, safety was only temporary. After opening the community owners group, Yi Qingyi found that many women were chatting. She scrolled up the chat history and immediately saw the advertisement sent by Sun Ting.
Hello, all the owners. Have you ever been worried about hunger? Have you ever been crazy because of thirst? I can help you solve this problem.
I will exchange these supplies for authentic beautiful kittens. If you are interested, please send me a private message. Meow. Looking at Sun Ting's sweet smile and smooth skin, Yi Qingyi was very envious, especially when she saw the photos, the boxes of water, and various foods. Her lower abdomen couldn't help but rumble. However, the food at home can last for another month, so Yi Qingyi would naturally not throw herself into a trap and become a big cat, and even learn to meow like a cat, unless she was crazy. At this time, a voice call came. Seeing the display, Yi Qingyi showed a long-lost smile.
Zihui, why haven't you slept yet so late?
A gentle voice came from Yi Qingyi's red lips.
A magnetic male voice also rang out from my hand. I can't sleep. I miss you. I miss you as well. Everything became quiet at this moment.
Although they were not yet husband and wife, they were already engaged. They had originally planned to get married at the end of the year, but unfortunately this kind of thing happened.
How are you today? Jiang Zihui asked with concern. It's okay, don't worry. How are you doing today? Don't worry, this is a villa area.
Since there are fewer people, there are plenty of supplies. The property management has stockpiled a lot.
Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief and turned slightly. Where's Nana? This little girl is still in the mood to do yoga, what do you think? Jiang Zihui joked, also wanting Yi Qingyi to relax. Very nice. Jiang Zihui paused, sighed and said, You have to find a way to come here, I am worried about you. Yi Qingyi smiled bitterly. Huan City is 400 kilometers away from Yunhai City. In the past, it could be reached in an instant, but now, it is difficult to move even a step. I'll find a way. Don't worry, my brother-in-law is still the boss. Yi Qingyi said with a forced smile. My classmates told me that there were riots in many communities, killing people like killing chickens, and some perverts even spared the corpses of women. Ah! Yi Qingyi was frightened, and fear appeared on her beautiful face. Jiang Zihui immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed the subject, talking about which country he would go to for his honeymoon and fantasizing about a beautiful future. As her phone was running out of battery, Yi Qingyi put it down to charge it. She looked at the rain outside and felt that the wind was getting stronger tonight. Feeling tired, Yi Qingyi fell asleep. But I had a horrible dream. I dreamed that I turned into a corpse, and countless men were sitting beside me, watching me, as if they were looking at grilled steaks, with greed in their eyes. They mutilated their own bodies and ate them until they were reduced to a pile of bones. What? Yi Qingyi was awakened and sat up suddenly. Cold sweat soaked her black hair. Her face was pale and weak. She turned her head to look out the window. It was already morning. A feeling of powerlessness surged from the bottom of her heart. Could she still walk out of this community? Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Compared to Yi Qingyi, Tangze was full of energy. He stretched his body and looked out the window. It was another energetic day. I gained some experience last night, and now it has reached 10%. I only need 90% to get the Apocalypse Gift Pack 2.0. Looking at the 90% progress bar, Tangze covered his forehead. Although the progress has doubled now, it is still too slow. At the door, 3 automatic rifles were pointed at the door, with ropes passing through the door and connected to the triggers. As long as the door is opened or broken open violently, the 3 automatic rifles will empty their magazines and kill anyone at the door. After packing up his weapons, Tangze took out a bowl of Lanzhou ramen. The aroma of the noodles made the 2 girls open their beautiful eyes. Tangze naturally prepared nutritious meals for the 2 women. After all, they were the source of his strength. At noon, bored Sun Ting sat on the balcony, with a piece of white paper on her black stockings and a 2B pencil in her slender hand, writing on the white paper while looking downstairs. Tangze came out of the bedroom and walked curiously behind Sun Ting. The painting is good. There was only a sketch on the white paper, which showed a pile of corpses below. It looked quite weird. Ah, please get up. I'm sorry. Sun Ting hurriedly stood up, but was held down by Tangze. It's okay, just continue painting. Sun Ting smiled embarrassedly. Have you learned to paint? Tangze asked curiously. I'm an art student. When I was little, I wanted to be a painter and have a national tour. Alas, dreams are good, but reality is cruel. I don't earn as much from dancing in the live broadcast room as I do from my creations in a month. Sun Ting smiled bitterly after saying this. What difference does the price she had to pay make from now? It's nothing more than sleeping with others. Enbai came over after cutting the fruit and said helplessly, Sister's painting skills are actually very good, but she just didn't meet the right person. Tangze picked up the peeled orange and stuffed it into his mouth. You know, I also have a dream. Sun Ting and Enbai looked at Tangze curiously. When I was a kid, I often looked at the blue sky. I wanted to be a great pilot and protect the skies of my country. But in the end, I had a hard time studying and all my efforts went to zero. With a whoosh, the 2 girls couldn't help but giggle. Looking at Enbai beside him, Tangze raised his hand and slapped that peachy but dare to laugh at me, I won't hit you. I really couldn't help it. Enbai said aggrievedly, and 5 finger marks gradually appeared on the white buttocks. What about you, Xiaobai? Why do you become a flight attendant? Tangze asked. And Bai looked at the sky outside and murmured, I like to travel around. Being a flight attendant means I can travel for free. It's free. Tang Zhe hugged in Bai's slender waist and sat on the sofa while holding her. And Bai pouted her red lips and said proudly, no way, I am just working here, okay? You are wrongly accusing me.
Sun Ting put the sketchbook aside, sat next to him with a cat-like step and teased, Xiao Bai, not only are you a freeloader, you also want to marry into a wealthy family.
He was my elementary school classmate.
And Bai had long since let go of it, and she didn't feel anything when talking about her dead ex-boyfriend. Sun Ting rolled up the newspaper and held it to Bai's lips, please unfold your story.
Oh, there's no such story. We just met in first class one time and started chatting. He lied to me and said he was single at first.
When I proposed marriage, he said he was married and asked me to wait.
He said he would divorce me soon. That's it. Tang Zhe was indignant, scumbag. That's too bad. Sun Ting also echoed. And Bai also smiled foolishly and said, that's right, it's too bad. Tang Zhe suddenly asked, so tell me, is he a scumbag or am I a scumbag?
The two women were stunned and looked at each other. Tell the truth, or you'll be hungry for 3 days.
Tang Zhe looked stern, not like he was joking at all. Seeing the two girls' self-evident looks, Tang Zhe understood immediately, you said I'm a scumbag, right?
Then I'll show you how scumbag I am.
7 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Looking at the dwindling supplies and the heavy rain and strong wind outside, Ding Feng decided to attack Building 3 tonight.
Brother Feng, the brothers are ready.
Ding Feng opened the little beer left and more than a dozen men poured a little each, and at the same time handed each of them a cigarette, as if they were performing a final farewell ceremony. Brothers, as long as we get Dong Fei's supplies, we will have food and drinks, and we can also exchange them for women in the buildings next door.
Ding Feng glanced at everyone.
What he said was their motivation. If the pie is not drawn well, no one will work hard.
Okay. Follow Brother Feng, there will be endless delicious food to eat and enough women to play with.
Cheers! 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 After taking a sip of the wine, I felt like I was back in the days of working at the roadside barbecue stall.
Why do I feel like it was back then? Because I have forgotten my previous normal life.
It was clearly last month, but it seems like many years have passed. Brother Feng, a buddy of mine who works in Building Number 1 sent me a WeChat message today, saying that Building Number 1 is about to become chaotic. Ding Feng sneered, exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, that Xie Yuhong really thinks he can control it.
Without enough food, chaos is only a matter of time. Besides, he is such a pushover, he will regret it sooner or later. That's right.
It's such a waste to share the food we snatched from outside with those old guys.
Brother Feng, we robbed Building 3 today. When will we rob the other buildings?
Ding Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, crossed his legs, and turned to look at the heavy rain outside. Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing have many subordinates, and they are quite united.
If we really want to rob them, we will lose a lot of people. If we want to rob them, we must go to Building 1.
While they are leaderless, kill all the men and leave only the women. The younger brothers nodded. This plan sounded good. At this time, Ding Feng's cell phone rang. When he saw the message, his brows furrowed deeply and he took a long puff of his cigarette.
Brother Feng, what's wrong? Feng Jin and Sun Yuqing said that they would rob Building 1 together tonight. Ding Feng was very angry.
All the plans he had just made were disrupted.
The brothers looked at each other, and one of them asked, so are we still going to rob Building 3 tonight?
Ding Feng's eyes turned fierce, and the younger brother shrank his head.
They called me.
If I didn't go, but instead robbed Building 3 to get supplies, then the two of them would form an alliance to kill me, and then divide the supplies in Building 3. In the end, the two families would fight each other, and whoever wins will be the overlord of the community.
But I absolutely cannot let them both get angry.
With this in mind, Ding Feng immediately said, we won't rob Building 3 tonight.
Let's rob Building 1 together. We'll act in half an hour.
The boss made the decision and all the younger brothers nodded.
Some of them even breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were guns in Building 3. Although they knew there were not many bullets, they all had to use their bodies. Whoever got shot would die. Medical supplies were also in extreme shortage. In room 2801, building. Husband, what are you doing? Yi Yuling suddenly walked out of the kitchen and grabbed Xie Yuhong, who was about to go out. Yi Qingyi, who came out of the bedroom, looked at her in confusion. Xie Yuhong showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Let's go to Gangzi's house to discuss something. Yi Yuling pulled open her husband's clothes and saw a bottle of mineral water stuck in his armpit. Do you need some water to talk about something? Yi Yuling said in a low voice. Her lips were cracked. The same was true for Yi Qingyi, who was standing at the bedroom door. The whole family was now very frugal with drinking water, and even only drank a little water to quench their thirst every day. Facing his wife's blame, Xie Yuhong forced a smile and explained, in the past, when we talked about things, we either gave money or cigarettes and tea. Now it's normal to give water. But this is the last bottle of water in our house. What are we going to drink from now on? Xie Yuhong didn't say anything, but her face darkened. Isn't Gangzi your childhood friend? You two are such close friends, do you really need to use water? Just tell me. Yi Yuling seemed to be a little emotionally broken and was shaking her husband frantically. Xie Yuhong seemed to be ignited at this moment, and pushed his wife to the ground. Yi Qingyi cried out, ran over quickly, looked up and asked in confusion, Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Sister is just asking you. Xie Yuhong suddenly laughed, and then started crying. For this family, I used to work hard in the company. I have to support the family, you, and my daughter. The mortgage and car loans are like a mountain on my shoulders. After this disaster, I felt relieved for a moment, but soon I realized that I still couldn't relax. I had to protect you, so I still had to fight hard outside. But what do I get? It used to be this month's salary, but now it's just water. Do you know how much pressure I'm under? They're going crazy now. Xie Yuhong almost roared, almost crushing his last nerve. The two sisters were confused and didn't know what to say. Yi Yuling suddenly started to sob, and Yi Qingyi could only comfort her. Xie Yuhong said nothing else. She took the water and walked out of the house. Before closing the door, she reminded everyone, don't open the door for anyone except me. Then she closed the door. Soon, Xie Yuhong came to the first floor and rang the doorbell. There were footsteps in the house, and a muscular man opened the door. Seeing Xie Yuhong, he smiled and said, Brother Yu, have you figured it out? Xie Yuhong walked into the house, took out the prepared mineral water and placed it on the dining table. Gangzi, as long as you support me, our building 1 will not be in chaos. When the strong wind passes, I will take you out to find food. Mao Gang covered his forehead and walked back and forth, then suddenly put his hands on the dining table and scolded, Brother Yu. I know you are a good person, you want everyone to be safe, but that is impossible. You have done very well. For so many days, those people have turned into animals, only we are fine. Then let's persevere, search for food and wait for rescue, Gangzi. We can't turn into animals like them. Xie Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's shoulders with both hands and persuaded him loudly. Mao Gang laughed and said, Brother Yu, you can't be a good guy these days. You've done a good job. I'll be the bad guy. Hearing that Mao Gang was unmoved, Xie Yuhong shouted, Gangzi, wake up. We can't panic. If we panic, they will take advantage of us and sneak in. Brother Yu, you know this too. Then why do you oppose it? Why don't you support me? Do you still consider me a brother? Why didn't I treat you as a brother? You didn't have money to buy a house, so I lent you the money. That's because you wanted me to live downstairs from you. You lent me money, but the 3,000 mortgage is killing me. I originally just wanted to buy a cheaper neighborhood. It was you who asked me to come here. I'll listen to you, brother. Because I want to take care of you. Ha, you want to take care of those old men and women. When talking about this issue, Mao Gang became very excited and shouted angrily, what's the use of those old people? They are a complete waste of our resources. We get less, and they still have to lecture us. What's the point of keeping these people? Look at building 2, kill all the old ones. They won't live long anyway. Hearing her childhood friend's comments, Xia Yuhong couldn't believe it. Gangzi, don't let them brainwash you. Brother Yu, I will listen to you all my life. Now I only have one request, listen to me this time.
Mao Gang looked at Xia Yuhong closely, and Xia Yuhong also stared at Mao Gang closely.
Suddenly, Xia Yuhong found blood behind Mao Gang's ear and frowned. Where are your wife and children? In the bedroom.
Xia Yuhong immediately walked towards the bedroom, opened the door and found Mao Gang's wife and children huddled in the corner shivering. Seeing this situation, Xia Yuhong frowned even deeper. She closed the door and looked at Mao Gang in the living room, then suddenly opened another door. When Xia Yuhong saw the situation inside, she gasped. She saw a 70-year-old man lying on the ground with a kitchen knife stuck in the back of his head.
This is Mao Gang's old father.
Xia Yuhong turned to look at Mao Gang, and Mao Gang said in a deep voice, "The old man can't hold on any longer, let me kill him."
Gangzi, are you still a human being?
That's your father. Xia Yuhong grabbed Mao Gang's collar, tears in her eyes. Mao Gang slapped Xia Yuhong's hand away. Brother Yu, I can even kill my own father, no one can stand in my way.
Madman.
Xia Yuhong pushed Mao Gang away fiercely, picked up the mineral water on the table and left. As soon as she opened the door and walked out, the 60-year-old lady opposite also walked out. She was stunned when she saw the water in Xia Yuhong's hand and smiled. Mr. Xia, you were so kind.
You come to deliver water again. It's not for you. Xia Yuhong said in a deep voice. The old lady grabbed Xia Yuhong's arm and said, What do you mean? Didn't you say that we should share supplies? Then this bottle of water should be mine. No. Okay, I still have a few bottles anyway. How many bottles?
Xia Yuhong looked at the ant in surprise, and the ant also knew that she had let the cat out of the bag. In fact, she was just playing the victim every time so that she could get more.
What do you mean by a few bottles? How can there be a few bottles? You guys should go out and find something to eat. Don't always look for snacks. Find some vegetables or something so that your nutrition is balanced.
I've been getting a sore throat lately and my teeth are starting to hurt.
Ouch, it comes again. I'll go back first. You should quickly gather people to go out and find something to eat.
After saying that, the ant went back to the house. Xia Yuhong clenched her fists tightly. These words were undoubtedly bombarding her brain. But what Xia Yuhong was afraid of was not this, but that his wife would be defiled, bullied, and had a sister-in-law.
It's me. Xia Yuhong shouted at the door. Yi Yuling looked through the peephole and unlocked the door. Honey, how was the talk? Yi Yuling asked curiously. Not so good. Isn't Gangzi the one who listens to you the most? Even that bottle of water won't work?
Xia Yuhong put out the water, and Yi Yuling and Yi Qingyi paused. If the other party confiscated it, it meant rejection. The two sisters' faces were pale. The doorbell rang suddenly, and my nerves were immediately tense.
Brother Yu, it's me, Gangzi. I've thought it through. You are right. Mao Gang's voice was heard outside. Yi Yuling was delighted. I'll go open the door. Wait. Xia Yuhong stopped him immediately. You two go to the bedroom. The sisters looked at each other and obediently went to the bedroom. Looking at Mao Gang outside the cat's eye, Xia Yuhong shouted, Gangzi, have you really figured it out? Brother Yu, Ingzi just scolded me, but I think what you said is not wrong. I still support you. I'm sorry for what happened just now. That's it. I'll go back first. Brother Yu, you should go to bed early. Mao Gang turned and walked towards the elevator.
Xia Yuhong breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door and shouted, Gangzi, I'm very happy that you can figure it out. Mao Gang, who was facing away, said softly, Brother Yu, you better open the door. Xia Yuhong was stunned and was about to close the door, but Mao Gang's big hand pressed on it. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her arm. Her right hand fell to the ground, blood splattered everywhere, and then she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and was kicked down into the house.
Mao Gang walked into the room and closed the door, laughing crazily. Brother you, why did you force me? Why didn't you trust me once? Why did you want me to chop you up? Why? Gangzi, stop being stubborn. It's not me who is stubborn, it's you. Those people are going to attack the building tonight. We have no choice. Where is the key to the rolling door? Give it to me.
Mao Gang stretched out his hand, his eyes became colder. Xia Yuhong stood up despite the severe pain and said in disbelief, You betrayed me.
You became their traitor. Who told you to share the food with those useless people? Do you know how much food those old immortals have hidden in their homes? Give me the key. I'd rather die than give it to you. Brother you, I will still be your brother in the next life.
After saying that, he took out the prepared bone-cutting knife, and the sound of a scuffle suddenly broke out in the living room. The two sisters hiding in the bedroom were so frightened that they hid under the bed and could almost imagine that they were fighting outside. Yi Yuling was extremely worried. I want to go see your brother-in-law.
Sister, don't go out. Brother-in-law will come to open the door when he wins.
Yi Qingyi said in a low voice.
What if it was Gangzi who opened the door? Not only would he find me, he would also find you.
Yi Yuling stared at her sister closely. The noise of chores outside gradually faded away, and Yi Yuling said softly, if anything happens to me, I must find Yayet.
Sister. Yi Qingyi just watched her sister crawl out from under the bed.
She was unable to stop her sister's risky behavior. But she comforted herself in her heart that the brother Gangzi in her memory was honest and simple, with a smile on his face every day. When she was in school, she was harassed by gangsters, but brother Gangzi just beat them away, so nothing should happen. At this moment the bedroom door was opened. Yi Qingyi covered her mouth because she saw that those were not her brother-in-law's feet, and the soles of the shoes were even covered in blood. The person who opened the door was naturally Mao Gang, his body splattered with blood. Yi Yuling covered her mouth when she saw her husband lying on the ground in the living room, surrounded by blood. Mao Gang showed a blood-stained smile, like a devil. Sister-in-law, brother, you just said that you know where the key to the rolling door is. Yi Yuling was so frightened that she slowly raised her hand and pointed at the dressing table next to her. Mao Gang immediately went to look for it, and Yi Yuling murmured, Ingzi is giving birth, your brother you will help you contact the hospital.
You don't have a job, so your brother you will help you find one. If you don't have time to take care of the child, your sister-in-law will help you. Mao Gang quickly found the key, turned around and said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I will repay you and brother you for your kindness in my next life. How could you have the heart to do this to me? You're a beast.
Yi Yuling beat Mao Gang madly. Mao Gang did not resist, but the bone-cutting knife in his hand was still dripping with blood.
Sister-in-law, I know you and brother you are in love. Brother you will definitely be lonely now that he is going downstairs. Why don't you go down and accompany him? Things will soon be in chaos anyway. You might as well get killed by those men. Sister-in-law, I will give you a quick death. Brother you will thank me, yes, he will.
After muttering, Mao Gang, who was in a trance, picked up the bone-cutting knife and chopped it directly on Yi Yuling's forehead. The skull suddenly caved in, and Yi Yuling slowly fell down with her eyes wide open. Weirdo Yi Qingyi looked at the bone-chopping knife on her sister's forehead and covered her mouth tightly.
Her whole body couldn't help shaking and her tears couldn't stop flowing.
Looking at the look in her sister's eyes, she knew that this was asking her to find her daughter. Mao Gang bent down, pulled out the bone-cutting knife, and then struck it down fiercely.
Bang bang bang. Sister-in-law, I'm helping you, don't blame me. Brother you, I sent my sister-in-law to accompany you. You and your wife are reunited.
Yi Qingyi just watched her own sister being hacked to death, her face completely disfigured. She didn't dare to make a sound even when her brains were splattered in her eyes. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Yi Qingyi, who was hiding under the bed, finally couldn't suppress the fear and panic in her heart, but she could only cry quietly. At this moment, the sky fell. In the garage, the men from Building 2, Building 4, and Building 5 had gathered, a total of 53 men. Of course, there were some who did not participate.
Perhaps they did not want to become animals that only knew how to kill, or they did not have the courage and were afraid of being caught and shot after the disaster. These 53 men were all holding knives, including kitchen knives and fruit knives from home. The three bosses, Feng Jin, Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing, hold the 50-centimeter-long machetes in their hands. The three of them at this time were smoking, with excitement about what was coming on their faces, like wild beasts. Boss Ding, Boss Sun, after we finish with building 1, let's arrange a time to take Dong Fei's supplies in building. As for the gunman, can he have more bullets than we have people? Feng Jin is a thin man, but he is about meters tall, with a mole at the corner of his mouth, and the whole person looks very uncoordinated. This person is also a criminal and has been imprisoned for theft. He has done everything except murder. Ding Feng is at most a gangster, there to show off his skills. Sun Yuqing is a contractor, and he often comes into contact with ruthless people. Although he has a plump figure, he can be scary when he gets ruthless. It can be said that none of these three are good. Sun Yuqing took a long puff of his cigarette and squinted his eyes as he said, "What's there to discuss? Let's grab this side tonight and that side tomorrow night. Do you want to do it?" All three knew that building number 3 was more dangerous than building number 1, but it definitely had more supplies than building number 1. I agree. Ding Feng flicked the ash off his cigarette. I want those two women. Feng Jin's eyes lit up, he was also a lustful devil. Ding Feng and Sun Yuqing would not agree. Women like Anbai and Sun Ting are what every man wants. Ding Feng suggested, get the woman and auction it off with supplies. That's interesting. Okay. Feng Jin did not object, and Sun Yuqing naturally would not object either, but the three of them were thinking in their hearts that they should find an opportunity to kill the other party. It would be best to find someone to join forces with first, which would make it much easier. At this time, Mao Gang ran out of the elevator, and his blood-stained face made people pause. Brush, brush. The rolling shutter door was opened, and a group of demons were about to rush into the building. Three big brothers, you can't do anything about my family. Mao Gang said tremblingly, fearing that the three of them would go back on their word. Sun Yuqing patted Mao Gang on the shoulder and said, don't worry. Honesty is the most important thing for those who are out there. Charge, brothers. Kill all the old ones, arrest all the young ones, and kill those who resist. Yes, boss. The group of people did not take the elevator, but all went up the stairs. The three bosses walked slowly behind. In less than a minute, the sounds of crying, howling, and begging for mercy echoed throughout the community, like a purgatory on earth, illuminating the butcher knives. The old lady who lived opposite Mao Gang heard someone knocking on the door, put down the remote control, and went to open the door cursing. It's late at night, don't you let us rest? You don't want to think about getting supplies all day, but are just doing these useless things. Without even looking through the peephole, the old lady opened the door. When she saw two young men standing at the door with knives, she was not afraid at all. She even started to lecture them, what are you doing? If you have time to scare an old woman like me with a knife, go grab food from a takeaway shop. Young people nowadays don't respect the elderly or love the young. The two young men at the door were stunned. What kind of weird person lives in building 1? How come he is still alive today? What are you looking at? Get out of here. He said and prepared to close the door. But the young man's hand was already on the door. Ning smiled and said, old man, I've wanted to chop you for a long time. Then he raised the kitchen knife and chopped it down. The old lady was stabbed in the shoulder. She fell to the ground with a cry, still cursing. I was told to use the loudspeaker every day, but it's so noisy that I can't play games. He chopped the old lady with his knife. At this time, Ma just walked to the door of his house and looked at the old lady. Gangzi, please save me. The dying old lady looked at Mao Gang for help, but Mao Gang turned a blind eye to her and even had a smile on his face. It seemed that he wanted to kill the old lady. The old lady died after being chopped down by the sword, and the two men searched for supplies in the house. Fuck, this old guy actually stocked up a box of yogurt, 2 boxes of water, and even sugar-free happy water? The two young men were confused. How could an old lady hoard so many supplies? Of course I just asked for it. If the two young people knew about this, their worldviews would be shattered again. At this time, Tang Zhe in building number 3 looked at building number 1 on the right and said with a smile, "It's very lively tonight." Building number 1 was breached by the other buildings. And Bai said with a hint of worry. Once building number 1 was breached, he would be the next one to be breached. Sun Ting wiped the floor and reminded Bai, "Xiao Bai, this is not something we should worry about." Bai pursed her red lips, thinking of the female corpse in the bedroom before, and said firmly, "Even if I die, I don't want to fall into the hands of those people." Tang Zhe smiled faintly and said confidently, "I am not dead yet, how can you die? I will kill as many as you come." An hour later, the cleanup of building number 1 came to an end, and boxes of supplies were moved to the underground parking lot one after another. Looking at the mountain of supplies, the three bosses were a little confused. Next to them, the men and women in building number 1 were squatting on the ground separately. They were a little surprised to see so many supplies. Didn't they say they were gone? Xie Yuhong is great. She got so many supplies. Feng Jin opened a box of spicy strips, took out a bag, tore it open with his teeth and took a big bite. A younger brother said with a flattering smile, "Boss, most of these supplies were looted from the homes of those old ladies and old men." "Ha, your boss is such a good man. He leaves all the good things to the old guys and lets you young people starve." Sun Yuqing couldn't help laughing wildly. It was really funny. At this time, several men stood up and scolded Xie Yuhong, demanding to join other teams. The three teams naturally need to recruit young male members. However, there were still a few men who had no choice but to keep their upright character. Feng Jin showed no mercy, "Kill them." "Husband," one of the women shouted and ran towards her husband, but was immediately pulled away by the younger brother. "You bunch of beasts will definitely be shot to death soon," the woman cursed madly. But the three men didn't care. Not long after, several men were hacked to death on the spot. Looking at more than 20 women in their 30s, Sun Jin smiled and said, "What are you standing there for? Break up. To be fair, let's take turns choosing. I'm older, so it's okay for me to go first." Feng Jin took advantage of his seniority and had already taken a fancy to one of the young women, the one whose husband had just died. The other two certainly didn't want to. At this time, Yi Qingyi was hiding in the basement, hugging her legs with both hands, and her whole body couldn't help shaking, as if she was very cold. Just now, Yi Qingyi took advantage of the chaos to run here and hide. This was also what Xie Yuhong had reminded her of before. Suddenly a bright light shone over, it was the light from a mobile phone. "Boss, there is a woman hiding here." The younger brother was immediately excited. Yi Qingyi ran away immediately, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. But she couldn't outrun the young man, and was grabbed by the hair. "Bitch, you still want to run, where can you run to?" Yi Qingyi screamed in pain and was dragged by her hair. When they arrived at the parking lot, the younger brother left Yi Qingyi in the middle and said, "Boss, this woman is very good at hiding. Fortunately, I looked for her." After saying this, he looked like he was going to collect the reward. Yi Qingyi with her disheveled hair did not attract the interest of the three bosses, but one of the younger brothers squatted down, lifted up her messy hair, and lifted up Yi Qingyi's chin. His expression froze in an instant, and he began to stutter, old, big, top-notch." Sun Yuqing looked at his younger brother's silly look and kicked him to the ground. "What do you mean by top-notch or not? Look at what you have done." When Sun Yuqing saw it, he was also stunned. Ding Fom also stepped forward to take a look and finally understood. "It's really top-notch. I never expected that there would be such a stunning beauty in this shabby community. She is no worse than those two. And her face has been clean for so many days, except that her skirt was a little dirty when she was dragging it just now. Let me go." Yi Qingyi shook off her younger brother's dirty hands and looked at the men around her vigilantly, as if a dream had come true. Feng Jin laughed, "It's still a little fierce horse. I wonder how it feels to ride it." The younger brothers around all looked over. "She is much better than those women. She is so beautiful even without makeup, and she looks even better after dressing up." This time she has gained a lot.
Sun Yuqing directly took out a handful of cigarettes and threw them to the younger brother. This is a reward for you. Holding a bunch of furong wang in his hand, the younger brother was overjoyed. Nowadays, a cigarette can make a smoker work hard for you. Thank you, boss. Boss Feng, Boss Ding, this woman was found by my younger brother. You are not here to rob her, are you? Sun Yuqing's words were full of threat.
Feng Jin chuckled, Boss Sun, what you said was already agreed upon long ago. Everything in building number 1 will be divided equally.
At this time, Ding Feng must be on Feng Jin's side and agreed, Boss Feng is right.
Boss Sun is not going to break the agreement between us, is he?
Sun Yuqing took a deep puff of his cigarette, and the smoke could not hide his vicious eyes.
Suddenly, Sun Yuqing laughed and said, It's just a joke. Look how nervous you are.
Although he said this, he wanted to kill the two men in his heart. It has to be said that beautiful women are always a disaster. This one almost caused the three parties to tear up their fragile cooperative relationship. As Sun Yuqing laughed, Feng Jin and Ding Feng also laughed along. However, if Sun Yuqing disagreed, they would have hacked the people on Sun Yuqing's side to death without saying anything. However, Sun Yuqing said with a smile, there is only one of this kind, why don't we three take turns? Such a top-notch product would make people want to keep it for themselves, who would want to share it? Yi Qingyi, who was sitting on the ground, listened to the conversation between the three people with a pale face.
She felt like a commodity being divided equally by them.
Looking at the load-bearing wall next to her, Yi Qingyi suddenly stood up and ran forward.
However, Feng Jin was quick-witted and grabbed Yi Qingyi's hair. Want to die? How can it be that easy?
Yi Qingyi collapsed, waving her hands and cursing, you bastards, you shall not die a good death.
Tie her up.
Ding Feng shouted coldly. The younger brother took out a rope and tied Yi Qingyi up.
Tears as big as beans ran down her beautiful face.
She had been hiding for so many days, but still couldn't escape the clutches of the devil. For such top-quality items, let's not take turns.
Didn't we say before that we would auction it off? Feng Jin suggested. Okay, let's auction it.
Sun Yuqing agreed, and Ding Feng was no problem. But Feng Jin suddenly revealed a sly look, since it's an auction, I must take a good look at the goods to see if they are genuine. Once these words are spoken, all men understand.
What are you doing? Don't come over here.
Seeing the two younger brothers walking towards her, Yi Qingyi shouted wildly, but this only increased the men's sense of excitement. The three bosses had bright eyes, not a bit of fat on their bodies, and their waists were abs, with a sense of strength in their softness.
Their looks and figures were no different from the big stars on TV.
Tie her to the roof of the car. The crying and helpless Yi Qingyi was forcibly tied to the roof of the car, posing in a shameful posture for people to admire this item that was about to be auctioned.
Feng Jin asked towards building number 1, does anyone know him? Immediately, a woman replied, she seems to be Xie Yuhong's sister-in-law. Feng Jin laughed immediately, I didn't expect that there is such a rare talent hidden in Mr. Xie's house. This good old man didn't even touch it.
He must have kept it for us brothers.
Ha 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 ha.
The men around them burst into laughter. Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car seemed to have run out of tears. She was trembling all over as she listened to the evil laughter around her. She graduated from a 985 university and I heard she's getting married soon.
Her husband is the son of the CEO of a fortune company. Another woman broke the news.
Sun Yuqing was very happy. With such a high level of education, if we were to meet before, we probably wouldn't even bother to pay any attention to us.
Isn't it?
Feng Jin laughed wildly. Sun Yuqing coughed lightly and said, okay, let's start the auction. He seemed a little impatient. Boss, how about I be the auctioneer? A younger brother volunteered.
Oh, okay, let's see what you can come up with.
The younger brother happily walked to the side of the car, coughed lightly and shouted, dear owners, neighbors, brothers and sisters, tonight we have a unique auction item, which is this beautiful woman.
What's it called? Yi Qingyi. Someone in the crowd reminded. Yes, our auction item is Miss Yi Qingyi. This year? Mao Gang in the crowd reminded, 25 years old, vice president of an advertising company. The people around immediately made a sound of clicking their tongues. A woman like this used to be a goddess, and everyone only dared to watch from a distance. Although they were still watching from a distance now, they could see that snow-white body. Yi Qingyi looked at Mao Gang in the crowd and gritted her teeth. Brother Gangzi is no longer the same Brother Gangzi as before. This Miss Yi Qingyi is 25 years old this year. She is the vice president of an advertising company and the daughter-in-law of a Fortune 500 company's CEO. Just think about it, wouldn't it be great to buy the daughter-in-law of a Fortune 500 company's CEO? It's definitely a good deal. Of course, this is just Miss Yi Qingyi's identity. The focus is Miss Yi Qingyi herself. Look at these exquisite facial features. There is no trace of artificiality. They are purely natural. Look at this skin that is so soft and tender that it feels like it could be blown away. The touch is absolutely top-notch. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is the internal structure. The three bosses can enjoy it at home. I will not watch it later. Now it can still be interpreted that the saying, poor people will give you sweetness, rich people will give you saltiness. The bidding price starts from a bottle of mineral water, and there is no upper limit. I'll offer you a bottle. A little brother suddenly shouted out the price excitedly, and his friends around him were shocked. They thought, you're crazy, you're trying to snatch a woman from the boss. Aren't you afraid that you'll have your life to snatch but not the fun? Ding Feng shouted calmly, 1 box. Boss Ding is too stingy. 5 boxes. Sun Yuqing stretched out his hand, determined to get it. Feng Jin said calmly, Boss Sun, are these 5 boxes yours for your own private use, or do they belong to all of you brothers? Sun Yuqing's younger brothers were stunned. Yes, the boss used his own water to hit the women, but he had nothing to play with? Sun Yuqing cursed in his heart, trying to sow discord. Of course it's private. Sun Yuqing said in a deep voice. At this time, they can't snatch water from their brothers, which is equivalent to snatching their lives. The younger brothers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, we'll use our own supplies. Ding Feng said and continued, 6 boxes of water. Feng Jin's face turned pale, but he still shouted, 7 boxes. It would be a huge sum of money for one person to own 7 boxes of mineral water, especially when supplies are so scarce nowadays. 7.5 boxes. Ding Feng gritted his teeth. At worst, he could save some drinks for himself and get some from his younger brother. After hearing this, Dian Yufeng went to look for supplies. 8 boxes. Sun Yuqing said disdainfully. The whole audience was in an uproar. 8 boxes of water could save countless lives, but now they were used to take a picture of a beautiful woman. Good-looking women are always more popular no matter what the environment is. But this makes many women around jealous. 10 boxes. Suddenly a laugh was heard. The 3 bosses were confused for a moment because it was not them who shouted, and looked behind them. Isn't this the delivery man? He's not dead. Could it be the gunman who died? That's right, it was Tang Zhe who came. He had just gained some experience at home and was bored, so he came down to see how much supplies they had looted and to see if there were any good stuff. As soon as I got down, I heard the sound of an auction. When I got closer, I saw a woman tied up on the roof of the car. Tang Zhe was surprised. He had never seen such a woman in the community before. This woman was very good, comparable to Anbai and the others, and even had a slightly stronger aura. I'm really lucky today. Food rations are falling from the sky and the triple speed is about to start. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but look up at Tang Zhe. Isn't this the delivery boy? No, the delivery boy who killed people like crazy. Tang Zhe's appearance made the entire underground garage silent. Isn't he afraid of being besieged by everyone? Why does he dare to show up alone? Feng Jin was the first to break the deadlock. Isn't this the boss of Building 3? Come downstairs and take a walk when you have time. I was bored and saw you guys were auctioning, so I couldn't help but want to intervene. Is that okay? Tang Ze glanced at the three bosses with a casual smile, but the three bosses had seen this smile before, a smile that would kill people without blinking an eye. It seemed that he didn't bring the saber today, so did he bring a gun? Sun Yuqing was not afraid of Tang Ze and said directly, "You want to share the spoils we won as soon as you get here. Isn't that inappropriate?" Bang! A little smoke came out of the muzzle of the pistol, and a bloody hole appeared between Sun Yuqing's eyebrows, and blood flowed out from his eyebrows. He even reached out to wipe it, and then fell straight down in disbelief. Is it appropriate now? Tang Ze looked at Feng Jin and Ding Feng with a smile. The composure of the two men disappeared in an instant, and they looked at Tang Ze and the gun in Tang Ze's hand vigilantly. He was even thinking about asking his brothers to rush up and kill him, but if they were so close to him, they would definitely be killed first. Of course he is lucky. This guy actually has a gun in his hand. Do you want to bet that his gun has no bullets? All the younger brothers around were frightened by Tang Ze's ruthless methods. Last time, he used his saber to chop down a group of Dong Fei and his men. Today, as soon as he came out, he shot the boss of building number 5, Sun Yui, in the head. This delivery guy is horrible. Not only the younger brothers were scared, Yi Qingyi's delicate face became even less pale, and she even felt heat on her cheeks. Could it be blood? Of course it's suitable. What do you think, Boss Ding? Feng Jin reacted and immediately apologized with a smile. Ding Feng immediately agreed, it's perfect, it couldn't be more perfect. I am a reasonable person. The auction went smoothly. If I couldn't get the bid, that's my problem. Listening to Tang Ze's words, everyone's mind flashed back to Tang Ze's wild laughter that day. It's the end of the world, who still cares about reason? So he's starting to make sense again now? So is he reasonable or not? No, it's not reasonable to just shoot people in the head at every turn. Auctioneer, what are you still standing there for? Tang Ze reminded him, hurry up and wait to go back to gain experience. The auctioneer said oh several times, well, the boss of building number 3 bids 10 boxes of mineral water. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 11 boxes. Feng Jin's face was throbbing with pain, as if it was a contribution of his family fortune. However, when Tang Ze said in a low voice, you really dare to raise the price with me? Ding Feng was secretly happy, hoping that Tang Ze would kill Feng Jin with one shot. Feng Jin was also startled and showed a panicked expression. Didn't you say it was a normal auction? Picked up outside, the younger brother saw Feng Jin's frightened look and felt strange that his boss was frightened like a bird. Yeah, I'm just talking. Why are you so excited? Tang Ze shrugged. Feng Jin's face couldn't be any darker, and Ding Feng thought to himself that it was a pity that this murderous delivery boy did not play by the rules. However, Tang Ze continued, but I now doubt that you don't have 11 boxes of mineral water at all. How can it be? Then put it out for us to see. Feng Jin was about to say, what about you, but when he thought about the fact that someone had occupied Dong Fei's supplies, he didn't say that. You guys, go to my house and bring the water over. I immediately ran to building 2, where a group of people were waiting. Tang Ze looked Yi Qingyi up and down. Yi Qingyi naturally felt Tang Ze's gaze and found that Tang Ze's gaze was different from that of other men. Other men had lustful eyes, but his gaze was hard to describe. It was as if he saw something delicious. Soon, boxes of mineral water were brought over by the younger brother. Tang Ze smiled and said, you have less. I can divide the supplies I looted this time into 4 boxes, which makes a total of 11 boxes. Tang Ze slapped his forehead and said, you are bullying me because I am not good at math. You only have 6 boxes here. How is that possible? I clearly have 7 boxes at home. Feng Jin said in a low voice and started to count them immediately, but after counting again and again, the total was still 6. Then he shouted to his younger brother, maybe there's 1 box missing? Go find it. The younger brothers ran back in a panic, while Tang Ze waited with a smile and even winked at Yi Qingyi, which confused Yi Qingyi for a moment. What does he mean? Are you saving me? At this moment, Yi Qingyi felt that there was still light in the world, and righteous people like her brother-in-law had not disappeared. Soon the brothers came back again, one of them holding a box in his hand,
but there was also a 30-year-old woman in pajamas who was running hurriedly.
"Honey, what's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?"
The woman looked at Feng Jin and asked in confusion why he had moved all the water out. When she saw Yi Qingyi on the roof of the car, she immediately understood and became angry.
"Boss, the water is here, but I didn't know what to say." "What?"
The younger brother turned the box with a strange look on his face, only to see that the box had been torn open, with only 2 bottles of mineral water left inside.
Feng Jin was stunned and immediately shouted, "Who touched my water?"
The woman rolled her eyes. "You think I stink, so I took a quick shower."
"You woman!" Feng Jin froze in place. People around him sighed. There was actually water for bathing.
Tang Zhe let out a long sigh at this time. "You don't have 11 boxes, you only have 10 boxes and 2 bottles.
I have some. I can borrow a few more bottles." "Wait a minute, right away,"
Feng Jin said as he was about to ask his younger brother to borrow some water. With a bang, the shell fell to the ground. Feng Jin seemed to be frozen in place, his eyes wide open, and then he fell down with blood oozing from his forehead. Tang Zhe blew air towards the muzzle of the gun and said calmly, "I hate it most when people lie to me." Ding Feng, who was standing by, felt happy and scared, but he was more scared and broke out in a cold sweat. In just a few minutes, he killed Feng Jin and son Yu Qing, and he became the boss.
Otherwise, would he kill himself too?
With this thought in mind, Ding Feng began to become extremely worried.
"Husband."
Seeing her husband being killed, the woman hurried over and found that her husband was dead.
"What are you still standing there for? He killed your boss, why don't you kill him?" Another bang.
The woman also fell on Feng Jin, and she didn't seem to realize who had the final say here.
Tang Zhe sighed, "Why are you fighting and killing each other? Can't we just live in peace?" This made everyone very angry. Who was fighting and killing each other? Who started it first? How shameless. But I only dare to think about it in my heart.
No one dares to be the first to stand out, because whoever does so will die. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zhe was weird. He behaved like a cold-blooded killer, but spoke with a bit of humor. He was such a strange man, but she still had to thank him.
"My name is Shishang, do you still want to follow me?" Tang Zhe looked at Ding Feng.
Ding Feng quickly shook his head. If he continued to follow, he would be risking his life.
"Is there anyone else who wants to follow? I am fair and just."
Tang Zhe shouted, looking around, without making any sound, looking at Tang Zhe with fear. Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders in boredom. "Okay then, don't announce it yet." Okay, congratulations to the boss of building number 3 for winning the beautiful item." After saying that, he immediately ran over and handed the rope to Tang Zhe, as well as Yi Qingyi's pile of tattered clothes, which also contained her cell phone. Tang Zhe slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, that's right.
I haven't given you any water yet. You can't eat a free meal. I killed 2 bosses, so their supplies should be considered mine, right? Is this understanding correct?" Tang Zhe looked at everyone.
Ding Feng laughed and said, "No problem, of course no problem. In that case, let's take it from the 2 bosses. I'm in a good mood today, so if there's any extra water, I'll buy everyone some."
An idea popped up in everyone's mind.
I have never seen such a shameless person, who comes here and takes away the most beautiful woman without paying anything.
No, it took 3 bullets.
Suddenly remembering something, Tang Zhe turned around and looked at the group of people without a boss and reminded them, "If I were you, quickly choose a boss."
Ding Feng's mouth twitched. Is he on guard against me?
Seeing those people from building number 2 and building number 5 gathered together, Ding Feng's forehead formed a character. 2 of them had died with great difficulty, and now 2 new ones were going to pop up to compete with him.
Damn delivery guy, I will make you pay the price. Arriving at the elevator, Yi Qingyi said weakly, "Can I put on my clothes?" Tang Zhe turned around and smiled, "It looks pretty good, why do you want to wear it?" "What? They are all tattered. Wear them anyway. It's really troublesome. Can you untie it?" Tang Zhe sighed and said, "Am I here to serve you?" Although she was wearing clothes, Tangze thought it was pretty good, and the torn beauty, Yi said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me."
Tangze just said oh, the elevator door opened, Tangze walked in, Yi pursed her red lips and also walked in. Soon they came into the house, and Tangze suddenly clapped his hands, "Meow meows, get up, there's a newcomer." And Bai and Sun Ting opened their eyes tiredly, slowly sat up and looked at Yi. The original tiredness disappeared in an instant, and they became amazed.
"This? Where did you find this?" And Bai asked blankly. There was actually a top-notch item of the same grade as his in this community. Like a hero, Tangze poured a glass of water and leaned against the wall, jokingly saying, "I was walking outside and found it by chance. This is such luck. It's unstoppable."
Sun Ting and Bai stood up and walked to Yi and looked at her. Yi leaned back a little scared, thinking that the two of them were too weird.
But Yi thanked him again, "Thank you for saving me." Tangze replied helplessly, "You said that before." Yi seemed a little embarrassed. After a pause, she shamelessly asked, "You were so powerful, is there any way to leave here?" "I'm not Superman, so I can't fly." Tangze spread his hands.
This woman really has a lot of demands.
Tangze said directly, "Take her to take a bath first." "Can you take a shower here?" Yi couldn't believe it. No wonder they exuded fragrance. Sun Ting smiled and said, "Of course, if I don't take a bath, I will stink and my master will dislike me."
As he said that, he pushed Yi to the bathroom. Yi hurriedly said, "I can do it myself."
"We'll help you and tell you about our rules."
Before Yi could say anything, she was pushed in by the two girls.
Tangze didn't care because Sun Ting was the senior instructor and had powerful training methods.
In the bathroom, Bai ran some hot water, and the mist gradually enveloped the room. 3 blood-spurting bodies appeared and disappeared in the mist, causing one to bleed from the nose.
"Sister, you have a great figure."
Sun Ting picked up the shower gel and applied it on Yi body.
And Bai smiled shyly, "Yes, we can relax a little again."
Yi was confused and said quickly, "I can do it myself." Sun Ting sighed and said, "From now on, we are a team. We need to take care of each other to survive in this apocalypse."
Yes, we are in the same group." And Bai laughed secretly. Yi became more and more confused. "What do you mean we are in the same group?" "We are all our master's little cats." Sun Ting tapped Yi forehead. She was so pretty, but why was her reaction slower than Xiao Bai's?
Yi took a step back after hearing this, and her eyes changed a little. "I'm not a kitten, and I won't become one." And Bai and Sun Ting were stunned for a moment, as if they saw themselves for the first time.
"Sister, don't get excited. This is just a formality.
Our main task is to make the master happy,"
Sun Ting explained.
However, Yi tone suddenly changed. "I am no one's slave.
I don't need to make anyone happy, and I won't join you. Get out of the way. I want to go out."
As she said that, she went to pick up the tattered skirt. And Bai and Sun Ting secretly thought that something bad had happened and that this was a sign of death. Tangze outside suddenly saw the bathroom door open. He wondered if she had finished washing so quickly, but he saw Yi coming out angrily, looking at him with disgust.
"What's the situation?"
After taking a step forward, Tangze stopped Yi.
"Get out of the way. I want to get out." "You are the same as them, I misjudged you." "Tangze? Beauty, what do you mean you misjudged me? What did you think I was? A hero?" Tangze was amused. This woman's imagination was very comprehensive.
Yi really thought so, but now it's not the case at all. She didn't want to say more and just walked around Tangze.
Tangze couldn't help but let out a cry. If he hadn't been seriously short of food, he would have collapsed. Grabbed Yi wet hair. "Ah! Let me go, you vile creature."
Tangze grabbed Yi long hair and pulled it down hard, then said in a deep voice, "I spent 10 boxes of mineral water to take a picture of you, and you told me you were leaving? I'm not your cargo, so don't even think about succeeding." Enduring the pain, Yi angrily scolded Tangze.
Tang Zei's face became extremely cold. He took out his pistol and pointed it towards Yi Qingyi's forehead. Do you really think I can't bear to part with this top-quality food of yours? Looking at Tang Zei's cold eyes, Yi Qingyi knew that she had angered a devil. It would be better for her to die so that she would not be defiled. Zihui would only know that she was missing. No, at the critical moment, and Bai walked out of the bathroom and shouted subconsciously. Tang Zei turned his gaze towards Bai, as if to say, you also want to die for her? I can help you do that. Bai was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Sun Ting was relatively calm and immediately explained, Bai didn't mean that. Bai felt that this sister still had a chance. Were we also very resistant at the beginning? Tang Zei narrowed his eyes slightly. Sun Ting continued, it would be too easy for her to be beaten to death now. She doesn't know how to be grateful at all. Tang Zei felt that this made some sense. It seemed that shooting her to death was indeed a bit too easy. But even if I don't shoot her to death, I have to let her know that I, Tang Zei, am not a good man. The right fist landed hard on Yi Qingyi's soft belly. Although only a little force was used, it was still something a woman could not bear. Yi Qingyi widened her beautiful eyes and covered her lower abdomen. She couldn't help but kneel on the ground and then fell down. The severe pain made her curl up and cold sweat kept coming out. Okay, I'll give you a few days. If you continue to make a fuss, not only will she die, but you will also be punished. Sun Ting wanted to slap herself in the face. How could she get herself involved? This woman is going to kill everyone, why is she pretending? Take it inside and wash it clean. Tang Zei lit a cigarette after saying this. Others said that he would repay his life-saving grace with his own body, but this was good, he was being called shameless. Sun Ting and the frightened Bai dragged Yi Qingyi into the bathroom. Sun Ting, who was so angry that she was about to die, took the shower and started to spray herself. Yi Qingyi, who was lying on the ground, was so pale with pain that she was like a piece of paper and she didn't even have the strength to speak. We spoke to you with good intentions, but you caused us to be punished. When they thought of that feeling, Sun Ting and Bai's faces turned pale. They never wanted to experience that kind of horrible punishment in their lifetime. The more Sun Ting thought about it, the more frightened she became. She raised her jade feet and stepped on Yi Qingyi's delicate body. Yi Qingyi felt so uncomfortable that she could only make a muffled sound and curl up her body. Xiao Bai, why are you still standing there? You saved her, but she still hurt both of us. Bai seemed to be struggling, and said with trembling lips, I dare not. Xiao Bai, do you know why your ex-boyfriend can control you? You are just a coward. I'm not a coward, Bai shook his head. Sun Ting held Bai's chin and said in a low voice, Xiao Bai, we are on the same boat. I know. Then kick her. Bai looked down at Yi Qingyi who was in pain, her face full of struggle, but she still slowly raised her legs and then stepped down with her eyes closed. Ah! Yi Qingyi wailed in pain. After all, the woman stepped on him with her eyes closed, so it was not light or heavy. It was much heavier than what Sun Ting had done. Chief Instructor Tang Zei, who was sitting on the sofa, silently heard Yi Qingyi's screams, without any emotion on his face. He was originally quite happy tonight, thinking that he had picked up a treasure, but in the end. Does she think this is a charity? How can she be so naive? In the bathroom, Sun Ting had vented her anger. Bai squatted on the ground in a daze, unable to believe that he would hurt a stranger. There was tension and panic in his eyes, but also a little excitement after venting. Sun Ting looked at Bai's expression inside. We have even moved the corpse, so what is there to be afraid of? There is no need to feel sorry for this kind of woman. Does she really think that everyone will spoil her? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After hearing several consecutive WeChat calls, Sun Ting looked at the phone next to her, which seemed to be this woman's phone. Yi Qingyi watched Sun Ting pick up her phone and shouted, Give it back to me. Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi with disdain, then grabbed Yi Qingyi's hand. However, Yi Qingyi immediately struggled and refused to let Sun Ting open the fingerprint lock. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai. Bai. Sun Ting called out several times before Bai came back to his senses. Stop being in a daze and hold her down. Ah, oh.
And Bai looked at Yi Qingyi with an apologetic look, then pressed it, and Sun Ting successfully turned on the phone. Sun Ting opened WeChat and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly.
What an intimate note, Mr. Zihui, the future husband. Give it back to me, give me back my phone.
Even though Yi Qingyi was being held down by and her whole body was in pain, she still reached out to snatch the phone. However, Sun Ting's jade feet stepped directly on the back of Yi Qingyi's hand.
Ah! The 5 fingers are connected to the heart.
Yi Qingyi has never suffered such a punishment as today since she was a child. She has always been held in the palm of her hand and cared for. Sun Ting laughed and said, "Your future husband, Mr. Zihui, seems to be very anxious and asked you how you are doing.
Why don't you reply to his message?" "How do you think I should reply?"
Yi Qingyi tried not to cry even when she was beaten, but when she heard such threats, the tears that had been suppressed for so long could not help but flow out. Because Yi Qingyi didn't dare tell her fiancé that the place was in chaos, her brother-in-law and sister were dead, and she had been arrested. "I am clean in my fiancé's heart, so I must keep it that way, even be prepared to die. That pure fiancé is still in his heart and has not been defiled by others." Seeing Yi Qingyi's reaction, Sun Ting's beautiful eyes lit up, as if she had caught something.
Sitting on the sofa, Tang Zhe watched TV. Now there is only online TV available, and the local satellite TV is gone.
As the bathroom door opened, Tang Zhe turned around and saw that Yi Qingyi looked extraordinary after washing, but her eyes were a little empty.
"Master, I'll take her to dress her up first, it will be quick."
Tang Zhe nonchalantly supported his chin and hummed. Although Yi Qingyi was trembling with fear now, he still didn't have a good impression of her.
20 minutes later, Yi Qingyi was finally let out.
Her originally slightly dry and messy hair became extremely smooth and exuded a fragrance. The light makeup made her face even more beautiful. The pure white dress showed off her curvy figure to the fullest. A black leather belt was tied around her willow waist, highlighting her slender waist.
"Why don't you call someone?" Sun Ting patted Yi Qingyi's buttocks and reminded her.
Yi Qingyi pinched her fingers into her palms, lowered her head and gritted her teeth.
Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, Sun Ting became angry, and Yi Qingyi whispered a few words in her ear.
Yi Qingyi shuddered and uttered slowly, "Master." Tang Zhe gave me an affirmative look and said, "I am amazed by what you did."
"Come here," Tang Zhe ordered, without any doubt.
Yi Qingyi stood up and walked to Tang Zhe, but kept her head down and didn't look at Tang Zhe. In the past, a delivery man and the vice president of an advertising company would have no intersection at all, but now they have more than just intersection.
"Come and sit here." Tang Zhe patted his legs and said lightly.
Yi Qingyi bit her red lips tightly, and her beautiful red lips turned pale. Tang Zhe had no mercy in his heart. He placed his hands on the smooth and slender legs and said, "Look at me." Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't respond, Tang Zhe said calmly, "I don't want to repeat what I said." The beautiful red eyes slowly looked towards Tang Zhe, and Tang Zhe found that there was still resentment and hatred in the depths of Yi Qingyi's eyes. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone sounded, a voice call. Sun Ting took Yi Qingyi's phone and glanced at it, then smiled and said, "It's your fiancé calling."
Just this one sentence made Yi Qingyi panic and she hurriedly said, "Don't answer it. That won't do. Your fiancé is worried about your safety. I'll answer the phone for you. You can talk yourself."
Sun Ting said as she answered the phone and handed it to Yi Qingyi.
Yi Qingyi didn't have time to hang up because her fiancé's image had already appeared on the phone. Jiang Zihui's worried voice immediately rang out from the phone. "Yi, why didn't you reply to my message? I thought something happened to you. I was so worried. Why are you crying? What happened?" Listening to her fiancé's worried voice, Yi Qingyi felt uneasy.
"No, I'm just very scared." Yi Qingyi held back her tears, gave a sincere smile, and told her fiancé not to worry.
Jiang Zihui was heartbroken. As a man, he couldn't protect his fiancée. "I'm sorry. I hate myself for not being able to take you in and make you scared all day long."
There was no flaw on Yi Qingyi's face, and she even said gently, "Silly, don't blame yourself, we will be fine."
"Well, don't cry." "I won't cry anymore." Suddenly, Jiang Zihui discovered that his fiancée tonight was particularly beautiful. Why are you suddenly wearing makeup? I didn't reply to your message because I was afraid you would be angry, so I put on some makeup to show you my beautiful self. Tang Zai's mouth curled up slightly. This woman, when it comes to cheating on her man, her IQ goes through the sky. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. Sun Ting curled her lips after hearing this and whispered to Anbai beside her, what a scumbag's quote. Yeah, I've heard that, too. Jiang Zihui's words made Yi Qingyi feel ashamed. She actually betrayed the man she loved deeply. Zihui, you should go to bed early. I need to rest too. Yi Qingyi was afraid that she would make strange noises that would arouse her fiancé's suspicion, so she didn't want to say anything more. Jiang Zihui even kissed the camera, and several people called him shameless. Tang Zai smiled faintly and said, what a loving couple you are. I really envy you. I like your body, but I don't like the look in your eyes. I don't need you to like me. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. Tang Zai suddenly laughed, you seem to be more afraid of them than me, why is that? Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, her pretty face turned pale with pain. Tang Zai reached out his hand, pinched Yi Qingyi's chin, and said calmly, they will threaten you and tell your fiancé about your situation, but I won't do that. I will only find your fiancé and kill his entire family. You have seen my methods. You are not a human being. Yi Qingyi grabbed Tang Zai's clothes and screamed. She was scared. When did I ever say I was a human? I am a devil among devils, and a more perverted kind at that. Yi Qingyi couldn't imagine what would happen if her fiancé found out. He might even kill Zihui's entire family. Thinking of the murderous look on her face, Yi Qingyi really didn't doubt the truth of this. From now on, you will eat their leftovers. If you behave well, you will have another chance to be like them. Now you know what to do. The next day, Yi Qingyi woke up in a daze. The first thing she felt was whether she was dead. When she saw the furnishings around her, she realized that she was not dead, but was still in hell. Thinking of the humiliation she suffered last night, Yi Qingyi wanted to cry but found that she couldn't. Her sister and brother-in-law died tragically at home, and she herself ended up in such a situation. Seeing the door not far away, Yi Qingyi began to think about running away. I just moved my body slightly and felt a sharp pain in my lower abdomen. If I had known this would happen, I should have given my first time to my fiancé earlier. Enduring the pain, Yi Qingyi moved slowly. The clanging sound of the iron chains woke up the two women sleeping next to her. Sun Ting yawned and said calmly, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Although Yi Qingyi was able to become the vice president with the help of her fiancé, she was also very smart. In this situation, the only way is to swallow my anger and look for another opportunity. I will never give in. No, I'm just a little hungry. Yi Qingyi hurriedly explained. Anbai chuckled and said, it's not time to eat yet, the master hasn't even gotten up yet. Yi Qingyi discovered that Anbai and Sun Ting were different. Sun Ting was Tang Zai's most loyal follower, but Anbai felt different, as if he was oppressed like herself. Maybe we can find a breakthrough here. No matter what, I have no choice but to go along with him. Otherwise, not only will I die, but the photos will also be sent out, and even the lives of my fiancé's entire family will be threatened. After getting up, Tang Zai brushed his teeth. His progress in the past 2 days was much faster, reaching 16%. At this rate, 3% a day, it will take about a month to unlock the Doomsday Gift Pack 2.0. If we get 3 more rations, the time can be cut in half. Unfortunately, these 3 are already the top-notch rations so far. After being used to eating fat abalones, how can we look down on the ugly ones? When he came to the balcony, Tang Zai felt a cold wind blowing. For the south in September, the weather was a bit strange. Fortunately, there was air conditioning in the house. When he turned on his phone, the weather temperature was no longer displayed, but Tang Zai felt that the temperature outside was only around 10 degrees. The weather changed too quickly. When they came to the living room, Tang Zai looked at Yi Qingyi, and Yi Qingyi couldn't help but move back, feeling fear towards Tang Zai. Tang Zai ignored them, touched Anbai and Sun Ting's heads, and prepared to enjoy breakfast. Breakfast is basically the most nutritious meal of the day, but as for Yi Qingyi's actions, she naturally ate the leftovers of the two women as she said. When the mushroom chicken soup appeared, Yi Qingyi was stunned. How could they have such food? That turned out to be sweet and sour pork ribs, and even a bowl of black chicken rice noodles. Sun Ting and Bai had been hungry for a long time, so they lay on the ground and started to eat. The living room was full of the aroma of chicken soup. Yi Qingyi's red lips were secreting mucus like crazy, and her jade neck couldn't help swallowing, but she could only watch. Tang Zai's meal was not that rich. He just had 2 meat buns and some porridge and checked the news in the community group. After more than 10 minutes, the two women were full and the rest was left to Yi Qingyi. There were only bones left in the sweet and sour spare ribs, only half a bowl of soup was left in the black bone chicken rice noodles, which was full of bones, and the same was true for the mushroom chicken soup. Eat, don't just stare at me. Sun Ting said calmly. Yi Qingyi looked at the leftovers and soup. She had never eaten like this in her life, but the rich aroma of the chicken soup was really irresistible. How could she have the energy to find a way to escape if she didn't eat enough? With this self-comfort, Yi Qingyi immediately started drinking the black chicken soup. She immediately felt warm in her stomach. It was even more delicious than that in Michelin restaurants. Mix some rice for her. Tang Zai said lightly. You guys ate all the meat, and she can be full by drinking some soup and gnawing on bones. If she is not full, how can she have the strength to withstand the brutal collision? And Bai said and quickly scooped a large spoonful of white rice. Yi Qingyi looked up at the ball of white rice and felt that she had not seen it for several years. In this water shortage situation, who has water to cook rice? They just ate raw rice to fill their stomachs. Eat quickly. And Bai reminded, not to make Tang Zai angry or he would have nothing to eat. Yi Qingyi looked at Bai gratefully. As the white rice was put into the chicken soup, it would become braised chicken and rice. The sound of Yi Qingyi eating could be heard in the living room. Even the leftover bones were not let go, and Yi Qingyi chewed them up and swallowed them. Belch. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but burp, and now even she felt ashamed of herself. But it felt like she hadn't been so full for a long, long time. If she had another bowl, Yi Qingyi felt she could finish it. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone rang. Your fiancé really cares about you. Sun Ting picked up the phone and smiled. Yi Qingyi had no intention of snatching it away because she knew that doing so would only anger them and hurt herself. My dad's friend said there will be a big drop in temperature and heavy snow in the next few days, so you should keep warm. Temperature reduction? Yi Qingyi didn't feel anything at all. Well, in the south, it's around 20 degrees Celsius during the day and 40 degrees Celsius at night. It's even colder in the north. Don't touch the heavy snow, just like this rain. Tang Zai frowned after hearing this. He thought the rain would stop, but he didn't expect the temperature to drop sharply. It seemed that he would still be trapped here. No, I have to find a chance to go out. Going out to find food is the most important thing. Okay, I understand. I will keep warm. Don't worry. Why are you crying again? Jiang Zihui was so anxious when he saw his fiancée crying. Nothing, just a little sentimental. Oh, if you hadn't gone to your sister's house for dinner that night, you would have been here with me. Jiang Zihui sighed. Yi Qingyi also thought so. If she left, she would not encounter this devil. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Suddenly a youthful voice sounded, which made Tang Zai pause, and Yi Qingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The girl in the phone was about 17 or 18 years old, with a pretty face that showed youth and vitality, with the innocence and spirit of youth. She was wearing a woolen sweater that revealed her slightly sexy collarbone, and a new summer model of Hermes ornament on her neck. Nana, I'm taking a rest. Jiang Nana was stunned for a moment. Sister-in-law, you should have a good rest, everything will be fine. Okay, I will have a good rest, don't worry. Yi Qingyi's face gradually turned red. How could she become like this and even bring up her dead brother-in-law? Jiang Nana said she didn't understand. Sister-in-law, please be careful. My brother misses you so much that he even secretly looks at your photos. What are you talking about, little brat? Jiang Zihui felt a little embarrassed, and Yi Qingyi was even more ashamed. She felt that she was unfaithful to love and was no longer worthy of her fiancé. You take a good rest. I'll go and deal with her. Nonsense. Well, go ahead. Listening to the playful sounds coming from the phone, Yi Qingyi was very envious. She should have been among them. After turning off the video call, I still have to face Tangzhe. So she is your sister-in-law. Sun Ting took the phone, opened the album, found the photo and showed it to Tangzhe. Tangzhe couldn't help but nod after reading it. It's a good choice. What are you going to do? Yi Qingyi suddenly shouted in a low voice. Hearing this questioning tone, Tangzhe felt a little unhappy. In the afternoon. Eat something. In the living room, and Bai secretly took out the leftovers from the refrigerator and came to Yi Qingyi. Looking at Bai, Yi Qingyi gradually let down her guard and said thank you weakly. Sister, please don't provoke the master again. Yi Qingyi ate the food with big mouthfuls. She wanted to die, but she didn't dare to. And Bai, why are you so obedient? Yi Qingyi asked, why don't you resist? And Bai was stunned for a moment, and whispered, we still have food and drink now, all of which belong to the master. If it weren't for the master, I'm afraid we would have become corpses. There are 4 or 5 more female corpses in the past few days. Of course Yi Qingyi didn't want to think about that. Every time she saw a female corpse on the grass, they were basically brutally abused. What was wrong with this world that made it so horrible? If it was out of fear at first, maybe it's a way of repaying a favor now. Repay a favor? Yi Qingyi asked in surprise. Yeah, what kind of character do those people in the community have? Did any of the girls who were caught have a good ending? We are very safe under the protection of our master. What we paid and what we got is not worth mentioning at all. Yi Qingyi suddenly realized that what Bai said made sense. Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom at this time and saw the 2 people in the living room. Yi Qingyi hurriedly put down the plate in her hand, fearing that Sun Ting would tell on them. And Sun Ting said calmly, eat, or you will starve to death. And Bai nodded and whispered, Sister Ting is not a bad person, it's just that you are too stubborn. This is not bad. It was her idea that led to me doing this. Xiao Bai, don't talk nonsense. I am a bad woman. Sun Ting curled her red lips. In this kind of world, being a good person will not have a good ending. It is better to be a bad person. And Bai pursed her lips, knowing that Sun Ting was speaking in anger. Thank you, I'm full. Yi Qingyi wiped the corner of her mouth. This feeling of fullness made her want to sleep. Sun Ting reminded calmly, if you want to die, you can beg, the master will give you this opportunity, but if you want to live, then put aside your status as vice president, or the eldest son's fiancé, and don't implicate Xiao Bai and me. Everyone wants to live, and no one wants to die. The living room was silent. And Bai poured Yi Qingyi a cup of warm water. Yi Qingyi took the warm water but did not drink it. Instead, she whispered, can you find me a nice dress? Sun Ting and Bai looked at each other. This time it seemed a little different. It seemed that life was still the most important thing. Tangzhe had a sound nap. He stood up and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the green belt in the center of the community, which was almost covered with corpses. Perhaps because the temperature has dropped recently, the stench of corpses has decreased a little. Tangzhe didn't want to stay in this kind of environment any longer, as he would be suffocated to death sooner or later. Opening the door and walking out of the bedroom, Tangzhe found that Yi Qingyi was no longer noisy and seemed to be much quieter, so he directly took out food as a reward. When Yi Qingyi saw a whole fried chicken leg in front of her, she suddenly had an urge to cry. This kind of junk food that she had never even looked at before actually made her give up her dignity to get it. I ate it all without thinking. Isn't it just to fill my stomach in the apocalypse? Any other requests? Tangzhe asked Yi Qingyi calmly. This question is tricky, but it does not pose a problem for the highly educated Yi Qingyi. She will not make any demands in front of Tangzhe and can only obey unconditionally, even if he asks her to jump off here.
I have no demands, I just want to bring endless happiness to my master.
Sun Ting and Inbai looked at each other again. This woman is very good at making men happy.
However, Tang Zhe did not believe Yiqingyi, and even in his heart he did not trust Sun Ting and Inbai.
The law of the end times is that no one else can believe in it except yourself. Post to moments, very good, you two can eat these. Tang Zhe gave the remaining chicken legs and wings to Sun Ting and Inbai.
His main purpose was to let Yiqingyi know that she should not think that she is better than them just by lowering her head and acting coquettishly. If she does not make any substantial contribution, she will always eat the food left by the two of them. Listening to the sound of chewing fried chicken legs, Yiqingyi also felt eager, but now she could only live like this. You can still communicate with your fiancé on the phone, but only under my supervision.
Tang Zhe smiled lightly as he stroked Yiqingyi's hair.
Yiqingyi certainly understood the meaning of this supervision, but at least she could still see her fiancé. Thank you.
Of course, you can also secretly ask your fiancé for help and ask your fiancé to save you. No, I promise.
Yiqingyi shook her head frantically, but she had this idea in her mind.
Tang Zhe lowered his head slightly, raised the pretty face with his index finger, and touched the soft red lips with his thumb. It's okay, I will chop off your fiancé's head and make a bowl out of his skull, so that you can eat from that bowl every day, and your mind will be more harmonious.
Hearing Tang Zhe say such horrifying words, Yiqingyi even had a picture in her mind. Not to mention Yiqingyi, Sun Ting and Inbai were also frightened. Suddenly Tang Zhe burst into laughter. Oh, I was just joking.
Look how scared you are. I won't tease you anymore.
Sun Ting and Inbai looked at Tang Zhe with resentment, but Yiqingyi felt that Tang Zhe was not joking, and immediately said, I don't want any contact, I am all yours.
Perhaps only in this way can she save her fiancé's family. I was just joking. I don't want to break up your loving couple. It makes me sound like a bad person. Could it be worse than this?
Yiqingyi only dared to think about it in her mind, but did not continue to talk about this issue. After the contact in the past few days, she summarized several important information.
Don't ask too many questions, don't ask further questions, and don't question him.
Of course, sometimes you can, but that would definitely be a flattering and coquettish way of asking questions.
Ting Ting, give her the phone back.
Sun Ting handed Yiqingyi's thing over. Yiqingyi was a little confused.
Wasn't this something that threatened her?
At this time, Sun Ting said embarrassedly, I'm sorry for impersonating you this morning.
Impersonating me?
I just want to know where your fiancé lives.
Don't think too much about it. In an instant, Yiqingyi's face turned pale.
Tang Zhe glared at her and said, Tisk, stop scaring me all the time. Then he hugged Yiqingyi to him. If there is a chance to go to Yunhai City, I will let you meet. Just as she was about to say no, Yiqingyi immediately changed her tone and said obediently, but I am the master's cat, wouldn't that be bad?
What's wrong with that? Don't you want to see it?
Yiqingyi didn't dare to say no, I want to see you.
If your fiancé knew about our relationship, would he be angry and beat you? Hearing Tang Zhe's teasing tone, Yiqingyi said softly, my fiancé won't know. You are really getting more and more like me. Take a good rest today.
Yiqingyi sat obediently beside him and was rewarded with a bag of Lay's cucumber-flavored potato chips worth 6 yuan. Tang Zhe hugged Inbai to his side and whispered, I plan to leave this community in a few days.
The three girls immediately looked up at Tang Zhe. Leaving here? Take us with you?
Of course I have to take you with me, otherwise who would I go with? With these words, the three women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Without the great god Tang Zhe, they would be robbed at any time, abused, traded, and so on.
But it's getting colder and colder, and we can't touch rain and snow. If the wind blows into our clothes, we will die.
Sun Ting expressed her concerns.
She might die if she went out.
Although there were only 3 of them here, it was better than taking risks by going out.
But Sun Ting didn't know Tang Zhe's purpose. 3 were too few and just a drop in the bucket.
Besides, there is almost no one left in this community to play with me. I have prepared some things these days that can withstand rain and snow.
Of course, I won't force you. You can choose to stay. I am reasonable.
After saying this, Tang Zhe showed a gentle smile. But in the eyes of the three women, this smile was not gentle at all, but like that of a bloodthirsty beast. Without any hesitation, the three women nodded at the same time. Taking out his phone, Tang Zhe pointed the camera at himself. Xiao Bai, be cute, let's take a selfie. And Bai immediately closed her beautiful eyes and stuck out her pink little tongue, making her 10,000 times cuter.
Card. Tang Zhe on the phone was smiling.
And Bai's beautiful face had a blush on it.
She looked a little cute and a little shy.
Her jade-like shoulders leaned against Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe immediately posted it on his moments and added a sentence. It's really well behaved. Among Tang Zhe's WeChat contacts, most of them are leaders he used to work for.
He was often ordered around by them.
There was no other intention, he just wanted to show off, and then he visited them one by one.
Sure enough, this post in the circle of friends caused a stir. Tang Zhe, you are really good. You have such a beautiful lady by your side. I have some supplies here. Do you want some? Fuck, Tang Zhe, you're still pretending. Send the beauty here quickly.
Xiao Tang, as your former leader, I want to tell you that you can't afford this kind of wealth.
Tang Zhe, where do you live? I'm coming to find you now.
I'm getting hot all over, this slut is the best. Various words of envy and jealousy were left under the photo, all in a condescending manner, which made Tang Zhe smile even more. Ting Ting, come here too, let's take a photo of the three of us together.
Tang Zhe waved his hand.
Sun Ting sat obediently aside, and the two women kissed Tang Zhe on the cheek at the same time.
The scene was as erotic as it could be.
After all, most women nowadays haven't taken care of themselves for a long time, so how could they be as beautiful as them? And this time, Tanza deliberately moved the camera downwards, revealing half of the proud snow-capped mountain, with the black lace faintly visible, which was a thrilling sight.
Add caption. Double the joy. Sure enough, once this was posted on the circle of friends, it became even more outrageous. Xiao Tang, listen to my advice. If you can't afford it, give it to me. I have plenty of supplies. Where the hell did you find this woman, Tang Zhe? Brother Tang, I have some supplies here, how about we share them? Boss Tang, we are living worse than dogs, but you are so cool. Show us the way.
Looking at these aggressive replies, Tang Zhe seemed exceptionally calm and stood up slowly. Yi Qingyi, who was standing next to him, thought that he would call her to take a selfie together and was about to stand up, but Tang Zhe walked away. This made Yi Qingyi stand there in a daze.
She felt like a clown. With her looks, wasn't she qualified to join in the selfie and show off?
Secret Yi Qingyi suddenly felt a surge of frustration in her heart. Tang Zhe went to take a photo of the supplies and then sent it to his moments.
I can't even finish it.
With beautiful women and material goods, any man knows that this is definitely a life like God. All the people who were originally called Xiao Tang and Tang Zhe changed their names to this.
They are all Mr. Tang.
Tang Zhe said that they were all colleagues before and should take care of each other, and he promised them that he would deliver some supplies when he was free. A video call was made directly to Tangza, manager Xiao of Huan Hotel.
Tang Zhe answered the video call, and a middle-aged Mediterranean man appeared on the screen with a lewd smile. Xiao Tang, do you still remember me? Manager Xiao, of course I remember. How could Tang Zhe forget?
At that time, he was a doorman at Huan Hotel and manager Xiao was the hotel lobby manager. Just because he was honest, he always did the most tiring and dirty work. I still remember manager Zhao's scolding. You are just a country bumpkin, you are destined to work as a laborer all your life.
I respect you by letting you be a doorman. Otherwise, you should clean toilets.
But the scolding look on his face from that year disappeared, replaced by a flattering smile. Xiao Tang, I knew you had a promising future, but it was a pity that you left the company too quickly.
I was going to give you a captain position.
Manager Xiao, I am not worthy of being the captain. You think too highly of me.
Xiao Tang, you are wrong. You are the most promising young person I have ever met. He tried to flatter Tang Zhe with a burst of flattery.
Tang Zhe sat on the sofa and pulled Yi Qingyi from the ground into his arms. When Manager Xiao saw the charming Yi Qingyi, his smile froze. This was the third one. In this day and age, having 3 top-notch women living in the house requires a lot of strength. Manager Xiao knows this very well, and he must be at least a boss. Yi Qingyi finally felt relieved, or to be more precise, a little more balanced. But then she thought, why should she care about such things? She must be crazy. Manager Xiao, I think you have something to talk to me about. Tang Zhe smiled while holding the plump snow-capped breasts. Yi Qingyi bit her red lips and moaned softly, which made Manager Xiao burst into tears. It's just that the food at home is almost gone. Manager Xiao was a little speechless. How could he still have some memory of Tang Zhe back then? There was really nothing he could do. Tang Zhe understood immediately. Manager Xiao, look at what you said. You took care of me so much in the past, I should repay you. Give me an address first, and I will send it to you when the weather is better. Oh, that's great, I knew I had the right person. Manager Xiao was overjoyed, but there was jealousy in his eyes, and he even started to have bad ideas in his mind. Tang Zhe was not satisfied with just getting an address. Former leaders sent congratulatory messages one after another. When Tang Zhe saw those addresses, the smile on his face became even more intense. A ding-dong sound. Tang Zhe's WeChat rang, and the 3 girls looked at Tang Zhe's phone at the same time. It was like when a boyfriend's WeChat rang, a girlfriend would subconsciously look over. This is not the 3 girls' fault. Tang Zhe has never called them on WeChat. Even just now, they called him via video to confirm whether Tang Zhe really has the supplies and it is not a photoshopped picture. Tang Zhe also thought it was some embarrassed former leader, but paused when he saw the WeChat name. This is not an ex-leader, this is an ex-girlfriend. No, she is not an ex-girlfriend at all, because she never agreed to it. When the 3 women saw Tang Zhe's expression, they knew there must be something going on. How could such a strong man have something on his mind? Their gossiping hearts burned in their hearts. Even Yi Qingyi was extremely curious. It could only be said that women understood too well. Tang Zhe glanced at the 3 women, who immediately lowered their heads and looked away casually. Come and see if you want to. It's like being a thief. Tang Zhe laughed. And Bai was the first one to rush over, and Sun Ting couldn't stop him. What if Tang Zhe was just talking and you took it seriously? You might as well be careful not to have any food to eat at night. After seeing that Tang Zhe really didn't blame her, Sun Ting went to gossip with peace of mind. Yi Qingyi told herself in her heart that there was nothing to gossip about and it had nothing to do with her. But when she saw the exaggerated expressions of Sun Ting and Bai, Yi Qingyi cursed herself and immediately went over to gossip. I saw a person with a cartoon avatar sending a message. Are you okay? With just 4 simple words, the 3 women were able to immediately conclude that the other party was a woman, and that her relationship with Tang Zhe was definitely special, otherwise she would not have used this opening method. So the 3 girls came to the conclusion that it was most likely the ex-girlfriend. You keep asking one by one, it makes my ears hurt. Tang Zhe was speechless. Are you women so gossipy? Yi Qingyi, start with you, then Xiao Bai, and then Ting Ting. Upon hearing Tang Zhe ranked her first, Yi Qingyi felt a little happy, but she soon felt something was wrong. Why should she be happy? Just because she was ranked first? What is there to be happy about? Yi Qingyi, don't be brainwashed by him. You are just bored and want to listen to a story. Sun Ting immediately suggested, should we drink some red wine? That way we can listen to the story. You are the only one who has too many things to do. Go and get it. Tang Zhe didn't care. He was bored anyway. He was afraid that no one else knew about this except himself. Sun Ting opened a bottle of 800 yuan red wine, poured it all out, and even poured a glass for Yi Qingyi. Ask. Tang Zhe took a sip and leaned back on the sofa. Yi Qingyi coughed lightly. Who is she? She should be considered the object of my pursuit in the past. Tang Zhe said truthfully. It was an unhappy past, but now he can ignore it and even share it with them. And Bai immediately asked, did you catch up with her?
Or did you catch up with her and then break up? Of course I didn't catch him. Sun Ting then asked, why didn't you catch up with him? Tang Zai was speechless. Are you stupid? If I chased one of you before, would you care about me? There is something wrong with what he said. The three girls did not deny this fact. In the past, they would have ignored Tang Zai. What does she do? Does she look down on you? Yi Qingyi asked next. Tang Zai swirled the red wine in his glass and said softly, 3 years ago, we worked in a hotel. I was the doorman and she was the front desk clerk. Isn't that beautiful? Is she as beautiful as us? Take a look at the photos. And Bai couldn't wait to see the photos, and Yi Qingyi showed great interest. Tang Zai sighed, there are no photos. It must be in the circle of friends. The three girls insisted on looking. Fuck you guys, master, you just said you weren't angry. And Bai said pitifully. Tang Zai, okay, who asked me to be reasonable? After saying that, he opened the other party's circle of friends. However, it was only visible for 3 days. The three women were disappointed, but since she could work as a receptionist at Huan Hotel, her appearance must be not bad. Sun Ting continued to ask, does she have a boyfriend who rejected you, or is there another reason? Tang Zai drank the red wine in one gulp and said calmly, I don't know, but she does look pretty good, but not as good as you guys. The three girls felt relieved after hearing this. Although she is inferior to you, in the eyes of others, she is also a beauty. All the workers in the hotel like her. She is a sought-after woman, and of course I am one of them. The three girls could not help but listen attentively, and began to imagine a scene in their minds, a poor boy courting a gorgeous woman, and then being. The master was so miserable that the woman's heart was immediately filled with pity. She wanted to comfort the injured master and make him happy. At that time, the salary for a doorman was 800 yuan a month. Yi Qingyi exclaimed, only 800? I later found out that it was just a delay in my probation period. Yi Qingyi felt that Tang Zai was too miserable, no wonder he would take revenge in this way. I remember it was a sunny afternoon, and I spent a huge amount of money to buy her a meal from the hotel's highest quality canteen. As soon as these words were spoken, the three women burst out in laughter, they really couldn't hold it back. Tang Zai's mouth twitched. I'm telling you such a sad story, is it so funny? Bai looked aggrieved. I wasn't laughing, it was you who were laughing. Tang Zai said helplessly, I thought you would accept it, but the reality is cruel. I was rejected. The three girls could already guess the result, and they would also refuse if they were in their shoes. But Tang Zai didn't finish his words and continued, she overturned the plate and the expensive dishes fell to the ground. Everyone around was looking over here. Hearing this, Bai stopped acting like a spoiled child, feeling a little bit unbelievable. Even if she was rejecting someone, she didn't need to do this. Then he said something that I will never forget. After he finished speaking, he looked at Sun Ting and said, your word Daosi is really nothing. Sun Ting cursed herself inwardly. Why did she curse at others at that time? It was mainly because there were too many vicious words on the public screen when she was dancing. She couldn't help but feel irritated, and when she saw Tang Zai, she took out her anger on him. She said I was a dog and should lift my legs and pee in the mirror. How could I be qualified to treat her to a meal? The living room suddenly became quiet. Yi Qingyi didn't expect that there would be such a woman. She was so hateful. Why did she say hurtful words? Although Tang Zai was not a human being, he was a devil. Did you beat her up? Bai asked expectantly, wanting to hear Tang Zai beat up that bad woman. Tang Zai smiled and shook his head, I picked up the food that fell on the ground. I bought it for 199 yuan and couldn't waste it, even though there were laughter all around. The three women were shocked. Was Tang Zai so cowardly in the past? This is completely different from the god of death that I saw. So, I failed before I even started. Tang Zai shrugged and lit a cigarette. Thinking back now, he was very naive and weak at that time. Then don't reply to her, starve her to death. Bai Du said angrily. Yi Qingyi suddenly said, that's too good for her. Now Tangzai and the two girls all looked at Yi Qingyi. You have changed too quickly. The smart Yi Qingyi certainly understood the issue of stance. Only if she went along with Tangzai and made him happy would she have a chance. But Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten that her opportunities would be paid for at the cost of other people's pain. In a way, Yi Qingyi's mind began to slowly change. Then what do you think is the most appropriate response for me? Tangzai thought it would be interesting to see their reactions. Yi Qingyi volunteered and said, Master, how about letting me reply? Sun Ting and Bai looked at him and thought, you are really brave. Tangzai paused for a moment, curious about how Yi Qingyi would handle it, and directly placed the phone in Yi Qingyi's hand. Yi Qingyi thought for a moment before replying. Pretty good. Shanhu community is considered high-end in Huan City, with an average price of 21,000 yuan per square meter. It is also relatively close to the city center and there is a subway downstairs, which is very convenient. The people living here are naturally elites, and the situation like that in Tangza has not occurred, but it is only a matter of time. On the sofa, Chaoyu was wearing a thin pajamas and watching TV with lifeless eyes. It didn't matter what was playing on TV. He was thinking of one thing in his mind. The local dog in the past was actually living a colorful life at this time. He was even accompanied by a girl who was prettier than himself, and supplies filled half of the living room. Looking at his supplies which were running out, Chaoyu frowned deeply. It would be great if he could cheat his way into those supplies. Haven't I replied to you yet? A man in his 50s, who was a whole generation older, walked out of the toilet. With Chaoyu's financial strength, he naturally couldn't afford to buy the house here. This house belonged to a man who was used to support his lover. He was also the deputy general manager of Huan Hotel. However, this man was a bit too fat, at least 300 kilograms, while Chaoyu only weighed 90 kilograms. Sometimes he felt suffocated by the pressure. Not yet. Chaoyu said helplessly. Bai Jian sat next to her, his fat hands on her shoulders. This kind of man will show off once he is in power, especially to those who have abandoned him before, so he will definitely reply to you, and maybe even want you. Bai Jian whispered sinisterly, thinking in his mind how to snatch the supplies. Without the supplies, the two beauties would naturally leave him, and then they would be his. A ding-dong sound. See, this isn't taking the bait. Chaoyu picked up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that no one would pay attention to him. Be direct and make him happy. Bai Jian reminded. Chaoyu took a deep breath and replied, I miss you. Yi Qingyi on the other side was so angry that she laughed when she saw such a reply. This woman is so shameless. Tangzai smiled without saying anything and pinched Sun Ting's beautiful face. She was just a receptionist from a few years ago and could not compare with the anchor. Yi Qingyi continued to reply. Now you know you miss me, what were you doing before? When Bai Jian saw this reply, he smiled and said, it seems that he still has feelings for you. Continue. I'm sorry, I was wrong, can you still forgive me? Yi Qingyi couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to rush to the other side of the screen to pin this shameless woman to the ground and beat her up. She's simply a green tea bitch. And Bai said angrily, Master, you must not be soft-hearted. Ha, do you think I will forgive you? Forget it. When Chaoyu saw this reply, his face darkened. A country boy actually said this to him. But Bai Jian is a seasoned man, the angrier he is, the more he cares. You don't understand this, so keep showing weakness. I was stupid back then. It's all my fault. Can you give me another chance? Unless you kneel down and take a picture for me. Chaoyu wanted to start scolding me, but Tugo actually asked me to kneel down. But since Bai Jian was there, he naturally took the photo and sent it to her. Yi Qingyi was secretly happy when she saw the photo. Tang, the master knelt down. Tangzai glanced at it and said, good job, you got the address. Ah. Yi Qingyi continued to reply, you are much more obedient than before. Give me your address. I will see if you are obedient when I have a chance. Tell him. Bai Jian thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Once the person is caught, there is no need to worry about the supplies running away. Shanhu Community, Building 3, Unit 1, 501.
Wash your butt clean and wait for me. After replying, Yi Qingyi felt comfortable.
Tang Zhe took the phone and took a look at it. You are good at chatting, and you even asked her to clean up. Why don't you go and have fun?
No, I'm just helping my master vent his anger.
Yi Qingyi quickly shook her head. Since you are so excited to talk, tell me about your story. Yi Qingyi asked doubtfully, my business? What business? Did she do something wrong again to provoke this devil? And Bai reminded, it's just some personal issues.
I haven't seen you much in the community before, or how did you and your fiancé meet? Yi Qingyi's expression turned sad after hearing this. I had been hiding in my brother-in-law and sister's house until that day when my brother-in-law was betrayed by his brother and killed my brother-in-law and sister. The three of them didn't react much after hearing this. It seemed like they were accustomed to this kind of betrayal. They had all experienced it before. Then how did you meet your fiancé? Sun Ting started gossiping.
Well, it's actually nothing, Yi Qingyi said subconsciously, but quickly reacted and added, my fiancé and I met during an advertising collaboration. Sun Ting asked, you knew she was a rich second generation, so you pursued him? How is that possible?
At that time, he was studying at my company, his position was lower than mine, and he was still pursuing me.
Money offensive? And Bai asked with her beautiful eyes full of curiosity.
If you can't get her by using money, you can use shamelessness and tenderness. Sun Ting laughed and said, all decent women fall for this.
Then what was your reaction when you found out he was a rich second generation? Tang Zhe was very curious, should he be happy or unhappy?
Yi Qingyi joked, there's a saying, you can pretend to be poor, but you can't really be poor.
Very insightful.
Sun Ting gave a thumbs up.
Just kidding.
I was quite angry at that time, but also felt happy. Anyway, it was very contradictory.
Yi Qingyi thought about it and did not lie. Sun Ting suddenly raised the question of death, so now do you think the master is better or the fiancé? Of course it's my fiancé.
Yi Qingyi expressed her thoughts without thinking.
And Bai thought to himself, this is not good, the master will be angry.
But Tang Zhe was not angry, he just expressed his feelings through practical actions.
In the garage. Boss, let's flush Building 3 tonight. That's right. We've already taken care of Building 2 and Building 5. We don't have to worry about the number of people. That crappy gun doesn't have many bullets. Boss, think about it. That's a whole room of supplies and 3 beauties.
After hearing what the younger brother said, the materials were not so attractive, but when I thought about the figures of those 3 women, this was the motivation among motivations, which man would refuse such a stunning beauty, while that damn delivery man could play every day. When I think about the quality of my own stuff, there is no way to compare it.
It's just a few deaths, let's do it. Get ready. We're going to kill the delivery man tonight, but we also need to plan and kill him directly.
Ding Feng made up his mind.
Either he would enjoy the beauty and the supplies, or he would be killed. There was no third choice. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation.
At night, Ding Feng gathered his confidants and promised that if he caught the beauty, he would give her to them to play with for some time. Only then did his confidants agree with a smile. There were 10 men sitting at the big round dining table. Ding Feng sat at the head seat, solidifying his status as the boss. Next to him sat his girlfriend, who was not pretty but young and capable.
Brother Feng, now you are the boss of the neighborhood. When will you lead your brothers to conquer the world?
One of the younger brothers was a little drunk and laughed. Ding Feng took a sip of beer and said with a smile, it's a bit exaggerated to conquer the world, but it's no problem for our district.
By then, you can have any beauty you want, even celebrities. Boss, can I have Li Linger? Just once, even if it means death.
A rat-eyed and weasel-faced man said drunkenly, his yellow teeth could suffocate people to death. The short man sitting next to him burped and said, I miss Li Linger, too.
Li Linger, you men, can't you speak more politely?
Ding Feng's girlfriend rolled her eyes. She is a popular rookie idol,
so beautiful that you are not even qualified to lick her toes. The second leader laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, what we are doing is not civilized. We don't care about civilized words. Forget civilization, cheers." Ding Feng raised his glass and drank. Cheers. It feels great to take a sip of beer, and it feels even better if you add a beautiful woman to it. At this time, there was a knock on the door. One of the younger brothers stood up unwillingly and shouted, "Why are you knocking on the door? These men are so ignorant and want to come in to eat." After opening the door, the young man looked at the aisle. The 4 men who were supposed to be guarding the door were lying in a pool of blood, while the delivery boy was standing at the door with a smile on his face. "It's really sad that you didn't invite your brothers over for a gathering when you have something delicious." Tang Zhe laughed, and the saber in his hand pierced through the younger brother's abdomen, and his intestines were scattered all over the ground. Everyone in the room was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out the mobile phones on the table to call people. However, when they saw the delivery boy Tang Zhe standing at the door, a layer of fear gradually covered their angry faces. Why is he here suddenly? Ding Feng was originally arrogant, but now he was frightened and his hands began to tremble. Tang Zhe walked into the room dragging a bloody saber, leaving a long blood mark on the tip of the knife. As Tang Zhe sat down, the hearts of the men around him were in their throats and they dared not even breathe. He was indeed plotting to kill Tang Zhe just now, but he was just in a plotting state. When he saw him appear, his attitude was different. Otherwise, why would he plot to kill him? It was because he was afraid. There are also peanuts, which are delicious. Tang Zhe ate the peanuts easily. As the boss, Ding Feng felt that Tang Zhe had ill intentions, but it was too much of a coincidence that Tang Zhe appeared just as he was plotting. "There's a traitor in the team." Just as he finished thinking, a younger brother immediately knelt in front of Tang Zhe. "Brother Tang, you promised not to kill me and give me supplies." Everyone looked at this traitorous man with hatred. "When did I promise you?" Tang Zhe asked curiously. When the younger brother was confused, a knife flashed and hot blood splashed on the white wall. Putting the knife into the corpse, Tang Zhe looked at everyone and said, "If I can betray you today, I will betray me tomorrow, so I helped you kill this traitor, shouldn't you thank me?" None of the 9 men dared to speak. The sister-in-law was trembling with fear. Her man was far inferior to him. He could control everyone just by sitting there and scare them to death. "This is my sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I don't kill women," Tang Zhe said with a smile. Ding Feng knew that tonight would not be peaceful. It was because he had the murderous intention. If not, he probably would not have come to his door. It is better to go all out than to be like a pig and be slaughtered at will. "What do you want to do?" Ding Feng asked in a low voice, but he was far behind in terms of momentum. Tang Zhe scratched his hair and said, "As the saying goes, when you want to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed in return." "Kill him." Ding Feng immediately picked up the wine bottle and threw it at Tang Zhe. The 2 younger brothers sitting next to Tang Zhe immediately pressed on Tang Zhe's shoulders. The bottle fell steadily on Tang Zhe's forehead and shattered. The wine flowed down Tang Zhe's face, but there was no bleeding. "You're not strong enough. I'm going to start resisting." Tang Zhe's laughter made the 2 younger brothers beside him feel depressed. A huge force came, and they couldn't suppress the beast in front of them at all. He drew out his saber and chopped off the heads of the 2 people around him. "Do you know why I like using a knife? Compared to using a gun, I prefer the feeling of a knife cutting into a person's body, the flesh torn apart, the blood splattered, and the desperate and painful screams." Ding Feng thought he was already perverted enough, but he didn't expect there was someone even more perverted. "What are you all standing there for? Kill him. Otherwise we will all die." Ding Feng shouted frantically, he had no way out. Under the threat of death, the younger brothers ignored their own interests and rushed towards Tang Zhe. There were hurried footsteps outside the house, and all the owner's younger brothers came in. When they saw Tang Zhe in the house and the corpse on the ground, they were scared. "He is alone, let's kill him. Everything belongs to us," Ding Feng shouted angrily. All the men in the entire community gathered here, so couldn't they kill a delivery man?
Obviously, Ding Feng underestimated the delivery man.
Kill him. Brothers, kill him and all the beauties will be ours.
Sure enough, the beauties became more motivated, and some even pounced towards Tangzai, but Tangzai simply chopped her down and split her in half.
This terrifying power shocked everyone.
But the people at the back didn't see it and kept pushing forward, fearing they wouldn't get the credit. This was simply a way of queuing up to die, but Tangzai became more and more excited. His eyes were red and he was obviously getting too excited. He rushed straight to the door, and the corpses on the ground piled up.
It was as horrible as hell.
Back in the house, Ding Feng stood there blankly, the fruit knife in his hand no longer stable. He looked at Tangzai, who looked like a bloody man, as if he had just crawled out of hell.
Tangzai stuck the knife into the pile of corpses and took out some tissues to wipe the blood off his face. Can't we be more peaceful? I didn't want to kill you.
After all, I still have to live here for a few more days. I don't want the community to be dead and deserted.
It's good now. I have almost killed all the men.
Ding Feng breathed rapidly, and suddenly he clenched the fruit knife and rushed towards Tangzai, his eyes emitting the last light.
Draw your sword and stab. Puff.
Before he could rush to Tangzai, his abdomen was pierced by a saber, and his whole body was stuck on the wall with the blade facing upwards. The veins on Ding Feng's forehead popped out, and he held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands.
His body sank and would be cut in half.
The woman next to her was so frightened that she dared not move and her whole body could not help shaking.
Don't be afraid, I really won't kill women.
Tangzai walked to the woman and said with a smile, then pressed her on the table. Ding Feng's eyes were bloodshot with hatred, but it quickly turned into fear. His woman turned into a mummy, as if all the blood had been drained out.
Is this delivery guy a vampire? Coming in front of Ding Feng, Tangzai smiled and said, I didn't expect you to last this long. I'll spare your life.
I still have to visit other owners. Ding Feng pulled out the saber and dropped it on the ground. The blade had already cut his chest. There was blood all over the ground and his face was pale.
This is not a life-saving grace, this is just a painful way for death.
Devil, 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 ghost, Ding Feng murmured. He could have enjoyed a good life, so why should he provoke such a person? There is a knife hanging over your head when it comes to lust, but the ancients did not deceive me. Having tasted the sweetness, Tangzai began to knock on doors from house to house, and instead of having the doors opened, he would simply pull them open with brute force. Standing in the master bedroom, Tangzai smiled and opened the bed. Your husband wanted to kill me, but I killed him instead.
You won't blame me, right?
Community. The woman shook her head violently, not daring to look at Tangzai. After Tangzai walked out of the bedroom and took away the supplies in the house, he continued to visit the next house. This night was a bloody night, a night of killing. The screams never stopped until dawn. In the living room, the three women were all awake because they couldn't sleep.
Last night Tangzai just said he had to go out for something and never came back. Now it's dawn and there's still no news.
There are constant cries of fear coming from outside.
What happened? If Tangzai died, what awaited them would be inhuman torture. Even Yichingi didn't want anything to happen to Tangzai at this moment.
This kind of pressure made Yichingi cry softly. Thinking of her recent tragic experience and the tragic deaths of her sister and brother-in-law, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Crying is contagious, and Inbai started crying too. Sun Ting couldn't help but tremble, thinking that she would become a corpse like her friend. The fear made her eyes well up with tears.
Without Tangza, they were nothing.
As the door opened, the three women looked over with fear and expectation. Tangzai walked into the room with a smile on his face, holding a big gift box in his hand, but his whole body was covered in blood. Why are you crying so early in the morning?
I'm not dead yet. Inbai burst into tears immediately.
She was really scared.
If Tangzai died outside, she would jump down. It's not a suicide for love, I just don't want to be tortured anymore.
Oh, take care of her,
Tangzai said helplessly.
Sun Ting wiped the tears from her eyes. Xiaobai is like this, timid.
Tangze shook his head and came to Yichingi, putting down the gift box. "This is for you, no need to thank me." Looking at the gift box in front of her, Yichingi was a little confused, and Bai stopped crying, and Sun Ting was even more envious, because this was the first time Tangze gave a gift. It probably contained cakes or something. Sun Ting thought, Yichingi didn't do anything, so how did she get such a reward? Is it because of my good performance last night? I'm going to take a shower, you guys clean up. My makeup is all ruined by crying. I look like a ghost. Be careful or I'll kill you all. The three women were stunned and quickly packed up. Tangze only likes beautiful women, not ugly women. In the bathroom, hot water poured over Tangze's muscular body, and the blood was washed into the sewer. Thinking about the results of the night, Tangze felt secretly happy. He had reached 63% of the progress in one go, and was only a little short of upgrading the gift package. This kind comes faster, but the quality is worrying. In the living room, the three girls had already finished their makeup and were sitting next to the gift boxes. What on earth is it? I'm so curious. And Bai opened his big watery eyes. Sun Ting said enviously, "We have been here for so many days and have no gifts, but you have already received a gift after just a short time. Maybe it's because I'm a young girl." These words were so discouraging that Sun Ting and Bai looked hurt. Yichingi chuckled, "I'm just kidding, let's eat together." It is definitely necessary to build a good relationship with them. Hearing that Yichingi was willing to share food, Sun Ting and Bai were very happy and their impression of Yichingi changed a little. Yichingi slowly took the box away, and the three girls' smiling faces immediately froze. Woo! 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 And Bai immediately covered his mouth, his stomach churning, and he vomited into the trash can next to him. Sun Ting originally just wanted to vomit, but when she heard Bai's vomiting sound, she couldn't help but vomit. Instead, Yichingi didn't react at all and just looked at the head in the gift box. It was the murderer who killed my brother-in-law and sister. Harry! Sun Ting's face turned pale from vomiting. She pointed and asked, "Who is this?" "He is the one who killed my sister and brother-in-law." Yichingi said calmly, "Sister and brother-in-law, you can rest in peace now. Gangzi will kowtow to you and apologize." And Bai took out a tissue and wiped his lips, saying enviously, "The master is so good to you." Yichingi just smiled awkwardly. Why did Tangze suddenly become like this? Was he attracted by her beauty? Soon, Tangze walked out in his shorts and sat directly on the sofa. "I'm so tired." Sun Ting and Bai understood immediately and went to give Tangze a massage immediately. "Thank you." Yichingi squatted at Tangze's feet and said gratefully. Tangze closed his eyes and said calmly, "I just happened to meet him. He said he was your brother-in-law's good brother, so I killed him directly." "What about his wife and daughter?" "They're all dead," Tangze said slowly, and he felt like he was about to fall asleep. Sun Ting, who was giving the massage, smiled at Yichingi and asked curiously, "Master, why are you going out for the night? After killing some people, you don't have to stay in the house all the time. You can walk around the community." Tangze said with pleasure and comfort. And Bai exclaimed, "I dare not walk around randomly, or I will be caught. There are only 4 of us left in the entire community." And Bai and Sun Ting looked at Tangze in disbelief. Are they the only ones left in the entire community? What about the rest? Are they all dead? Okay, I'm going to bed first. Tangze patted Yichingi's head and said, "I like your performance very much." Tangze went straight to sleep after returning to the bedroom, but there was a pistol at the door, and anyone who dared to open the door would be shot in the head. The 3 girls all knew the rule and would never enter Tangze's bedroom. "Let's go out and take a look," Sun Ting suggested. And Bai said worriedly, "What if it's a joke?" Yichingi shook her head, "He won't joke about our lives." Yichingi was still smart and responsible, and Sun Ting and Bai thought she was right. The 3 women came out of the kitchen with kitchen knives in their hands and opened the door. I plucked up my courage and walked to the underground garage. It was so quiet that it was frightening. Then I arrived at building 4 and smelled blood as soon as I entered the building. Blood kept dripping from the top of the stairs. After swallowing, the three women continued to walk up. The brave Sun Ting walked in front, the timid Bai was in the middle, and Yi Qingyi followed behind. They soon arrived at the first floor. The smell of blood filled the entire corridor. The man's body was lying on the ground. When they walked into the room, the three women gasped. The situation was totally out of control. The three women leaned against the wall and vomited simultaneously. The corpses formed a small hill, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and there was a shriveled female corpse lying on the dining table, her eyes wide open with a look of fear. Did he kill so many people? Yi Qingyi murmured. Is this something that one person can do? Sun Ting couldn't believe it either, but the facts were right in front of her. He should be a disciple of a master, and delivering food is just a way to hide his identity. Bai felt that Sun Ting's speculation made some sense, otherwise how could he be so powerful that he could chop down an entire community by himself? How could this woman become like this? Yi Qingyi endured the smell of blood and walked into the house to observe the situation. Bai whispered, "It seems like all the blood in her body has been sucked away." Is she a vampire? Sun Ting tapped Bai's head and said, "You've watched too many American TV series, including ones about vampires. So she was really sucked dry." Bai touched his head aggrievedly. What if she got knocked stupid? The master would shoot me in the head. Yi Qingyi felt that what Bai said was right. There was indeed no blood left in her body. This was too strange. Could it be another virus? Let's go and take another look. When they arrived at the next house, the three women also saw the shriveled female corpse. It was the same in the entire building number 4. All the women were shriveled. No, it should be said that all the women in the entire community were shriveled. This frightened the three women so much that they turned pale. Because now we can be sure that it was Tang Zhe who did it. With a little speculation, we can be even more certain because I almost became a corpse like this at that time. Back in the house, the three women were still in a daze, like zombies. I think Tang Zhe is a vampire. And he's the kind that specializes in attracting girls. At this time, Tang Zhe walked out of the house yawning, and immediately saw the three women looking at him with fear. He was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "You saw it all." Bai nodded timidly. Are you a vampire? Yi Qingyi asked blankly. Tang Zhe groaned and said, "If you say she is smart, she is indeed smart, but if you say she is stupid, she is a little bit stupid too." Tang Zhe suddenly became serious and said in a dull voice, "I originally planned to live in peace with you, but now I won't pretend anymore. I'm Nicholas, the domestic double-line vampire of Edward's 79th branch in the country." The three women gasped after hearing this. It's really a vampire. No wonder he can create food. This is probably the special ability of vampires. This is how it's portrayed in movies. Looking at the reactions of the three women, Tang Zhe laughed in his heart. You all believe this? Forget it, just believe it, you idiot. Walking up to them, Tang Zhe suddenly made a ferocious face, scaring the three girls so much that they huddled together. Ha ha ha. Listening to Tang Zhe's arrogant laughter, the three women believed it without a doubt. Behave yourself, or I'll suck all your blood. Tang Zhe pinched Bai's face. This little Bai is quite cute. Xiao Bai nodded vigorously, and Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi beside him also nodded. Just tease them and that's it. I'm starving, so I'll have a whole meal. I'm going to have some filet steak for lunch today to replenish my nutrition. Master, can I ask you a question? Bai looked up and asked nervously. Tang Zhe hummed as he finished a piece of steak in one bite. Master, why do you only eat meat and not drink some blood? Will you be malnourished? Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. Master, do you sleep in a coffin at night? Master, have you evolved? You are not afraid of the sun. If the blood type is different, will you feel sick when you inhale it? Bai asked questions like a curious baby, and Tang Zhe's mouth began to twitch. He picked up the curious baby Xiao Bai and went to the balcony and said fiercely, I'm going to suck you now. No, master. Tang Zhe bit Bai's snow-white neck directly. and Bai felt like he was going to die, but found that his neck didn't hurt. "If you ask any more questions, I'll suck your blood dry," Tang Zhe said fiercely. And Bai hugged Tang Zhe's neck tightly, wrapped her slender legs around Tang Zhe's waist, raised her head slightly and panted. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief, as they thought Xiao Bai was going to die. Suddenly, Tang Zhe stopped and looked outside. The wind had stopped, the rain had stopped, and he had no idea when it happened. The rain has stopped." And Bai shouted in disbelief. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi in the house immediately went to the balcony and opened the window. Although there was a dark cloud above their heads, the rain had indeed stopped, the wind had stopped, and they could even see the sunlight in the dark clouds, as if it was about to break through. Yi Qingyi wondered in her heart, does this mean that rescue will arrive soon, or that this crisis will be overcome? Yi Qingyi's originally slightly dim eyes suddenly brightened, even Sun Ting's. But before they could be happy, they saw scattered groups of people appearing outside the community gate. The group was getting bigger and bigger, and their shoes seemed to be covered with some plastic, so their walking looked a little strange. "But if I'm not mistaken, he should be walking towards my community." There were at least 100 of them. You have to know that there were only 50 or 60 men left in my community. With so many of them left, there was definitely no internal strife, or at least there was little internal strife. These people all have knives in their hands. They are definitely not here to rescue you. They are here to kill you. Tang Zhe suddenly became excited. He hadn't had enough killing last night, and today someone came to get a kill. It would be great if killing people could increase his energy bar. Under the community. The man in the lead had a big bald head and looked ferocious. He held a butcher knife in his hand and even wrapped the handle and his hand together with white cloth. "Boss, kill Xie Yuhong and Feng Jin later." "Damn, they hacked my brother last time in the supermarket," a man said coldly, wishing he could chop the two men into pieces. Mohan turned to his brothers and shouted, "Today's mission is simple. Kill the men. Steal the women. Steal the supplies." The younger brothers raised their knives and shouted excitedly, "Kill the men, rob the women, and steal the supplies." "Boss, I heard there are beautiful ladies in this community, flight attendants. I saw them last time. They were so pretty." The man's wretched appearance was so disgusting that it made people vomit. Mohan spat, "From now on, all the women in this area belong to me, Mohan. I have 3,000 beauties in my harem. Long live the boss." Tang Zhe on the balcony hugged the panting and Bai and said with a smile, "These people are united, unlike us. Why don't we hide?" Yi Qingyi suggested. There were too many people on the other side. However, Tang Zhe threw in Bai, whose face was flushed, on the sofa and took out the saber again. The golden handle was engraved with complex patterns, showing its nobility, and the blade was sharp and emitted a cold light. You have to force your way in. Seeing that Tang Zhe was going out to fight again, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi began to worry. "I didn't kill enough yesterday, so I'll make up for it today." Tang Zhe opened the door and paused. He took out a gun and threw it to Sun Ting, and reminded her, "You can use it to kill people or commit suicide. I don't want to see my rations get dirty." After that, Tang Zhe closed the door and left. Sun Ting held the cold pistol in her hand and looked at Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi swallowed and her mind seemed a little confused. Sun Ting looked at Bai again, but forget it, she was lost. The group of people below had already entered the residential area, and when they saw the body in the central greenbelt, they paused for a few seconds. This neighborhood is really chaotic. So many people died. Isn't it? Look at these women. TSK, there's not much for me to play with. However, there were still a few men hiding aside and vomiting. They thought that their community was cruel enough, but after entering the Jinyuan community, they realized that their side was still too gentle. At least not so many women died. "Boss, it's a bit quiet, I feel something is wrong." A younger brother looked at the surrounding floors, thinking that someone would be watching, or at least go and secretly report the news. However, he found that there was no one near any of the windows, which was so eerie that it made people's backs chill. I even felt a chill. Mohan snorted coldly, "Even if it's an ambush, what does it matter? If we don't rob them today, your wife and children will starve to death."
Upon hearing this, the man, who was originally a little confused, immediately clenched the knife in his hand.
Now it was either they die or he died.
Follow the previously divided actions and make quick decisions.
We don't know when it will rain in this horrible weather.
I saw a group of people walking into different floors and putting their shoe covers outside.
The group smashed the glass and went straight into the hall. Mohan came today to seek revenge on Ding Feng.
He suffered a loss when he robbed things outside last time, and most of the things were taken away by Ding Feng. So as soon as the rain stopped, Mohan chose Jinyuan community instead of any other communities.
Boss, there is a smell of blood.
The young man who was rushing in the front was only 20 years old.
He was wearing a baseball cap and seemed a little nervous.
The knife in his hand was shaking.
What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Let's go. Mohan sneered.
Although the floor was high, he didn't know how to take the elevator because it was too narrow. If they were ambushed, their advantage of numbers would not be reflected.
Boss, there are so many dead bodies upstairs.
The younger brother ran down in panic with a pale face. He didn't dare to go upstairs at all.
It was too tragic, like hell. Mohan stretched out his hand and clapped his hands. You are useless.
You are so scared of the corpse.
Come with me.
About 20 people bravely climbed the stairs. Gradually, more and more blood was seen on the steps, which was shocking and frightening.
Even Mohan began to get nervous. What on earth was going on here?
Soon, everyone saw corpses one after another. Some were cut into pieces, some were split in the middle, and some had their heads moved away. The ground was covered with scattered internal organs.
Ugh! Half of the people started to dry heave. Such a scene had never been seen even in movies.
When they walked into the house, they were stunned by the 3 layers of corpses.
What on earth had happened here? Boss, what? What on earth happened?
It looks like they were all killed by some sharp blade. The younger brother squatting on the ground said, looking at the wound.
Why don't you go, boss?
This is weird.
Mohan looked at Ding Feng's body and felt something was wrong.
There was a cut on his chest.
Go find some supplies, quick.
Everyone immediately dispersed to look for supplies. One of the brothers accidentally bumped into the woman at the dinner table, and her body fell to the ground. When the younger brother saw the woman's appearance, he immediately screamed, scaring the people around him.
Alpaca, you're screaming to death. Boss, this woman.
The younger brother pointed at the woman and trembled all over, stuttering when speaking. When Mohan saw this, he was also shocked. Only skin was left of this woman, like a mummy.
Boss, there are no supplies in any room. What? Mohan shouted angrily and rushed into the bedroom to check. Sure enough, there was nothing there. Could it be that they were robbed in advance by another group of people? Otherwise, how could so many people die? So what about this woman?
Search the entire building. I don't believe there are no supplies.
Mohan's face was gloomy.
Compared to this strange woman, he was more afraid of starving to death.
At this time, the phone rang.
It was the person leading the other buildings. Boss, everyone here is dead, and the women have all turned into mummies.
It's the same here, not a single one is alive. And there is not a single supply. It has been looted a long time ago. It seems we are too late, otherwise,
The younger brother screamed before he could finish his words.
Mohan immediately shouted, Hey, glasses! Speak!
A panic suddenly spread, and Mohan felt that starving was better than dying here.
Tell the brothers to retreat, quickly!
He immediately shouted in the group to retreat. However, painful roars have begun to be heard in the community, which makes people shudder.
Boss, Building 3. There are people in Building 3, they killed all our people, and they are heading towards Building 2. Mohan immediately asked anxiously, How many people are there on the other side?
Only saw one, but we're not right at all, Mohan thought the other party was a group of people, but it turned out to be just one person. Brothers, you are scared by just one person. You can't just let it go if you kill our people. I guess the supplies are in this person's house. Fuck him. Kill him. Mohan looked at the young men, and the fear in his heart was blown away again. He ordered the group, all brothers, go to building number 2. By the time they put on shoe covers and walked carefully to building number 2, screams had already been heard from inside, which undoubtedly served as a sedative for their excited hearts. Brother, don't be afraid. Mohan tried his best to calm people down, and everyone walked into building number 2 cautiously. Turning on his phone, Mohan called out softly, "Hey, what's the situation in building 2? After waiting for half a minute, the group was quiet. Hey! Daozi! Rookie! Monk! Hey! Are you all fucking dead? Say something. However, no one replied in the WeChat group. Mohan's lips began to tremble. He looked at the door and didn't dare to touch it. Suddenly a man broke open the door of the emergency passage and a howl of pain was heard. Rookie, where have you been? Mohan gradually became numb and found that Rookie's legs were gone and he was crawling on his hands. 2 shocking streams of blood flowed on the porcelain plate. As the noob climbed, he muttered in a trance, "They are all dead. They are all dead. All dead. Devil, I want to go home, I want to go home." Here, listening to the rookie's words, Mohan couldn't help swallowing his dry saliva. At this time, the door of the safe passage was opened again, and everyone looked in that direction. A bloody man appeared holding a saber. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but the corners of his mouth could be seen to be slightly raised. There are still so many people. Tangze walked up to the rookie and said with a smile, then he picked up the knife and chopped off the rookie's head. It explains what it means to kill people like killing chickens. At this time, some of the guys had already started running, and they were running with screams. One of them even forgot to put on shoe covers, and his shoes stepped on the undried road surface. The rubber soles melted immediately, and when the soles of his feet touched the water stains on the ground, he fell down in pain, his whole body twitching, and he died in a few seconds. Another one was wearing PU-soled shoes and started running, but the splashed water fell on his back, instantly corroding his skin, and he fell down with a cry. Tangze swung the knife, and the scarlet hot blood sprinkled a gorgeous snowflake. He put the blade on his shoulder and said, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you run?" Even the boss Mohan turned around and ran without hesitation. When the others saw the boss running away, they hurriedly followed him. Tangze stood at the door and watched the fleeing man. Mohan's fear turned into relief when he saw that Tangze did not chase him. "CNM, you wait for me. If you kill my brothers, I will chop you to death next time." After saying that, Tangze put down the knife and took out a pair of jumpsuit pants from somewhere, the kind of waterproof pants used to catch fish and shrimp in a pond. But Tangze's suit was not made of rubber. When Mohan saw Tangze coming towards him again with a saber, his face turned black and he ran away quickly. The brothers next to him secretly cursed the boss. The boss didn't even chase them just now, so why were they saying such harsh words? Now, he's chasing them again. When we walked out of the community, we saw a car with only wheels on it on the street. There were 4 people sitting inside. It didn't even break and knocked down 2 people who were running for their lives. The 2 people in the back seat even raised their middle fingers and laughed, "You idiots, I'll hit you to death." Tangze paused slightly, and the saber in his hand shot out like an arrow, piercing the necks of the driver and the passenger. The out-of-control car rushed into the green belt next to it and hit a tree. The people who were running away looked back with strange expressions, but still ran towards their own neighborhood. Tangze walked slowly to the side of the car. The 2 people in the back seat climbed out of the car dizzy with bleeding foreheads. Pulling the saber from the man's neck, Tangze said calmly, "I hate it most when people call me an idiot." The man was no longer as arrogant as before. He looked at Tangze with pleading, but he was unable to stop the blade from falling. His head rolled, looking at his body and the man who looked like a devil. "I regret it so much. Why did I say such a big deal?" In the past, talking nonsense was not a big deal, but now it can be fatal.
At this moment, Tang Zei's mood was like a lake. He killed people without any ripples, just like stepping on an ant to death. Looking at the fleeing people and their frightened eyes, the corners of his mouth gradually raised into an arc. Close the door. Close the door. The man who rushed into the community first began to yell loudly. Many figures appeared near the windows, looking at the men who had just gone out with confusion. Why did they come back so soon? They had no supplies in their hands. Didn't they rob the community across the street? No, why are there so many fewer people? Wait for me. Wait for me. I haven't come in yet. The man running behind shouted loudly, and he didn't know where the knife in his hand had gone. He had only one thought in his mind: to go home, close the door tightly, hide under the bed, and hope that today was all a dream. Mohan looked at Tang Zei, who appeared, and said ruthlessly, "Close the door." The double iron doors gradually closed and the iron chains were immediately tied. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If he dares to turn over, stab him to death. Mohan was still panicked, but his mind was still sharp. Open the door, brother, I gave you water yesterday, please, my wife and children are still in there. The man who was locked outside knelt down and begged. However, the brothers inside were pale and did not dare to answer a word. At a window on the third floor, a woman with a child was looking towards the door. "Mom, that's Dad, why don't you let him in?" The little girl was 7 or 8 years old and seemed to not know what was going on. She asked innocently. The young woman was only in her early 30s. She was so frightened that she was unconscious, and her peeling lips were trembling slightly. When I saw the young man with the knife walk up to my husband, raise the blood-red blade and chop down, my husband's head rolled to the ground. The woman immediately covered her mouth and subconsciously covered the child's eyes. At the door, Tang Zei looked at the men inside the iron gate and kicked the head under his feet to the side of the trash can. Blood continued to flow out of the body. It's only natural to reciprocate. Now it's my turn to rob you. Tang Zei's chuckle sounded like the sound from hell, which made people shudder. Mohan held up the knife and laughed crazily. "Boy, if you dare, come over here." As soon as he turned over, he stabbed his stomach to pieces. Tang Zei looked at the iron gate in front of him. It was indeed possible to climb over it, but why would he go through so much trouble? Tang Zei raised his saber and focused his eyes. A clanging sound. Dazzling sparks burst out, and the chain was actually cut off. The men looked as if they were looking at a ghost. Is he still a human with this much strength? The man who had seemed somewhat confident just now suddenly screamed and ran towards the building, wishing his parents had not given him an extra leg. Tang Zei slowly opened the iron gate and locked it again. It was obvious that Tang Zei had no intention of letting anyone in the community go, and a one-sided massacre was about to take place. Mohan returned home in shock and started packing his clothes straight away. "Husband, what are you doing? What's going on? Where are you guys?" Mohan said nothing, but tried hard to pack his clothes. He was shaking all over, and even his pants were soaked with urine, but he was completely unaware. "Husband? Husband!" "Ah!" Mohan came to his senses and looked at his wife in horror. Let's go, we can't stay here anymore, the demon. He killed everyone." Looking at her husband who was already unconscious, the woman didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her daughter pointed out the window and said, "Mom, it's raining again." After hearing this, Mohan's whole body stiffened, his head slowly raised, the glass window gradually became wet, and he collapsed to the ground. "It's over, no one can escape now. Hurry, go and close the door, and push the furniture against the door, quickly." Mohan screamed in fear, and his wife was scared to death. The overlord of the neighborhood was actually frightened to such an extent. It was obvious that Tang Zei's methods had frightened him to death. Downstairs, Tang Zei had just arrived in the building when it started raining outside. "That's good, this way no one can escape. Go directly to room 1 in building 101. Tang Zei tidied up his appearance, then knocked on the door with a smile. "Owner of number 101, your takeaway is here." There were 3 people living in the house. The man had just gone out and was covering his mouth tightly. His wife did the same. The 10-year-old son seemed to be unaware of anything and wanted to speak, but the man covered his mouth directly. Whoever speaks out will die. Fear had filled the man's heart, and he didn't notice that his big hands were covering his son's mouth and nose, and he even used extra force. His son began to struggle, but the man just looked at the door in horror. The knock on the door was like a death knell. Dong dong dong. With a bang, the security door was kicked open by Tang Zhe. Looking at the three people beside the sofa, Tang Zhe said calmly, "You know, I hate those takeaways that don't open the door the most. Do you know that I'm in a hurry?" After saying that, Tang Zhe was stunned and laughed. "Brother, you are so capable. You even suffocated your son to death. That's awesome." After saying that, he gave a thumbs up. "I, Tang Zhe, am afraid I would not do such a thing." The man looked down and saw that his son was no longer breathing. "Ah!" The woman screamed. The man stood still like a puppet. Tang Zhe walked slowly, and the blade rubbed against the ground, making a slightly harsh sound. Sitting on a small stool, Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. This is how the world is. You rob me, I rob you. Either you kill me or I kill you. Unfortunately, you are weaker than me. After saying that, he chopped off the man's head with his knife, and blood splattered everywhere. The screams of women echoed throughout the entire community, and all the women's faces were extremely pale, without exception. When Tang Zhe walked out, he came to the door of another room again. "Owner of number 102, your takeaway is here." The words that sounded like a death sentence rang out again. The sky gradually darkened, and the screams in the community did not stop. Mohan squatted on the ground, wrapped in a quilt to increase his sense of security, and looked at the community group. Someone's knocking on my door. What should I do? What should I do? Someone come and save me. Why is it a delivery man? Why can't you even kill a delivery man? Someone come save me, I don't want to die, he is knocking on my door. Whoa, I told you not to go out and rob the community, or you would be retaliated against, but you didn't listen. I can't take it anymore. A muffled sound was heard outside the house, and a man chose to jump off the building to escape his psychological fear. However, the owners who sent the message never sent a second one. Mohan's eyes were filled with despair, and his cell phone slipped from his hand onto the wooden floor. His wife looked at her husband. He was the eldest brother, and yet he was so scared at this moment. Dong dong dong. Your takeaway is here. The voice at the door made Mohan dazed for a moment. Looking at the half bottle of water beside him, his eyes gradually became firm, as if the bottle of water had blown away his fear. Looking at his wife and daughter, Mohan held the bottle and whispered, I will die with him. You must live well. Husband, Dad, Mohan seemed to have assumed the responsibilities of a husband and a father at this time and slowly opened the bottle cap. That's right, this is the rainwater he risked his life to catch. If you get splashed by it, you will meet the king of hell. Who would dare to do such a dangerous thing? Even though Mohan is the boss, he sleeps in fear every day, fearing that his subordinates will kill him and take his position. This bottle of water is a powerful weapon. Now, it comes in handy. Standing at the door and listening to Tangze's voice outside, Mohan showed a fearless attitude. He threw away the tables and chairs pushed at the door, suddenly opened the door, and threw the water directly at Tangze, who was half a meter away. Some water flowed down the bottle and wet Mohan's hands. But at this time Mohan was not afraid, he even laughed wildly, because the devil in front of him had rain on his face. Ha 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 ha, you damned delivery man, I finally killed you. Tangze stood there with a somewhat stiff expression. He never expected that someone would actually want to kill him by throwing water on him? Is he crazy? A piercing pain surged in Mohan's heart, his breathing immediately became rapid, and he slid down the wall, but the devil in front of him did not react at all. Fear appeared on Mohan's face again. Why? Why are you okay? Why is this happening? You splashed rainwater? Tangze was stunned and touched his face subconsciously. A sense of fear surged onto Tangze's face at the same time, and he shouted angrily, fuck you.
Tang Zhe raised his saber and chopped wildly. The porcelain plates were chopped into pieces, and Mohan's body was like meat paste, emitting a foul smell.
Tang Zhe gasped heavily. Careless, he was careless.
I didn't expect that someone would use rain to kill people.
I never expected this. No, he's been poisoned? Why haven't I been poisoned yet? Isn't it time yet?
After waiting for a minute, Tang Zhe still felt nothing. In his impression, people who were caught in the rain would twitch in pain within 5 seconds and die in 10 seconds.
Could it be that he strengthened his body so that he could resist even this kind of virus?
Walking to the window, Tang Zhe opened it directly and slowly stretched out his hand.
The cold rain fell into the palm of his hand and gradually formed water droplets.
It was impossible for Tang Zhe not to be nervous at this moment.
But I'm fine even though I got splashed in the face just now.
Time slowly moved forward, and the smile on Tang Zhe's face grew deeper and deeper. My strengthened body can indeed resist the invasion of the virus. The low laughter slowly sounded, growing louder and louder, but to others, it was the devil's greedy laughter. The three women on the other side sat on the furry carpet, not saying much. Perhaps they were all thinking about their own things. Sun Ting looked at the rain outside, then looked at the gun in her hand.
Will he come back? And Bai asked weakly, hugging her legs. Do you want him to come back? Sun Ting asked back. And Bai paused, because he didn't know how to answer.
If he didn't come back, the supplies here would last for a long time, and the entire community would even be empty, so it was very safe. But on the other hand, I hope to come back because of the sense of security.
Ah. Sun Ting looked at Yi Qingyi again. What about you?
Yi Qingyi nodded, feeling that if she said no, Sun Ting would shoot her in the head.
Yi Qingyi's guess was correct.
As long as the answer was wrong, Sun Ting would shoot without hesitation, because this would mean one less person having to eat supplies, and even if Tang Zhe came back, there would be facts as evidence.
In fact, Sun Ting didn't know how to answer the question.
She wanted to come back, but also wanted not to come back. Perhaps the three women had the same idea in their minds. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. The voice of the call startled the three girls. After all, they were the only three people left in the entire community.
It's Yi Qingyi's phone.
You can tell who it belongs to without having to think.
Zihui.
Yi Qingyi held the phone, her face tense.
2.0 Jiang Zihui noticed that something was wrong with Yi Qingyi. What's wrong?
Why are you so nervous? Oh, the rain just stopped for a while, but it started again.
I thought I could go out.
What a pity. It stopped raining over there, but not over here.
Yi Qingyi said oh.
Jiang Zihui could feel that his fiancée had been acting a little strange lately. She used to be very dependent on him, but in recent days, she seemed to be less dependent on him. She didn't even ask him how he was doing, and he was the one who called her.
Hold on a little longer, my dad is going to form a team. Yi Qingyi was stunned. What team?
It's about making our area the safest area, with security, search teams, medical teams, and so on.
Then do you have guns?
After these days, Yi Qingyi knew that having a gun is the kingly way, and everything else is useless.
My dad's company's security department has a few handguns.
We'll go get them when the rain stops. Yi Qingyi nodded and suggested, if possible, it's best to go to the police station's gun storehouse to have a look.
Ah?
Jiang Zihui exclaimed, his fiancée could actually say something like robbing a police station so calmly.
Seeing that her fiancé was frightened by her, Yi Qingyi forced a smile. Isn't it always like this in the movies? Idiot, that's a movie.
The rain stopped and the police went back to the station to get their guns.
Why did you go and rob them?
But it rained in the early morning that day, and everyone was at home after get off work.
How much time would we have left if we stayed at home now? Yi Qingyi said lightly, hoping that her fiancé would consider it. Jiang Zihui almost didn't recognize his fiancé in front of him.
He was worried about not having food before, but now he was worried about whether there was a gun.
I feel like my fiancé is overly stressed and overworked. No matter what, wait for me. I'll come get you.
I swear. Yi Qingyi smiled and hummed, but now when she looked at her fiancé,
she didn't feel the same joy and dependence as before. What happened to her? Was she sick? I even felt that when my fiancé said he swore, I felt funny instead of being touched. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingyi put her hands in her hair, looking particularly confused. At this time, Yi Qingyi's mobile phone rang again. When she saw the display, Yi Qingyi answered it immediately. Yeah. Looking at the girl in the video, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. The girl in the phone has a pretty face, thin red lips, lively eyebrows, waist-length black and shiny hair, skin as white as fat, and especially her crescent-shaped eyes that seem to be able to speak. Month aunt, I just called my parents but they didn't answer. Are you guys together? Xia Mingyue looked worried. Seeing that her aunt was fine, she thought her parents should be fine too. Yi Qingyi paused for a moment and smiled calmly. Brother-in-law and sister are talking at Gangxi's house, don't worry, I think they left their phone at home. Is that so? I was scared to death. Xia Mingyue patted his chest and smiled, a very warm smile. Yeah, what happened to you these days? Why did you turn off your phone? There was something wrong with the circuit breaker, and it was only fixed today. But I suspect someone broke it on purpose and didn't want us to contact the outside world. Xia Mingyue frowned slightly, which looked quite cute. Yi Qingyi immediately felt something was wrong. What happened recently? Is there anything to eat? The food is much less than before. I also saw some girls go to the room with the teacher. The next day, those girls got a lot of food. Yi Qingyi secretly thought that something bad was going to happen. This phenomenon was just a prelude. She was still pretending now, but later on, she wouldn't even be able to start pretending. Aunt, don't worry. I won't go. I won't go even if I die. Don't tell my parents, or they will worry. Yi Qingyi nodded, not knowing how to tell Yaya about her sister and brother-in-law. After ending the call, Yi Qingyi breathed a sigh of relief. Your niece's side is about to get into chaos. Sun Ting said calmly. Everything started with the exchange of food. Once a woman is submissive, the man's greed will gradually increase. Of course, there are good ones, but being a good person these days really doesn't have a good ending. Besides, it's a university, and there's no shortage of young and pretty girls. If things get out of control, it might be even more exaggerated than here. Yi Qingyi shook her head. What else could she do? She simply couldn't get over it. A feeling of powerlessness engulfed Yi Qingyi. Didn't the master say he would take us away? And Bai suddenly whispered, which made Yi Qingyi seem to regain hope. Sun Ting sneered, he won't save anyone for you. Yi Qingyi subconsciously said, my niece is very beautiful. After saying that, she even took out her cell phone and flipped through the photos. So she is your niece? Sun Ting flipped through Yi Qingyi's phone. Perhaps out of sympathy as a woman, she did not mention the photos to Tang Zhe. Sun Ting chuckled and said, you are such a good aunt. Our place seems safe, but in a sense it is not safe. Yi Qingyi looked up at Sun Ting and said in a deep voice, one person is better than a group. At least we can stay alive by following him. Yaya cannot die. You have let it go. Sun Ting took a sip of water and couldn't help but smile. From ancient times to the present, women have only one way, and that is to snuggle up to a strong man, so that everything will be guaranteed. And Bai hugged the pillow and asked curiously, what about your fiancé? Are you going to abandon him? This question is too sharp. It seems to be asking, do you want to fulfill your sister's last wish, or choose to go to your fiancé's house? Yi Qingyi would definitely choose to save her niece and then go to her fiancé's house. However, this idea is a fantasy and is simply impossible. If she really has to choose, Yi Qingyi would choose the former. Yaya is in danger, but her fiancé is safe. Sun Ting suddenly thought of something and said with a sly smile, won't you two be embarrassed in the future? And Bai, Yi Qingyi's mouth twitched. She had never thought about this. I'm a little looking forward to it. Sun Ting smiled slyly. The scene must be very exciting. And Bai opened his eyes wide, as if he was also a little looking forward to it. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes, two perverts. Geese. Sun Ting and Bai both laughed, and they seemed to be getting along a lot better. That night, the three women did not sleep. They talked about interesting things in the past, skincare products, celebrities, and finally men. In the end, the topic became so disgusting that they started discussing which position was the most comfortable. The sky gradually turned white, but it was still dark and the rain was still falling. Tang Zhe let out a long sigh. He finally filled up the space. He thought it would be filled up quickly, but he didn't expect that the last 10% would take him a whole night. Fortunately, the last one finally reached 100%. Unlock the Doomsday Gift Pack 2.0. Materials 2.0 has been accepted. Advanced Body Enhancement has been received. Weapons and Equipment version 2.0 has been received. Telekinesis has been activated. Note, item extracted by mind. Extracting the Doomsday Gift Pack 3.0 requires upgrading the energy tank. Wow, advanced body strengthening. Tang Zhe couldn't wait to test how strong he was. How about trying to cut himself? Forget it, I'm afraid of the pain.
Version 2.0 of the supplies include some more protective clothing, modified vehicles, and medical equipment and supplies. In the 2.0 version of weapons and equipment, Tang Zhe finally saw a lot of new weapons, including grenades, RPGs, anti-tank mines, javelins, stingers and other individual combat equipment. Compared with hot weapons, Tang Zhe still prefers to use cold weapons.
It's a pity that the 2.0 version does not have airplanes, cannons and tanks.
It would be so cool if there was a Dongfeng.
Check out the highlight. Telekinesis. An ability that can actually control objects.
Looking at the cup on the coffee table, Tang Zhe stared at it closely, but the other party did not move at all.
Damn, how do I operate this?
At least give me an instruction manual, don't always make me figure it out on my own.
Do you think it can fly just because I wanted to?
As he thought of it, the teacup suddenly floated in the air, and Tang Zhe was surprised.
It was like a magic trick. Broken.
The teacup shattered instantly, but did not fall down, and the residue continued to float.
It's fun.
As Tang Zhe moved his mind, the fragments were embedded in the wall like bullets, which made Tang Zhe gasp.
This was definitely not slower than a bullet. It's interesting.
I, a devil, am becoming more and more perverted.
How can ordinary people live? Standing on the balcony, Tang Zhe looked at a Toyota Corolla below.
The vehicle gradually floated up and then crashed heavily into a big tree nearby. However, Tang Zhe suddenly felt a little dizzy and cursed inwardly, wondering if it was because the distance was too far or the vehicle was too heavy. But perhaps it was because his strength was not enough that he felt dizzy. After sitting on the sofa and taking a short rest, Tang Zhe felt a little more comfortable. This ability was his trump card and it would be better to use it at the critical moment. Just like the water splashing this time, if my body hadn't been strengthened to resist the virus, I would probably have been lying on the ground and turned into a corpse.
Thinking about it, I feel a little scared. My colorful life has just begun.
All supplies in the community were confiscated. Although we are not short of supplies, we will not leave them to others.
If you want me, Tang Zhe, to be a good person, it will be impossible in this life. I will just walk out in the rain.
The neighborhood behind me was cleared. Looking at the damaged Corolla, Tang Zhe raised his knife and chopped it down, only to see the entire car split in two from the B pillar. Tang Zhe was stunned for a moment and shook his head helplessly. He was so powerful that it was outrageous. As for upgrading the 3.0 gift package, Tang Zhe is not in a hurry now. First of all, this method is a bit tiring, and the quality is not very good. You have to look for it door to door.
It would be okay if people line up, but people are not stupid and they still line up.
Besides, the price didn't rise as fast as in the beginning. It took 10 people to get the last 1%, and they were all ready to sweep the next neighborhood. Also, there is not a single pretty girl in the entire community.
Maybe they were all killed at the beginning. Tang Zhe's guess on this question was actually correct.
There were indeed a few good-looking ones who died. If he had known earlier that their bodies could withstand rain, perhaps he could have captured them. After returning to the community, Tangze took off all his clothes, then took out water and washed them directly, especially his hair. There was not only rain but also blood. He was afraid that he would kill them when he returned. There are too few beautiful women nowadays. Upstairs, the three women who had been chatting all night fell asleep, but this time they did not separate, but leaned against each other. It was not until the sound of the door opening was heard that Sun Ting woke up immediately and pointed the gun at the door.
Oh, I surrender. Tangze raised his hands with a smile.
If the shot was really fired, the bullet would probably turn a corner and blow your head off. Sun Ting let out a long breath. I was so scared, I thought it was someone else.
And Bai immediately went to pour some water.
All his worries turned into a smile and he instantly became a good boy. Even Yi Qingyi put her mind at ease. Unconsciously, Tangze's life and death seemed to represent their life and death. If she died, Tangze would definitely live, but if Tangze died, she might not be able to leave this city at all, maybe not even this district.
Remember to turn on the insurance next time. Tangze patted Sun Ting's head.
Sun Ting was confused as she had never played with this kind of gun before. Here. Sun Ting handed over the pistol. She would never take such a dangerous thing. Sun Ting felt that she understood Tangze's character a little bit.
Having a gun was a threat to him.
Tangze took a look and said with a faint smile, "Keep it for yourself."
Ah.
Sun Ting was stunned, Yi Qingyi and Bai were also stunned. Even more incredible things happened.
Tangze took out 2 pistols and gave them to Bai and Yi Qingyi. Since I'm planning on going out, I have to prepare some self-defense equipment. It's better for them to have some self-defense methods as well.
I don't want to rescue them for no reason.
Wait a moment, you all practice your shooting skills. I'm starving. Let's kill all night.
Tangze turned around and started preparing food with his back to the 3 women. The 3 women were holding pistols, and this was a perfect opportunity for them. Just turn on the safety and shoot Tangze in the back of the head, and you'll be free. With Tangze's death, the 3 guns were enough for the 3 women to ensure their own safety. There were also supplies at home, so Yi Qingyi felt that she could go find Yaya. But this was just a test by Tangze. It is said that human nature cannot withstand temptation.
Tangze wants to give it a try. Do you have the courage to kill me?
In fact, Tangze had wanted to try it a long time ago, but he was too risky before and actually killed himself, becoming a scapegoat.
But now it's different. The telekinetic master has nothing to fear from this ability.
As long as she fired the gun, she would be dead in the next second. For a moment, the living room was so quiet that it was a little scary and suffocating. Tangze took out fried dough sticks, porridge, soup dumplings, steamed dumplings, and other breakfast items. And Bai didn't react at all. Sun Ting frowned and didn't react either, but Yi Qingyi slowly raised her arm, but the arc was not very large. Yi Qingyi was struggling internally at this moment. If she killed him, would all her bullets really be able to get rid of the problem? Yi Qingyi even thought that if she fired, Sun Ting and Bai's bullets would kill her. Even if Bai was timid and didn't shoot, Sun Ting would definitely do it. In Sun Ting's heart, Tangze was food and life. Killing Tangze would mean cutting off her way to survival. Thinking of this, Yi Qingyi lowered her arms. Perhaps this was her fate. Tangze glanced at her with a cold look in his eyes, but as Yi Qingyi lowered the gun, Tangze smiled disdainfully again. I thought you would shoot, but I was disappointed. You are just an ordinary woman after all. After a hearty meal, Tangze burped and started letting the 3 girls practice shooting at home. Don't stick your butt up so high. Tangze slapped Bai's sweet butt. Bai felt aggrieved. If you want to spank me, just say so. My butt is already sticking up like this. Sun Ting has a strong learning ability and she always hits the target at 10 meters. But Yi Qingyi's posture was a little wrong, so Tangze personally went over and hugged Yi Qingyi. Hold it with both hands. Tangze whispered in Yi Qingyi's ear, which made Yi Qingyi a little nervous, but she still did as Tangze asked. But the next sentence made Yi Qingyi feel like she had fallen into an ice cave. You just raised your hand.
Yi Qingyi was so scared that she pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the gun fell to the ground. Tang Zei picked up the fallen pistol and handed it to Yi Qingyi with a smile. How come you are even more timid than Xiao Bai? I am a little disappointed. I won't let you down, Yi Qingyi said firmly. Tang Zei patted Yi Qingyi's hips and said with a mysterious smile, then it depends on your performance. You guys practice well, I'm going to sleep. When Tang Zei closed the door, Yi Qingyi was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. He saw himself raising his hand. And ready to kill myself. A chill came from my back. The fact that he gave us the gun means he is no longer afraid, Sun Ting said. Why didn't they give it before when they had money, but now they can give it with confidence? There must be a problem. Yes, he is a vampire. Maybe after he goes out and upgrades himself this time, he won't be afraid of guns anymore. Yi Qingyi cursed herself inwardly, wondering how she could have forgotten his identity. Suddenly, Tang Zei poked his head out of the bedroom and said with a smile, whoever scores less than 8 rings tonight, congratulations, you have to stay with me all night. After saying that, Tang Zei closed the door. The 3 women looked at each other and immediately began to practice shooting. Even the frightened and Bai became determined. All night long, who can stand this? It's better to practice with this gun, you won't die. That gun will kill people. Tang Zei slept until night and woke up while eating. As the saying goes, sharpshooters are fed by bullets, and the distance is only 20 meters, so it is not too difficult. All 3 girls passed. That will make it more difficult. At a distance of 50 meters, you just need to not miss the target. Then, at a distance of 100 meters, you still just need to not miss the target, but there will be rewards for good results. Master, what is the reward? Enbai asked curiously. What reward do you want? Enbai thought for a moment and said embarrassedly, I just want to accompany the master. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi thought to themselves that this was a good opportunity. Maybe if they made mistakes in the future, Tang Zei would not be willing to beat them to death. Where there is competition, there is progress. It is almost exactly 100 meters from the balcony to the building opposite. At a distance of 100 meters, the bottle on the coffee table opposite is just a small dot, which is very difficult to hit with a pistol. Bang bang bang, there were more and more bullet shells on the ground, but Tang Zei had already prepared 10 boxes of bullets. This confused the 3 women, thinking he was simply an arms dealer. People in other neighborhoods thought they were setting off firecrackers, because of the non-stop banging sounds. After 2 days of continuous training, they were able to hit the target more or less at a distance of 100 meters, and Tang Zei was already very satisfied with their progress. Next up is the rifle. The recoil of AK is a bit too much for them, so they used G36 assault rifle. The 3 women were still a little uncomfortable with the weight of the rifles, so they started doing some strength training when they had nothing to do, such as lifting dumbbells. Sun Ting, at the 9 o'clock position below, there is a corpse wearing a white coat. Tang Zei said holding a telescope. Sun Ting's gun holding posture was very cool now, and she pulled the trigger continuously at the corpse in one go. Bang bang bang. Tang Zei showed a satisfied smile, at least all the blows were hit on the corpse. Seeing you dressed like this reminds me of Peace Elite. Tang Zei looked at Sun Ting and teased, girl with black stockings, isn't this a perfect skin? Yi Qingyi chuckled and said, a little bit. You are no different. Sun Ting rolled her eyes. How dare you say that to me? You are much more coquettish than me. Next, Enbai and Yi Qingyi completed their shooting tasks, and the bodies were covered in blood. Master, do you have a sniper rifle? Enbai asked curiously. Do you like sniper rifles? Tang Zei asked curiously. I usually like to play CSGO during my free time. The sniper rifle is really powerful. Tang Zei directly took out an AWM sniper rifle. Yi Qingyi said that she would not be surprised even if Tang Zei took out a bazooka from his pants. Enbai's eyes lit up as soon as he saw it, and he started playing right away, even putting down the bipod, holding the gun and lying on the ground. Tang Zei sat directly on Enbai's back and observed the target with a telescope. At 11 o'clock, there is a crystal ball in the red curtain. Got it. And Bai was quite professional. Bang! Tang Zhe raised his eyebrows. This little white guy has something. Too close. Give her the cows back. The street downstairs, about 300 meters, street light bulbs. Bang! Xiao Bai is awesome. Yi Qingyi couldn't help but praise him. Tang Zhe suddenly had an idea. The rations cannot be too weak. Sometimes they have to help him grab other people's dog food. They cannot be raised in vain and waste their talents. Tang Zhe continued to look for the target, and suddenly a window caught Tang Zhe's attention and the corners of his mouth rose. Xiao Bai, 2 points, about 700 meters, the middle window on the 8th floor. And Bai aimed at the target and saw a woman with her hands pressed on the window, seemingly in pain. The man behind her had an arrogant smile on his face and kept beating the woman's body. Your target is that man, Tang Zhe said lightly. And Baiyan let out a cry and aimed at the man's head. He was not afraid at this moment, even though it was the first time he shot a living person, because looking at that man reminded him of those guys who were worse than beasts. Bang! And Bai's delicate body trembled slightly. Tang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and patted in Bai's shoulders. You need more practice. Then he put down the telescope. Sun Ting immediately took the telescope and looked over. It was indeed hit, but it blew the woman's head off. Xiao Bai, you have also relieved her from her pain. Sun Ting comforted her. And Bai's face looked a little bad, and he felt extremely guilty. He clearly wanted to kill that man, but he forgot that the trajectory of the bullet had a downward trajectory, which was not the case in the game at all. Yi Qingyi said softly, Xiao Bai, even if you beat that man to death, other men will beat that woman to death. But this is my mistake, Tang Zhe patted in Bai's head and said, if you are new, practice more. This brought out in Bai's unyielding spirit. As a girl, she was often criticized for her bad playing skills when playing games. Especially this sentence, if you are not good at it, just practice more. In the next 3 days, and Bai practiced frantically, starting with an 800-meter distance, then gradually increasing the distance. His best result was a 1,000-meter headshot. All the dead were men. Sometimes they would get scared and blurt out, I almost hit the cute cat. This shocked Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi. The timid Xiao Bai before could kill men with a sniper rifle without blinking an eye, and even particularly pursued the headshot rate. I have to say, this is a girl who is addicted to games. Community, however, this also caused the curtains on all the floors opposite to be drawn, and people were so scared that they didn't even dare to show their heads. And Bai and Sun Ting's shooting skills have also improved a lot. There are no intact bodies in the center of the community anymore, so all they need now is actual combat. You still have to practice close combat before the actual combat, but don't grab the hair or anything like that. As for fighting, Tang Zhe doesn't have much experience. His experience is just to chop and chop, which are all subconscious behaviors of the body, but they don't do that. Fortunately, Yi Qingyi learned a little Sanda, so a little teaching is better than no teaching at all. You still need to do a rehearsal before going out. Nowadays, fighting basically takes place in buildings, and the enemy's heavy firepower is machetes. There is nothing to be afraid of. The only thing to pay attention to is that the enemy will not fear death and will accept the rain, so you must keep a good distance. The next 3 girls started to work as a team, but they were still dressed so sexy. Tang Zhe felt that they were just pleasing themselves. Who would wear T-pants and wrap their breasts to shoot? This configuration can only appear in the game, and it might be censored in the game. In the early morning, it was still raining outside, but it was much lighter. Vehicles appeared on the street from time to time, all of them were risking their lives to look for supplies. After all, there was no wind yet, and when it started to blow, no one would come out. A crackling sound rang out in the living room. The 3 women wiped their pistols with practiced movements. Tang Zhe grabbed his fluffy hair and came to the living room. It seems that it's almost time, we will go out today. The 3 women stopped their movements immediately, feeling a mixture of excitement, nervousness, and fear of the unknown. Patting Yi Qingyi's round buttocks, Tang Zhe said with a smile, you can't hide your gun if you go out dressed like this. Master, we have been ready for a long time.
and Bai put on the long down jacket beside him, leaving only his white ankles exposed. But when Bai opened his down jacket, the scene was truly thrilling and too sexy, and the gun was hidden on the side of the down jacket. I have to say that he has put a lot of effort into pleasing Tangzay. Once the down jacket is taken off, it can be used anytime and anywhere.
The main point is convenience. Take away all the supplies, not even leaving a bottle of water. This is Tangzay's principle. Wherever he goes, no grass will grow. Since it was their first time going out, the three girls dressed up carefully. Sister Yi is so beautiful, no wonder the rich second generation is so obsessed with her. Xiao Bai, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Yi Qingyi pounced towards Bai with a smile. Bai quickly hid behind Sun Ting. Sister Ting, help me.
Ting Ting, get out of the way. Okay, we have to go out.
Sun Ting forced a smile.
The rain was still falling outside.
Although Tangzay said there was a way, they didn't know it. What if they died in the rain?
Bai was worried too, but he used this method to stop himself from thinking about it. After getting everything ready, Bai suddenly whispered, if there is an afterlife, maybe we can be friends, the best kind. Yi Qingyi smiled and patted Bai's head, there will be no afterlife, so let's just live this life.
Well, let's drink while we can.
Sun Ting also patted Bai's head. Bai glanced at the corner of his mouth and said, I was beaten silly.
If the master doesn't want me, you will have to pay for it, goose.
Tangzay, who was waiting outside, heard the laughter of the three girls.
What happened? They were so happy but didn't even share it.
Soon the three women came in front of Tangzay, swaying their bodies slightly, with a bit of showing off and pleasing. I have to say that the mesh suit Xiao Bai chose is good. It has a pure desire style, a hazy sexiness, and is transparent. Yi Qingyi also looks good this time, with sexy fishtail lace, soft lace close to the skin, and soft bow decoration, giving it a sweet style.
Sun Ting was more direct, wearing a black halter neck open crotch body stocking.
The circular connection design was just right, showing a hot style.
But looking at their high heels, Tangzay said, is it really that good? They can't even outrun people.
However, if they stood on the street like this, I'm afraid men would rush over like zombies and tear them to pieces.
Let's go.
The three women wore down jackets to cover up their delicate bodies, but it was useless to cover up their pretty faces because the men were not blind. When they arrived at the underground garage, the three women saw the clothes that Tangzay had prepared in advance, which looked like protective clothing. The whole body is sealed, warm and rain-resistant, and easy to put on and take off.
Tangzay will definitely not let the three women die.
After all, they have been trained for so long and they are considered his thugs.
Where can he find food and thugs?
This clothes is from Supplies 2.0. I tried it these 2 days and it works.
It's really light.
Sun Ting put it on and moved around before exclaiming.
Bai said naively, why do I feel like we are the group of scientists in Resident Evil? It really looks a bit like him.
Yi Qingyi tried a split, and his flexibility was also very good.
Does he have a Doraemon pocket that can produce anything? Shall we walk out? Bai asked curiously.
Tangzay shook his head, do I look like someone who can walk?
Yes.
He pressed the car key.
Beep. Only a damaged version of the Tank 300 flashed by not far away. Bai ran over curiously and then exclaimed, come and see, it's amazing.
Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi walked over to take a look and were also stunned. The tires of this car were actually tracks. It felt like they should be used on snow, but they were best used at this time. Tangzay came over and patted the hood. The original 2.0 was replaced with a 4.0 engine, a reinforced anti-collision beam, a thickened body, bulletproof glass, and no rubber parts in the whole car.
With this thing, we can travel anywhere.
Yi Qingyi wanted to go to Yunhai City immediately to bring her niece out. As for her fiancé, her mind was very confused.
You drive. Tangzay threw the car keys to Yi Qingyi.
Yi Qingyi was stunned for a moment.
Isn't he afraid that he will drive away?
Now he has a gun, protective clothing, and even a car.
He can't help but travel around the world. Tang Zhe forgot to say that there are two C4 bombs in the car. If you drive the car away, they will explode into the sky. I'm afraid I'll be sad for 3 days. After all, Xiaobai is still very cute. But Yi Qingyi is not stupid. Tang Zhe would not hand it over to her so easily. Maybe there is a locator or something in the car. If she drives away, he will be able to find her soon. I have to say that Yi Qingyi's brain was still working very quickly, but she overlooked one point: Tang Zhe would not look for her at all, and there was only one outcome for betrayal. Dead. Take off your protective suit first. Nothing will happen in the car. Put it on after you get off the car. After saying that, Tang Zhe sat in the back seat. Sun Ting and Bai naturally sat obediently on both sides of Tang Zhe, and Yi Qingyi drove obediently. Yi Qingyi had never driven a tracked vehicle before, so she was extremely cautious. Tang Zhe said calmly, "Drive as you like." After hearing this, Yi Qingyi stepped on the accelerator and felt the push on her back, but the track was still much slower. As we drove out of the underground garage, the rain poured down on the roof of the car and the wipers turned on automatically. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Tang Zhe, who was holding Sun Ting, said calmly, "Let's go to Yinghua Road, Dihai Community first." Ah! The appearance of the car attracted a lot of attention. Everyone looked at the road through the window with surprise and envy. I am really envious. After all, the car is full of top beauties and the air is filled with fragrance. Tang Zhe looked at both sides of the street. Burnt vehicles and scattered bodies were lying everywhere, especially in front of supermarkets and shopping malls, where there were even more bodies. But the streets seemed very deserted, with basically no one there. After all, it happened in the early morning and everyone was basically at home. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, didn't even try to avoid the body and drove over it. Tang Zhe was speechless and said, "You've never driven a car before? It's so shaky. How can you be a driver?" "Sorry, I'm too lazy to hide the body then. Look, a lot of people died at the police station." Bai shouted, pointing not far away. There were indeed many people dead at the door. Sun Ting guessed, it's probably that several gangs want to go to the police station to get guns and kill each other. "Go and take a look," Tang Zhe said lightly. Yi Qingyi drove the car into the police station and stopped. "You guys go, I'll guard the car." Tang Zhe's words made the three girls' hearts tremble. This is a police station. If there is someone hiding with a gun inside, they would be finished. But the three women did not dare to go against Tang Zhe's wishes. They put on protective clothing, took their MP9 submachine guns, opened the door and got out of the car. This is not an exercise, but an actual combat. Tang Zhe found that Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi both seemed nervous, but Bai became excited instead. The three women entered the hall without speaking, relying solely on gestures. The lights in the hall were still on. There were several bodies lying on the ground. One of them was still wearing a police uniform. Perhaps he was on duty. Bai and Yi Qingyi were on guard around, while Sun Ting observed the wounds on the body to see if they were gunshot or knife wounds. However, they were all knife wounds, and there were no gunshot wounds. The three women continued to move towards the building. Just after crossing the corridor, Yi Qingyi found that there were more corpses in front of her. She immediately raised her hands and clenched her fists, and a tense atmosphere suddenly emerged. Yi Qingyi approached the corpse cautiously and found that it had gunshot wounds. Her expression changed immediately. Walking along the corpse, I arrived at the gun store. The door was open and all the safes inside were opened. It was obvious that the guns had been taken away. The three women looked at each other, nodded, and continued searching the room. There were at least 50 or 60 bodies along the way, all of them shot to death. There were bullet holes on the walls and the glass was broken. It seemed that a gunfight had taken place here. Tang Zhe sat in the car and waited quietly with his eyes closed. He couldn't stay with them forever and he had to grow up as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Tang Zhe saw the three women walking out and he gained courage. The three women came under the carport and pressed the disinfection button on their wrists. The rainwater on their protective clothing evaporated slowly. They got into the car only after doing this. How about it?
Sun Ting replied in a deep voice, there is no one inside, but there was a gunfight and many people died inside.
No guns were found, so they must have been taken away. Even if they were taken away, there probably wouldn't be many bullets left. Yi Qingyi added.
Judging from the degree of decay of the bodies, they had been dead for at least 10 days or half a month.
It doesn't matter, let's go. Tang Zhe didn't take it to heart. What kind of weapons could an ordinary police station have?
Pistols are standard, and at most a shotgun. Maybe the municipal bureau has rifles or something. Sun Ting pursed her dry red lips and said, they are a group of desperate criminals who can rush into the police station to steal guns. Some elites in high-end communities will not take this risk.
It is very likely that they were organized by the big brothers in society.
What you mean is that these people are most likely hiding in entertainment venues such as clubs, KTVs, saunas, and bars.
Yi Qingyi exclaimed.
And Bai reminded him, in the early morning, only these entertainment venues are open.
Tang Zhe suddenly laughed, and the three women looked at Tang Zhe and said, we are discussing the issue, why are you laughing?
I thought so in my heart, but I didn't dare to say it.
They are really three female Zhuge Liangs. They can probably guess the murderer. Tang Zhe gave a thumbs up. After getting Tang Zhe's affirmation, the three girls were a little proud. Who were they looking down on?
We all graduated from university, and EE was a top student from a 985 university. In fact, Sun Ting had such a guess because when she was examining the bodies just now, she found that most of them were young people with tattoos.
I have to do my own thing first. Tang Zhe didn't want to waste time on such things.
Yi Qingyi continued to start the car and drove towards the destination.
20 minutes later, we arrived at the target neighborhood and parked under the eaves of an alley.
You wait here, I'll be back soon. Putting on protective clothing, Tang Zhe slowly walked out of the alley. The three women seemed a little quiet in the car. And Bai was playing with a submachine gun and seemed very interested in guns. Yi Qingyi gripped the steering wheel tightly, not knowing what she was thinking. However, Sun Ting warned, if you dare to drive away, all three of us will die. Yi Qingyi frowned after hearing this, then relaxed after a while, I won't drive away.
Find a chance to talk to him about your niece's matter. Maybe he will go. Yi Qingyi hummed, thank you.
On the other side, Tang Zhe had already walked into the residential complex.
Unlike his own residential complex, there were not many corpses downstairs.
It seemed that the people in the high-end residential complex were of much higher quality and more harmonious.
After finding the place according to the address, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. There were footsteps inside and the door opened. Tang Zhe saw a man with chapped lips, decadent and thin.
If I remember correctly, this is the manager of the hot pot restaurant.
He used to be a fat guy.
When I was working in the restaurant, he only bullied me, deducted my salary for various reasons, and made me work overtime without overtime pay.
Finally, I overheard that this guy actually took the money I deducted. He was so angry that he left without even asking for half a month's salary.
I guess he also took his own half a month's salary.
Tang Zhe? Are you really here? That's great. Did you bring any food?
The man immediately looked at Tang Zhe's hands, but Tang Zhe's hands were empty.
Why didn't you bring any food? Didn't I tell you to bring some food?
The manager's expression immediately changed and returned to his previous state. Looking at the face of his former manager, Tang Zhe smiled sincerely and pulled out a pistol.
Boom!
The manager fell straight to the ground, and Tang Zhe walked into the elevator with his hands in his pockets and left.
Next.
It was just that the entire community was frightened by the sound of the gunshot, and uneasiness surged in everyone's heart. Maybe Tang Zhe didn't know that the shot he fired caused the riot in the community to start early, but Tang Zhe didn't care at all. In this doomsday, Tang Zhe cares most about himself, and everyone else is just a passing cloud. Looking at the car in the alley, Tang Zhe smiled.
He was so well behaved that he didn't even drive away.
Next, Tang Zhe executed the people on the list one by one until he had cleared all the people on the list by 4 in the afternoon.
This could be considered as an explanation to his past self. But now there is one left. I've already contacted him and he said he'll be here this afternoon. Yi Qingyi returned the phone to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe was very satisfied. I heard that Shanhu community is inhabited by wealthy people, so there must be a lot of beautiful women here. The three girls shook their heads and said they didn't know and that it all depended on luck. Shanhu community is a Riverview house in Huan City. It is also a school district house. There is also a park not far away. It can be said to be a prime property. Many bosses have bought a house here. Of course, many people also take out loans to buy it to show their status. For Tanza, a house here is an astronomical figure. But that was in the past. Now maybe a bottle of water will do the trick. At this time, Bai Jian and Xiaoyu were discussing how to capture Tang Zhe and force him to hand over all the supplies. Are we going to leave here? Xiaoyu seemed reluctant to leave, but the food and drinks here were almost gone. After so many days, Bai Jian's body shape hasn't changed much, but he's still a little thinner. What? You can't bear to give up this nice house? Bai Jian snorted coldly. If you weren't of some use to me, I would have thrown it away long ago. Xiaoyu said nothing. Bai Jian looked at the information on his mobile phone with a solemn expression. His community was lucky to survive. The photos sent by his colleagues in the group were shocking. Bai Jian felt that it was only a matter of time before this community was destroyed. If he did not leave as soon as possible, he would probably end up like these useless subordinates. And Tang Zhe actually said that he had a way to come over, which undoubtedly made Bai Jian very happy. What a fool, coming here to show off for such a stupid woman, it was laughable. By then, I will have his supplies and those women, which will be much better than this. When he comes, I will put medicine in the water. Bai Jian took out a pill. How could Xiaoyu not recognize it? Sometimes Bai Jian would let him take it, leaving him completely powerless and letting him be devastated. Xiaoyu could only nod and dared not resist. Bai Jian used his fat body to hug Xiaoyu and make big promises. By then we will have the supplies, which will at least last us a few months, and maybe this crisis will be over. Hearing this, hope welled up in Xiaoyu's eyes and his gaze became determined. At this time, the cell phone rang and Xiaoyu looked at it. He's almost there. Bai Jian immediately revealed a sly smile. If he really brought a woman with him, he would have a good time. Tang Zhe not only brings one but three. There are people at the gas station ahead. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, looked to the front left and saw indeed a Sinopec. There seemed to be 2 cars parked under the roof, and several figures could be seen standing beside the cars. Then go get some gas. After saying that, Tang Zhe patted Sun Ting on the head and said, still eating, get to work. It's my turn soon. And Bai said pitifully. Tang Zhe shook his head helplessly and put on his pants. Sun Ting took out his pistol, checked the ammunition, and then loaded the bullet. And Bai on the side could only stuff a piece of bubblegum into his mouth to satisfy his craving while he skillfully checked the pistol. The swish, swish, swish mechanical sound seemed to make him Bai very addicted. Crazy brother, a car is coming. A young man with dyed green hair shouted next to the car, holding a baseball bat in his hand. In Tang's eyes, this was no different from a primitive tool. The man smoking in the car had a flat head and a silver decorative necklace on his chest. In the cold weather, he was only wearing a black vest. There was a skull tattoo on his shoulder. His eyes were sinister and fierce. He looked like a character who was not to be messed with. In his hand, he was holding a Nepalese machete stained with blood. Fuck, crazy brother, we got lucky, and it's a modified tank 300 with tracks. The younger brother in the passenger seat was so excited that he opened the door and got out of the car with a knife. Crazy brother exhaled a puff of smoke. Tracks, it's indeed a good idea, smart. Crazy brother, are we going to kill them all later, or? Crazy brother flicked out the cigarette but, not caring at all that this was a gas station, since you have the ability, you must keep it. It will be helpful to Mr. Hua. But Crazy brother also warned, you dare to come here after seeing us, you are not a good person, be careful, observe before you act, don't mess up the plan. Yes, crazy brother. When the group saw that the driver was actually a woman, they were stunned for a moment and moved closer to take a closer look. She's actually a beauty. Crazy brother, this is top-notch. Crazy brother was amazed. The crisis had lasted for almost a month, and there was no way women could be so exquisite. Even the women around Mr. Huo were not as good as her. Take a look first, and when it's suitable, catch the woman and send her back first. A bloodthirsty smile gradually appeared on the corner of the crazy brother's mouth. It was really stupid for her to be wandering around outside when she was so beautiful. Yi Qingyi parked the car, slowly opened the door, and stretched out her white ankles. The men standing nearby looked at the red high heels and white ankles and swallowed their saliva, as if they had not touched a woman for a long time. When they saw Yi Qingyi's face, their eyes were like those of jackals, as if they wanted to tear Yi Qingyi into pieces. The only pity was that she was wearing a long down jacket, so her figure could not be seen. But even a flat figure is still top-notch. After getting off the car, Yi Qingyi stretched herself, twisted her slightly stiff neck, and whispered, "I'm so tired." Crazy brother and others on the side were confused. Could it be that she couldn't see us? Are we all invisible? At this time, the rear door was also opened. When they saw Anbai and Sun Ting getting out of the car, the younger brothers including Crazy brother were stunned. It had been a long time since they saw such women. Those high heels seemed to be stepping on the ground, but they were obviously stepping on the brothers' hearts. They were ecstatic. You have to grab those legs and fuck them hard. I got lucky today and found 3 top quality items. Mr. Huo must have rewarded me handsomely. Crazy brother even wanted to keep them all for himself. Sure enough, for a beautiful woman, anything can be done. Beauty is a disaster. Finally, Tang Zhe jumped out of the car, attracting the attention of Crazy brother and others. 1 man and 3 women? What is the identity of this man? How could he be accompanied by 3 such excellent women? Brother Crazy? What's going on? The younger brother asked quickly. Crazy brother was not too confused. Let's test the waters first. If he is confident enough to bring out 3 top-notch talents, he must be quite capable. Brother Crazy, are you too cautious? You're just a man, what do 3 women have to be afraid of? The younger brother seemed to have been blinded by the beauty. However, Crazy brother said unhappily, "You are the boss and I am the boss." The younger brother quickly apologized. Tang Zhe smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, and Sun Ting, who was standing next to him, took out a lighter and lit it. You 2 go inside and take a look. Tang Zhe said calmly. And Bai and Yi Qingyi hummed and walked towards the house, but all the food and water in the house had been snatched away. There were some corpses lying on the ground, 3 of which were wearing gas station work clothes. After all, a gas station is also a place for storing supplies, which is equivalent to a battlefield. At the cashier counter, there was a naked woman with messy hair and unclear face. A buck-toothed man with a hideous grin approached her, so engrossed in her thinking that he didn't even notice the arrival of Anbai and Yi Qingyi. Outside, the younger brother came over with a bat on his shoulder. "Brother, where are you from?" Tang Zhe flicked the ash off his cigarette and said calmly, "It's none of your business." This made the little brother very upset. If the boss hadn't told me to be careful, I would have hit him on the head directly. We are Mr. Huo's people. That's Crazy brother over there. Go over and say hello. After saying that, those eyes scanned Sun Ting's face, becoming more and more greedy. Inside her down jacket, Sun Ting held the gun and couldn't help wanting to blow his head off. The sudden appearance of Mr. Huo made Tang Zhe pause. He looked towards the car not far away and walked towards it with a sincere smile. I acted like a very sensible person and even flicked my tongue at Sun Ting. Brother Crazy, I've heard of your name for a long time. Tang Zhe laughed. Seeing that Tang Zhe seemed to be sensible, Crazy brother opened the door and walked down, and also let Tang Zhe see the Nepalese machete in his hand, which had already killed 10 people. Where are you going, brother? Crazy brother asked with a smile, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Tang Zhe shrugged, I don't have any plans, just wandering around. Are you alone? Crazy brother asked curiously. My neighborhood has been killing people like crazy, who would stay and wait to die. When Crazy Brother heard that there was only one person, he laughed, isn't it? The community nowadays is very hypocritical. It's not like us. We value loyalty, share hardships, share happiness, and play with women together. It sounds like the environment over there is pretty good, Crazy Brother. Indeed, you've heard of the Imperial City Club, right? Our boss, Mr. Hua, has a lot of supplies. Anyone with the ability is happy to take them. I think your modification skills are pretty good. Do you want to join us? Tang Zhe had indeed heard of Huangdu Club and had even delivered takeout there. It was also a well-known club in Huan City. The girls there were young and pretty, but a bit expensive, so Tang Zhe said he couldn't afford it. If he wasn't going to Cha Yu's house, Tang Zhe really wanted to go there and go wherever there were beautiful women. How about a few days? Send me a WeChat message? Tang Zhe's words were sincere, but to Crazy Brother, they sounded too perfunctory, like a rejection of him. Brother, where are you going? The smile on Crazy Brother's face disappeared a little, and the evil in the corners of his mouth gradually began to show. Go visit an old friend. That's it. Tang Zhe saw that the car was empty and asked curiously, where are you going? Didn't you find any supplies? Crazy Brother didn't answer, but sighed, brother, you should know the way of this world. I will talk to you nicely, and you should also talk nicely, otherwise it will make things difficult for everyone. Why didn't I speak nicely? Tang Zhe looked confused. Sun Ting couldn't help laughing at his innocent look. Boy, you are not going to accept my toast and you will be punished. Tang Zhe scratched the back of his head and said innocently, it's very difficult for me to do this. The younger brothers standing nearby had already moved slowly, as if to surround them, with the knives in their hands gleaming. Madman! Suddenly a panicked voice sounded from the house. A young man didn't even have time to put on his pants and ran outside as if he had seen a ghost. However, the people around laughed and some even joked, Brother you, why don't you put on your pants? The brothers don't like this. This brother you was probably frightened to the point of impotence. He was having a great time when he saw two guns appear and ran out subconsciously. A loud gunshot broke the fragile balance, and Brother Yu was shot in the back of the head. The brothers around him were stunned and looked towards the door. Yi Qingyi raised her arm and a little smoke came out of the muzzle of the gun. The crazy guy was stunned. The woman actually had a gun. Yi Qingyi walked over slowly, and the younger brothers around her subconsciously stepped back, a little at a loss. Coming to Brother Yu's side, Yi Qingyi emptied the magazine into Brother Yu's crotch. Bang 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 bang. The men were beaten to a pulp. All the younger brothers around were shocked by Yi Qingyi. They originally thought she was just a weak woman, but she killed people without even blinking an eye. It was indeed Yi Qingyi's first time to kill someone, but she didn't feel any guilt at all for killing such a scum. She even felt very happy, especially the way these men looked at her. It made her feel even better. After ejecting the magazine, Yi Qingyi took out a new magazine from his pocket and loaded the gun again with a click. The younger brothers seemed to be frozen in place, and then looked at the crazy brother. They have guns, Crazy Brother, what should we do? Tang Zhe spread his hands and said helplessly, I told you it was difficult, but you didn't believe me. Now my cats are going crazy and I can't control them. After hearing Tang Zhe's words, the three women knew what to do, but they felt there was no challenge at all because the weapons in their hands were too primitive. Crazy Brother didn't have the same attitude as before, he immediately laughed and said, Brother, how about I give you a micro? Before she could finish her words, Sun Ting raised her hand and shot him in the head. Hey, what are you doing? He just sent me a WeChat message and you shot me in the head. Tang Zhe turned around and rolled his eyes. Is it really that cruel? Sun Ting pouted pitifully, I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry to me? Go tell someone else. Okay, coming in front of Crazy Brother, Sun Ting said seriously, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shot you in the head. Then he shot him in the head again. The younger brothers around have never seen anyone so cruel. He killed the crazy guy while chatting and laughing, and even shot him in the head. Are bullets so worthless? Tang Zhe covered his forehead with his hands. You smashed his face. How can I scan his face to open the phone later? Brother Crazy's phone is unlocked with fingerprints. The younger brother next to him quickly dropped the knife in his hand. He is indeed a role model of a man who knows how to act. And Bai gave his younger brother a gentle smile. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. I suddenly felt shy. Such a cute girl must have been coerced. Another bang. The little brother fell down in disbelief. The last image in his mind was the gentle girl holding up the pistol, wondering why she was smiling so softly. The guys around had never seen such perversions before. It felt like they were just playing house. Two of them even ran into the rain. And Bai and Yiqingyi raised their hands and fired. A stream of blood mist shot out from the running brother's head. He was not killed by the rain, but his head was blown off. Sister, you are a good shooter. And Bai said with a smile. Yiqingyi was modest, lucky. The remaining four younger brothers knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. They were not human beings at all, they were all devils. Compared with them, President Hua was just like a good elementary school student. Tang Zhe sighed, I just wanted a WeChat, but I had to fight. Now look what happened, someone is dead. The four younger brothers cried and cursed in their hearts that the man was shameless and had no dignity. Tell me, where are you planning to steal supplies? Tang Zhe said with a smile. The younger brothers had never seen such a terrifying smile, and they were so scared that they rushed to confess the truth. Brother, we are going to Shanhu community. Tang Zhe was stunned. It turned out that they had the same goal. Are you guys going to rob Shanhu community? It's not about robbing, it's about teaching a lesson and testing the waters. Tang Zhe hissed, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. You tell me. The younger brother looked at the body that had fallen beside him, with shit and urine all over his body, and he couldn't say a word. Boom! Tang Zhe put his hand on his little brother's shoulder and gave him a comforting smile. Don't be nervous, just don't be like those two. The younger brother nodded vigorously. Our general manager Hua has a deal with general manager Shi of Shanhu community. Our general manager Hua provides water, and general manager Shi buys it at 100 times the market price. But in the past 2 days, general manager Shi's real estate has been mortgaged to general manager Hua. General manager Hua asked her to provide young men and women. General manager Shi was unwilling, so he sent us to cause trouble and kill a few people. The four of them were surprised after hearing this. Can money be used to buy supplies? It has to be said that they are still looking forward to returning to the way things were before, and as businessmen, there is nothing wrong with that. Yiqingyi suddenly asked curiously, is the President Shi you are talking about the President Shi of Conway Real Estate? Yes, that's her. Tang Zhe turned around and asked, do you know him? I met her once at a banquet, and this Shanhu community is also her building. And Bai suddenly remembered something. I seem to have heard the boss of the first-class cabin talk about the real estate queen of Huan City, Ms. Shi, who is also a philanthropist and has donated to many primary schools. Yes, that's it. The younger brother nodded quickly. Tang Zhe frowned, did I ask you to speak? Sun Ting raised her hand and fired a shot. The last little brother was trembling all over, and suddenly he convulsed and foamed at the mouth, his eyes widened, and he fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then died. Could he have been frightened to death? Enbai looked puzzled. Yiqingyi frowned, that should be it. It's so scary. Tang Zhe, who is scaring people? You women are even more shameless than me. But from this time, it seems that their fighting power has been formed, and their shooting skills are pretty good. They can even headshot a moving target 10 meters away. Just as he finished thinking about it, Tang Zhe heard the sound of vomiting. Sun Ting and Yiqingyi were leaning against the gas pump and vomiting. Enbai patted the two girls on the back and showed a helpless expression to Tang Zhe. You just need to get used to this situation. Go get a cell phone. Tang Zhe said softly. Enbai took out the mobile phone from his younger brother's pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and then changed the settings. Tang Zhe just wanted to see who the so-called Mr. Hua was, and it was necessary to obtain useful information. Back in the car, Tang Zhe suddenly remembered something. Isn't the president she you just mentioned pretty? Yeah, beautiful. Yi Qingyi nodded. Same as you? Almost. Her breasts are bigger than mine.
Tang Zhe, who was sitting in the back row, was stunned.
He stretched his head to the front row to take a look, and then reached out to scratch it. Is this true? Yi Qingyi blushed slightly. Yes, it's true. Okay, so big boss, how old are you?
About 36 or 37.
Old woman.
Tang Zhe lost half of his interest, and what appeared in his mind was loose flesh, sagging flesh, and crow's feet. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes to the back of her head. She has taken good care of herself. I have seen that she looks just like an ordinary girl.
Just blow it. Really, I didn't lie to you. Do not believe you, unless you bring someone here.
Yi Qingyi and Bai and Sun Ting were laughing on the side, and suddenly realized that this was the real Tang Zhe.
He was a little humorous.
In fact, they thought Tang Zhe was quite handsome.
Why didn't he have a girlfriend? It's all because of one word. Poor.
Just as Yi Qingyi was about to step on the accelerator and leave, a woman in a single layer of clothing ran out of the house. Her hair was messy, but she didn't look very old.
She was probably around 30 years old and had a good figure. Wait, Yi Qingyi stopped the car and lowered the window. What's wrong? Can you take me away? Please, I don't want to stay here anymore.
The woman begged, bowing with her hands.
Seeing that Yi Qingyi didn't say anything, the woman continued to beg. These people deliberately kept me here. Every time they come. I beg you, please be kind and work like a slave to repay them.
Tang Zhe lowered the window beside him and said with a smile, Sorry, beautiful lady, there is no room left. However, when the woman saw that there was no one in the passenger seat, she immediately knelt down and said, Brother, please, I still have my mother at home and my children, please. Tang Zhe sighed, She is pitiful, let her be free so that she won't be humiliated.
Yi Qingyi's heart trembled. After saving her, would he still kill her?
Looking at the woman kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, Yi Qingyi slowly took out his pistol. However, when the woman looked up, she saw the gun pointed at her, and her eyes suddenly turned into fear. I'm sorry, I'll just leave. After saying that, the woman turned and ran, and Yi Qingyi pulled the trigger.
Boom!
A blood mist floated in the air. Anbai lowered her head slightly, and seemed to be a little disappointed. Tang Zhe hugged Anbai to his side and said, This is the way the world is. She will only die in torture. It is better to give her a quick death. However, Tang Zhe added that if one wants to get on the bus, one must at least meet their standards. Taking out his younger brother's mobile phone, Tang Zhe looked through the chat records. This Mr. Hui is indeed quite capable.
There are 287 people in this group, and he is the boss.
These 8 people are just one of the groups, and the so-called crazy guy is just the team leader. As they said, they went to Shanhu community to cause trouble, but this trouble was not about smashing and looting, but about killing people.
What do you think? These people didn't reply to the boss's message. Do they think they were killed by the people in Shanhu community? Tang Zhe joked.
Sun Ting unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Tang Zhe. With Mr. Hua's methods, next time he won't threaten, but gather his brothers to capture Shanhu community.
Then we have to take action first. There should be a lot of beautiful women in the communities that have not been conquered yet. Tang Zhe chuckled. I am a big pervert now. I don't bother with ordinary women. I don't even want the ones that come to my doorstep.
I don't want to suffer for the sake of gaining experience anymore. After all, gaining experience just for the sake of gaining experience is really boring and like being treated like an animal. There are definitely more than in our community.
Sun Ting is a little worried now. If new people join, will it affect her?
She looked at Xiaobai, who was playing with guns and had no scheming at all.
Yi Qingyi, who was driving, even had the fantasy of escaping.
The 3 of them are a bit united, but also a bit disunited. If there really are a few beautiful girls in this Shanhu community, they will probably join up and form a different group. Then the 3 of them will be disunited. Sun Ting felt a chill down her spine just thinking about it.
Xiao Bai is obedient and will have a good talk with Yi Qingyi later. No matter what, we must unite now, and any new women who join us must be trampled under our feet. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, was not stupid. The two women thought the same thing. No matter what kind of woman joined in the future, she would have to go through a series of training before she could take up the job. Yi Qingyi has experienced this so-called training once, and it can be described in 4 words. Life is better than death. Tang Zhe probably doesn't know yet that class structures are beginning to appear in his cat nest. But Tang Zhe doesn't care about these. There is progress only when there is competition. What's the difference between a group of mindless women and robots? As I said, my requirements will become higher and higher, and I won't keep idle people. Change car. Tang Zhe said suddenly. Yi Qingyi, who was driving, hummed. In fact, she had just wanted to suggest changing the car. After all, it was a bit inappropriate to drive such a modified car into another community. Change the lace accessories you're wearing underneath, or people will think I'm a pervert. The 3 girls chuckled at the same time. TSK, what are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I'll fuck you. Tang Zhe rolled his eyes and said, if I am a pervert, you are even more perverted than me. A sexy change of clothes took place in the car, and Tang Zhe teased her from time to time. This little life was very comfortable. After parking the car in a small alley not far from the residential area, the 4 of them found a BYD that only had wheels and got in. Xiao Bai, after you go in, you are my girlfriend. Really? That's great. And Bai was happy. Sun Ting pouted her lips. Master, can you let me be your girlfriend next time? Okay, take a turn. Tang Zhe spread his hands. Now everyone is vying to be his girlfriend. Why didn't I see them so enthusiastic when I was delivering food before? Suddenly, Tang Zhe put his hand on Yi Qingyi's head and rubbed it gently. Xiaoyi, how about we make a bet? Bet? Yi Qingyi asked doubtfully. I know you have a niece stuck in school. You win, let's go. Yi Qingyi's eyes suddenly lit up with joy and she nodded quickly. Don't be so quick to nod. You know the consequences of being rescued by me. Listening to Tang Zhe's words, Yi Qingyi bit her red lips slightly, and her originally tender red lips gradually lost their color. After a while, she replied, I know. Don't be so happy too soon. If I win, I'm going to kill your fiancé's entire family. Do you dare to bet? And Bai and Sun Ting, who were sitting in the back row, were stunned. This was asking Yi Qingyi to make a decision. It seemed that Tang Zhe had never let down his guard against Yi Qingyi. I won't lose. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Okay, I admire your energy. Tang Zhe patted Yi Qingyi's shoulders. A courageous woman is much better than those who only know how to beg others. What are you gambling? Tang Zhe hadn't thought it through yet, so he turned around and looked at Anbai and Sun Ting. What do you think we should bet on? Sun Ting and Anbai were stunned. They were actually allowed to choose the bet. Wasn't he afraid that he would favor Yi Qingyi? Yi Qingyi turned around and looked at the 2 of them pleadingly. Sun Ting thought to herself that if she chose a bet that would benefit Tang Zhe, Yi Qingyi would probably break up with her. And now there were also the unknown beauties in the Shanhu community who would definitely be retaliated against. It is better to give a lover who is suitable for you, even if you have to bear the punishment from Tang Zhe. How about we use Mr. Shi to make the bet? Xiao Bai at the side suddenly said. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi both paused. Using women as bets, wasn't that Tang Zhe's strong point? Which woman could escape his clutches? My Xiao Bai is still the most well-behaved and sensible. Tang Zhe reached out and pinched Anbai's face. Anbai rubbed Tang Zhe's palm mischievously, like a big ragdoll cat. Anbai continued, just bet on whether Mr. Shi will run away in the end. Master, you can't threaten him. Haha, interesting. Tang Zhe also became interested and looked at Yi Qingyi, ladies first. Yi Qingyi clenched her fists, her heart beat faster, her breathing became rapid, and her mind was in a mess. I won't run away. Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice. President, she is not a stupid woman.
She should also realize the benefits of staying with Tangzai. However, Yi Qingyi seemed to have forgotten one thing, which was what Anbai said about not threatening others.
Then I guess she will run away, you two will be witnesses. Sun Ting and Anbai nodded.
Of course, you two can provide her with a little help this time to prevent me from bullying her.
Yi Qingyi was secretly happy. Although she had only met Shi Meng once, they could be considered acquaintances. Hey, you can't threaten others with guns. Tangzai reminded them not to break the rules of the game, otherwise they would eat peanuts.
The three girls naturally wouldn't play tricks on him, because they knew Tangzai didn't like it. Anbai suddenly laughed sweetly, Master, I'm really curious about how you won this real estate queen. You can't threaten her with food to tempt her into a deal.
You little white guy, you've blocked the path I'm good at.
Anbai stuck out her tongue and said, Master, you are not bad at all.
You are tall and mighty, handsome and elegant. When you stand there, mister, she will bow down to you.
Ha, you are such a good talker. Come on, let's go and see who this Mr. She is.
Tangzai waved his hand.
But he suddenly added, before that, let our President Shi increase the difficulty a little bit. After saying that, Tangzai took his younger brother's phone and sent a message.
Boswa, this is bad.
Crazy brother and the others have all been beaten to death. The three girls looked at the message sent by Tangzai and thought to themselves that this was accelerating the attack on Shanhu community, and they didn't have much time left. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi suddenly looked at each other and suddenly realized something was wrong. Their mission is to prevent President Shi from running away, and the prerequisite for this is that they must follow Tangzai, so they have to offer President Shi to them with both hands.
Tangzai doesn't even have to do anything, the three of them will help him catch him. Xiaobai, what kind of question are you asking? Is Xiaobai really naive? Obviously not.
It seems that she has given Tangzai a difficult method, but in fact, as long as they complete the goal by themselves, they will achieve it naturally. They will not let Tangzai lose face at all, and may even praise him at that time.
Xiaobai has his own way of making Tangzai happy.
At the entrance of the Shanhu community garage, several cars were blocking the entrance and exit, and 7 or 8 men were sitting around with knives in their hands. But these men were well dressed, and at first glance they looked like social elites, and there was not even any fierceness in their eyes. It seemed that the knives were just to scare people, and the vehicles blocking the way were just to prevent people from outside from driving in. After all, the rain has been lighter in the past 2 days, and many people have begun to venture outside. As one of the wealthy communities, no one dares to let down their guard.
Oh, when will it end? A man in his 40s wearing a woolen sweater sighed. Mister, she said it will be soon.
If we hold on for another month, we will be able to return to our previous life.
Another one showed a longing look.
The man who led the group shaved his head, mainly because there was no water to wash it.
Shaving his head was the simplest way and could also be intimidating. His name is Luo Jun, the director of the Shanhu Community Security Department. He is very capable and loyal to President Shi.
President Shi gave us 10 times the salary. After the disaster, we will also own shares of Shanhu Group, which is worth tens of millions. When everyone heard this number, their eyes lit up. In their hearts, the disaster was only temporary and the sky would clear up again. Not only Simmons, some other bosses may have offered high compensation to provide security guarantees. The elites in the community naturally joined in, and were extremely confident that the light would shine on the earth again. Just as they were imagining their future lives, a horn blared and a hurried voice came from the intercom. A car broke into the garage. When everyone heard this, they immediately picked up their knives and stood up, staring at the entrance. 10 seconds later, a BYD car crashed in directly, and the wheels without tires could not stop at all. With a bang, the 2 cars in front were directly damaged and the airbags in the cars exploded. A group of people looked at the incoming car cautiously, and no one dared to rush forward. Only Luo Jun slowly approached and observed. When he saw a man and 3 women in the car, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they should not be Mr. Hua's people. It is likely that they ran away from outside, but these 3 women are so beautiful, and there is a man sitting next to them. This combination is really strange.
Brother Luo, support will be here soon, just hold on. An urgent voice came from the intercom. Luo Jun pressed the intercom. We are escaping, don't be nervous. Damn, you scared me. I thought it was those people. Tang Zhe in the car kicked the door open and said with a smile, sorry, this thing can't be stopped. Let me smoke. Seeing that Tang Zhe actually handed out cigarettes, the anger on the men's faces calmed down a lot, and they even felt a little embarrassed. To them, the cigarettes had been gone long ago, and the cigarettes that Tang Zhe took out were simply divine objects. When men deal with each other, the most direct thing is cigarettes. As the three women got out of the car, the men dropped their cigarettes and looked on blankly. I thought Mr. Shi was good looking enough, but I didn't expect three of them to come at once. Luo Jun calmed down quickly. Although he had no cigarettes, he kept his lighter in his hand and lit it directly, and also lit the cigarette for Tang Zhe. Brother, what's going on with you guys? Tang Zhe's acting skills came out immediately. If it weren't for them, how could I risk running out? Looking at the beauty of the three women, the man knew in his heart that if he didn't bring them out, he would be in great danger. Tang Zhe pulled in Bai to his side. This is my girlfriend Xiao Bai. This is my girlfriend's best friend Sun Ting, and this is my girlfriend's neighbor Yi Qingyi. Hello, brother. And Bai shouted tremblingly, like a frightened big cat, giving the man the impression that he was harmless. Who would have thought that she had just smashed someone's head into pieces? Yi Qingyi still looked cold and indifferent. She just nodded as a greeting. The men didn't say anything, but they were secretly happy in their hearts. Why pretend? Sun Ting instantly turned into a female anchor. Hello, brothers, sorry to bother you. Luo Jun took a deep breath of the cigarette, feeling the smoke in his lungs, and then exhaled. Brother, you are really awesome. You ran out with three women like this. You are really manly. A man nearby asked curiously, why are you running to our neighborhood? Everyone in Huan City knows about Shanhu community. I thought it must be safer here. The men smiled. Isn't this what it feels like to buy a house here? But these three women are really good looking, with their figures, cute faces, and perky butts. The woman who took the lead immediately caught Tang Zhe's attention. He knew without a doubt that it was Mr. Shi. Because Yi Qingyi said that President Shi has big breasts, and they are indeed big. Her long hair was tied up behind her head. She had an exquisite face, a straight nose, and fiery red lips. Even at this moment, she was wearing accessories, as if demonstrating her authority. Her red dress could not cover her peaks, as if they were about to break out. I have to say that Yi Qingyi did not lie to herself. Mr. Shi has fair skin and good looks. You really can't tell that he is in his 30s. Not bad, not bad. It's too big that she can't control it. Behind her there are two good-looking women. There are indeed many beautiful women in wealthy communities. Simmons is very wary of outsiders, just to avoid bad guys sneaking in. As long as they are checked thoroughly, they will be allowed to stay. Although there were many people who opposed it, they were unable to shake Simmons' position because Simmons had his own warehouse of supplies. There was plenty of food, but water was in short supply. However, Simmons would pay wages, so no one made a fuss. Shi Meng's eyes naturally turned to the three girls. She seemed a little surprised that their faces were still so rosy, even better than hers, and they didn't look malnourished at all. Why does that girl look familiar? I can't remember who she is. Mr. Shi, they were the ones who just broke in. Luo Jun said with a smile. Shi Meng stood there with an aura of majesty without even being angry. Tang Zhe felt that she was much stronger than Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi was only a vice president, while Shi Meng was the chairman of the group, and the youngest one at that. Yi Qingyi suddenly exclaimed, "Are you President Shi? Who are you?" Shi Meng saw that Yi Qingyi also looked like she knew you, and asked curiously. Neighborhood is really different. We met in Yunhai City, at the cocktail party. I am Jiang Zihui's fiancé. Oh, why do I feel you look so familiar? Shi Meng smiled kindly and said that she seemed to have seen her somewhere. It turned out that she was Mr. Zhang's granddaughter-in-law. Yi Qingyi said ashamedly, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Shi, we really have no choice." I was originally at my sister and brother-in-law's house, but there was a riot in the neighborhood. If it weren't for Tangzai, we wouldn't have been able to escape. Shimeng looked at Tangzai, who scratched the back of his head innocently, like a good boy in society. They are all my girlfriend's friends, so I just stopped by. What do you do? Shimeng looked at Tangzai and asked. I'm a delivery guy. Is there any evidence? Tangzai thought to himself that this woman was so cautious, but he was a delivery man, so he took out his cell phone and showed Shimeng the delivery man's information. Shimeng felt relieved, looked at Anbai and asked, What about you? What do you do? I'm from the airline, a flight attendant. Anbai hugged Tangzai's arm tightly and said carefully. Seeing Anbai's expression, Shimeng didn't ask any more questions. What about you? I'm a streamer, the kind that dances and chats. As Sun Ting finished speaking, a man next to her exclaimed, No wonder you look familiar to me. I saw your live broadcast in the same city and gave you a rocket. Sun Ting said sweetly, Thank you, boss, for the big rocket. Ha ha ha. The men all laughed, and the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. Tangzai laughed secretly. You women are not at all vague when it comes to lying. Little did they know, for tigers had entered the sheepfold. At the back of the crowd, Bai Jian and Xiao Yu were standing there. Bai Jian's eyes were always on the three women, and it seemed as if he wanted to swallow them up. In this community, Bai Jian can only be under Simmons, but if he goes out, Bai Jian feels that he can become the overlord of other communities. He can play with the beauties however he wants, and all the men will become his employees and all the women will become his possessions. Perhaps out of Yi Qingyi's consideration, Shimeng personally took the four of them to look for an empty house. Walking in the underground garage of the rich, Tanzi saw many luxury cars, enough to hold a car show. Soon, Tangzai came to a large house of 148 square meters. The exquisite decoration inside made Tangzai feel luxurious. The owner of this place is abroad and it has been vacant. You can live here first, but don't damage the furniture. Simming reminded Tangzai, thinking that girls would be more careful, but Tangzai might not be. Tangzai nodded as if to show that he was being honest. Shimeng felt that it was a miracle that Tangzai could escape with three such beautiful girls. He was thin and weak, without any fighting ability, so she would let him do some logistical work when the time comes. Tangzai, now that you are here, everyone will have their own work. Okay, I understand. Shimeng was quite satisfied with Tangzai's attitude, and Tangzai could feel that the way President Xi looked at him was no different from that of his employees. After all, he was too familiar with this kind of look. This is your supplies for 1 week, use it sparingly. A man reluctantly brought in a box of water and a box of breakfast biscuits. Tangzai was stunned. Not only Tangzai, but Yi Qingyi and the other two girls were also stunned. The reactions of the four people seemed so normal in Simon's eyes, and she didn't have too many doubts. As long as you obey my orders, supplies are the most basic guarantee. After the disaster, you can all come to work in my company, and I will definitely reuse you. Thank you, boss. I will listen to you. Tangzai expressed his opinion immediately. And Bai and Sun Ting followed suit, but Yi Qingyi naturally did not. There are shows every night at 7 o'clock in the underground garage. There are also raffles with many prizes, drinks, snacks, and even meat. Tangzai was shocked that there were actually entertainment programs at this time, but he had to admit that Mr. Xi was really good at making promises. Mr. Xi, thank you. Yi Qingyi walked forward to express his gratitude. Shimeng turned around and smiled, it's just a small favor. We will definitely cooperate again in the future. Yeah. After sending Shimeng away, Yi Qingyi knew very well that she let her stay because she was making plans for the future. She is the investment queen, and everything she does is an investment. As soon as the others left, Tangzai lay directly on the sofa. Xiaoyi, this President Xi is indeed older than you. Yi Qingyi was also convinced in her heart, and spoke as if she were a steamed dumpling. The environment here is great. And Bai stood on the balcony and looked at the lake. There was a golf course not far away. Sun Ting was also standing nearby. She had never had the chance to live in such a nice house before and she really envied the rich people. But now I'm not so envious anymore. Xiao Bai, check if there is any surveillance here. Tang Zhe threw an instrument to Enbai.
Enbai nodded, took the instrument and started scanning the entire room, but found no surveillance.
Keep your weapons.
Tang Zhe threw the pistols to the three women, so that they would be able to protect themselves.
Mr. Hua might attack them at any time.
Holding the gun, the three women clearly felt like they were holding their own lives, and also controlling the lives of others. Xiaoyi, it's almost time for you to tell your fiancé that you're safe, lest that Mr. Shi take the credit first.
Tang Zhe patted his thigh and smiled. Old rules, you know. Yi Qingyi did not resist. Why did she have this feeling? The video call was connected quickly. You finally called me.
Jiang Zihue deliberately did not contact Yi Qingyi for 2 days, just waiting for her to call him. He was about to give up, but luckily his fiancée called him, and he was immediately very happy. Yi Qingyi showed a satisfied smile. Zihue, I'm sorry, there was a commotion in our building these 2 days, so I didn't contact you.
I was afraid that you would worry. I'm glad you're safe now. What? It's a mess? Where are you now? Jiang Zihue stood up suddenly and looked at his fiancée closely.
Don't worry, I ran away with a few friends. You should know Ms. Shi from Shanhu Group.
She just took us in. Thank God, I was really scared to death.
Jiang Zihue patted his chest, his face turned pale with fear. But when Yi Qingyi saw this expression, she did not feel moved. Instead, she felt that her fiancé was weak and timid, especially the way he patted his chest.
How could he be so feminine?
As expected of a woman who has killed someone, her thoughts have changed drastically.
By the way, where are your sister and brother-in-law?
After hearing this, Yi Qingyi lowered her head slightly and said nothing.
Jiang Zihue immediately understood and expressed regret.
At this time, Enbai suddenly came over, waved her hand and called sweetly, "Hello, brother Jiang." Seeing Enbai, Jiang Zihue was stunned for a moment.
What a sweet girl. Hello, thank you for taking care of my
brother Jiang. I was able to escape thanks to my boyfriend.
Of course I have to thank you. Is your boyfriend here?
Yi Qingyi almost rolled her eyes in her heart. Xiao Bai, you did this on purpose.
Zihue, wait a minute. This confused Tang Zhe. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by your fiancé? You're being so intense. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Tang Zhe called out with a smile, your fiancé is a little flirty today.
Looking at the ordinary man in front of him, Jiang Zihue was immediately relieved.
His fiancé would never like such a thing.
But it was strange that the lovely girl was actually his girlfriend. Brother, thank you for taking care of my fiancé. When the disaster is over, the 5 million will be directly transferred to your account. Tang Zhe said, your fiancé is on me now, with a look of satisfaction and intoxication on her face. It seems that I have taken good care of her, buddy.
Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. We live in the same building. As long as I'm not dead, Mr. Zhang's fiancé will be fine. Okay, let's have a couple more drinks after we meet.
The camera shifted to Yi Qingyi's face again, but it was a little red. Looking at such a beautiful and charming fiancé, Jiang Zihue felt itchy in his heart, but there were some sweet words he couldn't say now. I'll ask my dad to talk to President Xi and ask her to take care of you. Zihue, I love you. Jiang Zihue didn't expect his fiancé to be so straightforward. He felt a little embarrassed, but he replied and hung up the phone. As soon as the phone was hung up, Yi Qingyi's moans could no longer be suppressed and flowed out unrestrainedly from the depths of her throat.
Oh, I can't stand it. The whole neighborhood will hear it.
Enbai covered his ears and shouted. After the joy, Yi Qingyi lay on Tang Zhe's chest and panted, as if she was going further and further down the path of depravity.
Did you hear it just now? Our fiancé is only worth 5 million.
Sun Ting smiled slyly and patted Yi Qingyi's butt. Yi Qingyi was not willing to be outdone and slapped him back. You damn Ting Ting, I won't hit you.
Master, how much are we worth in your heart?
Enbai suddenly asked curiously, and Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting also looked over.
Tang Zhe said slowly, it's worthless. The three girls were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yi Qingyi felt uncomfortable when she heard that she was worth 5 million, but when she heard Tang Zhe say that she was worthless, Yi Qingyi found it quite funny. Well, I have to go visit my so-called ex-girlfriend. Master, won't you take me with you to show off? Anbai said pitifully, begging the master to take me with him. However, Tang Zhe shrugged and said, do I look like the kind of person who likes to show off? After saying that, Tang Zhe opened the door and walked out. Anbai felt lost because he really wanted to kill someone. Sure enough, Anbai's mentality began to change. Now, only Sun Ting was left normal, and Yi Qingyi began to gradually degenerate. After going out, Tang Zhe saw the camera on the corner of the wall. I am a telekinetic master, so it's easy for me to destroy all the cameras. Not long after entering the elevator, all the images in the monitoring room turned into snow, and the security guard on duty was still sleeping soundly. Arriving outside room 1 of Unit 501, Tang Zhe rang the doorbell. Bai Jian in the room immediately winked at Qiao Yu and hid in the closet. Qiao Yu was wearing translucent pajamas and had beautiful makeup on. She sorted out her thoughts before walking out of the bedroom. As the door opened, Tang Zhe saw this woman from many years ago, who couldn't be considered his ex-girlfriend, was much more mature than before. You're here. Qiao Yu lifted her temples and seemed to deliberately lower her body slightly to reveal her deep V. I thought to myself, even Bai Jian can't stand me wearing this, how can a poor loser like you be fascinated by me? Just drink the water I prepared for you obediently. Tang Zhe smiled slightly and said, you are dressed so sexy, wait for me to fuck you. Qiao Yu was stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect Tang Zhe to be so direct. When he was about to explain, Tang Zhe's big hand suddenly grabbed his neck and a feeling of suffocation surged into his heart. Let me go. Qiao Yu subconsciously slapped Tang Zhe's arm, but this was not something a weak woman could break free of. Tang Zhe walked into the room holding Qiao Yu's neck, and the door slowly closed. Isn't this just as you wish? Let's get straight to the point. Tang Zhe showed a devilish smile and walked straight towards the bedroom. He could already sense that there was someone hiding in the bedroom. Can you buy a house here with your income? You are a mistress, are you trying to gang up on me? Do you really take me for an idiot? No, let's have a good talk. Wait, Qiao Yu begged for mercy quickly. This was not what he wanted at all. It's okay, let's talk while we do it. You. Let me go. Kicking the bedroom door open, Bai Jian in the closet was startled. What was going on? When Bai Jian heard Qiao Yu's begging for mercy, he frowned. This was different from what he thought. Get out, Tang Zhe, you beast. Tang Zhe pressed Qiao Yu against the wardrobe. Bai Jian, who was hiding inside, could see Qiao Yu's face through the gap and his heart gradually became nervous. You stinking loser, I won't let you go. Feeling a strong sense of suffocation, Qiao Yu stopped cursing and began to beg for mercy. Don't kill me, I'm dying, save me, old Bai, save me. Qiao Yu looked at the frightened Bai Jian in the closet for help with his eyes wide open. Bai Jian never expected Tang Zhe to be so brutal. This was totally inconsistent with the character of a delivery man. And what's your name, you stinky woman? You'll expose me. Hey, she's your woman after all, why don't you come out and save her? Bai Jian didn't dare to say anything, thinking that Tang Zhe was cheating. You see, it's him who won't come out to save you. When you go before the king of hell, you have to tell him his name. With a click, Qiao Yu's cervical vertebrae were broken, and his white neck tilted 90 degrees as if it had no support. Seeing Qiao Yu's eyes wide open, that horrifying look made Bai Jian tremble. He suddenly covered his chest and fell out of the closet. Tang Zhe hurriedly stepped back to avoid being hit by the fat man. Bai Jian fell to the ground, holding his chest as if he was having a heart attack. He subconsciously took out a quick-acting heart pill from his trouser pocket, but he lost his grip and it rolled to the side. He reached out to take it, but Tang Zhe slowly moved it away with his shoe. Why do I feel like you look familiar? Yes, I've seen you at the year-end meeting. You seem to be the manager of the hotel. Bai Jian grabbed Tang Zhe's trouser leg with a pleading look in his eyes. You are so fat, go down and lose some weight. You.
Bai Jian felt that he was very smart and had climbed up from nothing to the position of deputy general manager of the hotel, but he actually fell into the hands of a delivery man.
Tang Zhe just watched Bai Jian die quietly, then threw the two bodies on the bed.
Remember not to practice the devil in your next life, or you will die miserably.
Soon Tang Zhe returned to the house, and then Bai ran over and asked curiously, Master, what punishment did you give her?
Break her neck with bare hands.
Tang Zhe said with a smile while pinching in Bai's neck.
And Bai was not afraid at all, and even looked like she was enjoying it. Sun Ting said softly, that's too cheap. If it were me, I would torture him severely.
Yeah, torture. Yi Cheng agreed. Tang Zhe sighed and wondered why he was hanging out with such perverts. Who taught them to be astray?
In the luxurious box of the Royal City Hotel, a 50-year-old man was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar, with a gold chain around his neck and a big gold ring on his hand. Two women were lying in front of him serving him.
Fuck that bitch. How dare you kill my people? Huo Wanyan became angrier and angrier as he thought about it.
He immediately stood up, picked up the whip on the coffee table and walked aside. An 18-year-old girl was hanging here.
She was caught by Huo Wanyan for trying to escape.
Her body had been beaten to pieces and she was only breathing weakly.
Clap clap. 3 more blood marks appeared on the girl's body, which was shocking.
The two classmates kneeling beside her didn't dare to say a word.
This is what happens when you hang out in the club in the early hours of the morning. Picking up the phone, Huo Wanyan called Shi Meng, you bitch, do you really think the men in your community can resist my attack?
At this time, Shi Meng, who was sitting at home, saw the call from Huo Wanyan. Her brows frowned immediately, but she had no choice but to answer the call.
Hey. Boss Shi, I just sent someone to talk to you, and you killed them. That's not appropriate. Shi Meng was confused. Mr. Hua, what are you talking about? I don't really understand. Fuck you, why are you pretending to be so hypocritical with me? If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, you will die. Shi Meng was immediately furious.
She was accused of murder for no reason.
Huo Wanyan, keep your mouth shut. Don't think I, Shi Meng, am afraid of you. Okay. I've been waiting for you to say this. Just wait to die in your community. After saying that, Huo Wanyan hung up the phone.
Shi Meng also slammed her phone on the table, with an annoyed look on her face. At this time, a man in his 40s appeared next to him, holding a cup of hot water and said with a smile, Wife, don't be angry, drink some hot water.
This gentleman is Shi Meng's husband, Fu Qi.
Belonged to good wife however, Shi Meng was able to gain a firm foothold with the help of Fu Qi's family, otherwise how could a weak woman achieve such an achievement? Shi Meng took the hot water and drank a little, then said calmly, Husband, you should drink some too.
I'm not thirsty. Simmons didn't say anything else and inserted her slender fingers into her hair. Did you have a disagreement with Mr. Hua? Shi Meng hummed. Actually, I don't think it's a bad thing to cooperate with Mr. Hua.
Mr. Hua has water, and you have a food warehouse, but water is more scarce.
Fu Qi persuaded.
In fact, this was not the first time he persuaded him, but he just wouldn't listen.
Shi Meng immediately said in a deep voice, were those conditions proposed by him? Sending women to them regularly and asking men to be their thugs. When have I, Shi Meng, ever bowed to evil forces? Hey, things are different now.
Today you let a few strangers in and distributed supplies.
Some people have expressed their opinions to me. Who?
Shi Meng's eyes turned cold.
Oh, don't worry about who it is. Supplies are so scarce right now, so don't be so kind. Otherwise, the people below will rebel.
With a bang, Shi Meng slammed the table and shouted, Dare! Fu Qi looked at his obsessed wife and shook his head, finally realizing the terrifying compassion. In the club's private room, Huo Wanyan slammed his phone onto the sofa and grabbed the kneeling girl's hair to vent his anger. 30 seconds later, Huo Wanyan felt a little more relaxed, picked up his phone, dialed a number, and then put on his signature smile.
Mr. Qian, I wonder if you received my gift.
The girl's screams were heard on the phone, and at the same time, Mr. Qian's voice was heard. These girls are very good, I like them very much.
I still have some here.
When Mr. Qian gets tired of playing, I'll send him new ones.
Okay, Mr. Hua, you understand me. Hiss, Mr. Qian, what happened last time?
Qian Zhongran paused and said with a smile, Boss Hua, guns are hard to come by now.
The people on duty at the General Administration would rather destroy all the bullets than hand them over. Didn't you say last time that you could get a gun from the armed police?
Ha, there are a lot of dead armed policemen outside the gate.
They would rather starve to death inside than trade with me, brother.
Huo Wanyan cursed in his heart, I sent a few pretty girls over, but you didn't even give them a gun.
When I get a gun, I'm going to kill you. Hey, Mr. Qian, I'm planning to destroy the Shanhu community.
If you just give me a gun, I'll tie up Shi Meng and send her to your bed.
How about that? Are you serious?
Qian Zhongran's tone suddenly became serious. It seems that Simmons is still very tempting.
Huo Wanyan cursed inwardly at the old fox. Can I cheat you out of money? Ha, you wouldn't dare. How about this?
We have robbed a few shotguns from the escort company and will give you one, plus 5 bullets.
Escort? Huo Wanyan wanted to slap himself. How come he didn't expect that this group of people would let Qian Zhongran take the lead? Boss Qian, 5 bullets are a little short. What's less? Guns nowadays are meant to deter people. Who would bet on whether your gun has bullets? One shot will scare everyone.
A shotgun and 5 bullets in exchange for a beauty like Simmons, Huo Wanyan himself was amused.
I'll give you a piece of shit, get the gun first. Thank you very much, Mr. Qian. I will send someone to visit you later.
Bring 2 more beauties here.
Grass mud horse. Okay, I'll definitely give you the money to choose the best one. After hanging up the phone, Huo Wanyan yelled loudly to vent his anger.
He looked at the woman next to him and found that he couldn't raise his head.
He became even angrier and picked up a whip to whip her.
Suddenly a painful sound was heard.
After we take over Shanhu community and recruit the men there, we will kill Qian Zhongran. No matter how many bullets you have, how can they compare to my numbers?
Pie in the sky. When he thought of this, Huo Wanyan regained his confidence. He pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the girl's head. Serve me obediently.
Don't kill me, I'll do it.
Huo Wanyan closed his eyes and enjoyed it, but no one knew that there were no bullets in the gun at all.
Huo Wanyan had used them all up in the police station.
However, with the help of this gun, no younger brother dared to disobey, let alone these women. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Tang Zhe took in Bai's little hand and came to the underground garage.
Sun Ting followed behind enviously.
Yi Qingyi looked around and found that all the men's eyes were looking at her. Compared to this kind of look, Yi Qingyi prefers the looks at the gas station, the looks of fear, terror. Wipe my car for $10,000. Suddenly a voice sounded, and a boss wearing sunglasses raised a dozen red banknotes in his hand, and a Rolls-Royce was parked next to him.
Boss, I'm coming.
I'll come.
Don't fight with me.
5 or 6 men rushed over and even started arguing.
Oh my God, the money is still useful. And Bai was shocked. He thought the money could not be used anymore.
Yi Qingyi said calmly, they all think it's only temporary. Tang Zhe murmured, it costs 10,000 yuan to clean the car once, I want to go.
Xiao Bai, help wipe it together. Tang Zhe chuckled and pinched Xiao Bai's face. It was tender and smooth.
He felt that their skin was much better than before.
Could it be that they absorbed his essence? Does it have the same effect when applied on the face? Brother, do you have any cigarettes?
A voice suddenly came from beside him, and Luo Jun was standing beside him with a smile on his face.
Tang Zhe was stunned and took out a cigarette, but there was only one left. Forget it, just keep it for yourself. Luo Jun patted Tang Zhe's shoulder and said with a smile.
Tang Zhe handed it to Luo Jun, actually, I seldom smoke either.
I'll give it to you. Luo Jun really couldn't stand it.
He had to smoke that cigarette several times before he could finish it.
Even taking a puff felt like a luxury. "Brother, if you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me." Luo Jun took the cigarette without refusing. Tang Zhe asked curiously, "What's going on?" "There's a stage in the middle." "Is this for a speech?" "President Xi, this is also giving people hope and encouraging them not to stay at home. Going out and communicating can help relieve their mood." "Is that so?" Tang Zhe felt that this was just empty talk. Luo Jun sighed, "Mr. Xi is a good man. I hope this crisis will pass quickly, otherwise everyone will not be able to hold on." Tang Zhe felt that this was a great man who could separate a box of water. After all, in his community, who had such courage? "Who is that beautiful girl?" Tang Zhe looked at a woman. She was very delicate in appearance. She was wearing a shirt, a small tie, a black miniskirt, and black stockings. It was a very professional suit. Although it is not high-quality rations, it can also be low-quality rations. Luo Jun was a little surprised. His girlfriend was right next to him, but he was asking about another woman? But for the sake of a cigarette, Luo Jun introduced her. "Her name is Feng Mengmeng, and she is President Xi's secretary." "Can secretaries live here?" Tang Zhe thought to himself that secretaries have high salaries. "She doesn't live here. She was at President Xi's house reporting on her work until very late that night. Then it started to rain and she never came back. I heard that her neighborhood was in chaos." Tang Zhe let out a long "oh." As more and more people came down one after another, Tang Zhe did not find any top-notch ones. There was only one like Feng Mengmeng, let alone a top-notch one like President Xi. "That's not right. Are there so few beauties in the rich area? Where are the celebrity school beauties?" My desire to hunt for beauty was suddenly reduced by half. If it weren't for Mr. Xi, I wouldn't want to continue playing. Sun Ting, who was observing from the side, felt relieved. There wouldn't be many people who could catch Tang Zhe's eye. Even if Xi Meng was included, there would only be two left. At this time, Xi Meng finally walked out of the elevator. She was so eye-catching, and her enchanting figure made people unable to take their eyes off her. She was a mature woman among mature women, like a peach. There was a man behind Xi Meng. Tang Zhe asked curiously, "Who is that man?" "That's Mr. Xi's husband, Fu Qi." "Oh, there is a husband. Chow thieves, gather here." Standing on the stage, Simmons picked up the loudspeaker and said, "Dear owners, are you all here?" Everyone looked around and counted the number of people. Boss Xi, Lao Bai didn't come. Xi Mengyi frowned, "Call him to come down, he has no sense of time at all." However, no one answered the phone and Tang Zhe stood in the crowd with a smile. "Go and get him down. It is good." Not long after, a man ran back helplessly, "Mr. Xi, don't open the door. This is not a naked challenge to Simmons' authority. If the first one doesn't come now, there will be a second one next time. They must be severely punished. Pry the door open for me. I want to see what this guy is doing. He has a mistress and won't even attend a party." Tang Zhe laughed softly and said, "That fat guy even knows about his mistress." "Master, how do you know?" Xiao Bai asked curiously in a low voice. "Don't tell you." And Bai's coquettish voice was particularly seductive, making Tang Zhe want to pull Xiao Bai to the side and do it first. If Xiao Bai died now, Tang Zhe would probably be sad for 4 days, that's all. Soon several men hurried down the hall. "Boss Xi, this is bad, Bai Jian is dead." These words shocked everyone. Who wouldn't be afraid? In a community where no one had died before, someone actually died. Dead? How did he die? Killed? Xi Meng asked in a deep voice. Several men looked at each other. Talk. Bai Jian and his lover died in bed. His lover's neck was strangled by him. Bai Jian himself seemed to have died suddenly from illness. When these words were spoken, everyone sighed, thinking that the fat guy must have killed himself for the sake of excitement. And Bai finally understood. So that's what it was. Shi Meng was relieved after hearing this. She thought it was murder. Bai Jian was always sneaky and had no good intentions. It was better for him to die. And Mr. Shi, the monitoring room seems to be poisoned, there is no picture. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar, and conspiracy theories began to emerge. Just be patient. Simmons' words calmed everyone down. Today marks a month since the disaster began. Over the past month, we have all worked together to overcome the difficulties. We must maintain this state in the future. I believe that it won't be long before this disaster passes and we can return to our normal lives. Tang Zhe almost fell asleep while listening to this. It turned out that President Xi conveyed such ideas every night. The deeper the hope now, the more severe the riots would be later. Mr. Xi, how long will it take? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Everyone's eyes were on Simmons. Shi Meng smiled and said, everyone, to be honest, I got the news today that there will be rescue as early as next month. Fu Qi, who was standing next to him, was stunned and didn't know what was going on. My wife is lying. However, after hearing this, everyone smiled again, and some even shouted, there's help, there's help. I really don't know how she will end up next month. Sun Ting said in a low voice. Yi Qingyi said calmly, it won't wait until next month, I'm just trying to stabilize these people. Master, there is a beautiful lady in a white short skirt over there. And Bai reminded in a low voice. Tang Zhe had already noticed it and laughed softly, it's just average, a little worse than you. Master, please make do with this for now. Xiao Bai will find you a better one later. Okay. It's really hard. Yi Qingyi rolled her eyes. Seeing how hard it was for him to agree, she guessed that he already had a plan in mind. Just when everyone was having fun, a frightened voice came from the intercom in Luo Jun's hand. Brother Luo, a dump truck is rushing towards the garage. Luo Jun was stunned, turned around to look at the entrance not far away, and immediately shouted, scatter! Scatter! Everyone looked at the anxious Luo Jun in confusion. At this time, a dump truck had appeared and directly pushed away the car blocking the door. Everyone was scared and ran away in all directions. Some people were even knocked down by the car and fell to the ground wailing. Wife, what are you still standing there for? Come on. How can I leave at this time? If you want to leave, go ahead. Shi Mingjiao shouted, shaking off Fu Qi's hand and yelling at everyone, don't panic, pick up your weapons and fight back. Don't run. When the tarpaulin on the dump truck was lifted, 20 young and strong men jumped down with knives in their hands. The leading man was holding a half-meter machete. Boss Shi, Boss What asked us to say hello to you. Kill. He killed someone. Run. When the so-called upper-class elites encounter thugs, they are so scared that they piss their pants and shit their pants, and 3 or 4 of them fall to the ground in the blink of an eye. Luo Jun shouted angrily, brothers, go. However, the brothers around were also shocked by the other side and were a little at a loss. Tang Zhe gave the 3 women a look, telling them not to shoot at this time and to go back. The 3 women, already determined to kill, reluctantly went up the stairs, but Tang Zhe did not leave. Brother, hurry up and leave. Luo Jun looked at Tang Zhe and warned him, then rushed forward with a knife. When several men saw Luo Jun rushing forward, they followed him. While Shi Meng was still anxiously trying to stop the fleeing men, these idiots were frightened. Don't run, there are only a few of them, and we have so many. However, Shi Meng was unable to stop these elites from fleeing. At this time, Shi Meng's face became ugly and anxious, and she hurriedly shouted, Luo Jun, organize people to kill them. Mr. Shi, please leave quickly. I'll hold on here. Luo Jun shouted, but as he was distracted for a moment, he was stabbed in the back. Looking for death. Luo Jun still had some skills. He slashed the opponent's neck with a knife, and blood splattered everywhere. Seeing Luo Jun kill one person, the morale of the brothers here also increased. They picked up their weapons and rushed forward. However, their fighting skills were worrying. Looking at Huo Wanyan's men, they even had thick paper tied on their wrists and arms, and the leader was even wearing a bulletproof vest. Brother Luo, be careful, puff. Luo Jun felt a pain in his back and suddenly felt that his lower body was out of control. It was as if someone stabbed him in the lower back. Falling to the ground helplessly, Luo Jun struggled to wave his knife, but was soon surrounded by 3 men and hacked to death. The huazi stuck in his ear slowly rolled to the ground, stained with blood. And Tang Zhe is now the hero saving the beauty. There are indeed more beautiful women in rich people's neighborhoods. A younger brother stood in front of Feng Mengmeng with a machete in his hand and a greedy smile on his face. Feng Mengmeng had never seen anything like this before. She was so scared that she kept backing away, leaning against the wall and unable to move back. Looking at the men who were running for their lives, Feng Mengmeng felt desperate and wanted to leave here. It's a bit rude to treat a lady like this. Tang Zhe's voice sounded beside him. The younger brother was stunned and immediately looked back. The fist in front of him was getting closer and closer, and he was knocked unconscious by the punch. Of course, Tang Zhe was holding back, otherwise his head would have been shot through, and other people would have looked at him as if he were a monster. Feng Mengmeng stared blankly at Tang Zhe in front of her. What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you leave? Tang Zhe patted Feng Mengmeng on the head. Feng Mengmeng came back to her senses and immediately ran towards the elevator, but soon turned back and shouted, "Thank you." Tang Zhe smiled and replied, "I charge for it." Feng Mengmeng was stunned, but ran away immediately. Looking at the battlefield in the middle, the thugs on the opposite side actually have the upper hand. Isn't that Luo Jun? Died? I originally thought he was a nice guy. Coming to Luo Jun, Tang Zhe sighed and closed his eyes, muttering, "I'll send them to see you." At this time, the leading man shouted at Shi Meng, "Brothers, arrest that woman. Kill. Wife, if we don't leave now it will be too late." Fu Qi pulled Shi Meng inside. In front of Simmons, there were only 4 loyal subordinates, but these 4 seemed a little too few, as the other side had 17 or 18 others. Tang Zhe felt that this place was too sad, just like a kindergarten. 20 people scared away hundreds of others. Can you believe this? I used to think it was a bit stupid for 8 people from the gas station to go to someone else's neighborhood to intimidate them, but now it seems that I was wrong. They are all people who are afraid of death and can only share happiness but not difficulties. Tang Zhe sighed softly and then began the show. "Mr. Shi, run quickly, I'll hold on here." Tang Zhe shouted and ran directly to the row of 4 people. His righteous look infected the other 4 people. Even Shi Meng was very pleased. "Mr. is righteous. Mr. Shi, please leave quickly." Tang Zhe was also convinced. "Could you please stop being so pretentious? Just run when I tell you to, instead of making a fuss." However, Shi Meng was ready to die. "I won't leave, I will accompany you to fight until death." Tang Zhe, is there something wrong with this woman's brain? However, the 4 people next to him were stunned, and one of them suddenly shouted, "Mr. Shi, be kind to my parents." Then he rushed out. The other 3 also rushed out, leaving their last words. At this time, Tang Zhe finally understood how a leader could let his subordinates die bravely. "Mr. Shi, please take good care of my girlfriend for me." Tang Zhe also rushed out after saying this. Of course, Tang Zhe has to be more restrained, neither too strong nor too weak. With the momentum of dying together, the brothers on the opposite side suddenly became weak, especially the 4 loyal subordinates, who held on to one of the brothers and cut him even after being stabbed several times. Tang Zhe was chopping while thinking, if all the men here are like this, would I be afraid of them? It's a pity that he is not as good as Ding Feng and others. Soon Tang Zhe was the only one left, while there were 8 people on the opposite side. The corpses lying on the ground scared these younger brothers. After all, President Hu said that they would not resist, but in the end people still died. The leader saw that his younger brothers were a little scared, and immediately shouted, "Brothers, when we go back, Mr. Hu will give us women, food, and beer." Sure enough, after hearing this, my younger brother's eyes gradually became fierce. Shi Meng stared at the other person, and Fu Qi was desperate. "Wife, let's go, it's no use. I told you, I won't leave." Fu Qi's heart almost broke apart on the spot. If he was still stubborn at this time, what would happen if he was caught by them? Do you still think Hua Wanyan won't do anything to you? Don't be so naive. Is Shi Meng that stupid?
His eyes were on Tang Zhe. He had been paying attention to Tang Zhe.
Those little brothers were no match for him at all. Even the blood on his body was from the opponents. He was not injured at all. He is obviously different from others.
Luo Jun is dead now, and the other loyal ones are also dead. If he is recruited as a bodyguard, he will have more say here.
Tang Zhe, I will fight with you. Shi Meng actually walked forward and stood beside Tang Zhe.
The two talented actors performed so well on the spot that the husband next to them was completely confused. Tang Zhe really wanted to pry open this woman's head to see if there was shit inside, but Shi Meng wanted to see how strong Tang Zhe was. I have to say that Shi Meng is really courageous.
If it were any other woman, she would have been scared and ran away.
Kill! The leader shouted angrily.
There was only one person.
After killing him and kidnapping Shi Meng, his mission would be accomplished.
Tang Zhe could only sigh and rushed forward with a knife.
After a brutal fight, he finally knocked all the opponents to the ground, but Tang Zhe had no injuries on his body. It was not Tang Zhe's style to pretend to be injured just for the sake of acting.
Brother, don't kill me. Why don't you come with me to Mr. Hua's place? There are many beautiful women there. You can pick whatever you want.
Really?
Tang Zhe asked deliberately.
As expected, Shi Meng secretly thought that something was wrong. Tang Zhe, don't be fooled by his sweet words.
Brother Tang, don't trust this woman.
She has cheated Mr. Hua out of many things.
What nonsense! Simmons was furious. Brother Tang, I'm not lying to you.
Mr. Hua has female college students, campus beauties, all kinds of them.
This woman can't give you anything.
Shi Meng cursed him inwardly for being shameless, actually using a woman to seduce, and Tang Zhe seemed to fall for it. Tang Zhe, I have something to gain from this as well, kill him. Don't believe, before he could finish his words, Tang Zhe chopped off his head. The head slowly rolled to Shi Meng's feet.
Shi Meng was trembling with fear.
Even Fu Qi next to her looked at Tang Zhe with fear. The bodies around were all stabbed to death, and this one was the only one beheaded. It was shocking and a result of mental torture.
Of course I believe in you, Mr. Shi. Tang Zhe turned around and smiled.
When Shi Meng saw Tang Zhe smile, she felt a chill. To calm herself down, Shi Meng patted Tang Zhe on the shoulder and said, Xiao Tang, I have high hopes for you.
If you follow me in the future, you will have everything. Thank you, Mr. Shi. Tang Zhe looked very happy.
Shi Meng thought to herself that it seemed that his skills were not proportional to his brains.
Fu Qi asked curiously, Little brother, where did you learn this skill?
I was abandoned at the gate of Shaolin Temple when I was little, so I learned martial arts since I was young. Fu Qi sighed. Sure enough, none of the delivery guys are ordinary. He thought his wife had found a treasure this time. However, neither of them noticed that the curve of Tang Zhe's mouth was getting deeper and deeper.
The game had just begun.
As the invaders were killed, the men who had just escaped came down one after another, and when they saw the scene, they vomited everywhere. However, Simmons started her excellent speech and praised Tang Zhe as the garage god. It is true that in ancient times there was the elevator god of war, and now there is the garage god of war. Brothers and sisters, we encounter difficulties and challenges every day.
Escape will not solve the problem.
As long as we have courage, every step is the way to success.
Don't be afraid of failure. Failure is just another way to success. Their death makes us stronger. Take a brave step. The darkest moment is usually before dawn. Keep the faith. Victory will belong to us. To our hero Tang Zhe. Everyone looked at Tang Zhe.
This man was so powerful. Especially now that he was standing next to President Xi, he was even more powerful than Luo Jun. I heard that the leader's head was chopped off by Tang Zhe. What a fierce delivery guy. Meng, is he really a delivery man? The girl in the white dress asked curiously.
That should be the case. He saved me before.
Meng said softly, seeming that she has not yet recovered from her fear. Alas, Mr. Hua has already started to take action.
We may not be safe. Feng Wei said worriedly.
She is a girl with no one to rely on. If she had really been caught just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Mengmeng sighed and looked at Tang Zai's back, thinking that it would be great if she had such a powerful person to protect her. Feng Wei followed Feng Mengmeng's gaze. Perhaps she was also thinking about this question in her heart. When encountering such a thing, women will seek protection from strong men instead of rich ones.
Tang Zai became famous and was even rewarded with a lot of snacks. Tang Zai, thank you for your hard work tonight. We can talk about some things tomorrow.
Shi Meng smiled gently and felt that she had already got Tang Zai under control.
Thank you, Mr. Shi.
You should also go to bed early. Seeing that Tang Zai was so respectful to her, Shi Meng was very satisfied. She nodded and turned to leave. As the door closed, Tang Zai stretched himself and said, I'm a little tired. It seems that President Shi has not yet realized his problem. Sun Ting smiled secretly. She probably felt that she had gotten a great bargain. Yi Qingyi shook her head helplessly.
Who would know Tang Zai's true background?
On the other side, Shi Meng returned home and poured a glass of red wine.
Do you know how dangerous it was just now? If it weren't for Tang Zai, we would all be dead. Shi Meng's smile became even wider. If I leave, will Tang Zai be willing to follow me?
Now he will only feel that he has found a good boss, and the food and water are enough to make him happy for several days.
Wife, think about it carefully. How could Tang Zai, who is so skilled, run away from the community with 3 beautiful girls?
Maybe he killed everyone in the community and just moved to another community. Shi Meng couldn't help but giggle. Hubby, he is very strong, but he is just one person. If the other side had more people today, I'm afraid Tang Zai would not be able to do it. It is precisely because of his skills that he was able to bring the girl out.
Fu Qi said helplessly, I just want you to be wary of him. Don't worry, with him here, these owners won't dare to do anything wrong. Shi Meng's eyes flashed with ferocity. Whoever dared to go against her would be killed by Tang Zai.
At this time, Huo Wanyan was waiting for replies from his younger brothers, feeling a little anxious. As it got later, Huo Wanyan knew that the plan had failed. I still underestimated this stinky woman Shi Meng. Be my younger brother on the big bed. Shi Meng and Fu Qi both fell asleep. At this time, Fu Qi reached out his hand towards Shi Meng. And Shi Meng said softly, I am too tired today. I'll just leave it there.
Fu Qi said with a smile.
Shi Meng's mind was full of important things, and she immediately said unhappily, I've already told you that it's tiring, and you can't put out the fire after you touch it, so I have to do it myself.
Fu Qi's face fell and he could only turn around. I'm afraid no one knows that the husband of this investment queen is impotent. The next morning, Tang Zai enjoyed a hearty breakfast.
At this time, there was a knock on the door.
Okay, game over. After tidying up his clothes, Tang Zai went to open the door. A girl opened the door. Wasn't this Feng Mengmeng, the person he rescued yesterday? V-neck low cut, is it so sexy?
Feeling Tang Zai's gaze, Feng Mengmeng lowered her head slightly and raised the plate in her hand.
Oh, thank you.
Tang Zai took it with both hands, but when taking it, he deliberately touched Feng Mengmeng's fingers, which made Feng Mengmeng blush, and she hurriedly pressed the elevator button and left. After closing the door, Sun Ting smiled and said, I told you, the master is so handsome, don't even make a move now, the little sister is trying to squeeze in to show her goodwill.
Tang Zai opened the plate with a wry smile. There were 4 fried eggs on it. It must be said that there were eggs as well.
It was really generous and a huge investment. To me, women who throw themselves at others' expense are boring. I still like those who have a strong sense of resistance, like our little Yi.
Yi Qingyi said tenderly, how can I resist? Sister Yi won't admit it now. Xiao Bai, you're itching, aren't you?
Sister Yi, I'm more than just itchy. Just as Tang Zai was sitting on the sofa, his cell phone rang.
Are you free now? I have something to discuss with you. I'm free.
It was Shi Meng calling. Well, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zhe stood up and stretched his muscles.
Master, we agreed not to threaten Lai Pai. Tang Zhe made an okay gesture, opened the door and left with a smile. Soon Tang Zhe arrived at Xi Meng's house and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. It was Feng Meng who opened the door. When she saw Tang Zhe at the door, she even looked away shyly. What Tang Zhe said before was the truth. There is no point in throwing yourself into someone's arms. Of course, it's already been delivered to your doorstep, so why throw it away? It's a waste not to play with it if it's free.
On the sofa, Simmons was looking at her mobile phone in an elegant posture, and her slightly frowned look was quite touching.
But Xi Meng was not posing on purpose.
She just received a call from Ho Wanyan in the morning. He wanted to negotiate face-to-face in his club. Xi Meng certainly knew that this was a trap, but it was also an opportunity for her. If she could kill Ho Wanyan, she would have no worries, and she could even recruit Ho Wanyan's people to become stronger. But under these premises, it depends on whether Tang Zhe can do it.
Tang Zhe is here. Feng Meng said respectfully while standing aside.
It was still a secretary's job, and Xi Meng still acted like a big boss, without any change at all.
Tang Zhe likes this kind of superior woman.
It must be very painful for her to fall down.
Bring me a glass of water. Okay. Feng Meng quickly poured 2 glasses of water, which was very luxurious.
But when it came to Tangze, the curve of the waist was much larger, and Tangze could see the white and tender deep. Xi Meng, who was drinking tea, saw it all. Although his girlfriend looked sweet and lovely, it was inevitable for a man to have affairs. The excitement outside was much greater than that at home.
As Feng Meng left, Xi Meng looked at Tang Zhe with a smile, and Tang Zhe lowered his head shyly. This reminded Xi Meng of the college graduates in the company. Isn't this the expression? And these people are the easiest to control. Tang Zhe, if there is anything you need at home, tell me. You're welcome. Tang Zhe nodded fiercely, there is everything in the room.
Sorry for the trouble.
That's a bit strange. You are almost my brother at the same age. From now on, you can just call me Sister Shi. Tang Zhe's mouth twitched.
Does it have to make the relationship so complicated? Even the sister and brother have shown up.
That's embarrassing. Tang Zhe said innocently. What are you embarrassed about? Just scream now for your sister to hear.
Tang Zhe portrayed that awkward look vividly, and even Yi Qingyi had to admit that he must have graduated from the Central Academy of Drama. Sister Shi, after holding it in for a long time, he finally shouted it out.
Xi Meng was very satisfied, isn't it said now? From now on, you are my brother. You don't have to be afraid because I am here. At this time, Fu Qi walked out of the bedroom and said with a smile, if you recognize your brother, then doesn't that mean I will become your brother-in-law? Hello, brother-in-law. Tang Zhe stood up and shouted. Ha, come and sit down. We are a family from now on.
Tang Zhe nodded and said, you two are quite good at scheming against people, but your methods are much better than those of Bai Jian and Xiao Yu.
You siblings can chat first. I'm going to go out for a walk. Fu Qi smiled, took a sip of water and went out. As Fu Qi left, Xi Meng shook her head helplessly. Your brother-in-law would go out and brag to other men at this time. I often brag, too. Tang Zihan smiled and scratched the back of his head. Brother, there is something I want to ask you. It is very important and you must tell me the truth.
Xi Meng said seriously, blinking her beautiful eyes.
Well, I won't lie to you, Sister Shi. Tang Zhe's sitting posture was just like that in elementary school, with his hands on his legs. If I were your enemy and I were sitting here, would you be able to kill me directly? Ah. It's that simple.
Hearing Tang Zhe's answer, Xi Meng felt that Tang Zhe was bragging, and all young people were like that. Brother, don't brag.
Belongs to you, no, really. Then show me how to do it.
Sister Shi, just throw the paper cup as you like.
Tang Zhe said confidently.
Xi Meng wanted to see what Tang Zhe was selling, so she drank the water in the paper cup and threw it in a random direction. At this time, Tang Zhe swung out his right hand, and the paper cup was instantly pierced by the flying knife,
breaking into two pieces and falling to the ground. Shi Meng was stunned. She didn't even see his movements clearly. In this era of knife cutting, there was such a flying knife that was like a gun. Great job, brother. Shi Meng applauded and patted Tang Zai's legs. Tang Zai was very shy. Shi Meng felt that she was going to control this little brother. Suddenly, the topic changed. Brother, what about that girl just now? Do you like her? I have a girlfriend. Tang Zai's reaction was simply impeccable. Even Shi Meng, a woman who pays so much attention to details, didn't notice it. Shi Meng sighed and said, my dear brother, no matter how fragrant the flowers at home are, wildflowers also have their own unique flavor. Don't worry, your sister will keep the secret for you. Seeing Tang Zai hesitated and didn't say anything, Shi Meng thought to herself, men are just men after all. Sister, please swear and I won't tell anyone. I believe it, but, just what? I don't like that girl. Shi Meng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, which one do you like? I'll talk to him for you. Tang Zai looked shy, lowered his head and stammered as if he was a little embarrassed. Shi Meng was stunned after seeing this. Why did she get excluded? It was normal for such a young man to have some thoughts when seeing her. You can't let your imagination run wild. Shi Meng deliberately put on a serious look and said unhappily. Tang Zai didn't say anything, but looked lost, lowering his head without looking at Shi Meng. This little brat is really difficult to deal with. He even sets his sights on me. Tang Zai suddenly looked up at Shi Meng. Shi Meng was stunned for a moment. Is this look so sad? Does my sister look down on me? Shi Meng, I never expected him to say such a thing. I know I'm an orphan and no one looks up to me. I only do the lowest level jobs. I'm not as glamorous as my sister. My sister and I are two different people. I'm just being sentimental. After saying that, Tang Zai stood up and prepared to leave, his eyes even reddened. It would be against the will of heaven not to give Tang Zai a little golden man. Shi Meng stared blankly at Tang Zai's back. How could such a powerful master be so self-deprecating? Brother, what are you doing? I didn't say I looked down on you. Shi Meng quickly stood up and grabbed Tang Zai. Tang Zai was her only weapon now. If Tang Zai was not around, those people below would not be content, let alone killing Huo Wanyan, which would disrupt all her plans. Tang Zai looked like an angry child, stubborn but aggrieved. Okay, sister is wrong, okay, let's sit down and talk. After some reluctance, Tang Zai was still pressed on the sofa by Shi Meng. Shi Meng felt a headache looking at Tang Zai. Why did she come up with such an idea? As a result, this little brother was only focused on her. She felt angry and amused at the same time. Brother, if you help me kill that man, I will do it for you. Simmons just threw a big pancake out, and any man would nod obediently. However, Tang Zai said seriously, know why? Shi Meng was surprised. This was too decisive. My previous bosses all said similar things, but not murder, and in the end, none of them kept their promises. What kind of black-hearted bosses are these, teaching a child to be so vigilant? Looking at Tang Zai's expression, Shi Meng felt helpless and chuckled, if you have any requests, you can raise them. Tang Zai looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, and glanced again. Shi Meng knew that this was a guy with the desire but not the courage to do it, so it was easy to deal with him. As long as you agree to my request, I won't let you suffer any loss after the matter is accomplished. Ha, Tang Zai was shocked. He was just making big promises for me. I know my sister still looks down on me. I know. I'll leave now. As Tang Zai stood up, Shi Meng became anxious. If she didn't give him some benefits, he really wouldn't agree to her. Stop! Shi Meng Jia shouted, and Tang Zai's mouth curled up. Who is controlling whom? Shi Meng came up to Tang Zai and looked at him fiercely, but Tang Zai turned his head away and didn't look at her. This made Simmons both angry and amused. As long as Huo Wanyan can be eliminated, everything we have done will be worth it. After leaving Simmons' house, Tang Zai stretched himself and did not leave in a hurry.
He walked into the emergency passage, opened a window to get some fresh air and smoke a cigarette. I had just taken 2 puffs when I heard footsteps downstairs. When they saw Feng Mengmeng coming up, they looked at each other. The scene was a bit awkward and a bit ambiguous. Feng Mengmeng lifted her temples and seemed a little nervous. "Why don't you take the elevator?" Tang Zhe spoke first. "I live downstairs. Waiting for the elevator is too slow. Taking the stairs is faster." Feng Mengmeng said with her head down. Tang Zhe said oh and fell silent again. "Thank you for saving me last night." Feng Mengmeng looked at Tang Zhe and expressed her gratitude. "It's a small matter, don't worry about it." Feng Mengmeng bit her red lips slightly, holding the documents tighter and tighter, and said in a very small voice, "Did President Xi tell you?" Tang Zhe was stunned after hearing this. "Is this how you guys communicate about murder? Look how scared the child is." "I told you." "Then you agreed?" Feng Mengmeng's face turned red. President Xi had already told her about this in the morning, and she didn't mind. She thought of it as a way of repaying him for saving her life, and maybe he could still protect her in the future. Tang Zhe looked at the shy Feng Mengmeng and felt something was wrong. "You are so shy about killing someone, but you are not a newbie." Feng Mengmeng said softly, "Why don't you go to my house?" Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. He finally understood. Xi Meng had said before that he wanted her to accompany him. "It seems that we are not on the same channel when chatting. But when I saw Feng Mengmeng's conditions, they were really good, and she offered them to me automatically, okay then." Feng Mengmeng was very happy to hear Tang Zhe's agreement. After all, with such a powerful backer, she would be safer. It was a long time before Tang Zhe returned to the house and began to tell his story. The 3 women listened with great interest. Sun Ting exclaimed, "This is not better than Yi." Yi Qingyi grabbed Sun Ting's neck. Sun Ting stuck out her tongue and looked like she was about to be strangled to death. And Bai sighed, "I never expected that it's not our turn yet." As in Bai spoke, Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi smiled slyly, as they were both experienced people. Originally, Yi Qingyi was worried that Xi Meng would not let Tang Zhe succeed so easily. She never expected that Xi Meng would let Tang Zhe kill people at all costs. She is such an astonishing woman who will do anything for power. I thought Xi Meng was a kind-hearted person, a living bodhisattva, but it turns out that she just wanted to control the entire building. Even those rich bosses have now set their sights on another group of people. Yi Qingyi feels inferior to others in terms of courage and insight. No wonder other people's businesses are growing bigger and bigger. At this time, Feng Mengmeng came to the door of Simmons, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in the spring breeze. After entering the house, she handed out the manuscript for tonight. "I'll come tonight." Fu Qi took the manuscript with a smile. Feng Mengmeng looked at Xi Meng in confusion and asked with concern, "Does President Xi have a cold?" Xi Meng didn't say anything, her face was gloomy and she looked very unhappy. Feng Mengmeng was a little worried, wondering if it was because of her. "Mr. Xi, you have to make sure to get some rest. We can't live without you," Feng Mengmeng said weakly. "If Mr. Xi was not around, I'm afraid those owners would rebel." Xi Meng nodded, then waved her hand to let Feng Mengmeng go out. Feng Mengmeng looked at Fu Qi, and Fu Qi nodded. For game as Feng Mengmeng left, Fu Qi comforted her, "Don't worry, honey. I often give this kind of speech at work. I'll go and rest first." With a slightly hoarse voice, Simmons walked towards the bedroom. Fu Qi felt a little strange. Tang Zhe had clearly agreed, so why was she still looking so annoyed? Lying in bed, Xi Meng tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. In the afternoon, Tang Zhe, who was bored, decided to go find Feng Mengmeng to play. After all, it was still the novelty period, which made the cats at home complain. However, as soon as Tang Zhe left, they were overjoyed. It was another relaxing day. Let other women bear the consequences. Arriving at the door, Tanza knocked, but a strange girl opened the door. Wasn't this the girl in the white dress? "Ah, is Meng Meng here?" Tang Zhe asked curiously. "Did he go to the wrong door?"
Yes, I'm her friend. My name is Fong Wei. Hello, my name is Tang Zhe. The two shook hands in a friendly manner.
At this time, Feng Mengmeng came out of the bedroom and was still a little shy when she saw Tang Zhe.
Feng Mengmeng knew why Tang Zhe came, of course. He was just a friend playing at home. Brother Tang, come in and sit down. Feng Wei thought Feng Mengmeng's expression looked a little strange. Why was she blushing? Tang Zhe hummed and walked into the house.
Feng Mengmeng poured him half a glass of water. Now, serving water to guests was definitely the most sincere gesture. Feng Mengmeng was too embarrassed to sit next to Tang Zhe, so she sat at the other end of the sofa. Feng Wei sat on the single sofa hugging a pillow, and the atmosphere was a little awkward.
Tang Zhe was helpless. Xiao Feng was so ignorant. I was already here. Shouldn't you, being so smart, find an excuse to leave? Are you waiting to see the show? Are you guys chatting?
Tang Zhe was not very good at having heart-to-heart talks with girls, so why would he have the heart-to-heart talks if he could just talk?
Feng Mengmeng hummed, yeah, Wei Wei misses home. You don't live here? Tang Zhe asked puzzledly. Feng Wei sighed, I work in Huan City.
My father was afraid that some communities were unsafe, so he bought me an apartment here.
Then you are a rich second generation.
Tang Zhe shrugged, but Feng Wei's sitting posture was a bit strange.
Didn't she notice that he could see the white lace panties, or was she doing it on purpose? Brother Tang, you're joking. My dad just has a little money. Feng Wei smiled modestly. Tang Zhe didn't ask further. What did this have to do with him?
Feng Mengmeng sighed as she watched the drizzle outside. I don't know when it will end.
It would be better if it rained harder. At least Mr. Hua and his group wouldn't dare to come. Yeah, if it's windy again, who would dare to go out? This drizzle is really killing me. Feng Wei also seemed very melancholy.
She was thinking all the time about how to leave and get back home safely. It's been much colder these past few days and I don't have any warm clothes.
If there's a power outage, I'm afraid I'll freeze to death. Thinking of this, Feng Mengmeng couldn't help but shivering.
She was afraid that the power would go out at the next moment, which would definitely be a fatal blow. As for when the power outage will occur, no one knows, but it is only a matter of time.
Maybe the next moment, there will be no cell phone signal. I'm going to the bathroom first. I've been having a sore throat lately.
Feng Wei said with a wry smile. How could she not have a sore throat if she ate snacks every day to fill her stomach? After Feng Wei left and the bathroom door closed, Tang Zhe and Feng Mengmeng looked at each other. Feng Mengmeng immediately lowered her head shyly, and Tang Zhe directly pulled her into his arms. After a while, the toilet door opened, Feng Mengmeng immediately sat aside, and Tang Zhe acted as if nothing had happened. I don't know what's happening in other cities, and whether there are any safe ones.
Feng Wei didn't find anything unusual and sighed repeatedly. I guess there will be, but we can't go out now. Tang Zhe found Feng Mengmeng's uncomfortable look funny.
Feng Wei asked tentatively, Brother Tang, you are so powerful, you should be able to escape to a safe city.
Tang Zhe just smiled and said nothing in response to this tentative remark. My car is not that easy to get into.
Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't say anything, Feng Wei knew that if she didn't pay something, Tang Zhe would not protect her. In addition to the revenge behavior last night, who knew when Mr. Hua's people would come next time?
Think about those men who ran away.
When they were bragging, they were as arrogant as the Hulk, but when they really came, they ran faster than anyone else.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Feng Mengmeng said with a slightly blushing face.
Tang Zhe shook his head and asked, why do you take turns going to the toilet?
Suddenly, Feng Wei came over from the sofa next to her and sat directly next to Tang Zhe, her breath smelling sweet.
What are you doing? Tang Zhe was stunned. Are girls nowadays so proactive? They come up and hug his hands? I don't get such treatment when I deliver takeout.
Once upon a time, I also fantasized about the female owner dragging me into the house in a domineering manner.
Brother Tang, can you protect me? Feng Wei looked up at Tang Zhe eagerly. Tang Zhe's mouth twitched. So this was a deal with me. You seem quite knowledgeable. That's easy. As the door opened, Feng Wei hurriedly sat back down. Brother Tang, you were amazing last night. Don't say that. We are just trying to survive. I don't know when Mr. Hua and his group will come next time. Mr. Shi must have his own way. Feng Meng, who knew the inside story, comforted. As they chatted, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Zhe was hungry and decided to go back and have a big meal. Brother Tang, there is a piece of pork in the refrigerator. Why don't you stay and have a meal? Feng Meng naturally wanted to please Tang Zhe, and she was even willing to take out something rare like pork. As expected, Feng Wei immediately complained, when Brother Tang came, you were willing to eat meat but not give it to me. Now you have it, and you're still blaming me. Feng Meng said unhappily, you got this meal for free. Soon, Lao Gan Ma fried pork was served on the table, along with hot white rice. It was simply luxury to the extreme, but the meat tasted weird, probably because it had been frozen for too long and had lost the freshness that pork should have. After dinner, Tang Zhe whistled and pressed the elevator button. He looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. He decided to go and see Sister Shi's speech. It's really comfortable to live this kind of life. With the appearance of Tang Zhe, people around him also showed their goodwill, and even some women began to wink at him. However, Tang Zhe looked down on those mediocre women. The lowest acceptance condition was at least the likes of Meng and Feng Wei. I am a picky eater. Feng Meng saw Tang Zhe coming and seemed to pass by Tang Zhe, but whispered, come to my house in the evening. Tang Zhe spread his hands. He didn't know why he became so popular after the end of the world. Why was that? However, Tang Zhe said that he had no interest in such a woman who took the initiative to pay for him. As Fu Qi stood on the stage, Tang Zhe paused. Dear owners, Miss Shi is feeling a little unwell today, so I'll say a few words on her behalf. Tang Zhe scratched his hair. He had to apologize to Sister Shi, lest she accuse him of being too harsh. Soon Tang Zhe came to Simmons's house and rang the doorbell. Shi Meng saw Tang Zhe at the door through the peephole. She was angry and didn't want to open the door, but if he started to have wild thoughts again, all her efforts today would be in vain. Opening the door, Shi Meng looked at Tang Zhe with a stern face and walked back to the living room with an angry look. Tang Zhe walked into the room and said embarrassedly, Sister Shi, I just heard that you were not feeling well, so I came to see you. Shi Meng rolled her eyes. She had never suffered such a loss since she was a child. She always played with men at will. Tang Zhe was no exception, but the price she paid was too high. Tang Zhe sat next to Shi Meng and suddenly held Shi Meng's hand. Shi Meng was stunned, her heart beat faster, and she wanted to pull her hand away but couldn't. If you continue like this, sister will be angry. Today I will let you get what you want. Shi Meng said with her beautiful eyes looking sideways at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe would never be so cowardly. Actually, when I saw Sister Shi, I liked you. After saying that, I felt that I shouldn't have gone into delivering takeout before. I should have gone to Hengdian to try out acting. Maybe I could have become a star because of my good acting skills. Shi Meng snorted coldly, I've heard a lot of this kind of talk from you. You might as well just lie to your girlfriend. She doesn't understand me as well as you do, my sister. Shi Meng's heart couldn't help but tremble. This Tang Zhe is really good at it. Go out and get some fresh air. Shi Meng stood up and walked out of the house. Tang Zhe was stunned, then followed her with a smile. In the safety passage, Tang Zhe leaned on the railing and smiled, Sister Shi, why don't you go home? The air outside is good. Shi Meng glared at Tang Zhe unhappily. If it wasn't for the plan, how could he suffer a loss? This is not my style at all. Tang Zhe threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. Well, I'll go home first. Sister Shi, you should go home soon, don't catch a cold. Shi Meng's face darkened and she just watched Tang Zhe go downstairs. This bastard, she would find a way to get rid of him after this was over. Gossipy after adjusting her mood, Shi Meng returned home. Fu Qi was sitting on the sofa watching a movie. When he saw his wife coming back, he said, Where have you been? Don't go out if you have a cold. Shi Meng said softly, I didn't go anywhere. I was just taking a breath of fresh air at the stairs. I'm a little hungry. Bring me something to eat. Shi Meng said helplessly. She was hungry. Forget it, just think of it as a dog bite. Just kill Huo Wannian. Tang Zei didn't return home until the early morning. As soon as I entered the door, I saw 3 pairs of pitiful beautiful eyes. Oops, I was so focused on having my own fun that I forgot to prepare meals for them. When describing what happened that night, the 3 women were all stunned. It must be said that this kind of affair was only possible because of the title of Garage God of War. If Tang Zei wanted to, those women who flirted with him would have been successful. Master is so awesome, it's only been a short time. Xiaobai leaned close to Tanza and acted coquettishly, just like a little kitten. Sun Ting joked, so who will win in the end? Will President Shi leave? Yi Qingyi frowned, she was always worried about the bet, afraid that if she lost, no one would come to save Yaya. Master, have you thought of a way to make Mr. Shi decide whether to stay or go? Sun Ting asked curiously. Of course I thought of it, but I'll keep it secret for now. You'll know when the time comes. Seeing Tang Zei being mysterious, the 3 girls' appetites were completely whetted. No matter how they acted coquettishly, Tang Zei wouldn't say anything. After all, my brother Tang's heart was as hard as stone, and coquetry wouldn't melt it. The next morning, Tang Zei was awakened by a call from Shi Meng. Sister Shi, have you missed me so early? Tang Zei yawned. He had worked overtime again last night and his eyelids were a little heavy now. These gossipy women were really incredible. I miss you, come up here. I know. Yawning, Tang Zei went upstairs and rang the doorbell. It was Feng Meng who opened the door. Her heart was pounding when she saw Tang Zei. It was obvious that Feng Meng liked Tang Zei's hard power. Mr. Shi, I'll leave first. Feng Meng gave Tang Zei a look, and Tang Zei understood immediately. Walking into the house, Shi Meng put down her phone and said in a low voice, I have already made an appointment with Mr. Hua at the location. Tang Zei smiled, sat aside and asked, is the appointment settled? Shi Meng felt like she was the one who was on the pirate ship. From the tone of his voice, he wanted to take advantage of her. How could such a good thing happen? It would be fine if it was just okay. Originally, it was not so fast, but I had to speed up and said sternly, I have an appointment with Mr. Hua tonight. The location is Xinhua Bookstore on Baoyuan Road. I need you to go there in advance to eliminate some hidden dangers. Sister, what perfume did you wear today? It smells so good. I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Shi Meng was going crazy. She felt that Tang Zei was not serious at all. She didn't know if it was feasible to give him such an important task. Wasn't he too unreliable? I heard it. Tang Zei sighed. Is it that nervous? It's just to get rid of one person, not a god. Can you be more serious? This matter is very important to me. Shi Meng said seriously. If she had such an employee in the past, she would have fired him directly. Simmons is about to break, and his sloppy appearance drives people crazy. They feel like they have lost a lot of money, but he is the only one who can do this. It's really confusing. Not long after, Fu Qi came back and Tang Zei had no choice but to leave. Delivery man Fu Qi, who had just returned, immediately asked with an accusing look, what were you talking about just now? What else can we talk about? What's that look in your eyes? Are you doubting me? When Fu Qi heard Shi Meng's tone rise, he became timid. That's not what I meant. Looking at this cowardly husband, Shi Meng was filled with anger. Think about it carefully. What role have you played in the disaster during these days? I am doing what you men should do. Tang Zei is my only bargaining chip now. He can do whatever he wants. After saying that, he walked into the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Bored Tang Zei could only go to Feng Meng's house to have a cup of tea. Brother Tang. Feng Meng beside him drew circles on Tang Zei's chest with her fingers. What happened? Brother Tang, you must come back safely. Feng Mengmeng didn't want Tang Zhe to die, otherwise all her efforts would be in vain.
Just a bunch of punks, don't worry. After hearing what Tang Zhe said, Feng Mengmeng thought that Tang Zhe was just bragging because she had heard too many such words. Don't worry, Brother Tang will take you away from here when the time comes.
Feng Mengmeng's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. Is there a way for Tang Zhe to leave?
How do you think I got here? It's just that I didn't drive my car in because I was afraid of being robbed. Tang Zhe said with a smile. If Yi Qingyi saw this smile, she would know that Tang Zhe was up to something bad.
Feng Mengmeng sat up excitedly, showing off her charming body. Brother Tang, do you have a car?
The tires of today's cars are useless.
The tires are useless, but my car has tracks.
Feng Mengmeng suddenly realized, Tangzi, you are so amazing, Mengmeng likes you so much, you must take Mengmeng with you when the time comes. Mengmeng will listen to Brother Tang in the future.
If it weren't for you being so well behaved, I wouldn't tell you this secret. You have to keep it a secret for me. Well, I promise not to tell. So nice. It was almost 11 o'clock when Tang Zhe left Feng Mengmeng's house.
He had no plan to go back. After all, he was a man of his word and he still had to do his work. Taking out his younger brother's cell phone, Tang Zhe showed a devilish smile. Mr. Hua, I don't know if you are like your younger brother, but please don't make things difficult for me. When I arrived at the garage, the men around me respectfully called me Brother Tang.
Brother Tang, the car is ready. You can rush forward, but the tires will soon be unable to hold on.
A man came over with the car keys and warned.
I know.
He took the car keys, and it was still a BMW 5 Series. There was a layer of plastic cloth on the hood to prevent rain from leaking in, but this car was probably the worst car in the garage.
Move your cars aside, Brother Tang is about to leave. More than a dozen men looked at Tang Zhe with a relaxed expression, as if he was traveling, and wondered if he was pretending.
If Mr. Shi and Tang Zhe come back safe and sound today, then Tang Zhe will be considered a real macho man and can be considered the second in command of the community. Unfortunately, Tang Zhe was not interested in the second in command, not even the first in command, but he was still interested in the previous first in command.
Royal Metropolis. At noon, Hua Wannian ate with his younger brothers.
They had real rice and stir-fried dishes, which were no different from usual.
Of course, it's only occasionally that we eat so well.
Today, when we go out to do some work, I have to treat my brothers to a good meal. I don't bring many people with me, only about 70 or 80. But these 70 or 80 mouths need a lot of food, and even Hua Wannian feels heartbroken. Putting down his chopsticks, Hua Wannian stood directly on the table. Brothers, let me say a few words. The younger brothers looked at the boss, their eyes full of ardent admiration, especially the shotgun in Hua Wannian's hand.
With this spray gun, we can take over the entire Huan city.
By then, the whole city will belong to us brothers, and we can do whatever we want.
This operation has only one goal. If we kidnap Shimeng, we will have more guns. It will only be a matter of time before we take over Huan city.
The brothers were filled with excitement and had only one idea in their minds, to take over Huan city and become the king of Huan city. But according to the clues provided by the informant, a strange man appeared next to this woman named Shimeng. He claimed to be a delivery man, but he killed our brothers Daosha and others.
What should we do? Revenge. 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 Hua Wannian was very satisfied with the reaction of his younger brothers. That's right, we in the underworld put righteousness first and blood debt must be repaid with blood.
It doesn't matter if he is a delivery man or a murderer, all are equal in front of the sprayer. After saying that, he raised the shotgun in his hand, and the younger brothers whistled excitedly. After dinner, let's go to the bookstore first and wait for people to arrive.
Kill all of them except Shimeng.
Before I could cheer, dong dong dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door.
The men in the hall immediately looked towards the door. What did the gatekeeper outside mean? Why was he knocking on the door? The cops are coming. Your takeout is here.
A familiar voice came from outside the door.
Who else could it be if not Tang Zhe? Tang Zhe didn't even go to Xinhua bookstore. Wouldn't it be better for him to come directly to his old nest to save trouble?
As Tang Zhe finished his words, the hall became unusually quiet.
At what time was it, and there was still someone delivering food? Go open the door. Huo Wanyan frowned, holding the spray gun tightly in both hands. Who is this, trying to be mysterious? Talk about business?
4 brothers came to the door with machetes. Through the glass on the door, they could vaguely see a man standing there, holding something in his hand. The 4 nodded, and 2 of them opened the double doors.
Mr. Hua, don't open the door.
The brother at the door has been killed.
Huo Wanyan shouted loudly from the intercom in his trouser pocket.
It should be the younger brother in charge of surveillance, but he didn't know what he was doing just now and just found out now. But the door was already open at this time, and the 4 brothers saw the man in front of them. With a smile on his face, he carried a golden saber on his shoulder, held 2 heads in his right hand, and had corpses lying beside him. Here's the takeaway for you.
Tang Zhe smiled and threw the head out.
It rolled onto the dining table in the middle of the hall, instantly staining the delicious food bright red.
Vomit.
Several of the younger brothers vomited on the spot, and the bones and throats were clearly visible, and were neatly cut off.
Huo Wanyan's expression became extremely solemn. He looked at the delivery guy not far away. Delivering food? Could it be someone from Simmons? He must be crazy, coming to his own territory alone. Kill him. Huo Wanyan shouted angrily. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you insist on breaking in. Leave your life behind and see what Shi Meng can rely on.
Tang Zhe was stunned. Hey, Mr. Hua, I'm here to discuss business with you.
Huo Wanyan had never seen such a shameless person, using the heads of his 2 younger brothers to negotiate business? Is this how you negotiate business?
The 4 younger brothers in front of them didn't care about that. They were determined to avenge their dead brother and kill him. Maybe Mr. Hua would reward the female college student. Looking at the 4 knives slashing towards him, Tang Zhe sighed helplessly. I know that the kind of younger brothers there are, the kind of boss there is, and it will be difficult for people to do things.
A swish sound.
The 4 men seemed to be paused, their raised arms and machetes fell to the ground, and then 4 heads fell without warning, the headless corpses gushed blood, and they dispersed as if to welcome the Blood King.
Tang Zhe's move immediately shocked everyone. This was not just a little bit strong, it was a little bit abnormal.
What a tremendous amount of arm strength that horizontal slash just now required.
Get out of the way.
Huo Wanyan shouted, jumped down with a shotgun and pointed the gun at Tang Zhe, but in order to increase the hit rate, Huo Wanyan still moved slightly closer to Tang Zhe. Now a bullet was more precious than gold. When the younger brothers around saw the boss using a gun, they cheered.
In front of hot weapons, what is the knife in your hand? It is just a primitive weapon. Are you the delivery man next to Shi Meng? Huo Wanyan suddenly didn't want to kill Tang Zhe just like that.
If Tang Zhe could be used by him, his strength would be infinitely doubled. Tang Zhe hummed, spread his hands and smiled. Yes, I came here to discuss business with you, but your little brother outside wouldn't let me and pulled a knife on me.
I was also acting in self-defense. Mr. Hua, please don't blame me. Huo Wanyan's face twitched. You killed my people and you want me not to blame you? Is there such a shameless person? What business do you want to discuss with me? Huo Wanyan asked in a deep voice. Just cooperate with me in acting out a scene. It's very simple. What's in it for me? Tang Zhe laughed and said, the benefit is your life. Isn't this a good deal? Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. Huo Wanyan was not Simmons.
When he was insulted by a delivery man, he shot him directly without caring whether he was a master or not. Looking at Tang Zhe rushing towards him, Huo Wanyan shot directly.
Boom.
Mr. Hua, your shooting skills are not even as good as my meow meow.
Tang Zhe held the gun with the muzzle pointing upwards and did not forget to make a teasing move. Huo Wanyan looked at Tang Zhe in disbelief.
He had clearly pulled the trigger just now, but it seemed to be stuck. It was not until the delivery man raised the muzzle of the gun that he pulled the trigger.
Let go.
Huo Wanyan shouted in panic. The younger brothers around him also went from excitement to nervousness.
The gun was actually held by someone else. You are a boss too, can you be smart?
After saying that, he kicked Huo Wanyan in the belly.
Huo Wanyan fell to the ground like a cooked shrimp and his hands loosened.
Holding the shotgun with the bullet loaded, he said, I have to kick you before I let go.
Why bother, Mr. Hua?
When the younger brothers saw the loaded shotguns, they were so scared that they stepped back and dared not get close. In this Doomsday, the deterrent power brought by a gun is really terrifying. Huo Wanyan glanced at his younger brothers around him, his lips trembling with anger. He was so scared.
What are you afraid of? He's alone. There are still 3 bullets in the gun. Kill him and you can pick any woman you want. You'll be the boss of a district in the future.
Tang Zhe clicked his tongue, pointed the gun at Huo Wanyan and said in a deep voice, Boss Hua, it's really hard to talk business with you.
You make me very unhappy. What are you going to do? Huo Wanyan looked panicked. What do you say? Huo Wanyan yelled hysterically, kill him. Kill him quickly, boom.
All the brothers holding knives paused for a moment.
Their boss. Mr. Hua's face was blown up, boom. Boom. Every bullet hit Mr. Hua's face.
Blood, brain matter, and other substances were everywhere. His entire head was riddled with bloody holes. The younger brothers were all stunned by Tang Zhe's ruthless method. It's not that he has killed people before, but this way of killing is shocking.
There are only so few bullets left. Who has any left? Lend me a few. Tang Zhe pulled the shotgun.
It was really disappointing that such a big boss only prepared such a small amount of bullets.
How many people could he kill? The younger brothers looked at Tang Zhe blankly and asked, do you think we are idiots if I lend you a few bullets?
Brothers, he has no bullets left.
Whoever kills him will be the boss, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted.
This is undoubtedly the most tempting reward.
Who here doesn't want to be the boss?
Looking at the crowd coming again, Tang Zhe shook his head helplessly, reached his right hand into his trouser pocket, and took out the bullets from the red shotgun. The man at the front was stunned.
There were shotgun bullets in his trouser pocket? How is this possible? Seeing Tang Zhe still reloading, the younger brother's eyes suddenly turned red.
Whether he could become the boss depended on this one move. While he hadn't finished reloading the bullets, he chopped off his head.
There was a click. Sorry, you're a little slow. Tang Zhe looked at his younger brother with a smile. Boom!
The impact sent my body flying 2 meters away, and a blood hole gradually appeared in my chest. When the younger brothers behind heard the gunshots, they immediately panicked.
Who said there were no bullets? Isn't this asking the brothers to die? Whoever kills me will be the boss. Hurry up, what are you waiting for?
After saying that, Tang Zhe blew the head of the nearest younger brother, and then reloaded the bullet with a click. Suddenly, another younger brother rushed out from behind him, and Tang Zhe pointed his gun behind him.
Boom!
Another little brother fell down, his face was unrecognizable, and his eyeballs were exposed.
Who dares to step forward? He is simply a pervert. Brothers, go ahead. Why are you afraid of him?
We only have so few bullets and we have more people. Mouse, with words like this being said at this time, no one dared to go forward, and several people who wanted to be the boss were lying on the ground. Since you don't come up, don't blame me for killing. Tang Zhe put away his smile and fired a shot directly at the crowd. Immediately 4 or 5 people were shot and fell to the ground, wailing continuously. At this time, some people wanted to run, but found that the doors could not be opened, as if they were locked in the hall.
Even the windows could not be opened.
They smashed the glass and wanted to jump out, but it was still raining outside and the special raincoats were still upstairs.
Hearing the continuous gunshots and wailing behind them, everyone was scared to death.
The delivery man was simply a devil.
He was not a human being at all. Killing people is like killing chickens. Brother, don't kill me. I was also held hostage by President Hua. I am a college student, and you will be my boss from now on. A young man wearing glasses dropped the knife in his hand and knelt on the ground. Tang Zhe grunted and shot himself in the head, blood splattering everywhere. Don't think I don't know. You're the loudest. Tang Zhe continued to reload and glanced at the hall. There were more than 30 people dead, and 7 or 8 of them were bleeding and injured. After loading the bullets, Tang Zhe loaded the gun with one hand and shouted jokingly, "They are all hidden. Don't let me find them." The remaining 40 or so people hid in the private room, toilet, or kitchen. Everyone was shaking. They were clearly going to chop someone down, so how could something like this happen? This must be a dream. This must be a dream. Tang Zhe seemed to be playing a game of cat and mouse and seemed particularly interested. He kicked open the door of the box. Music was playing inside and a woman with disheveled hair was hanging next to it. Her legs were in an M shape and her body was covered in blood. Tang Zhe walked over and found that she was still breathing. She looked to be in her 20s, but she was tortured like this. "Beauty, did you see someone coming in?" The girl looked at Tang Zhe and the gun in Tang Zhe's hand, and her weak gaze moved towards the toilet next to her. Tang Zhe smiled and kicked the toilet door open. "Brother, spare, bang." Walking out of the bathroom, Tang Zhe smiled at the girl and said, "I've avenged you." Then he prepared to leave. "Big brother," Tang Zhe looked back in confusion. "What's wrong? Is there someone else? Can you kill me?" Tang Zhe took a look at the girl's condition. Every minute now was torture for her. It was such a sin. Just play with a woman, why torture her like this? What a pervert. "Miss, it hurts when you get shot by a gun. Let me break your neck." Since he was going to take action, he still had to ask the girl's opinion. The girl smiled and nodded, not wanting to feel the pain anymore, and then closed her eyes. Tang Zhe put the gun aside and held the girl's head with both hands. With a click, the girl's body went completely limp. With a sigh, Tang Zhe picked up the gun and moved to another box. He never expected that in every box there were girls hanging or tied to the sofa. All of them were covered with bruises. After seeing them all, Tang Zhe had to say, "They are all beasts. Help the girls. Relieve their pain one by one." When he came to the bathroom, Tang Zhe was shocked again and felt that his young heart was hurt. The lower bodies of a row of people were exposed outside the toilet door. Tang Zhe walked over to take a look. This was probably the public toilet for those little brothers. Those with some ability had their own private rooms. Looking into the bathroom, the woman had her hands tied and was unable to move. It was unclear whether she had fainted or died. Falling into the hands of this group of people is indeed a life worse than death. Suddenly, Tanza saw a black footprint. It turned out that there was someone hiding here. He fired directly at the door. Boom! Blood gradually flowed out from the door. Tang Zhe left the bathroom carrying the spray gun. After seeing these things, he felt that he was too pure and honest. When he came to the kitchen, Tang Zhe felt that his actions were unreasonably kind. There was some meat on the table, but I didn't know what kind of meat it was and it didn't look normal. Yo, there are still people hiding in the cold room. When the door of the cold storage room was opened, 7 frozen female corpses were found hanging upside down inside. Their once slender legs were covered with a layer of frost, and judging from the wounds on their bodies, they had been abused a lot during their lifetime. Be a good girl, don't go to entertainment venues in the early morning. Wouldn't it be nice to go home early? Noticing that there seemed to be hot air coming out from deep inside, Tang Zhe didn't say anything, but simply closed the door and locked it. The 3 men in the cold room were shivering with cold. Have they gone? Probably gone. Go out and see. The 3 of them sneaked to the door and tried to open it, but they couldn't open it. This undoubtedly made them terrified. They didn't care whether they would be killed or not, and they knocked on the door frantically. Tang Zhe stood at the door and lit a cigarette. After hearing the knocking sound behind him, he slowly closed the kitchen door. Soon the first and second floors were cleared out, those who should be killed were killed, and those who should be released were released. I came to the 3rd floor, which should be the office. There were fewer rooms, so I didn't have to look for them myself. General Manager's office.
Tang Zhe held the door handle, but paused for a moment, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Bang!
The wooden door was shot through, and Tang Zhe opened the door and went in. There was a bleeding man with a knife lying on the ground, with a bullet in his head. There were 4 girls sitting on the sofa, their faces pale with fear. They wondered where this man came from and how he killed the man who managed them. Tang Zhe turned his head and looked at the 4 girls. They were all quite young, but unfortunately not pretty enough.
They could still be used to gain experience.
"Brother, don't kill us."
The 4 girls trembled. Tang Zhe asked curiously, "Why are you here? And you are dressed so well?"
One of the girls said in panic, "We don't know either.
It seems like they are going to send us somewhere." "Oh, I see. I shouldn't have beaten him to death. Wait here for a moment. I'll go find someone to ask."
The 4 terrified girls nodded. After Tang Zhe left, one of the brave girls came to the door and heard the footsteps gradually moving away.
"He's gone, let's run."
"Didn't he ask us to wait here?" said a weak girl.
"You are stupid. You are still waiting for him to come. Do you want to be a toilet seat in the bathroom?"
Upon hearing this, the girl's face was filled with panic and she immediately stood up and ran alone. After opening the door, the girl saw Tang Zhe with his back to her and waved, "Run." I saw 4 girls running towards the stairs desperately.
Tang Zhe looked back and sighed helplessly. "Why are you running? Where can you run when it's raining outside?" Bang 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 bang.
The 4 girls fell to the ground, their bodies twitching from time to time, and blood oozing from their fair skin.
"You said you would wait for me. I hate people who don't keep their promises." After saying that, Tang Zhe opened the next door.
"Big brother."
Tang Zhe was stunned.
This person actually knelt directly in the middle, which was a bit different.
"Tell me what's worth living for."
Tang Zhe sat on the mahogany desk, playing with the golden fountain pen, aiming at the kneeling man's head. "I'm willing to discuss business with you, big brother."
Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckled and said, "You are the first one willing to discuss business with me, and of course you are the last one."
The kneeling man was terrified. He didn't expect that everyone was dead and he was the only one left. "Brother, my name is Ning Qingwei, and I sell wine in the club, so I know some things that you want to know."
"You are very smart. What happened to those 4 girls in the manager's office just now?"
Ning Qingwei lowered his head and dared not raise it, and immediately replied, "Those 4 women were originally going to be sent to Mr. Chen in exchange for 4 bullets.
"Wow, 1 bullet for 1 woman, do you have that many women to exchange?"
"Brother, you also know that we are in the entertainment industry, and the last thing we lack in such places is women. Mr. Ho recently concentrated all the women detained in the branches in the club to prevent them from being played to death by some of his younger brothers."
Tang Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. "Take me to see it."
"Brother, this way please."
Ning Qingwei led the way, and Tang Zhe followed behind, asking casually, "How many women are locked up?" "About 100.
"So much? What to eat and drink?" "What they eat is human flesh, and what they drink is urine mixed with a little water." After saying this, he smiled a wicked smile, and the smile was as evil as it could be.
Tang Zhe finally understood that the human flesh in the kitchen was for the imprisoned women to eat.
Otherwise, more than 100 mouths had to be fed every day. However, they were being fed like animals.
Think about yourself. You have bones to eat, water to drink, and you can take a bath. It's too good to be true. Little E is still complaining. I really should bring her to see the environment here.
Soon Ning Qingwei brought Tang Zhe to the secret passage. As the door opened, it was full of imprisoned women. There was even a foul smell. Tang Zhe frowned deeply and would not go to find them even for the sake of gaining experience.
"I thought there would be beautiful ones."
All the imprisoned women looked at them in unison, some with dull eyes, some looking crazy, and some shouting for help.
"You show me this?"
With the spray gun pointed at his head, Ning Qingwei immediately said, "Brother, if they are clean, they can still be exchanged."
Tang Zhe pulled the trigger directly.
With a click, there was a crisp sound of the trigger.
Wait, let me reload.
Ning Qingwei was so scared that he wet his pants. He squatted on the ground and cowed out hard, "Brother, I know a lot of secrets. Mr. Hua has more than 100 brothers scattered in various places.
If I call them back, they will definitely be useful to you." Seeing Tang Zhe still reloading, Ning Qingwei's mind was working frantically. Boss Qian has a lot of trolls in the escort company.
Even Boss Hua has to send him women regularly. The troll in your hand was also given to Boss Hua by Boss Qian. Also, Mr. Hua has several beautiful women around him.
Tang Zhe paused while reloading. How beautiful. Ning Qingwei was secretly delighted and immediately replied, "Anyway, it's prettier than these." Mr. Hua was reluctant to give it to Mr. Qian, saying that he wanted to have fun before giving it away.
"Lie to me again, and I'll shove the tip of this gun into your anus."
You can probably imagine that scene.
Yes, this way please, big brother. There are quite a lot of secret doors.
Ning Qingwei took a deep breath, sweating profusely. In the past, this was a secret room prepared for some bosses and celebrities.
When he walked into the room, Tang Zhe saw 3 women sitting on the sofa in bikinis. To be honest, they were not as pretty as Feng Mengmeng, let alone compared with Sun Ting and the others. But this kid didn't lie to me, he is indeed better than those outside. The 3 women were a little confused when they saw Tang Zhe holding the gun, especially the familiar shotgun.
Wasn't it Mr. Hua's?
This is the new big brother, but you don't call him big brother yet.
Ning Qingwei hurriedly reminded.
The woman in the purple lace bikini understood instantly that Mr. Hua was dead and the big brother had taken over.
"Oh my, nice to meet you,
big brother." The woman came to Tang Zhe in a delicate voice, calling him in a coquettish voice, and put her hands on Tang Zhe's shoulders.
Bang!
The woman was sprayed directly onto the bed by the spray gun, and her slightly fat abdomen was pierced. She couldn't even believe why she was being killed.
Ning Qingwei was also confused. Isn't this woman a good person?
Even if she is, there is no need to kill her. She can still help her subordinates with things.
The sound of your clip makes me feel so uncomfortable. Tang Zhe gritted his teeth.
He had never heard such an uncomfortable clip sound. The other 2 women were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling.
This new big brother was even more brutal than Mr. Hua. And you lied to me again.
Ning Qingwei knelt down again with a plop. "Brother, this is really top-notch stuff."
"This is top-notch. Look at this nose, which looks like a ghost's. This snake-like face makes me sick. Is this the taste of your Mr. Hua?" Boom. Another shot took away 1 person. Ning Qingwei swallowed hard.
The remaining woman couldn't control her emotions and ran outside screaming.
Boom.
The woman's body fell to the concrete floor, and the women imprisoned outside were so scared that they leaned against the wall.
"Xiaoning, I think you are no longer of much use, what do you think?"
Feeling the gunpoint on his head, Ning Qingwei wanted to struggle. "I am useful, big brother, wait for me, I must have some news that big brother likes."
"I'll count to 3. 1. 3.
Ning Qingwei suddenly shouted, "I remember, there is a female star trapped in Huan City.
If you speak slower, you'll lose your head."
Tang Zhe smiled, helped Ning Qingwei up, and handed him a cigarette, but Ning Qingwei didn't dare to take it.
"Don't give me face?"
Ning Qingwei took the cigarette immediately, already frightened out of his wits.
Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and sat on the sofa. "Let's talk about the big star. I just overheard the phone call between Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian. It seemed that Mr. Qian asked Mr. Hua to do this. Just tell me where it is."
"I only know it's in the Shuangdong district."
Tang Zhe smiled helplessly and said, "Do you know how big Shuangdong district is?"
"Brother, celebrities definitely don't live in bad places.
There is only 1 villa area in Shuangdong district, so it must be inside. Your idea is quite reliable. Which female star?" "Brother, I really don't know." Tang Zhe sighed, stood up and put out his cigarette. "Brother? Brother?" Tang Zhe acted as if he didn't hear anything. He walked outside and opened the iron doors one by one. "Brother, don't open it." Ning Qingwei suddenly panicked.
When the women saw the iron gate open, their eyes immediately locked onto Ning Qingwei, as if they wanted to swallow him up.
What are you all standing there for? Tang Zhe shouted.
The women rushed out frantically, ran past Tang Zhe, and knocked down the fleeing Ning Qingwei. They bit Ning Qingwei's arm and bit off a piece of flesh.
Ah! Ah! You stinky woman! Big brother, save me! Beat them to death! Tang Zhe ignored them. Ning Qingwei actually knew such a secret place. He must be the person in charge here and must have abused them a lot in the past. These poor women must also be given a chance to take revenge. Ning Qingwei just watched as his body was torn to pieces by the women. The scene was horrifying, and Ning Qingwei watched himself being eaten alive. It's a pity. I originally wanted to get Mr. Hua to cooperate in a play, so that I could experience the feeling of being the male lead, but it had to turn out to be such a scene. Why bother? Now he could only borrow Mr. Hua's brain, and he had to go to the monitoring room to delete his handsome side. I stole Hua Wanyan's phone, but this Apple phone still requires facial scanning to unlock it. I would have not smashed it if I had known this. Forget it, I'll just take the head back to report, so that Miss Yu won't accuse me of lying to her again. I originally wanted to scare her. Why do you have to use a gun to discuss business, right, Mr. Hua? I don't know if Mr. Shi can still recognize you.
By the way, take some more photos and bring them back, otherwise no one will believe it.
Especially, you have to tell the little cat that the environment you are raising it in is so good, so don't be so picky. After Tang Zhe left, the women ran out with blood in their mouths. When they saw the corpse in the hall, they were stunned for a moment, and then screamed wildly, as if they were venting. A few women seemed to be looking for someone, and when they saw that familiar face, they bit it with their mouths without any hesitation and cried. There were also a few women who, after venting their emotions, rushed out of the club with wild laughter, spread their arms and enjoyed the rain. After a few seconds, they fell to the ground and convulsed, but even if they died, they were smiling and relieved. Tang Zhe saw it from the rearview mirror and decided to go home earlier in his next life. At this time, Shi Meng was sitting on the sofa, holding the mobile phone tightly in her hand. She had not received a reply from Tang Zhe for a long time, and her heart was gradually becoming anxious. Fu Qi, who was standing by, brought a glass of milk. Looking at his charming wife on the sofa and the coffee table, he suddenly recalled the scene in the morning. That Tang Zhe should have died outside. He actually fucked his own wife. Suppressing his anger, Fu Qi forced a smile. Wife, I made some milk for you. I have to say that after being slightly developed by Tang Zhe, Shi Meng is now even more beautiful and charming. After all, no matter how good a woman is, she needs a man to cultivate her, otherwise the land will become barren. Looking at the milk in her husband's hand, Simmons frowned. It's disgusting just looking at it, drink it yourself. Fu Qi was stunned, looked at the milk in the cup, and his face twitched suddenly. Shi Meng didn't notice her husband's expression at all. Her mind was on the plan. She had put in so much effort just waiting for this day. But he didn't dare to call Tang Zhe at this time. Maybe Tang Zhe was hiding somewhere in the bookstore. If he called him, he would be exposed. I looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Go call some people, it's time to set off. Anxious Shi Meng couldn't wait any longer. If something really happened to Tang Zhe, Hua Wanyan would call and mock him. Honey, isn't it a little early? It's safer to go early to avoid being cheated. Shi Meng got up and went back to her room to tidy up her appearance. When Shi Meng came out, Fu Qi became even more furious. His beautiful wife, actually. I have rarely played with those legs. Why should I, a righteous gentleman like me, pretend to be one? Wearing high heels, Shi Meng looked at Fu Qi who was standing there motionless and said unhappily, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." Okay. Shi Meng is so disappointed. If you had some ability, would I be toyed with by Tang Zhe like that? But then again, the feeling I had when I saw my husband come back was unprecedented. He shook his head. It was already this late and he was still thinking about this. He was really blinded by Tang Zhe. He'd better kill Hua Wanyan for me this time, otherwise, he.
In the parking lot, more than a dozen men were holding kitchen knives from home and saying goodbye to their families.
Who knew if they would be able to come back alive this time?
In the corner, several CEOs were chatting in low voices. Mr. Chen, if Xi Meng doesn't come back this time, it looks like you'll have to take charge of the situation.
Don't worry, Mr. Liang.
I am 100 times better than Xi Meng in hosting.
What's wrong with cooperating with Huo Wanyan?
Xi Meng is just too greedy for the little power in his hands and doesn't want to live under someone else's roof.
That's right, we can't risk our lives playing with her.
At this time, Simmons had already walked out of the elevator, and these people naturally shut up. After all, Simmons was still the boss. Just looking at Xi Meng's enchanting body, especially today when she was wearing a white dress, her towering breasts seemed to be about to burst through the clothes, and her slender legs stimulated the physiological limits of the men around her.
If she was caught by Huo Wanyan, the consequences would probably be horrible. Wife, these are all we have. Fu Qi said to the men who were already ready.
Xi Meng frowned tightly and looked at them. These men had no momentum at all and were dejected.
They looked like they were going to die.
I'm not afraid of a woman, so what are you afraid of?
Xi Meng suddenly shouted.
Although Tang Zhe was a bad guy, at least he had never been afraid. One of the fat guys said tremblingly, Boss Xi, it's useless for us to go there with so few people.
Why don't we cooperate with Boss Huo and stop fighting?
It's not good for our community. Yes, President Xi, cooperation is a win-win situation.
We will all listen to you when the time comes.
Why take this risk?
We all have only one life. Maybe Tang Zhe is dead now. If we go again, we will just be sending ourselves to die.
President Xi, we are not afraid, but we don't want to die in vain. Fu Qi felt that what they said made sense, but he would not agree with it at this time, as that would be a slap in the face to his wife. Although I really want to slap her in the face. Xi Meng really didn't expect that these people she had raised had no courage or bloodiness at all, especially after the death of those who followed Luo Jun. No one was able to take responsibility. Disappointment emerged in Simmons' mind, and she even began to doubt herself.
What was the use of them? What she wanted was a man who could fight and kill. Mr. Xi, Brother Tang's car is back.
Suddenly an excited voice came from the intercom.
This news undoubtedly dispelled the disappointment in Xi Meng's mind. Tang Zhe was actually alive. That didn't make sense. Why did he come back? Wasn't he told to wait? Why does Tang Zhe always disobey my orders?
The car at the door had no time to move, and a BMW 5 Series rushed in directly and hit it, with white smoke coming out of the hood.
Go and bring the person out. Xi Meng shouted hurriedly.
Although she didn't know why he came back, Tang Zhe was the only tough guy around her who could fight.
Whom? Fu Qi looked at his panicked wife, who was feeling sorry for the pretty boy in front of him.
You must have been blinded by him. You used the excuse of needing Tang Zhe to satisfy the emptiness in your heart that has been there for many years. Before anyone could pass, Tang Zhe kicked open the car door and grabbed the bloody head on the passenger seat, as well as the shotgun. When they saw Tang Zhe appear with a human head and a shotgun in his hands, the men who were originally saving people took 2 steps back in fear.
He actually got a gun outside. How can that be? Whose head is that?
Fu Qi became even more desperate when he saw the spray gun in Tang Zhe's hand.
This pretty boy was getting stronger and stronger.
He even felt that his wife was no match for him and was being played around by him. At this moment, everyone in the parking lot looked nervous, surprised, and frightened.
No one had a smile on their face, not even Simmons. Mr. Xi, I have completed the task. Tang Zhe smiled and threw Huo Wanyan's head at Xi Meng's feet. Looking at the smashed face, Xi Meng tried hard to hold back vomiting. Who is this? Didn't you ask me to kill Huo Wanyan? This is him. Tang Zhe shrugged. I gave you such a big gift, how are you going to repay me?
After these words were spoken, everyone looked at the falling head in disbelief.
That person was Huo Wanyan? Huo Wanyan was beheaded by Tang Zhe? Isn't it said that Huo Wanyan has hundreds of brothers around him? How did Tang Zhe do it? How is this possible?
Ximeng was not happy in her heart, because what she wanted was not only Huo Wanyan's head, but also Huo Wanyan's group of brothers who were willing to sacrifice their lives. Killing Huo Wanyan was just to intimidate her and make it easier for her to subdue those brothers. And now he actually killed him and brought the head back. Ximeng was almost so angry that she vomited blood, but it seemed that her order was indeed like this. She was almost angry to the point of crying. Her carefully planned plan was completely ruined. How do you prove that this is Huo Wanyan? Fu Qi asked immediately. Who knows if it is true? What if you just killed someone randomly from outside, chopped off his head and said it was Huo Wanyan? Tang Zhe looked at Fu Qi with a smile, and Fu Qi's eyes trembled. What does this smile mean? Mr. She can give it a try by calling. Ximeng was actually a little bit unconvinced, but since her husband said so, she took out her cell phone and called Huo Wanyan. Ring ring ring. A crisp ringtone rang from Tanza's trouser pocket, and Tanza took out his mobile phone, with 2 words displayed on it. Stinky cunt. The corner of Ximeng's mouth twitched. She didn't expect Huo Wanyan to give her such a note. But he really did it. Huo Wanyan died just like that? Looking at the head under his feet, Ximeng felt it was unreal. His strongest opponent was already dead? She slowly raised her jade feet and stepped on Huo Wanyan's head with her high heels. Dear owners, Huo Wanyan is dead. We are safe. Woohoo! Everyone cheered immediately, and the owners upstairs also came down after receiving the news. When they learned that the scourge Huo Wanyan had been eliminated, everyone's hearts were finally at ease. Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei also hurried down. They were delighted to see that Tang Zhe was fine and had accomplished such a great thing. He felt that given his relationship with Tang Zhe, he was at least very safe here, and he couldn't wait to bring Tang Zhe home and serve him well. But some bosses discovered a problem. After Huo Wanyan's death, new troubles seemed to be born. It was Tang Zhe who held the spray gun and could directly threaten their lives. Brother Tang, President, she said that it would be best for her to keep this gun for safekeeping. A man walked over cautiously and said with a smile. Many people looked over, wondering if Tang Zhe would hand over the gun. Ximeng was using this person to test Tang Zhe. If he could hand him over, that would be better. If he didn't, it would mean that Tang Zhe was not stupid and even had intentions. Tang Zhe ignored the man in front of him, who was just a messenger, and walked straight towards Ximeng. When Ximeng saw Tang Zhe approaching, she suddenly became nervous and was actually afraid that Tang Zhe would shoot her to death. Then she immediately denied the idea and held him with her body. Boss Shi, he said you wanted to steal my gun, I don't believe it. Ximeng, is this really stupid or is he just pretending to be stupid? Fu Qi on the side was very sure that Tang Zhe had come here with a purpose, perhaps to control the entire community. How could that be? These are the weapons you confiscated outside and are under your personal management. Simon showed a gentle smile, but in her heart she had already begun to be wary of Tang Zhe, feeling that Tang Zhe was an unstable bomb. Just say it, President, she is so nice. Ximeng smiled slightly. Fu Qi just watched the two of them exchanging glances. If he had a spray gun in his hand, he would have started spraying them. Dear property owners, starting today, our community will have its own guns. Yes, long live President Xi, long live Brother Tang. Ximeng was very unhappy after hearing this. Tang Zhe had only been here for a few days, but he was already on equal footing with her. It's impossible. Tang Zhe is just a man under his control. He will bite whoever he is told to bite. From today on, Tang Zhe is the director of the Community Security Department and also my personal bodyguard. As soon as these words came out, it was obvious that he was telling everyone that no matter how strong Tang Zhe is, he is still my bodyguard. So everyone looked at Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe smiled and shouted, I am willing to serve Mr. Xi. No one would have expected that Tang Zhe, who had a gun, would be willing to be under President Xi. Doesn't he want to do something else? Several bosses seemed to start discussing to use Tang Zhe to drive Ximeng out of office. This community with many bosses was full of calculations, unlike ordinary communities where they would just start killing directly. Listening to Ximeng's long speech, Tang Zhe held the spray gun and said to Fu Qi beside him,
brother-in-law, do you want to go out and play cards tonight? I want to be alone with my sister. Fuchi was almost so angry that he had a heart attack, but looking at the black muzzle of the gun, he couldn't utter a word. Brother-in-law, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Brother-in-law, you are such a good person. I am so lucky to have a husband like you. Killing people and destroying their hearts. Look at Fuchi, his face has turned green. Don't worry, brother-in-law. My sister and I have no feelings for each other. It's purely a supply and demand relationship. We can also exchange experiences. Fuchi's eyes widened, his whole body began to tremble, and his teeth were grinding. How shameless! How bullying! He even shared his wife's experience. Fuchi was so angry that he fainted on the spot. Tangze immediately cried out in surprise, Boss Fu, come quickly, Boss Fu has fainted. Shimeng quickly walked off the stage and looked at Tangze. She had just seen Tangze talking to her husband on the stage. Now she was dizzy. Maybe she was talking about. Tangze gave me an expression that said I was wronged. But what can Simmons do? Now she needs to rely more on the deterrent power brought by Tangze, but this is not a long-term solution. They like stability. I'm afraid I'll have to get rid of this serious problem in the future, but not now. Several men carried Fuchi back home. Tangze naturally did not want to join in the fun, so he went back first. The cats at home were about to rebel as he had not fed them well in the past 2 days. The third girl said, "No, we can just take a break." Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei watched Tangze go back, feeling a little disappointed. Thinking of Tangze's lovely and beautiful girlfriend, who seemed to be better than themselves, they felt inexplicably uneasy. What if Tangze left without taking them away in the future? Although Mr. Hui is dead now, maybe there will be a second Mr. Hui, a third Mr. Hui. Once this idea comes into being, women will start to have wild thoughts and become more and more anxious. Feng Wei didn't want to go home, so she went to Feng Mengming's house to chat. Although the TV was on, her mind was not on it. Mengmeng, how do you think Tangze killed Mr. Hui? There are so many people around Mr. Hui, how did he do it? Feng Wei couldn't understand how Tangze could do it with his own strength, especially when the other party had a gun. Feng Mengmeng sighed, Tangze may be more complicated than we thought. Every time I see him smile, I feel creepy, right? Wei Wei, you have the same feeling. I thought I was the only one who felt the same way. Feng Mengmeng smiled helplessly, wondering if she was overthinking. Feng Wei clamped her proud pair of long legs on the coffee table. Maybe it's because he killed someone, so we feel this way. Maybe. I feel that President Xi is a little afraid of him. Feng Mengmeng has been with Ximeng for several years and today she caught a lot of details that she had never noticed before. Feng Wei sat up and asked nervously, now that Tangze has a gun, will he take control of the entire community? I don't know. At least we can see from now on that President Xi can still control him. If one day he can't control him, Feng Mengmeng bit her lower lip, feeling that this place was becoming more and more unsafe. Feng Wei felt the same way, especially when she was entangled with Tangze. He had no intention of cherishing her at all, but just used her as a tool to vent his anger. Although it was a transaction. The more I think about it, the more I feel that Tangze is unreliable. All those words he said after the lovemaking were lies. I have to rely on myself. As they chatted, the two women fell asleep on the sofa. I even had the same dream, and Tangze came and opened my eyes directly. A warehouse on the outskirts of Huan City. The warehouse was brightly lit, with boxes of supplies piled up into small hills. The men were playing cards or drinking, and after drinking they would go into the small room next door to solve their problems. In the office on the second floor, a man in his 60s was listening to his subordinates' reports. The man with gray hair on his temples is Mr. Qian Zhongran. He was not a big boss, and he was not even qualified to carry Mr. Hui's shoes. After all, he only owned a few large warehouses. But now it's different, these warehouses are worth more than gold, and everyone has to obey. And this is just one of the warehouses, with the least supplies. As for matters such as transporting supplies,
Chen Zhongran handed them over to his two sons.
Outsiders had no way of knowing, and thus controlled their lifeblood. With two shotguns in the sons' hands, the people below became even more obedient. Dad, something happened to Huo Wanyan.
Standing next to him was the eldest son Qianming, who was now 42 years old, but looked a little old, almost the same age as Qian Zhongran.
Qian Zhongran frowned. What happened? Was he killed by Mr. Shi's men again? Didn't they give him a gun?
Our little brother went to pick up the goods today, but found the house full of corpses. Huo Wanyan's head was missing, and the ground was covered with shotgun shells, the same model as ours.
Qianming's face was heavy. The enemy was very strong.
Chen Zhongran's eyes shot out a vicious light. It turns out that there are people who share the same idea as us, but why would they try to rob Huo Wanyan?
Dad, are you from Simmons? Haha, how could there be a gun in that community?
It must be that Huo Wanyan has offended someone he shouldn't have offended.
Don't expose me. Qian Zhongran was very angry.
After all, the main point was a wretched development. But young Qianming didn't think so. Dad, we have guns in our hands, we can just rush in and kill them, why do we need to look for others?
You just know there's no one more powerful than you? It's only been a short time, just over a month. Whoever makes a move first will definitely die first. Look at Huo Wanyan, didn't he get into trouble?
I wasted a gun and bullets, but I didn't even see a hair of Shimeng.
Qian Zhongran was really a pervert.
I had witnessed Simmons' unparalleled beauty before, but if disaster had not struck, I would never have thought that I would have the chance to taste those red lips. But I don't want to do it myself, for fear of being targeted by others. Speaking of women, Qianming smiled and said, Dad, although Huo Wanyan is dead, the club is full of women.
Although many died, we brought them all back.
There are about 60 of them, all between 20 and 30 years old. They just smell a little bit and need to be washed. Ha, Huo Wanyan has so many women, and he lied to me that he has no women.
It's good for him to die. Don't waste too much water.
Okay, Dad, how about I arrange one for you to try?
Wash it clean and don't let your mother know. Don't worry. Qianming left the office. A man was lying on the guardrail smoking.
It was the second brother Qianpu, who was 2 years younger than Qianming. The two brothers looked very similar, both with square faces.
However, Qianpu obviously seemed to be a bit more ferocious.
From his eyes, it can be seen that he has killed many people during this period.
What did Dad say? Qianpu asked. Dad still advocates stability.
He told us not to worry about so many things and wait a few months to take action.
Wait a few more months?
Qianpu put out his cigarette and looked at his old father in the office with dissatisfaction. Brother, don't be so irritable.
I'll find a decent woman to help you relieve your anger.
Qianpu shook off Qianming's hand and said in a deep voice, Brother, you and Dad should stop thinking about women all day long. The world has changed now.
We have a lot of people and guns. We must occupy the territory first.
First come first served. You have to be able to hold on to that.
If you recruit a lot of brothers, how many mouths will you have to feed? Don't always think about fighting and killing. Look at the brothers below. They have food, drinks, and women to play with. Isn't this a good life? Brother! Have you ever thought that if you don't kill them, they will come to kill you, and the warehouse in Dad's hands will be discovered sooner or later?
Qianming said nothing after hearing this. His father advocated stability, while the second son advocated killing. Qianming was caught in the middle and felt very embarrassed. Seeing that his elder brother was slightly relaxed, Qianpu whispered, Dad likes that woman Shimeng, right? If I bring Shimeng here, can we do it according to my plan? Please help me ask her. This, brother, Dad is old, and old people like stability. Qianming sighed and could only go into the office again to ask. Qianpu stood outside, looking at his father with strange eyes from time to time. A few minutes later, Qianming came out with a gloomy face, and Qianpu felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Qianming grinned and patted his brother on the shoulder. Dad said that if you can really bring Shimeng here, he will agree to it. Attack, isn't that right?
Huo Wanyan can't do it, so I'll do it.
Xianpu twisted his neck with a hint of arrogance on his face, not taking anyone seriously at all.
But you still have to be cautious. The deaths of Huo Wanyan and his men were suspicious. Maybe it was done by someone in Shanhu community.
Brother, you worry too much. If there are really so many trolls in Shanhu community, and they are not afraid of Huo Wanyan, there must be someone else. Xianpu took out a cigarette and handed it to his brother. The two of them lit it and started puffing smoke. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Xian Ming said seriously, "Don't be afraid of 10,000 but be prepared for the unexpected.
Bring more brothers with you. Since we have started, it's not as simple as robbing a woman. We need to plunder supplies in one go."
That's more like it, big brother.
Dad can't just keep growing in a shabby way. He has to expand and recruit younger brothers. Dad just wants to be a local tyrant and guard this little piece of land. I'll bring 5 shotguns and 20 rounds of bullets. I'll save the bullets and use the knife as much as possible.
Xianpu shrugged and said with a smile, "Brother, I understand.
Bullets are more valuable than anything else now. With 5 shotguns, I can scare them to death. When do you plan to act?" Xianpu's face showed a gloomy look. "When they are sleeping." Good idea. Shanhu community. Tang Zhe walked out of Feng Mingming's room and stretched comfortably.
The progress in the past few days was quite good. The energy bar increased to 7%, which was one step closer to the 3.0 gift package. On the sofa, Fu Qi sat with a slightly pale face, holding a cup of boiled water in his hand.
Tang Zhe cannot be kept. He is definitely not as simple as he seems. Everything he shows is fake.
Fu Qi started coughing after he finished speaking, and felt much weaker. On the other hand, Simon's complexion has been rosy and radiant recently, and she exudes an even stronger charm, which makes Fu Qi itchy.
He is useful to me,
Shi Meng said in a low voice. She knew in her heart that what her husband said made sense. Now thinking about it carefully, a man with 3 beautiful women is doubtful. After all, women like Yi Qingyi are the objects that men strive for.
Tang Zhe brought 3 at a time. Did everyone in their community die? Did no one go to rob him? The only thing he could say is that he sneaked out alone. If we don't kill him now, we will be the ones to die later.
Now that Tang Zhe is dead, I can't control those bosses, especially since Huo Wanyan is dead.
They all want to be the boss. Are you stupid?
Shi Meng leaned helplessly on the sofa and rubbed his forehead. Fu Qi whispered fiercely with his eyes, "Tang Zhe is dead, so the trolls are ours, right?
Are you still afraid that those bosses are not honest?"
This did remind Shi Meng, but having the spray gun in her hand and in Tang Zhe's hand were 2 completely different concepts. If Tang Zhe comes later, just give him a glass of water and some sleeping pills and he will be fine.
We can't do this rashly. I need to think about it. Shi Meng didn't want to act rashly.
There were fewer and fewer people around her who could be used.
Fu Qi was furious when he heard this and shouted angrily, "Shi Meng, are you stupid? Before he came, there were so many people around you, but now he is the only one around you.
You have to beg him for everything. You are the boss of this Shanhu community, but you are actually at his mercy."
Enough. Shi Meng's eyes narrowed.
Ding dong, ding dong. At this time the doorbell rang.
Fu Qi's heartbeat slowed down. Could it be Tang Zhe?
Shi Meng was also scared. If Tang Zhe heard what he just said, he would probably shoot him twice as soon as he entered the room.
"Open the door,"
Shi Meng said in a low voice.
Fu Qi clenched his fists tightly. As the door opened, he saw Tang Zhe standing at the door with a kind smile. "I'm at home. Sister, she wants to talk to me about something."
Fu Qi blushed and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. "I was just about to go out."
"That's it, I understand."
Without saying anything, Fu Qi walked out of the house. Seeing Fu Qi in such a hurry, Tang Zhe closed the door and smiled at Shi Meng on the sofa. "Sister Shi, I had a narrow escape today. It was like I had just come back from the gates of hell.
I almost couldn't see you, sister." Shi Meng kept staring at Tang Zhe,
as if she wanted to see through his hypocrisy. She started playing the victim as soon as she entered the room, just wanting to gain benefits from him.
You are becoming more and more daring.
Meng spoke in a calm tone, not daring to say anything too harsh, but she also expressed her dissatisfaction.
Tang Zhe placed the spray gun on the coffee table and sat down next to Meng. Sister if you don't want to, I'll leave now. It's my fault that I trusted the wrong person. Meng's red lips were trembling slightly. She threatened me and said that I was not trustworthy.
I wanted to control him, but now he's controlling me instead.
Damn it. Okay, I'll leave. You should be careful next time. Tang Zhe picked up the shotgun and left. Return.
Tang Zhe stopped and raised the corners of his mouth slightly.
Xiaoyi, I'm not threatening anyone. I'm planning to leave.
Sister Tang Zhe, am not such a casual man.
Meng, how could he actually say such words? I was wrong, isn't that okay? That's right, isn't it so difficult for a girl to admit her mistake?
Fu Qi was in a very bad mood and had no choice but to go downstairs.
He wanted to find Feng Mengmeng to comfort himself and directly opened the electronic lock door.
The room was dark. Fu Qi turned on the living room light and saw clothes scattered on the sofa. A bad premonition surged in Fu Qi's heart. Away he strode into the bedroom and turned on the light.
Fu Qi was stunned. The light was so blinding that Feng Wei covered her eyes. Don't turn on the light, it's too blinding. Mr. Fu. Feng Wei finally saw clearly at this time and hurriedly covered herself with the quilt.
Feng Mengmeng, who was standing beside her, also woke up slowly and was startled to see Fu Qi standing at the door. After a while, Feng Mengmeng said helplessly, Brother Fu, why are you here suddenly? Fu Qi suddenly became a little crazy, covering his face and laughing wildly. We just want to save our lives and each get what we need.
Feng Wei said calmly. Are you really so naive that you think Tang Zhe will save your lives? He is a liar.
He deceived good-looking girls like you. Even my wife was deceived by him.
All of you have been deceived by him.
You are stupid.
You are all idiots.
Feng Mengmeng suddenly said, Brother Fu, why don't you come with us?
Meng. Feng Wei scolded immediately.
Brother Fu is trustworthy, and it's too dangerous for two girls like us.
Feng Wei was a little angry and turned to look away. Go? Where to? Fu Qi asked puzzledly. Feng Mengmeng whispered, Actually, Brother Tang drove here.
His car was parked not far away, and he gave us the car keys.
What? Fu Qi couldn't believe it, and it also verified his guess. It was indeed premeditated.
It felt like the car keys were all fake. Impossible, it must be fake, trying to trick you girls.
Feng Mengmeng took out the car keys, pointed outside the window and pressed a button.
Suddenly, car lights appeared in the dark alley not far away, which was particularly obvious in the dark night.
It's actually true.
Fu Qi was shocked again, thinking that Tang Zhe was stupid, actually giving the car keys to the two of them, trusting them so much.
Was he really smart or just pretending to be smart? However, Fu Qi still asked in confusion, since he is willing to take you away, why do you want to leave secretly?
Because I feel that Brother Tang is very dangerous. Besides, there are 3 girls around him who are prettier than us.
Sooner or later, they will be abandoned. Feng Wei's friend said that there is a shelter in the nearby Jianlin city. We plan to go there. Fu Qi felt that it made sense.
The 2 of them were of above-average looks, and were lacking a little compared to the other 3.
But I always feel like something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. When do you plan to leave? Fu Qi asked. Now.
Fu Qi was shocked and wanted to leave, but he couldn't leave his wife with the devil.
Isn't it too hasty?
Feng Wei said in a deep voice, Now is the only time we know that Tang Zhe is at your house, so we won't be discovered.
Feng Wei's words were like a knife stabbing into Fu Qi's heart, as if to say, what's the point of having a wife like this? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't want to take you with me. Feng Wei said coldly, put on her clothes and went to prepare supplies. Brother Fu, please come with me. Feng Mengmeng pleaded. After all, he was really good to her before the end of the world, and he would be the same after the end of the world. He was a trustworthy man. Fu Qi gritted his teeth and decided to leave instead of staying here and waiting to die, okay? The three of them immediately packed some supplies and put them on their backs, then put on the raincoats and shoes provided by Tangzai. Fu Qi was wearing the same set that Tangzai wore, which seemed to fit him very well. Fu Qi even had the illusion that this was prepared for him. Taking advantage of the night, the three of them quietly came to the first floor and walked directly out of the floor. The light rain hitting the raincoats made a deathly sound, but the three of them also knew that after taking this step, there was no turning back, and they walked firmly towards the gate of the community. On the other side, Tangzai put on his pants and smiled at Ximeng. I'll go back first. Ximeng's beautiful face was flushed and she didn't have the strength to answer. Tangzai left with the spray gun and immediately returned to his room, scaring the three big cats who were watching TV. Our bet begins now, Tangzai said with a faint smile as he entered the room. And Bai was immediately surprised and asked, are those two girls really planning to run away? Sun Ting smiled faintly and said, as expected, human nature cannot stand the test. Then they won't call me President Xi either. Yi Qingyi whispered with a frown. In her heart, she didn't care about those two girls at all. Betrayal had only one outcome. Because Ximeng's husband is also planning to run away with them. Now it depends on whether Fu Qi will ask Ximeng to run away with him. If Fu Qi doesn't call and Ximeng stays without knowing it, you win. Tangzai was generous for once, so as to avoid being accused of bullying them. Yi Qingyi immediately calmed down a bit, knowing that Tangzai was giving her a break, and immediately gave him a kiss to express her gratitude. Sister Yi doesn't even try to avoid suspicion now. Xiao Bai immediately teased. Tangzai took out the monitoring device, and the four of them waited quietly for the result. Yi Qingyi also became nervous. If she lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the dark alley, the three found the modified Tank 300. Especially when he saw the crawler-type wheels, Fu Qi believed it. No wonder it could drive over here. When I opened the trunk, I found several boxes of mineral water and various vacuum-packed foods inside. Get in the car, let's go. Feng Wei urged. Staying here all night would only cause trouble. After all, this would be considered stealing Tangzai's car. If they were caught by him, they would be beheaded. Fu Qi was driving, Feng Mengmeng was sitting in the passenger seat, and Feng Wei was sitting in the back. Don't turn on the headlights, Feng Wei reminded. Feng Wei's voice also reached Tangzai, who couldn't help but sigh. Actually, I had a pretty good impression of them. It's a pity that they still ran away behind my back. I really gave up a stable life. Sun Ting sighed. Tangzai suddenly laughed and said, actually, you can try and see if you can run away. If you can, it will be considered as your ability. Tangzai's words frightened the three girls so much that their faces turned pale and they quickly snuggled up to Tangzai. It was just a joke. Look how scared you are. Hate it, master, in the car. Fu Qi started the car, and the roar was still quite loud, but Fu Qi couldn't help but think of his beautiful wife at this time. Why don't we take my wife with us? With her status, it will be easier for us to talk to her when we go to Zhonglin City. After all, she also has property in Zhonglin City. Feng Wei immediately said, no, what if she tells Tangzai? What Brother Fu said makes sense. If Zhonglin City is safe, President Xu will have influence, and we can live well. Feng Wei was so angry that she laughed. Feng Mengmeng, his wife is here, what do you have to do with her? If Ximeng knew you were the mistress, she would kick you to death. Fu Qi immediately said, I promise I won't. Mengmeng, you have to believe me. Well, of course I believe that you are the best, Brother Fu. When Fu Qi heard this, he felt like he was possessed by Superman. He took out his cell phone and called his wife. The cell phone on the coffee table started buzzing, and the buzzing of the phone made Ximeng very unhappy. She picked up the phone and saw that it was her husband calling, which made her even more unhappy. Couldn't she just be quiet for a while? What? Why aren't you coming back? Wife, pack up and come downstairs immediately. I found Tang Zay's car. It's fully modified. Simmons woke up instantly, stood up excitedly, but sat down again with a frown. How did you find it? Don't ask so many questions.
Just come downstairs and I'll drive the car inside.
Shi Meng's mind was suddenly confused and she didn't know what to do. Don't think about it. It's too late if you don't leave now.
The nearby Zhenlin city is safe.
You have business there.
You don't need to stay here and worry. This sentence still works.
If it is really safe over there, you can indeed go there. But is it true or false?
Now that she was being controlled by Tang Zay, he could do whatever he wanted. This result was not what she wanted.
Escaping from his clutches might be the right choice.
Without any extra words, Shi Meng said in a deep voice, "Okay, see you downstairs, I'll clean up." As Shi Meng's words entered Yi Qingyi's mind, she felt as if she had lost her soul.
She had lost. Ye couldn't be saved, and her fiancé would also die. Tang Zay gave her a helpless look, saying, "You have to accept the defeat." It's a pity for Shi Meng. Sister Shi, you are really stupid this time. Xiaobai comforted her, "Sister Yi, don't be sad."
Sun Ting also sighed, and finally Shi Meng chose to leave. Yi Qingyi originally thought that Shi Meng was a very smart woman and would definitely choose to stay with a strong man, but she never expected that Shi Meng was unwilling to submit to the strong man and she wanted to become a strong man herself.
My condolences. Tang Zay patted Yi Qingyi's shoulders.
Sun Ting and Xiaobai also cast the same look. In this world, they were already lucky enough to be able to protect themselves. Shi Meng was already ready at this time. She stood on the first floor looking outside and also sent a message to Fu Qi. And Fu Qi also drove towards this side.
Fang Wei looked at the residential area getting closer and closer, and her fear was growing.
She was afraid that she would see Tang Zay appear and then shoot him one by one. At this moment, even Shi Meng's figure on the first floor could be seen. Simmons also saw the car approaching and became excited.
Don't go.
Fang Wei suddenly grabbed the steering wheel, and Fu Qi quickly braked to stop, which stunned Shi Meng.
What are you doing? We almost crashed into it. Fu Qi shouted angrily.
If the car broke down, everyone would die. Fang Wei said in a deep voice, "A woman who has changed her mind will do anything."
Tang Zay is already waiting beside us. As long as we go over, he will beat us to death. Feng Mengmeng looked at the first floor. The angle was indeed a bit blocked.
Not only Feng Mengmeng was scared, but Fu Qi was the same. Everyone had seen Tang Zay's methods.
Fu Qi, you have an idea of how your wife treats you, right? With Feng Mengmeng by your side, are you worse than her?
Now that you have taken the risk of accepting this ancestor, you still have to face a woman who doesn't treat you as a man. She even disregards your feelings for the sake of power.
Is such a woman worth your risk to save?
After hearing this, Fu Qi grabbed the steering wheel tightly, struggling frantically in his mind.
Why isn't it worth it? She is my wife too. Fu Qi cried out.
After saying that, he immediately put the car in reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator. I'm sorry, I just can't forgive you. Shi Meng stood there in a daze, watching the oncoming car suddenly reverse and drive away. Why didn't the car come to pick her up? He took out his cell phone and called Fu Qi immediately. Come here. I'm sorry, I just can't get over this in my heart.
After hearing this, Shi Meng smiled miserably. Who did I do that for?
I sacrificed so much, and you just left me and took your mistress away. Although it was dark, Shi Meng could still see that the person sitting in the passenger seat was his secretary, Feng Mengmeng.
You betrayed me. Fu Qi roared. You betrayed me too. Shi Meng couldn't control her emotions anymore.
The only relative around her left her.
Brother-in-law, come back soon, my sister is waiting for you.
A voice as if from the abyss sounded from behind. Shi Meng turned around and looked at Tang Zay and the three women behind Tang Zay. Yi Qingyi, who had originally looked ashen, was now smiling. Sun Ting and Xiaobai beside her were also happy for Yi Qingyi, because as long as Shi Meng stayed, it would mean that Yi Qingyi won. Of course, Tang Zhe still has to try his best, just in case he can win. But after hearing Tang Zhe's voice, it was estimated that even 100 Kuns would not be able to pull Fu Qi back. You, take care of yourself. Sure enough, after hearing Tang Zhe's voice, Fu Qi hung up the phone. Xi Meng collapsed on the ground, leaving herself alone in hell. Hee hee, Xi Meng suddenly laughed. Tang Zhe squatted beside her and touched Xi Meng's head. Sister Xi, why are you crying? Don't touch me. Xi Meng reached out and slapped Tang Zhe's hand away. This is the sister Xi I like. Look, I have a button here that can stop the car. Tang Zhe stretched out his hand, but before he could finish his words, Xi Meng snatched it away and pressed it directly. In the car, Fu Qi, who was driving, suddenly heard a beeping sound. Did you hear anything? The beeping sound became more and more rapid. Feng Meng and Fang Wei looked at each other, and a bad premonition emerged in their hearts. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and the night was instantly illuminated by flames, appearing so dazzling. The originally dark buildings around it turned on their lights one after another to see what was happening. I saw a ball of fire at the intersection. It looked like a burning car. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but a head flew over and rolled down to the side. Isn't this my brother-in-law? The remote control in Xi Meng's hand fell to the ground. She became dazed and looked at her husband's head with her beautiful eyes. Saves the girl. Sister Xi, you haven't even finished your words yet, and you've already blown up my brother-in-law to death. Press once to explode, press twice to stop. Why are you in such a hurry? Tang Zhe sighed. Xi Meng was filled with anger at this moment. This anger was not because of her husband's death, but because of the game between herself and Tang Zhe. She had lost miserably and even blew up her husband to death with her own hands, and his head flew in front of her. I've never failed like this before. There has never been. Tang Zhe. Simmons immediately pounced towards Tang Zhe, as if she wanted to eat Tang Zhe's flesh. Sure enough, Tang Zhe was about to become Tang Monk. However, before he could pounce on Tang Zhe, Xiaobai suddenly reached out and grabbed Xi Meng's hair. Mr. Xi, you can't be rude to your master. Sun Ting was even more direct. She raised her hand and slapped the beautiful face directly, waking up the angry Xi Meng. Sister Xi, what are you looking at me like? I don't owe you anything. After all, we have always been using each other, right? You're playing tricks on me. Simming couldn't accept that she was being played like a clown, while she thought she was in control of the overall situation. Tang Zhe shook his head. In fact, I gave you many chances, but you cared too much about your rights. You didn't want to lose this high position, which led to the current situation, and you made me lose. Tang Zhe's words touched Xi Meng's heart. She really didn't want to lose, and Xi Meng had a bigger ideal in her heart, which was to become a modern Wu Zetian. You lost? What do you mean? Xiaobai smiled sweetly and said, because before we came here, we made a bet on whether you would stay or leave in the end. Xi Meng never expected that. She thought she was a hunter, but in the end she was their prey and lost so badly that she couldn't even get up. Yi Qingyi. I took you in out of kindness, and you treat me like this. If the Jiang family knew what you did, they would definitely kick you out of the family. Yi Qingyi said softly, the Jiang family is not that important to me, and I also have people to protect. Tang Zhe yawned. That's enough, let's go home and sleep, game over. No, I didn't lose. I was just careless. Tang Zhe looked at Yi Qingyi and said, you will take care of her from now on. If anything goes wrong with her, you will be responsible. I understand. Yi Qingyi understood what this meant, as she had experienced it herself. Also, it's so loud in the middle of the night, it's really bad to disturb the neighbors' rest. Let's start with ourselves. Yi Qingyi nodded and said to Xi Meng, stop yelling. Yi Qingyi, you will die a miserable death. With a snap, Yi Qingyi slapped him in the face. You took me in because you also want to profit from the Jiang family, don't you? Don't say you are so kind. These words stunned Xi Meng, but she was still unwilling to give in. I didn't lose. I, Xi Meng, have never lost before. I will never let you succeed even if I die. Tang Zhe stopped, and the other three women also stopped, thinking to themselves that Mr. Xi would have a hard time in the future.
Then I'll give you another chance. Tang Zhe turned and looked at Meng, feeling fortunate for his magnanimity and that he did not become a murderer. The road is behind you. Do you want to die with dignity or live happily like a cat? Please make your choice.
Meng froze in her place, then cried out, I'd rather die than be your cat. After saying that, Simmons ran outside. This made the three women stunned. They didn't expect Meng to be such a strong-willed woman. They immediately admired her, especially Yiqingyi. They were still not as good as her. When faced with the choice between life and death, she chose the dignified one, while they bowed their heads towards death.
It's not just these three women.
Tang Zhe didn't expect that even if the end of the world comes, there will still be strong-willed women who are not afraid of power.
I admire them.
Just as the four of them were sighing in their hearts, Meng suddenly braked and stood at the edge. The four of them twitched their lips. They were quite impressed just now. Why did he suddenly stop?
Simmons is scared. Standing on the edge, I couldn't lift my feet no matter what I did, as if I was being pressed by a jack.
Be careful not to get splashed by the rain, or you could die.
Tang Zhe kindly reminded her, and sure enough, Meng was so scared that she took a step back. After all, people are afraid of death, and they are even more afraid of dying meaninglessly. Sister Shi, you have impressed me again.
Tang Zhe said lightly, but these words were like a knife stabbing into Meng's chest, and she didn't even have the courage to die.
Meng looked at Tang Zhe fiercely and asked, What on earth are you going to do? What use am I to you?
Compared to those girls who throw themselves at me, I personally prefer those who have a strong sense of resistance and are insidious and vicious, because I will put them on the right track in life and give them wholehearted help and love. Look at them, they have now completely adapted to the way of the end of the world and will no longer be bullied by anyone except me.
The last three words are the essence.
Meng said that she had never seen such a shameless person. Her husband was right. This was his true face. If she had listened to her husband and drugged him, the situation would be very different now.
Sister Shi, there is still a long way to go in the future. You are a smart woman. Meng said coldly, Don't you know that smart women can be stubborn?
We did use each other before, but now you are of no use to me, and don't even think about asking me to be your dog.
I told you, don't be a dog, be a cat. Fuck, is there any difference? Simmons couldn't help but swear.
Xiaobai said weakly, Of course, cats are so cute.
Meng was completely speechless. And Bai looked weak and fragile.
If she wanted to escape, she would probably have to start with her. However, when Meng saw Bai take out a silenced version of USP and put it against his temple, his face turned pale instantly.
Sister Shi, you must be obedient.
Meng finally understood that Bai said the most tender words but did the most cruel things. No wonder Tang Zhe said that they had adapted to life in the end times.
And they also have guns. I didn't know this before. Were they searched when entering the community? Where did the guns come from? Did Tang Zhe bring them in from outside?
Xiaobai, she is not your responsibility.
Tang Zhe reminded.
Bai made a pitiful sound and put the gun into his down jacket.
Let's go, Meng, don't let me do anything. Yiqingyi said lightly.
You are really a good daughter-in-law of the Jiang family.
There was a snap. Meng covered her cheek.
This was the third slap she had received tonight. I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with the Jiang family.
He is my master and yours. Ha, you guys are cheap, I'm not that cheap.
These words ignited the anger of the three girls. Tang Zhe teased, Boss Shi, it looks like you're going to have a hard time in the future.
What are you doing? Let me go.
Sun Ting knocked Meng unconscious without saying anything.
It was really noisy.
On the other side, a suburban warehouse. 3 trucks were ready, their tires converted to crawler type, but they looked like they had been unloaded from an excavator, and the modification was very crude. Xianpu stood on the table holding a shotgun, looking around at the hundreds of people around him and shouted, Brothers, let's go do something big tonight. You should have heard of Shanhu community. It's the community where the rich people in Huan City live.
When these words came out, the younger brothers were excited. I heard there are so many beautiful women. Maybe there are celebrities living there. Rich people must have hidden a lot of food and drink, supplies, and beauties. This ticket is great.
Xianpu grinned and said, "That's right, this time the mission is to plunder supplies, kill the men who resist, capture the women, and more importantly, capture the boss of Shanhu community, Shimeng."
Could it be the real estate queen of our Huan city? I heard she's as beautiful as a fairy. What man wouldn't be confused by that pair of breasts?
I saw it on TV, and it came on the spot. This immediately caused a burst of laughter.
Xianpu shouted loudly, "Yes, it's her.
From now on in Shanhu community, you can live in whichever room you want.
Everyone will get 2 wives. If you do a good job, you will get double the number of wives." Hey! There were constant shouts. Once upon a time, it was a problem for these men to get married.
Not only did they need a dowry, but they also needed a house.
But now they can directly get a house and a wife.
As long as they are ruthless enough, it is no problem to marry 17 or 18 women.
What? You mean the bride price? Does this butcher knife look like a betrothal gift? Let's go. Following Xianpu's order, everyone got on the bus with great enthusiasm.
Qianming came over and warned, "Be careful and don't save bullets.
Life is more important. Just wait for my good news." After all, the richer the people, the more they fear death. They are just a mob.
Qianming smiled and patted Xianpu on the shoulder. "When you return victorious, I have prepared the most beautiful woman for you."
Xianpu nodded. Compared to women, Xianpu prefers the pleasure brought by power.
It was already early morning, and the Shanhu community was silent. Everyone had fallen asleep, and there were only 4 people on duty in the underground parking lot, all of whom were dozing off due to boredom. Inside the room, Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, resting his chin on his hand to admire instructor Ye's performance. After all, Yi Qingyi was also an experienced person and had received profound guidance from Sun Ting. But the target this time is the strong woman Simmons, and she cannot be made to obey with just a few words.
Sun Ting was massaging Tang Zhe's thigh and asked curiously, "Master, how do you know that Fu Qi's lover is Feng Mengmeng?"
"Ha, I felt something was wrong at Fu Qi's house. He was making eye contact with me and was 100% sure that he would steal my car."
They all couldn't stand the test.
Sun Ting quickly praised him several times, saying that Tang Zhe was testing people all the time, and if they failed the test, they would be crushed to pieces.
"You want me to go along with you? Dream on. Simmons has a strong will and has been resisting since she woke up." Yi Qingyi said in a deep voice, "What do you mean by going along with the crowd? Women in the last days are no match for men.
They have all become commodities and accessories.
But as long as we unite, we can survive. Don't you understand this truth? Ha, aren't you just an appendage? What's the point of talking so high-soundingly?"
Sun Ting smiled and suggested, "You have to use my method."
"Isn't it too cruel?" Xiao Bai said softly.
"He always looked so fragile and pitiful." Hearing this, Shimeng paused slightly. Tang Zhe stood up and stretched himself, shouting, "Ting, come with me, come on." Sun Ting was slightly delighted, as this was the first time she was called to the bedroom. And Bai and Yi Qingyi beside her were slightly surprised, as this was the first time after all. Soon, there were subtle noises coming from the bedroom, which made Xiao Bai envious. "You should call me next time."
"You have been brainwashed by him,"
Yi Qingyi said calmly. "Without him, we would have died in the community long ago. You have never seen how chaotic ordinary communities are.
There is no bottom line at all. Yeah, without him, maybe even my body wouldn't be spared."
Simmons was very surprised.
"Is it so exaggerated?"
Yi Qingyi persuaded in a low voice, "As long as you follow him, you don't have to worry about supplies, and you don't have to worry about being kidnapped by men. As long as you serve him well, you will be second to none."
"Will he not die?" "You are really dreaming. The master will not die,"
Xiao Bai said firmly, but in Siming's eyes, this little girl had gone crazy, and only Yi Qingyi still retained a little rationality.
Shi Meng sneered, he won't die. Could it be that he still has an immortal body?
Yi Qingyi's beautiful eyes turned cold. Shi Meng, I'm not afraid to tell you that we killed people before we came here, and the master cleared out 2 communities. You should be thankful for having such a face, otherwise your fate would be the same as Feng Mengmeng and Feng Wei.
As he spoke, Yi Qingyi grabbed Shi Meng's chin and said, why do you think the master brought back Huo Wanyan's head? If he wanted to, no one in this community would be alive.
After all, Shi Meng had never experienced a harsh environment, and didn't know what desperate help meant. She had never even seen a corpse before Tangze came. In Sun Ting's words, Shi Meng was still a flower living in a greenhouse. She had a lot of passion, but all her ideas were so naive. Especially planning to take people to see Huo Wanyan, that is no different from a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Nowadays, the word credit has long been thrown into the sewer. Half an hour later, Sun Ting walked out of the bedroom naked, with a blush on her beautiful face. She lay down on the carpet, covered herself with a blanket, and whispered, keep your voices down. Xiaobai pouted her red lips and said teasingly, your voice is not as loud as before.
Sun Ting just smiled and fell asleep. Tang Zhe in the bedroom was also sleeping soundly.
After all, having sex before going to bed helps you sleep.
You guys sleep here tonight? Shi Meng couldn't believe it. Isn't there a bedroom? Why don't you sleep here even though you have a bed? Yi Qingyi said calmly, this is the rule. What a broken rule. I'd rather die than do this.
Xiaobai pointed at the balcony and said, no, just jump down. No one will stop you from committing suicide.
Simon's mouth twitched. You are really a little princess who is trying to sabotage others. I wonder if this might be an adjective. Can't you just express your dissatisfaction? Think about it carefully. If you can't figure it out, don't blame me tomorrow. Yi Qing delivered an ultimatum according to the law. He couldn't let Shi Meng delay his time to save people. Yeah was still waiting for him.
However, before going to bed, Yi Qingyi put a collar on Shi Meng to prevent her from running away. As the lights in the living room went out, Simmons pulled at the collar around her neck, but there was no way to remove it.
Damn it! I have become a prisoner. How can I escape?
If Shi Meng had experienced what happened to Yi Qingyi, perhaps she wouldn't be so naive as to want to run away now, because she wouldn't be able to run away at all. Tang Zhe had given a chance before, but Shi Meng called Tang Zhe back herself. In the end, it was her own fault. If she hadn't called Tang Zhe back at that time, Tang Zhe would naturally not have stayed. But Tang Zhe knew that Shi Meng was a woman who was greedy for power. As she felt sleepy, Shi Meng curled up in the corner and fell asleep, thinking about how to negotiate and bargain with Tang Zhe, completely unaware that a bloody battle was about to begin. At 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 trucks appeared not far from the community. All the men in the trucks had eyes shining with excitement, without any sense of sleepiness. They held the knife handles tightly in their right hands. Some experienced men tied the knife handles to their palms with cloth to prevent them from slipping out of their hands.
Boss, look over there. The man driving looked to the side.
Xian Pu looked and saw a car shell overturned on the greenbelt, and there seemed to be a burnt person in the passenger seat.
What's so good about this? Haven't you seen dead people in cars?
Xian Pu lit a cigarette and said disdainfully.
But this car looks like it was blown up. How do you know this is fried?
Burned ones won't work.
That's how it's played out in the movies. Xian Pu laughed and said, watch fewer movies, they are all fake. Boss, I feel my heartbeat is a little fast. When I came out, I read my fortune and it was a bad omen.
Xian Pu burst into laughter. You call out a very bad omen, and see if I can change it into a very auspicious one. While we were talking, we had already arrived next to the residential area. Rushed directly into the underground garage. After saying that, Xian Pu picked up the shotgun and loaded the bullet. In the garage, the man on duty was fast asleep, and even the man guarding the gate on the floor was asleep. Even if they were not asleep, it would be difficult to notice that the 3 trucks did not even have their lights on, and they had no idea that death was approaching. With a loud bang, the car blocking the door was knocked open, which scared the sleepy man.
He just stared blankly at the 3 trucks that stopped, as if he was still asleep. Bang, bang, bang.
As the cargo door opened, men with hideous grins jumped down one after another, sharp knives in their hands.
What are you doing?
The man on duty finally reacted, and the kitchen knife in his hand trembled slightly.
A burly man walked towards them, and his fierce aura frightened the man so much that his whole body stiffened. What are you doing? I'm going to chop you.
After saying that, he chopped directly at the neck.
Puff.
The head was not chopped off, but the aorta was hit, and blood gushed out. The latter opened his eyes wide, unable to believe that this was real.
Was he going to die like this?
Qianpu jumped out of the car with a spray gun in hand. No fighting power at all. That Huo Wanyan is such an idiot, he can't even handle this kind of community. One man died tragically, and the other men on duty were so scared that they knelt on the ground.
Brother, we are the owners and we are on duty tonight.
Please don't kill us.
Don't kill me.
I'll kowtow to you, big brother.
I knock too.
Qianpu hooked his finger, and the younger brother next to him handed an axe to Qianpu. Qianpu raised his arms and chopped down the man in the middle with his axe. He wanted to show his younger brothers how to chop off people, but also to serve as a deterrent. Who knew that it didn't cut off and got stuck in the cervical vertebrae, but the blood dyed the faces of the 2 men next to it red. One of them fainted from fright, and the other was so scared that he vomited shit and piss.
Fuck it, go back and polish it.
Yes, yes, yes. The younger brother responded quickly. He had clearly rubbed it when he came out.
Qianpu kicked the man who was pissing and shitting and fell to the ground. Do you know where Simmons lives?
Yes, 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 yes.
You know the answer but you don't lead the way. I don't know how you made money in the past.
You're like fools. Qianpu's words made his younger brothers laugh.
Rich people are just like that.
A month ago you ignored us, but now you are kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Thanks to this end of the world, we, the lower class people, have a chance to turn things around.
Soon, Qianpu arrived at Simmons' door.
The locksmith was about to open the door but was stopped by Qianpu. After all, she is the real estate queen of Huan City.
You have to be polite.
After saying that, Qianpu rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. After waiting for 5 minutes, Qianpu's face became worse and worse. It seems that they don't accept our courtesy. Let's do it. The lock was opened immediately, and the brothers who entered the room were immediately shocked by the decoration in front of them. He was worthy of being the boss. It was like living in a palace.
Qianpu rushed to the bedroom immediately, but there was no one there. Boss, no one. Neither do I have one here. There's no toilet either.
Qianpu's face turned cold instantly and he shouted, "Where are the people?" Then he looked at the man leading the way.
This is really Simmons' home. I didn't lie to you.
Qianpu laughed and said, "Kill him."
No, don't.
No, the screams gradually died down, hot blood flowed on the expensive floor, and the smell of blood immediately filled the living room.
Okay, if you want to play hide and seek with me, then I'll search the entire neighborhood.
Yes.
Boss.
Simmons, who was sleeping soundly at this time, heard some noise vaguely. She thought she was sleeping on a soft big bed, but when she opened her eyes, she found herself leaning against the corner. As the noise became more and more obvious, Ximeng couldn't help but frown.
What on earth was going on? A bad premonition surged in Ximeng's heart, and finally she couldn't help but shout, "Hey, wake up! Wake up!"
Yi Qingyi had dreamed that she had picked up Yaya, but her beautiful dream was shattered by being called like this. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Sun Ting was also woken up and was so angry that she wanted to shoot herself. Listen, something seems to have happened outside. Ximeng said hurriedly. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting listened carefully and indeed there seemed to be sounds of smashing and hitting. This sound was very familiar.
Xiaobai, wake up. Sun Ting patted Xiaobai's buttocks. And Bai rubbed his eyes, have you eaten?
Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi chuckled. The thing Xiaobai talked about the most all day long was eating.
Someone is rushing to the building. Sun Ting said with a smile. And Bai was stunned for a moment, then immediately became excited. That's great. After that, he picked up his gun, checked the bullets skillfully, and put on the silencer. Shi Meng stared blankly at the three women in front of her. They were not afraid at all and even had a hint of anticipation. They can actually laugh. Have they really killed someone? Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi also took out their guns. Their skillful movements left Shi Meng stunned. Was what they said before true? Turn off the lights. Sun Ting said softly. And Bai turned off the lights, and the three of them continued to sleep under the blankets as if nothing had happened. Hey, what are you doing? Simmons was getting anxious. The noise was getting closer and closer, which meant it would be here soon. Are you still going to pretend you didn't see it? And Bai extended his index finger. Shoo, don't talk. Suddenly, there was a slight sound from the door lock. Someone was unlocking it. Shi Meng's heart dropped to her throat. Are they crazy? It's already this late and they're still pretending to be asleep. At this moment, Shi Meng didn't have the courage like the three women, so she forced herself to calm down. As the door was opened, the light from outside shone in and the lights in the living room came on again. Fuck, there's someone sleeping in the living room. The man's voice came in, and Simmons also saw three men at the door, all holding knives in their hands and with a ferocious look on their faces. They are definitely not from the community. As expected, people from outside came in to kill us. The three men also saw Simmons next to the sofa and were stunned for a moment. One of them took out his mobile phone to check. Fuck you, I'm hiding here. Haha, it's really strange that the real estate queen is wearing a dog chain. Good at playing, very coquettish. Although the frivolous words of the three men made Shi Meng angry, she did not dare to say anything at this time and just watched them walk over. Fuck, there are three top-notch women still sleeping. Doesn't this correspond to our three brothers? Then let's have some fun first? As he was about to lift the blanket covering the three women, he never expected that a pitch-black muzzle of a gun would protrude from the blanket. The three men just stood there in a daze. And Bai suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and said softly, how about letting me have some fun first? Bio made a sound. A shot was fired directly at the center of the triangle of men closest to it. Ah! The man's scream woke Tang Zhe up in the bedroom. Seeing this, the other two men were stunned for 2 seconds and then ran outside frantically. Who would have thought that three gorgeous girls would have guns? Panicked with a few gunshots, the two men were shot several times in the legs and fell directly to the ground, with blood immediately staining their pants red. Shi Meng was stunned. These three women were so fierce. Faced with such desperate men, they even dared to let them in. With such shooting skills, were they soldiers before? The three women stood up wrapped in blankets. Their delicate bodies could only be admired by their masters, and other men were not worthy of them. Sun Ting came up to the man who was covering his crotch, pointed the black muzzle of the gun at his forehead, and said coldly, who are you, who is the boss, and what are you doing here? Fuck you, bitch, don't even think about getting anything out of me. Bai you. Sun Ting shot the man in front of her in the head. And Bai snorted, you are the stinky woman. Then he fired 2 more shots. Seeing this scene, Shi Meng was in a trance. Compared with them, she was too weak. The right she was so proud of seemed to be nothing under their guns. Yi Qingyi walked up to the other 2 men and said, speak. We are employees of a suburban warehouse. Our eldest is Qian Zhongran. His second son Qian Pu brought us here today to grab supplies and find Shi Meng. Shi Meng's body trembled. Could this Qian Zhongran be the Mr. Qian that Huo Wanyan mentioned? Their target was actually her. What do you want to do with Shi Meng? It's our boss who has taken a fancy to him. Oh, how many of you are here? About 100. There are 5 more shotguns. Another man added, looking at Yi Qingyi with pleading eyes. I've told you everything we know. Please don't kill us. We are just workers. Please, beautiful lady. Yi Qingyi's heart had long been as hard as stone. She raised her hand and fired 2 shots, sending him directly to hell. At this time, the bedroom door opened, and Tang Zhe walked out yawning. When he saw the three bodies, he paused and said, "What's going on?" Xiao Bai immediately jumped to Tanz's side, hugged Tanz's arm and said in a tender voice, "Master, there are people rushing upstairs, hundreds of them, looking for Ximeng. Their boss has taken a fancy to her." Tang Zhe looked at Ximeng in the corner, and Ximeng subconsciously shrank back. "Since you are here to look for Sister Shi, for the safety of the entire building, Sister Shi, you have to sacrifice yourself. After all, you are the boss and you can't hide here." Tang Zhe's words not only stunned the three girls, but Ximeng couldn't believe it. He had asked her to be the same as them before, but now he wanted to hand her over. Simmons could imagine what the consequences would be if he handed it over. "Let her go." Yi Qingyi hummed, opened the Simmons collar, and said helplessly, "I asked you to be obedient, but you don't want to, let's go." Simmons suddenly lost all strength in his body and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up. "Don't waste time. If they can't find you, they will definitely kill people," Tang Zhe said lightly. "No. I don't want it." Ximeng suddenly shook her head frantically, her beautiful face turned pale. She was not as strong as she was yesterday. The bottom line in her heart was being madly destroyed. Tang Zhe lit a cigarette and persuaded, "Being the boss always requires sacrifice. Didn't you meet with Huo Wanyan for everyone before?" No, I'm pretending. I won't go. Please, don't hand me over." Ximeng knelt down at Tang Zhe's feet, grabbed Tang Zhe's pants with both hands and begged desperately. Tang Zhe reached out and patted Ximeng's head, and said with a smile, "It's too late. No, I can be like them, call you master, let the master play with me as he pleases, and lick my toes." As he said this, he really lowered his head. Tang Zhe immediately sensed it and said with a faint smile, "Since you said so, I will give you another chance." Ximeng was very excited and would rather follow Tang Zhe than be handed over. "Thank you, master. Don't thank me so quickly. Let's make a bet. If you win, you stay with me. If you lose, you will take on the responsibility of being the boss of the neighborhood, saving everyone and gaining a good reputation. Isn't that what you used to be good at?" Ximeng looked up at Tang Zhe. She didn't expect this to be a bet, but at least there was still a chance. "Okay, I'll bet." "Then let's make it simple. Although you have selfish motives, you are still good to the people in this community. You encourage them to live well and distribute supplies. I wonder if they will be grateful and have the courage to fight against evil forces. So the bet is simple, will they help you or push you into the fire pit, ladies first?" Ximeng bit her red lips. It was difficult for her to make a decision at once, but this also concerned her own life and death. Suddenly, Ximeng remembered what Yi Qingyi said. The end of the world is not like the past. People's selfishness will be infinitely magnified, and they can do anything to survive. What if some people are willing and some are not? Simmons asked. That must depend on which side has a higher appeal. Don't worry, I'm fair. They will push me into the fire pit. Although Ximeng didn't want to say this, she felt that this was the reality. You're so unconfident. Ximeng said softly, I know their character better than you. Although I intend to avoid them, I still have to face them. Ha, it seems that you think my fire pit is easier to enter. Ximeng didn't say anything, indicating her agreement. They were both hotspots, so she would definitely choose Tang Zhe. Actually, I still hope that everyone will keep you. After all, I really want to see if there are any good people left. Let's go. Ximeng really wanted to ask, just walk out like that? There are hundreds of them. Let's go, what are you standing there for? Sun Ting said in a low voice. She didn't have a good impression of Ximeng. Ximeng could only follow him out. She felt like a popular commodity that had been delivered to her doorstep. Shouldn't she run away at this time? In the underground parking lot, owners came downstairs one after another, most of them appeared in pajamas. The men who resisted were basically beaten to death on the spot. Now the men who came down were all submissive, not to mention the women, who agreed to anything with a knife. Boss, this is indeed a wealthy neighborhood, the goods here are of higher quality. The younger brother looked at the women coming down the stairs with greed on his face. Such temperament was something that the rouge and powder outside could not have. Has Ximeng not been found yet? Xianpu didn't pay any attention to these women at all, and the key target has not been found yet. No news yet, but he must be hiding somewhere. Xianpu glanced around and the owners all lowered their heads and dared not look directly at him. Boss, I might know. A man in the crowd raised his hand and shouted. Xianpu turned around and asked with a smile, then tell me, if you dare to lie to me, I will chop off your head. Okay, I think Ximeng must be at Brother Tang's house. Who is Brother Tang? Xianpu asked puzzledly. Brother Tang brought back Huo Wanyan's head before, and was highly appreciated by Ximeng. These words made Xianpu frown, and he couldn't help but tighten the shotgun in his hand. He didn't expect that it was really someone here who did it. What does he do? Special forces? It's a takeaway. Ha? Delivering takeaway? Are you kidding me? Kill him. Xianpu was furious and ordered the execution. Too strong, the man didn't expect this to happen, and thought he could save his life by telling the truth. Boss, what I said is true, they can all testify to it. However, everyone around me kept their heads down and kept silent, as if it had nothing to do with me. You guys talk. No one spoke for the man, and as the axe fell, his head rolled to the ground. Suddenly 2 figures appeared from the stairs. Boss, are you looking for me? Everyone looked over and saw Tangze appearing with a spray gun, followed by a pale-faced Simmons. Suddenly, 5 shotguns were pointed at Tangze. Ximeng looked at the muzzles of the guns and her legs went weak. Oh, calm down, this gun is out of bullets. Tangze said and threw the shotgun on the ground. This scared Xianpu and his group, and they thought a gunfight was about to break out. The owners cursed in their hearts. It would be fine to scare them, but why did they lose their guns? How can they save us? Boss, actually I brought the person to you. After saying that, Tangze hugged Ximeng's slender waist and put his palm on her hips. Xianpu finally saw the legendary Simmons. He had seen her on TV before, and today he finally saw her in person. I didn't expect that she is even more beautiful and charming in person than on TV. No wonder my dad can't stop thinking about her. Even I like women like this. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. Little brother, I admire you very much. I heard that it was you who killed Huo Wanyan. Indeed. Little brother, since you are so capable, why don't you work with me and conquer the world together? That's great. Tangze smiled happily and exerted the spirit of 2-headed grass to the extreme, but the big hand did not move, which made Xianpu a little unhappy. At this moment, one of the owners suddenly shouted, Tangze, President, she has been very kind to you. Now you are selling out your master for personal gain. We all look down on you. Yes. I look down on you. These words resonated with other owners. After all, they were still waiting for Tangze to rescue them, but they didn't expect Tangze to directly arrest Ximeng and take credit for it. Xianpu laughed out loud. Your neighborhood is very lively. It's really lively. After saying that, Tangze shouted to everyone, my fellow owners, I'm not selling out my master for glory, but the situation is different. You've all been arrested, so what's the use of me alone? Ximeng treated you well on weekdays and didn't let you starve in the apocalypse. Now that we're in trouble, as long as you fight with me, I, Tangze, will risk my life. They have 5 guns, and at most they only have more than 20 bullets. We still have a chance. Xianpu was stunned. He just wanted to sell out his master for fame and fortune, but now you are starting to provoke a fight between the 2 sides. What do you mean? Whoever dares to move, I will beat to death. Xianpu raised the shotgun and fired a round. The loud gunshot made the owners dare not raise their heads. No one wanted to die for Simmons. Ximeng still had a glimmer of hope in her heart that at least half of the people would stand up for her. After all, they had a good relationship on weekdays. But I found that those who I had a good relationship with usually lowered their heads even more, as if they didn't see me. At this moment, Ximeng was heartbroken. She knew that no one would come to rescue her,
but she didn't expect that there was no one.
After all, you have raised a bunch of ungrateful people.
Tang Zhe sighed, look at you, you have benefited a lot from her, but now you are watching her die without helping her.
Don't blame me for selling out your master for fame.
Besides, I have saved you several times. If it weren't for me, you would have been killed by Hua Wannian long ago.
Hey, can I say something? I'm the one who's here to rob. Can you please respect me a little? Qianpu was very unhappy.
This kid was stealing his limelight.
Sorry, I'm a little excited. Boss, please go ahead. Qianpu said coldly, put your hands down.
Well, your request is a bit difficult. Her hips are placed on my hands.
Tang Zhe shrugged innocently. Fuck you, are you kidding me? Put it down.
Qianpu immediately raised the shotgun and aimed it at Tang Zhe. He felt insulted by Tang Zhe, but he didn't dare to shoot, for fear that the shotgun would kill Xi Meng.
Tang Zhe's expression changed slightly, he slowly put down his hand and said, I am an orphan. It is really rude for you to talk like that. Kill me. Bang 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 bang. 5 consecutive gunshots broke the balance.
Except for Qianpu, the other 4 people were shot in the head on the spot. Qianpu's gun fell to the ground. He covered his broken fingers with his hands, sweating profusely.
There's a gunman. Pick up the gun.
However, all the younger brothers who rushed to pick up the guns were shot dead on the spot without exception, which made the younger brothers dare not move at all, with fear in their eyes. But this situation undoubtedly made the owners very happy, as they were finally saved. The delivery man was very smart. He brought Xi Meng out to divert attention and arranged for others to look for opportunities in the dark.
You have a gun. Qianpu covered his fingers with trembling lips and looked at Tang Zhe deeply.
These days, you'd be embarrassed to go out without a gun.
Otherwise, why do you think she is so honest?
After saying that, he pinched Simmons's pretty face.
Qianpu laughed, what do you want? I don't want to do anything. I just want to kill you.
After saying that, he pulled out the pistol from his waist and opened fire under Qianpu's terrified gaze.
Boom.
Qianpu's fall with ambition and unwillingness illustrates what it means to not listen to elders.
Young people are just impetuous. What's wrong with being a local emperor?
The boss is dead, and the younger brothers around him are a little at a loss. At this time, 3 women walked out from the surroundings. The owners wondered who they were, but they didn't expect it to be the 3 women around Tang Zhe. They actually have such good marksmanship.
Congratulations, you are qualified to stay with me. Tang Zhe said lightly. These people in front of him were really disappointing.
Xi Meng didn't have any expectations for these people, and knelt down towards Tang Zhe. Thank you, master, for taking me in.
So good. Tang Zhe patted Simmons' head.
This turns on fixed quadruple speed. Just as Simmons was kneeling down to worship his master, a voice suddenly rang out, put down the gun. At some point, a few men picked up the shotguns and aimed them at Tang Zhe and the others. Such a result made Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi shake their heads. And Bai puffed up his cheeks, looking particularly cute with his angry look.
But Tang Zhe smiled, stroked Xi Meng's head and said with a smile, everyone, I just saved you, is this how you repay me?
A bald man walked out of the crowd.
Xi Meng looked at him and said softly, this is Mr. Chen. He has never been very honest. Ha, brother Tang, it's not that I'm ungrateful, it's mainly because you're too strong. I'm really insecure about you.
You can even subdue a woman like Xi Meng and even make her kneel down. I want her to kneel down too. Tang Zhe smiled helplessly and said, Mr. Chen, let me take them away and we will not interfere with each other in the future.
Brother Tang, even if I can agree to your request, the owners will not agree. They are also afraid that you will retaliate. Don't you think so?
That's right, even President Xi is afraid of you. Kill him, take their guns, and we'll be able to protect ourselves.
That's right, keep him.
We all have to listen to him and make our own decisions. All the owners expressed their wishes, and the meaning was very simple, you are too strong, we are unbalanced, and only by killing you can we have balance.
Qianpu's younger brothers were all shocked. They actually had an internal conflict. They were all talented people.
You guys are putting me in a difficult position by doing this.
Tang Zhe sighed. I wanted to leave you a way to survive, but you wanted to kill me. In this end of the world, it is only natural that I save you and you kill me. Mr. Chen laughed and said, don't worry about it. If you die, we will all be better off. Besides, you still have 4 beauties to accompany you. You will still be as charming as ever down there. Now that things have come to this, let's not leave any of them alive. Tang Zhe's eyes turned cold.
Xi Meng, who was squatting on the ground, was ready to die, but when he heard Tang Zhe's words, he smiled miserably.
Kill them! Mr. Chen shouted immediately.
At this moment, people from both sides raised their guns and fired at the same time.
Bang bang bang!
I saw 5 men holding shotguns being killed one after another, while Tang Zhe was fine, as if he had fired blank shells. However, steel balls were falling on the ground, and they were all controlled by Tang Zhe before he even got close. At this moment, everyone was stunned and had no idea what was going on, especially Mr. Chen.
Why were they fine while his people died?
Xi Meng opened her eyes and thought she was dead, but she didn't feel any pain.
The 5 opponents had already fallen. What had just happened?
Tang Zhe suddenly put his hand into the deep V of Simmons, which made Simmons' heart tremble.
What was he doing?
Under the gaze of everyone, Tang Zhe drew out a golden saber.
Draw the knife from the chest.
The man dies and the woman stays.
Tang Zhe said lightly.
The man with quick reactions immediately grabbed the shotgun. Yi Qingyi raised her hand and fired 2 shots. Sun Ting and Bai showed no mercy either, and flames spurted out of the muzzles of their guns.
Bang bang bang.
The parking lot suddenly became chaotic, with people running everywhere to escape, whether they were the owners or Qianpu's subordinates. I told you today was a bad omen, the younger brother yelled, but before he could run a few steps, the back of his head was pierced.
Mr. Chen was terrified. These people are simply perverts.
Tang Zhe locked his eyes on the fleeing Mr. Chen and swung the golden saber in his hand fiercely.
Puff!
The saber pierced into the back of his head and shot out from his mouth. Perhaps he failed to control the force and skewered the few people running in front of him like a gourd, which then sank into the concrete wall. The owners who saw this scene were terrified. This is not a pervert, this is simply a devil crawling out of hell. As Tang Zhe stretched out his hand, the saber that had sunk into the concrete wall was immediately sucked back. Stop pretending, you all have to die. With the rise and fall of the knife, the fleeing owners were cut into 2 one after another. The whole underground garage was like purgatory, and several people were frightened to death.
Xi Meng just stared blankly at Tang Zhe, who was like a devil. Now she finally understood what Yi Qingyi had said before.
It seemed that he would never die.
Ordinary people were no match for him at all.
Maybe this was how Huo Wannian died. It was said before that he cleared out 2 neighborhoods, and now it's probably the 3rd one.
What a scary man. Luckily I won the bet and became his pet.
There were 3 other women, and they shot one of them. Even if they knelt down and begged for mercy, they would shoot them to death without blinking an eye.
Leave one alive.
Tang Zhe, who was covered in blood, looked at Sun Ting and said, It's already been reserved.
Very good, you guys take inventory, I have to visit every household.
Yes. As Tang Zhe left, the parking lot became quiet. Blood flowed from the ground slowly into the ditch. The smell of blood mixed with a foul smell, and Xi Meng vomited directly. On the other hand, the 3 women seemed to have gotten used to it. They checked to see if anyone was pretending to be dead, and shot them again if they were.
No, don't kill me. I'm Brother Tang's younger brother. I'm willing to do anything for you.
Sure enough, a man pretending to be dead was found among the pile of corpses.
Sun Ting shouted to Xi Meng, have you finished vomiting? Come over here when you are done.
Xi Meng almost vomited her stomach. She had never seen such a scene before, with corpses everywhere.
I'm coming.
At this moment, Xi Meng completely let go of herself, not daring to show any rebellious expression, and positioned herself below the 3 women.
Sun Ting held out the gun, shoot him to death. Yi Qingyan and Bai stood by and would kill Xi Meng immediately if she showed any sign of abnormality. Simmons' hands were shaking and she looked like she was sleepwalking. Hey, I'm dreaming. Simmons suddenly came back to his senses, looked at the pitch-black pistol, slowly stretched out his hand, and felt a little residual warmth. As Sun Ting loosened her grip, Xi Meng lost her grip and dropped the item to the ground. Sun Ting laughed and said, "Pick it up." "I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be so heavy." Xi Meng quickly picked it up, holding it with both hands this time, but the muzzle was still shaking. "Come on, aim at him." The man immediately shouted, "Boss Xi, it's me, Xiao Chun. Brother Fu and I are very close. I even sent you bacon during the Chinese New Year, and you even named my child. Please don't kill me." Yi Qingyi said calmly, "He just shouted in the crowd that he wanted to kill us." Boom! The shot hit the man directly in the arm, and his screams echoed in the parking lot. However, Simmons suddenly screamed and kept pulling the trigger until the magazine was emptied. Okay. Sun Ting held Xi Meng's hands. She could understand Xi Meng's mood at the moment. After all, she had experienced it herself. That feeling was as if her spirit was about to collapse and she was turning into a madman. Xi Meng was breathing heavily, sweat wet her temples, and her eyes were dazed. "Go and ask where the suburban warehouse is so that you can visit it," Sun Ting said to Yi Qingyi. Yi Qingyi nodded and walked towards the only survivor. Although he was called a survivor, his legs had been crippled and he was only breathing his last breath. "Where is your warehouse? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death." The pale man looked at Yi Qingyi's face, and even at this moment, he liked her. "Pulley warehouse, boom. Let's go back and wait." Sun Ting looked around and there was nothing left for her to do. Yi Qingyi hummed, "There is still a body at home, let's go to Xi Meng's house and wait." "That's fine. It's disgusting to watch. Xiao Bai, you support her." "Okay." At this time, Xi Meng suddenly stood up by herself. After all, she was also a strong woman of the modern era. She was just not used to it and was frightened for a moment. "I can just go on my own." And Bai said oh and glanced at Xi Meng with a hint of vigilance, as if he was not very confident about this newcomer. "Master, what are you doing?" Simmons changed the address directly, which made her seem more sincere. After all, the scene just now was still vivid in her mind. "Let's go suck blood." And Bai stepped carefully on the corpse, but her high heels still left bloody holes. Xi Meng was shocked. "Sucking blood?" Sun Ting said calmly, "The master is a vampire with the ability to take objects from the air. Your ancestors are so happy that you were chosen." Purpose Xi Meng took a breath of cold air. It turned out that Tangzhe was a vampire. No wonder he was so powerful. There actually were such things as vampires in this world. "Then are we his blood slaves?" Xi Meng suddenly exclaimed. Yi Qingyi paused and said, "Your statement is fine. That's basically it. Oh, Sister Meng Meng, don't worry. As long as you don't make the master angry, you won't feel anything at all." And Bai patted Xi Meng's shoulders, looking at how scared the real estate queen was. After all, Simmons's understanding is still stuck on biting the neck, but their necks are white and clean. "Is it sucking the neck?" Xi Meng asked weakly. And Bai whispered something in Xi Meng's ear, and Xi Meng let out a cry, and her pretty face gradually turned red. "That's good. It still hurts if the neck is bitten, but at least I can be sucked in comfort." When they arrived at Simmons' house, the women didn't dare to take a shower. They could only sit on the sofa and sleep with blood on their faces. They could take a shower when Tangzhe came back. They would feel uncomfortable if they didn't take a shower. The sky outside the house gradually turned white, but it was still gloomy and raining, and the temperature had obviously dropped by a few degrees. What most people fear most now is power outages. If the power goes out, they will not starve to death, but they will probably freeze to death. Suburban warehouse. Damn, the weather is getting colder and colder. It's probably only 7 or 8 degrees this morning. The thin man on guard was breathing hot air and looking into the distance on the road. The man next to him drank hot water and said indifferently, "What does it matter? We have a lot of supplies." When the second in command seizes the Shanhu community, there will be a fine house to live in. Indeed, I can also fuck those white-collar workers. Just thinking about it makes me happy. It's already 7:30 in the morning, why is there still no news? We have to drive the car back anyway, in the office. The ashtray on the table was full of cigarette butts. Xian Zhongran and his son Xian Ming were sitting in front and behind the desk, waiting for news. The longer I waited, the more uneasy I felt, and no one answered the phone. "Dad, nothing will happen, right?" Xian Ming finally spoke. "Shut up." After being yelled at by Lousy, Xian Ming lowered his head slightly and said nothing. He looked at the Rolex on his wrist and it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Xian Zhongran stood up, walked back and forth in the office, and suddenly shouted, "With 5 spray guns and more than 20 bullets, it is impossible that we cannot capture a community." Yes, but now they have no news at all. Xian Ming felt that his brother would not die. Xian Zhongran said grimly, "There is another possibility, your brother wants to go solo." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xian Ming stood up excitedly. Nothing is impossible. Xian Pu has always been against my strategy. This time I let him take half of the spray guns, but he still doesn't want to establish himself as the king. I was also blinded by women. How could I give half of it away? As Qian Zhongran said this, Xian Ming felt that it made sense. He sat down weakly on the chair, thinking of his brother's anxious eyes last night. It turned out that his purpose was not to catch Xi Meng, but to get a gun. Go and tell the brothers to be on high alert. This guy has been devoured by power and is likely to bring people back to kill him. After all, you are his father. Xian Zhongran suddenly laughed. Now I finally understand, those rebellious princes in ancient times dared to kill even me, and I also understand that I can kill even my own sons. This is a life and death battle. Maybe Qian Pu's phone is out of battery, or it's just inconvenient for him to answer the phone. Dad, you must be overthinking it. Did everyone's cell phone run out of battery? How long are you going to keep comforting yourself? This brat must have plundered a lot of benefits in Shanhu community and wants to keep it all for himself. Although Qian Ming didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of him. Cutting off contact, if not treason, what else could it be? I see. Just tell the brothers to be more vigilant and not to say that the second brother has betrayed you, so as not to affect people's hearts. For the remaining 5 spray guns, you give me 1, you keep 1, and give the rest to 3 brothers you trust. Hearing these words, it seemed as if a war was about to start with his younger brother. Xian Ming could only sigh helplessly, hoping that this was just his father's guess and that his younger brother would be back soon. However, by noon, no one had returned, and Xian knew that his brother must have betrayed him. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Zhe finally returned to Simon's home. "You are really here." Tang Zhe came into the room and smiled at the 4 women, but this smile was creepy, especially because his face was covered in blood. And Bai immediately ran to Tang Zhe and said, "Master, I'm hungry." Tang Zhe smiled and patted in Bai's head, "Go take a shower first, then have dinner." The harvest this time was indeed not small. The energy tank was directly completed to 63% of the progress. The big and small areas are still big and small areas, and we won completely in terms of quantity. I also looted a lot of supplies. Although they are of no use to me, I can't leave them to others. I, Tang Zhe, am not a philanthropist. The system is almost ready for upgrading. At 4 times the speed, it will take at least a month. We are also well-educated people. The key is to be reasonable. If others don't bully me, I won't bully others. If you want to kill me, I will kill your whole family. It's nonsense to say that your family will not be harmed. It will only bring disaster to you. Except for Simmons, who was a little reserved, the other 3 girls were quite harmonious. They came to Simmons's dressing room, which was filled with high-end clothes. LV and Hermes were all standard. Naturally, they chose the style that Tang Zhe liked. What is our purpose? It's not about falling in love, but about serving the master well,
making the master happy, and enjoying supreme treatment. Tangze was sitting on the sofa in the living room, eating durian pizza. The four girls who had just come out of the bedroom immediately smelled the fragrance. Simmons was stunned, feeling that this smell was just like what she smelled in her previous life. Here again the four girls looked at the pizza, wondering where it came from. You can divide it among yourselves. Tangze, who was in a good mood, smiled and acted as if he was a slave owner and was portrayed as a villain by them. My original intention was to correct their bad habits, but as soon as this proposal was made, it was rejected with sharp words. I was shocked at the time. In particular, and by said, as the owner's kitten, how can we have the qualifications to eat at the table with the owner? This is a blasphemy and disrespect to the owner. Please respect us and respect our truest thoughts. From that time on, Tangze let them do what they wanted, to avoid being accused of trampling on their human rights and disrespecting women. He almost got knocked out with a set of boxing moves. After eating and drinking, he naturally prepared to work. Don't get me wrong, what Tangze meant by work was to find Shin Zhongran and others, and then prepare to go to Yunhai City. After all, he had to do what he promised to others. After taking revenge, I have to go to Shuandong district again. I don't know whether Ning Qingwei lied to me. Big star. How big is it? It can't be smaller than Simmons. Why, you can't bear to leave. How about you stay? Tangze looked at Shimeng, who was reluctant to leave. Shimeng hurriedly explained, Master, you misunderstood me. This is my first house. Maybe I won't be able to see it again in the future. Tangze chuckled, lit a cigarette and said, Yi Qingyi persisted for almost a week, but you lasted less than a day. Are you smart, or do you have no bottom line? It will be my greatest honor to serve the master in the future. As he said this, he knelt at Tangze's feet, bent down and kissed Tangze's shoes to express his loyalty. Tangze just smiled and said, Okay, I understand your intention, let's go. Thank you, master. Shimeng walked in front and pressed the elevator button, then stood respectfully aside, feeling like a sensible secretary. The group did not go to the parking lot because the smell inside was a bit strong, so they went straight to the door on the first floor. After all, they were going out, and the four women were wearing warm-down jackets, covering themselves tightly all over, so the beautiful scenery inside was exclusive to Tangze alone. At this time, Tangze was choosing a vehicle. The Tank 300 was blown to pieces last time, and he felt that the back row was still lacking something, so this time he had to focus on the back row. Then let's go with Maybach. Mercedes-Benz focuses on rear seat comfort, and the four-seater Maybach is not suitable. Then let's go with the basic Maybach 480, a 5-seater version, which is just the right number of people. Let me show you a magic trick. Wow, has the master started flirting with girls? And Bai asked excitedly. Tangze shrugged, do I need to tease you? It seems like you are teasing me. Phew. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting both laughed. Although Shimeng wanted to laugh, she didn't dare to. Come. Taishan Laojun, hurry up and obey the order, change for me. Suddenly, a tracked golden Mercedes Maybach appeared beside him. Gift grabbed the four beauties all have O-shaped mouths. De Meng Meng, you go drive, and Ting Ting will sit in the back seat with me. Master, Xiao Bai wants to sit in the back seat with you. Don't be anxious, everyone take turns. Tangze had a lot of feelings. Before the end of the world, he was an unknown stinky loser, but after the end of the world, he became a big, fragrant stinky loser, and everyone wanted to have a taste of it. As the 5 people got on the car, the real estate queen directly served as the driver. And Bai looked back enviously from time to time. Tangze felt that this was life, and he felt much more comfortable. De Meng Meng, play some soothing music. Good host. Let's go to Pulley Warehouse. Tangze focused his eyes. The 12-cylinder engine roared violently, the tracks rubbed against the concrete ground, sparks flew, and then it rushed out of the Shanhu community. When a car like this appears on the main road, it becomes the focus. Residents on both sides of the street stare at it in a daze, and some shout for help. Inside the car, there is a perfect sound insulation effect, pink ambient lighting, soft music, and the interior is filled with pleasant feminine scent.
How long will it take? About half an hour.
Tangze said and there was just enough time to refresh the energy bar.
This is what life is.
Before, he could only say that he was surviving. Simmons, who was driving, gripped the steering wheel tightly, looking at the rearview mirror from time to time, and was thinking about it a little bit. At the pulley warehouse, everyone seemed very nervous, and bad rumors spread, causing panic among the people.
Besides food, the only thing that can soothe people's hearts is women.
Xianming brought a lot of women over from Huowanyan, and he immediately took out 10 of them for his brothers to try out, which stabilized the situation a little.
Dad, they can guess it without us telling them.
Xianming was heartbroken that his brothers were falling apart for the sake of profit. Chen Zhongran tapped his fingers on the desk. You have to be careful. You have to use both candy and sticks.
Kill some troublemakers with guns. I understand now.
After saying that, Xianming walked out of the office with the spray gun.
A bald man with a toothpick hanging from his head walked out of the room and said, "Boss, I'm tired of playing. Do you have any better stuff?"
Xianming walked up to the bald man with a smile. "Yes.
Why don't you take it out and let your brothers play with it, ha?" As he was laughing, the bald man couldn't laugh anymore, as the spray gun was already against his chin.
The bald man was stunned for a moment, then he forced a smile and said, "Boss, be careful of any accidents." Boom.
Everyone is equal in front of the troll.
A hole was blasted directly in the head, and Xianming's face was splattered with blood and brain matter. All the brothers around him were scared.
"You're right. I got it wrong."
After saying that, Xianming looked at the man who had just agreed.
The man knelt down directly. "Boss, I didn't say anything, really, don't kill me."
However, what greeted them was a spray of bullets. This brutal method immediately shocked everyone and they dared not say a word.
Xianming was still satisfied that the 2 bullets had such an effect. Who else is not satisfied?
Xianming looked around, and no one said anything. But at this time there was a knock on the iron door.
"Is anyone inside? I'm a delivery man."
The sudden sound stunned everyone in the warehouse. They looked towards the closed iron door. At this moment, it seemed as if they had returned to the past, as if the end of the world had never happened.
No. It's the end of the world, how can there still be food delivery?
There are still delivery men these days. I'm afraid they are here to get themselves killed.
Go open the door.
Xianming growled and reloaded the shotgun in his hand.
How dare I disobey the boss? Since he has money, I am the boss. Just go and open the iron gate honestly.
I pushed the iron gate open and my younger brother immediately ran back. His frightened look was very funny.
Tangze walked into the warehouse holding Ximeng's hand. The men in the warehouse were stunned and didn't understand what this meant. The young man looked harmless, smiling as if he was visiting. The woman he was holding was as ripe as a peach.
The surging snow-capped mountains, the perky buttocks, and the exquisite face were enough to cause men to fight for her in this doomsday.
You are Ximeng.
Xianming recognized her quickly, but he was a little confused for a moment.
Why did she come here by herself?
The men were talking about it, but their eyes were all unified, looking at Ximeng greedily.
No wonder the boss wanted to get her, who wouldn't want to get such a stunning beauty? Mr. Shi, welcome. A voice came from the second floor.
Chen Zhongran was standing next to the guardrail, looking down at Tangze, or to be more precise, at Ximeng. At this time, Ximeng regained her aura as a queen, and her flattering smile disappeared, replaced by arrogance and indifference. Tangze said, "You guys, don't change yourself for me, just be what you should be. After all, the original flavor is interesting, otherwise it is just a body without a soul. You must be the Mr. Qian that Mr. Hua mentioned." Ximeng thought that Mr. Qian was a big boss, but she didn't expect that he was just a small boss who owned a few warehouses. If it weren't for the supplies in the warehouses, no one would follow him. Chen Zhongran sensed the contempt in Ximeng's eyes, but smiled nonchalantly and said, "I've only seen President Xi on TV before, and today I see that she is indeed extremely beautiful."
You are not qualified to judge my beauty. These slightly domineering words made the men eager to try. After all, what you can't get is the most beautiful.
Tangzai suddenly approached Shimeng and chuckled in her ear, "De Meng Meng, I still appreciate you more now." Shimeng's heart trembled slightly, and her ears felt numb. Xian Zhongran looked at his prey being affectionate with each other and said in a low voice, "Shimeng, where is my son?"
"He is in your hands now. I beat him to death." Shimeng said calmly, taking the blame directly.
"Fuck." Xian Zhongran suddenly raised his gun and pointed it at Shimeng, but he just raised the gun.
Shimeng sneered and said disdainfully, "Are you seeking revenge for your son, or are you reluctant to kill me?
After all, it's very difficult for you to meet a woman like me." These words really touched Xian Zhongran's heart.
If his son really died, wouldn't it be even more unfair for him to beat her to death?
Ha, no wonder President Xi is the youngest female boss in our city.
It makes sense. Tell me, what do you want to do? Shimeng said calmly, "I am here to beat you to death." "What? Beat me to death? Ha 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 ha, what are you going to beat me to death with?"
Xian Zhongran laughed wildly. He was originally worried about not being able to find her, but now she came directly to his doorstep and he was still talking nonsense. At this time, Shimeng glanced at the younger brothers around him. "You worked so hard for this old man, but what did you get in the end?
A cheap woman? And he gets to enjoy me? Is this fair?"
Of course the younger brothers felt it was unfair. Why should all the beautiful women be given to the boss, while the ugly ones are left to themselves?
"Don't listen to this woman's instigation," Xian Zhongran shouted angrily.
It turned out that she had no good intentions. Shimeng pointed at Xian Zhongran and shouted, "Whoever kills him, I will be his woman." Suddenly, there was silence in the warehouse, as if only the sound of men swallowing their saliva could be heard. Looking at Simon's beautiful face, it would be the pinnacle of life if they could have a kiss on her.
Tangzai was surprised at this time.
After all, this was not according to the plan. Xiao Bai and the others should have set up a sniper and killed from a distance.
And Simmons actually wanted them to fight among themselves. Is it possible to let our three views follow our five senses?
Suddenly, Xian Ming pointed his gun at the other man with a gun. "Zhu Hai, what are you doing?"
"Put the gun down. Brother Ming. Why are you pointing at me? Are you crazy?"
Zhu Hai immediately pointed his gun at Xian Ming.
At such a tense moment, Shimeng added fuel to the fire. "Don't you want to get me? Don't you want to enjoy my hot body? Kill them." Boom.
Xian Ming suddenly shot and killed Zhu Hai, and even the two younger brothers around Zhu Hai were shot and injured.
"Fuck!
You killed my brother." The other gunman was obviously on good terms with Zhu Hai, and he immediately raised his gun and shot at Xian Ming. With a bang, Xian Ming was shot in the chest and fell down. While falling, he fired a shot, killing two of his younger brothers next to him. Xian Zhongran, who was on the second floor, saw his son being shot, and immediately shot at the gunman with a shotgun. The scene became chaotic, and someone actually ran to the second floor with a knife, wanting to hack Xian Zhongran to death in order to get a stunning beauty like Simmons.
There are quite a few people who covet Xian Zhongran's position as the boss.
Now, not only can he take the position of the boss, but he can also win the beauty. This is a good deal. Tangzai was also surprised at the messy scene in front of him. He turned to look at Shimeng. She was indeed beautiful, but not that beautiful.
In fact, Tangzai's condition should be called aesthetic fatigue.
Every day when he opens his eyes, he sees beautiful women.
What do others see when they open their eyes?
Women with messy hair, who haven't taken a shower for several days, and who smell bad. Therefore, Tangzai cannot feel how others feel when they see Simmons. This was not the first time that Shimeng had used her beauty, especially in Shanhu community, where many men were willing to risk their lives for her. The only time she suffered a loss was at the hands of Tangzai. This was also the reason why Shimeng felt that half of the people would fight for her last night. However, Shimeng forgot that she was surrendering to Tangzai last night. Her lofty personality collapsed, and her appeal naturally decreased. And now that power has been revealed again, coupled with the fact that people are already in a panic today, the other side directly kills each other.
Xiao Li. Don't do anything rash.
Qian Zhongran pointed a gun at the young man holding a dagger in front of him.
He was his employee before and a very honest man. He didn't expect him to become like this. Xiao Li breathed rapidly and said, "Boss, thank you for your cultivation over the years. You are old now, so just leave the opportunity to us young people." "You disappoint me so much, Xiao Li." Qian Zhongran pulled the trigger, but there was only a click.
Xiao Li smiled and said, "Boss, I counted, you have no bullets left." Qian Zhongran immediately threw the gun away, turned around and ran into the office, trying to lock himself in. But when I turned around to open the door, I felt a sharp pain in my back.
You.
Qian Zhongran slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Li, who had a ferocious face. Xiao Li was also a ruthless man and stabbed Qian Zhongran continuously. Qian Zhongran never expected that he would die at the hands of his former employee. After killing Qian Zhongran, Xiao Li raised his dagger and shouted, "Qian Zhongran has been killed by me." The warehouse became quiet again, and I looked towards Xiao Li on the second floor. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Xiao Li, gave Xiao Li a chill from behind, and then laughed wildly. "From now on, I'm the boss, Shimeng is mine."
"Fuck, what qualifications do you have to be the boss?"
"Brothers, kill him." At this moment, everyone tried their best to fight for the boss and Simmons. Anyway, as long as they killed the one in front, they would be the boss. Bored Tang Zhe lit a cigarette. "I didn't expect you to be so charming."
"Master, you were the same at the beginning."
"Ahem, I was just pretending."
"Well, the master is pretending." Tang Zhe slapped the buttocks. "Demengmeng, you are a little naughty."
"I learned it from Xiao Bai." As expected, bad things are especially easy to learn. Shimeng smiled faintly. If Tang Zhe hadn't been around, she wouldn't have dared to come to this wolf's den alone. Shimeng still understood the principle of finding a powerful backer. At this time, Xiao Bai's voice rang out from Tangze and Shimeng's earphones. "Sister Shi, you are really good at passing the buck."
"This is called enlightenment," Sun Ting joked.
The people on the other side were fighting to the death, but here they were flirting with each other.
Tang Zhe couldn't stand it anymore.
The more they talked, the more dirty they became, and it was really ruining him. During the conversation, almost everyone at the scene had died, and only 2 warriors were left fighting.
Tang Zhe was puzzled. "Do I look so fragile? Do you think I am air?"
It's no wonder that these men all treated Tang Zhe as air and didn't take her seriously at all. It can only be said that Tang Zhe's appearance was too deceptive. "Brother, why don't we fight each other?"
"Let's do it together,"
one of them suggested.
I don't have that taste, come on."
The negotiations collapsed, and the blades ruthlessly slashed at the opponent's body. Even the final winner had multiple knife wounds all over his body, and without medical treatment, he would not live long. Tang Zhe sighed, "I didn't expect that you could leave only one of them with just one sentence."
Made the master laugh.
The winner was seen walking slowly towards them, blood dripping from his fingers all over the ground. His face was chopped and his skin was torn. But his eyes were fixed on the beautiful Shimeng, as if he was not the one who was hurt.
"Is the temptation of beauty so great? I did it. You're mine from now on."
The winner seemed to be announcing his winning prize, his eyes flashing with the last bit of greed. Shimeng showed a beautiful smile and said, "Little brother, didn't your mother tell you that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie?" The little brother looked confused, and when he saw Simmons take out a pistol from his down jacket, he felt like he was frozen in time.
Boom!
As the shell fell to the ground, the entire warehouse fell silent.
Tang Zhe couldn't help but applaud. As expected of Demengmeng, she took care of them all with just one bullet.
It's mainly because the master is by my side that Demengmeng feels confident.
"You are so humble. Let's go." "Master, wait a moment."
Shimeng held Tang Zhe's hand, and her beautiful eyes began to ripple slightly.
"What happened?"
Shimeng suddenly changed her delicate and weak attitude and whispered in Tang Zhe's ear with a queen's tone, "Fuck me. I, Tang Zhe, a decent man, am really being led astray by these women.
They really have no bottom line.
I must resist and condemn this behavior." On the floor not far away, 3 barrets were pointed at the warehouse, and 3 charming figures were lying on the ground.
But the image in the sight is no longer the enemy. So sexy.
Sun Ting smiled through the scope.
It's so big. And Bai was more or less envious.
Yi Qingyi curled her lips and didn't continue watching. She patted Sun Ting and Bai and asked them to turn off their headsets first.
What's wrong?
Sun Ting asked puzzledly. Yi Qingyi said seriously, Simon has behaved like this since she arrived.
I'm afraid it's a bit disadvantageous to us.
And Bai said innocently, Sister Yi, you worry too much. Yi Qingyi gave up on Xiao Bai directly, and looked at Sun Ting, saying, you were sold out and you are still counting money. Indeed, she is quite good at seducing the master.
Let's see what her attitude is.
Now there is no excuse to kill her.
If the master blames us, we will be skinned alive even if we don't die. That's all we can do now. And Bai said seriously, I don't think there is any problem.
Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi rolled their eyes at the same time. It's a good thing you followed your master in this last life, otherwise, with your brain, you would have sent yourself out directly. Before leaving, Tang Zhe took away all the supplies in the surrounding warehouses, leaving no grain of rice behind wherever he passed. Back in the car, this time Sun Ting drove and Xi Meng sat in the passenger seat to rest.
De Meng, where is your warehouse?
Xi Meng opened her eyes and said embarrassedly, the things in my warehouse are gone a long time ago. I was lying to them, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to Huowanyan.
Sun Ting, who was driving, said calmly, you are quite good at lying.
Xi Meng immediately sensed Sun Ting's hostility and flattered her, Sister, I had no choice at the time.
Don't call me sister, I'm a few years younger than you.
Sun Ting's tone relaxed a little, after all, she felt that Xi Meng was trying to please her. Xi Meng is not a silly woman, she smiled and said, you are all my sisters, please take care of me. That's what I said. When Yi Qingyi saw in Bai's mouth, she immediately coughed a few times. Xi Meng looked at Yi Qingyi and Bai, just smiled and said nothing more, but she felt that there was something wrong with them. As a newcomer, she was afraid that they would give her a warning, and with her performance today, they were worried. What I, Xi Meng, want to do is to be a woman who is second to none and above everyone else. Your worries are right.
Tang Zhe looked at the 4 women with a smile. There must be 800 people with ideas in this car.
Judging from Xi Meng's performance today, the 3 of you combined are not as good as her. Xi Meng has strong adaptability and has her own ideas. The only one who can compete with Xi Meng is Xiao Yi. Xiaotingting still has to count for herself. As for Xiao Bai, she doesn't even know she was sold. But Tang Zhe felt that Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting were no match for Xi Meng. Tang Zhe clapped his hands and said, we have a rule. We must tell our own stories and experiences.
De Meng, start your speech. Experience? From childhood to adulthood? Xi Meng was surprised. The newcomer wanted to tell his own story? Did he want to know everything about him?
This is what Xi Meng had thought about a lot, but Tang Zhe just brought it up unintentionally, and it became a routine afterwards.
Yes. Yi Qingyi said.
Xi Meng pursed her red lips and frowned slightly. I was born in the countryside.
My family was very poor. When my father was working outside, my mother ran away with a man in the city.
My father was devastated and died a few years later. I dropped out of high school and came to Huan City to work. I got a job in a factory. Because I was pretty, I had an easier time than others. I gradually used my beauty to achieve my goals. The factory director's son was attracted to me. He bought me whatever I wanted. Even his father did the same. But he still overestimated himself and actually wanted to force himself on me. I was desperate at the time, so I kicked that bastard in the balls and ran away. That's when I ran into Fu Qi. He was about to get in the car when he saw me asking for help. Fu Qi's family was very powerful. He had a wife at the time, but he was also madly pursuing me. He even helped me to deal with the father and son. When I started my own company, he paved the way for me. He immediately provided me with a bank loan. I was also the first to know about any development projects. In the end, he got divorced, and his wife found me and said that he was impotent.
But for me, it was good news. So not long after, we got married, but we didn't have a wedding, we just got a certificate.
Later, the business grew bigger and bigger, so he resigned to avoid suspicion.
That's pretty much how my life has been. Tang Zai touched his chin and looked at Sun Ting. Why did you stop the car?
Listen to the story, otherwise you will be distracted and something might happen. Sun Ting said pitifully.
Tang Zai suddenly realized, looked at Shi Meng and patted his legs and said, no wonder you are so tight. Yi Qingyi was not convinced. Am I so loose? This is my first time. Me too. You talk as if it's everyone's first time.
I didn't even go when the big brother in my live broadcast room invited me.
Sun Ting exclaimed. Who was she looking down on? And Bai also raised his hand and said weakly, actually, it's my first time too. Tang Zai burst out laughing. These women were so funny. Okay. It's my first time too. We all win. I always feel out of place when chatting with you guys. You guys are so dirty. I can't even keep up with your speed. Tang Zai's words immediately caused the four women to boo.
We were just talking nonsense, but you are serious.
Let's compete. Master, what's your story?
Shi Meng was curious about Tang Zai's experience.
Was he also a ruthless person in the past?
The other three women didn't dare to talk about Tang Zai's experience. After all, the contrast with the present was too great.
Xiaoyi, you tell it. I've told it all last time. Tang Zai was quite generous. It was just a dark history, so he told it out to make everyone happy.
After hearing this, Yi Qingyi immediately started gossiping. Our master was really an honest boy in the past.
Oh my god, you really said that. Ah, didn't you ask me to say that? Yi Qingyi was frightened.
Seeing Yi Qingyi's face turn pale with fear, Tang Zai burst into laughter. I'm just teasing you, keep talking.
Master. I won't say any more.
Yi Qingyi crossed her arms across her chest and looked out the window angrily.
She thought she was going to die just now. This is when Bai has to come into play. Bai, you come. Okay. Our master used to be the kind of person that could be bullied by anyone.
He suffered a lot of pressure in the workplace. He chased a girl but was insulted on the spot.
How pitiful. The gossip in Shi Meng's chest was burning wildly. What girl? Tang Zai smiled and said, it's the lover named by something. By Jian? Were they killed by you, master? Siming suddenly remembered.
Yes, they wanted to drug me and take my supplies, but I killed them instead.
Actually, I went to your community mainly to find this woman. Tang Zai said that I didn't want to kill anyone either, but if I didn't kill anyone, others would kill me. What the hell can I do?
Shi Meng sighed. Everyone has a past, but Tang Zai is different from other men. Other men would hide their past very well, but Tang Zai didn't mind talking about it at all, and even had a sense of self-deprecation. Sometimes he seems very cruel, but sometimes he seems like a child who was just forced into a helpless situation by the end of the world.
Where are we going now?
Siming looked at the car driving towards the city again, a little confused.
Go find a celebrity. I don't know if it's real. If there isn't one, go directly to Yunhai City. Looking for a star? Tang Zai hummed, maybe this big star is in dire straits. As a man, I have to help him.
The four women rolled their eyes to the back of their heads at the same time. If any one of them was helped by you, the master, it would definitely be a mental torture.
But Tang Zai was really right about one thing, this big star is indeed in dire straits. Coast Garden is the coolest villa area in Huan City. All the villas are single family and the environment is very good. The selling price of each villa is about 200 million yuan. Many wealthy businessmen and celebrities have bought houses here.
But at this time these rich people regretted why they bought this shabby place. Because the entire Shuangdong district had lost power a week ago, and Coast Garden was among them. If the temperature continues to drop at this rate, we will freeze to death sooner or later. Fortunately, some homes have fireplaces, so we can burn our books.
Some people still have a lot of supplies stored at home. This is all thanks to the rich people's fear of death. They store up some supplies at home when they have nothing to do, for fear that the world will end one day, and this time it really is coming. But some people did not stockpile, or did not stockpile much. For example, there was not much food in the villa where Li Linger lived. Sitting by the fireplace, covered with a quilt, Li Linger tore up a book and threw the papers into the book to burn. The firelight illuminated her peerless face, which was like the most gorgeous flower in spring. She did not need too much embellishment at all, and her natural beauty was enough to captivate everyone. Her eyes, which should have been full of spirit, now held a hint of despair. However, her eyebrows were like a graceful stroke between mountains and rivers, adding a bit of playfulness and agility. Unfortunately, the warm smile was gone, and she just repeated the action of tearing the book. Before the end of the world, Li Linger was a rising star in the entertainment industry. With a TV series, her impressive acting skills conquered the audience. From then on, she was unstoppable. She endorsed brands, acted in movies, and even appeared on last year's Spring Festival Gala. Now she is only 22 years old and has not yet graduated from university. Originally, I had just accepted a commercial performance and planned to rest here. However, it rained that night and I was trapped. That was all that happened. I thought the rain would pass quickly, but the last of the food was eaten up and only half a bottle of water was left. The rain hasn't stopped yet, so I'm going to starve to death. Once, when the rain stopped for a while, a lot of people rushed in with sticks and knives in their hands. I was scared at that time. The iron gate outside was smashed, but fortunately the door of the house was strong enough and was not kicked open, otherwise I would have been captured by the bandits. Moreover, as it rained, the group of people ran away again. If the rain stopped, they would definitely come again. Sometimes I hope the rain will stop, and sometimes I don't want it to stop. Anyway, all the food has been eaten, so I will just wait to die quietly. It's no big deal. I will still be a good man after 18 years. As she thought about it, Li Linger found herself laughing. As expected, her smile was so charming. At the entrance of Coast Garden, Tang Zhe and 4 girls were standing in the rain wearing protective clothing, looking very different. How about we make a bet? Tang Zhe suddenly suggested. When they heard that Tang Zhe wanted to make a bet, the 4 women stepped back immediately. If they bet with their master, they might lose their lives if they lose. And Bai knew all this. Gambling harms people, so stay away from it. What are you doing? You make me look like a demon. The 4 girls' eyes expressed, isn't it? If you win, I'll give you a portion of your favorite food as a reward. If you lose, just dance for me. How about that? Come on? The 4 girls took a step forward in unison. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared the cats to death. How to bet? And Bai asked curiously. We'll knock on every door and bet on whether they'll open the door. If they take us in and don't harm us, I'll give them supplies. Tang Zhe just wanted to know if there were any good people these days. He hadn't seen any so far. No, Luo Jun from Shanhu community is one of them. That's why even after being given chances time and time again, nothing can change. But this is a villa, not a residential area. This is directly entering someone else's home. Someone must have opened the door. Simmons said immediately. After all, this was a matter of probability. If he lost, it would just be a dance. Me too. Sun Ting agreed. Dancing is her main job and she has danced it before. Tang Zhe looked at Yi Qingyi and Xiaobai, and the latter nodded. Okay then, I'll bet that no one will open the door. If someone is kind enough to take us in, I won't say much, but at least give us 1 year's supply. Having robbed so many supplies, Tang Zhe didn't want to give them to the bad guys. The good guys deserved to live. Master, you are so kind. Sun Ting couldn't help but tease. I'm not a bad person. Did I force you? No. Yes, we are all volunteers. Tang Zhe shrugged and said, you sound so reluctant. Please turn around and walk away. I promise not to pursue the matter. After saying that, Tang Zhe walked inside. Oh, the master is angry. Wait a minute, Xiaobai and Bai was quick. The three women at the back door looked at each other, and Sun Ting followed. Yi Qingyi and Ximeng felt that this was an opportunity to leave, but how long could they live if they left Tangza? Maybe I can't even leave this city. There was nothing to think about, so Yi Qingyi and Ximeng followed. Look, you did this voluntarily. Looking at Tang Zhe's genuine expression, the four women all laughed. Perhaps this was the real him. When we arrived at the first villa, the iron gate outside seemed to have been violently smashed open. It seemed that the villas in the wealthy area had also been robbed. Just go to the door and knock. If Tang Zhe comes now, your takeaway will be here. It's simply a horror movie. The sound of subtle footsteps seemed to approach the door. Tang Zhe shouted, "Is anyone here? Can I stay here for a night? Get out, or I'll chop you to death." The man in the house looked at the peephole on the door. There were 5 strange men standing outside. They might have tricked him into opening the door and then robbed him of supplies. Tang Zhe helplessly spread his hands. This brother is very angry. "Brother, please open the door." And Bai suddenly called out in a tender voice. He actually used a woman to seduce me to open the door. Fuck off. Tang Zhe shrugged his shoulders. Even Xiao Bai's help was useless. It seemed that wearing protective clothing would not work. Revealing his appearance might open the door. Of course, we can't say that others are bad. Not opening the door is normal behavior, while opening the door is abnormal. Let's go find another home. Tang Zhe said helplessly. He couldn't even deliver the supplies. When we arrived at the door of the second villa, the iron gate was still open. This time, in order to get the other party to open the door, the 4 women almost took off their protective clothing. Hey, don't be so shameless. Tang Zhe stopped them immediately. If you reveal your face, even the most vigilant man will open the door. Big brother in the room, please open the door. So cold brother, open the door. Several black lines appeared on Tang Zhe's forehead and he was covered in goosebumps. However, a woman's voice rang out from the room, "Get out." Pfft, ha 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 ha. Tang Zhe suddenly burst into laughter. He actually happened to meet the hostess in the house. How could he let you in to seduce his man? Change to another one. An hour later, Tang Zhe already showed a winner's smile. He was finally going to win. Since you want to dance, you have to rehearse. It has to be sexy and hot, like those Korean dance troupes. Tang Zhe has already started making demands. This is simply a Doomsday girl group. Yi Qingyi pursed her lips and said, "I haven't lost yet." You're just being stubborn. If anyone can open the door these days, I'll chop myself off. Ximeng Jiao smiled and said, "Don't do that. We have no use for it." That's right, it can't be chopped off. Sun Ting agreed. Tang Zhe said that he used to ignore her, but now he holds her in his hands and cares for her, and is afraid that she will melt when he holds her in his mouth. Arriving at the door of the villa, Tang Zhe knocked on the door. "Is anyone there?" Li Linger in the room looked towards the door with a hint of panic. Sun Ting shouted with a slight tremor in her voice, "We are fleeing here. Can we stay here for one night? Please." And Bai's slightly soft voice was indeed very lethal. When Li Linger heard the girl's voice, she stood up wrapped in the quilt, put on a mask and walked to the door. Tang Zhe heard the footsteps and judged that there should be a woman inside. "You have run into the gun again. But I can't find the so-called celebrity without breaking into the house, so forget it. It's not my style to rape a woman in broad daylight." Li Linger saw 5 people through the peephole. They were wearing protective clothing and looked like a rescue team. "Where are you from?" Li Linger's voice rang out. Tang Zhe thought to himself that something bad had happened. It was actually a young girl. He wouldn't be so sympathetic that he opened the door. This shouldn't be the case. He wouldn't be so stupid. Yi Qingyi hurriedly said, "We escaped from Shanhu community. Has your neighborhood been robbed by bad guys?" Ximeng thought there was hope. The girl spoke softly, "Yes, my parents were killed. I really have nowhere to go. There are bad people everywhere on the road.
These words seemed to resonate with Li Linger. She felt that they were not bad people and opened the locks one after another. When Tangze saw the door slowly opening, his eyebrows trembled.
Why did they always win? Moonlight in this day and age? The four women smiled and said, Master, your luck in gambling seems to be a bit bad.
Tangze wanted to see what kind of woman was so bold that she dared to open the door at a time like this.
Wasn't she afraid of being killed?
It was obvious that she was a white-collar who had never experienced the world. Looking at the woman in front of him wrapped in a quilt and wearing a mask, Tangze paused. Her eyes were quite beautiful.
But I, Tangze, have not lost yet. Maybe there are a few big guys hiding behind the door. As long as I go in, they will be killed, and then I can turn defeat into victory.
Thank you, we'll just stay for one night and then leave.
And Bai's tone easily makes people feel good about it. Li Linger nodded, then come in.
Tangze has his hand holding the gun, ready to shoot at any time.
Little sister, your acting is too poor. Call out your accomplices. However, when I walked into the room, there was nothing but cold air. Tangze understood.
He must be hiding in the bedroom.
No wonder he didn't hear any footsteps. Sorry, we finished the food, and there's only half a bottle of water left.
If you don't mind if I drink it, Li Linger's words stunned the five people.
Is it still possible to entertain guests like this now? Don't you know how precious water is now?
Tangze laughed in his heart, thinking that the water must be poisoned. He saw through your trick at a glance. The five people took off their protective suits first, and Li Linger finally saw the faces of the four women. She was also amazed that a boy was with four such beautiful girls.
Then we won't be polite. Tangze said with a smile, thinking to himself, you will definitely be reluctant to do so.
However, Li Linger took the half bottle of Baishuishan tea on the coffee table, found 5 paper cups, and poured water into them just like she did when entertaining guests before.
Tangze narrowed his eyes slightly.
He was afraid that the drug had been given before entering the house.
Let me test it.
After taking the paper cup, Tangze immediately took out the tester and put it into the cup, but the light showed green.
Safety? How can it be? Oh, got it.
Pretending to be half full of water, I try to win favor.
Such a big villa must have more supplies hidden inside. Let me check it out. I need to pee urgently. Where is the toilet? Tangze asked with a smile.
Just go straight and turn right.
Thank you. Tangze pretended to go to the bathroom and went upstairs immediately when Li Linger wasn't paying attention.
Li Linger said with a smile, sorry, it's a bit cold in the room. Come over here and warm yourself by the fire.
Oops, the fire is going out.
Then she quickly ran to the fireplace to tear paper.
Let me help you. And Bai happily ran to help.
The 3 women at the back door looked at each other.
In fact, their thoughts when they first entered the room were similar to Tangze's.
They smelled a conspiracy, but Xiao Bai was not on guard at all.
As the fire grew bigger, Li Linger breathed a sigh of relief. Come over here and warm yourself by the fire. Don't catch a cold. There's no medicine for colds now. Little sister, do you live here alone?
Simming came to the fireplace and felt much more comfortable. Li Linger hummed, and whispered helplessly, well, there was electricity before, but it suddenly went out last week.
Where are your parents? Yi Qingyi looked around and asked curiously. At this point, Li Linger's eyes couldn't help but condense into mist. They have been beaten to death. What's going on? Yi Qingyi asked with concern. My parents live in a 5th-tier city.
We were in contact at first, but gradually my dad said that the community was unsafe, and my mom told me not to go out. She didn't reply to me after a few days, so I asked the neighbor aunt. Because my dad resisted those people, the result, Li Linger burst into tears as she spoke. Sun Ting, and Bai, and Yi Qingyi have experienced too many stories like this. Yi Qingyi has the final say, and her brother-in-law is also a good man, but in the end, he did not get any good reward. Shi Meng sighed and comforted her, sister, don't be sad, accept my condolences.
I'm already very satisfied to meet you and talk at this time.
Li Linger wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and took off her mask. When her face was revealed, the four women were stunned.
Yi Qingyi whispered, "Sister, why do I feel like you look like a star?" "I think so too. They look too similar." And Baidu moved closer to Li Linger and even reached out to pinch Li Linger's face to see if it was a fake. Sun Ting exclaimed, "You are Li Linger, right?"
Shi Meng felt that Tang Zhe was too lucky. Among so many doors that were closed, only Li Linger opened this door.
Moreover, Li Linger's appearance was no worse than theirs, and she even had the blessing of a star aura. Which man wouldn't want to have her for himself?
If people outside knew that Li Linger lived here, this place would probably be robbed to pieces. She was able to survive until now thanks to living in a villa area where she had no contact with the people here. If it were a residential area, this place would have been robbed to pieces long ago.
Yeah.
Li Linger felt that Yi Qingyi and the others had no ill intentions, so she faced them calmly.
"Can you give me an autograph? I like you very much." Xiao Bai exclaimed happily immediately.
He had only seen you on TV before, but today he actually saw you in person.
Shi Meng smiled and said that no matter what autograph was requested, she would immediately become the owner.
At this time, Tang Zhe had almost searched the villa thoroughly. Not to mention food, he even found a cockroach. So Tang Zhe had to accept the fact that this girl was really a good person.
"It's incredible. What are you talking about?"
Tang Zhe walked over and asked with a smile. When he saw Li Linger looking back at him, Tang Zhe was stunned where he was. As a passionate man, how could I not have seen this face on my mobile phone, and even seen the AI version?
But suddenly I realized how come the live version of Li Linger is worse than them. It's like she's malnourished, and her skin isn't that shiny.
Look at Sun Ting and the others, their skin is so smooth and white as jade. I guess she hasn't had many good meals, which is why she looks like this. After she replenishes her body, her looks won't lose to them.
"Are you Li Linger?" Li Linger looked at Tang Zhe and nodded, "Yeah." The other four girls looked at you and said, "You are lucky to have met Li Linger.
You are simply the master of romantic encounters." Tang Zhe originally thought that she was just a small star and never thought that she would be a big star like Li Linger.
"But why don't you come and harm me?"
"If you harm me, I will have a reason to enlighten you and help you get on the right track."
"I'm your fan." Tang Zhe smiled helplessly and walked aside to lean on the sofa.
Shi Meng looked at Tang Zhe and felt that Tang Zhe was a little strange.
Why didn't he take action?
Not only Shi Meng thought so, the other three women thought so too. But Tang Zhe couldn't do anything to a good person, so he opened the door for her and rewarded her with a year's supplies.
"Thank you. Are you all from the same community?" Li Linger asked curiously.
It was really nice to have someone to talk to, otherwise she would have gotten depressed and committed suicide. Team Tang Zhe pointed at Sun Ting and the other three girls, then said to Shi Meng, "We were from the same neighborhood, and then we ran to her neighborhood, and there was a riot, so I took them and fled. Alas, many people died."
"Oh my god, you guys are so amazing. You actually managed to run away." Li Linger couldn't believe it.
She felt it was amazing that Tang Zhe could run away with four girls. After all, Tang Zhe seemed to be a gentle and refined man. Tang Zhe stretched out his hands and approached the fireplace, and asked curiously, "Why do you live here alone?" "I came here as a guest to attend a commercial performance. The organizer arranged for me to rest here for one night, but I ended up being trapped."
Tang Zhe said oh and then said nothing.
Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting looked at each other.
The master seemed a little abnormal. Could it be that he met the goddess of his dreams and was a little timid and afraid to do anything? How about we be the bad guys? Where are you going? Li Linger asked curiously while warming her hands with her hot breath. Shi Meng replied, "We are going to Yunhai City." Yunhai City, that's more than 400 kilometers away. Are you going there on foot or by car? Oh, it seems you can't drive now.
Tang Zhe suddenly stood up, interrupted the topic and said, "Why don't we eat something first?"
I have no more food, really.
Li Linger thought Tang Zhe asked her to get something to eat, so she hurriedly explained.
Seeing Li Linger's pitiful appearance, Tang Zhe smiled bitterly and said, I didn't ask you to get food. I have food.
I'll drive the car over. I can't just perform a magic trick, after all, I'm not familiar with Li Linger, but we have to keep our word. We agreed that not a single piece of supplies for a year will be missing. Li Linger was very surprised. She watched Tang Zhe put on protective clothing and walked out. Not long after, she saw a fierce Maybach driving over.
Oh my God.
Li Linger covered her mouth in shock, feeling that this car seemed to have come out of a science fiction movie. Not only Li Linger, but people from several surrounding villas were looking at this sight with surprise and greed in their eyes. If they could steal this car, they would not be trapped here. Because the car is relatively high, it cannot be backed into the garage and can only be parked outside the garage.
Let me go and help.
Li Linger said and was about to help, but was stopped by and by.
Yi Qingyi smiled and said, no need to help, we girls can't lift it. That's so embarrassing. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't think too much.
Sun Ting patted Li Linger's shoulders and found that it was very rare to find such a girl nowadays. After all, she had never seen the world and still maintained her pre-apocalyptic state of mind. Anyone who had experienced purgatory on Earth would not be so naive.
Tang Zhe deliberately stayed in the garage for a while before entering the house. It's almost time, let's see what to eat for lunch.
When Li Linger came to the garage and took a look, she found that her little mouth could fit a large sausage. More than 40 boxes of mineral water were stacked aside, and there were also a lot of food next to them, from snacks to fresh meat, fruits, and even red wine and skincare products. Li Linger rubbed her eyes, unable to believe that what she saw was real.
This was not right. Could that car hold so many things? Why don't you come and choose? Tang Zhe pouted.
He called his master Tian Tian but didn't know how to let his master win to make him happy. He was not sensible at all. Shi Meng pulled Li Linger and said with a smile, come together, take whatever you want to eat. Just consider it as the cost of our accommodation.
Choose it yourself and don't be embarrassed.
Tang Zhe opened a bottle of happy water, comfortable.
After thinking for a while, Li Linger said seriously, then let me do it. I can't eat your food for nothing. Also,
Sun Ting said softly, let me help you.
No, just go and rest. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll see what I can make. Tang Zhe joked, I didn't expect that the big star is also a cook. Brother, please forgive me for making fun of you.
If it doesn't taste good, please don't scold me.
That won't happen. Tang Zhe smiled.
He really wanted to see if Li Linger would have any bad thoughts after he took out so many supplies. If she had any bad thoughts, he would punish her in the name of justice. However, Tang Zhe's hope was soon dashed. He was as honest as he could be. He packed his own lunch and instantly turned into a little cook, cutting the exquisite fruit plate and serving it. Brother Tang, sisters, have some fruit.
Li Linger, who was wearing an apron, seemed to be in better spirits. She no longer had any of the high-profile attitude of a celebrity.
Instead, she looked like a servant, serving everyone. But Shi Meng had been looking at Li Linger. From the moment she cut the fruit with the fruit knife, she didn't eat any of it. If it were me, I would have secretly eaten something after being hungry for so long.
A girl like me is not suitable for my team.
Thinking of this, Shi Meng suddenly understood why Tang Zhe had suddenly become a lot quieter. He was very excited when he came before, and everyone was discussing which star it was in the car. When they found out that Li Linger was not changed by the end of the world, they changed their minds. After all, we women all have more or less selfish calculations, wanting to take advantage of Tang Zhe, but Li Linger doesn't seem to have that. Maybe she doesn't know how chaotic the outside world is. We eat it regularly, so you should eat more. It's full of vitamins.
Yi Qingyi smiled.
This smile was extremely gentle in Li Linger's eyes, like a caring elder sister. She was deeply moved. It had been a long time since anyone cared about her like this. 2 lines of tears of emotion flowed from my eyes, thank you.
Don't be like that, good people will still be rewarded.
Tang Zhe smiled,
thinking that the world has not completely fallen yet. There are still good people like Li Linger, but how long can those good people live? Li Linger only took a piece of orange. I'm going to cook first, but there is no electricity. There is self-heating rice in the supplies, go look for it. Tang Zhe said. Okay, I get it. As Li Linger went to look for him, the four women looked at Tang Zhe at the same time with strange looks in their eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? There's something wrong with your thinking again. Tang Zhe wanted to make a severe criticism. Ximeng approached Tang Zhe and exhaled sweetly, Master, such a beautiful lady, don't you want to take her in to warm your bed? She's different from you. She's not bad enough to fit in. Yi Qingyi pouted her red lips and said, I'm not bad at all. I was just robbed by you, my master. You're not a bad guy. I saved you and you just walked away. How can such a good thing happen? Ximeng smiled evilly and said, this time I stand on the master's side and condemn your behavior of not repaying the favor. Yi Qingyi could only admit defeat. What you said made sense. I was wrong, okay? Li Linger has also collected so many supplies. How can we repay her? Xiaobai asked curiously. Tang Zhe immediately knocked on Anbai's forehead and said, silly, she opened the door for us to stay here, and we are repaying her. Besides, I have already said that whoever opens the door and has no intention of harming us will be given supplies. Master, Xiaobai is about to be knocked silly by you. Sun Ting joked, indeed, the more you knock, the dumber you become. Like a naive person. Yi Qingyi added another stab, which made Xiaobai so angry that he was about to spit out oil. Hearing the sound of Li Linger's footsteps coming back, the five people stopped chatting. About an hour and a half later, Li Linger had prepared 7 dishes and a soup. Tang Zhe originally did not think the dishes would be delicious, but he did not expect them to look good, especially the braised spare ribs, which had a rosy red color and looked very appetizing. There is also the chicken stewed with mushrooms, which has a strong chicken flavor, and the plate of beef fried with garlic shoots. She is really a good cook. I haven't cooked for a while, so I'm a little rusty. I'm sorry. Li Linger said modestly as she stood by and wiped her hands. It's been very well done. Then sit down, don't just stand. This is related to the issue of rules, and Tang Zhe still has to give the order. In front of outsiders, don't eat with your hands on the ground, otherwise I will become a pervert. Everyone, please sit down. After saying this, Tang Zhe gave a threatening look. Although he would not take Li Linger away, he still had to maintain his image. Sun Ting and Anbai both felt that they hadn't sat down to eat for a long time and were a little uncomfortable. After serving the last bowl of soup to the table, Li Linger asked, Brother Tang, would you like something to drink? I'll pour it for you. If you don't want to drink, then stop working and just sit down and eat. Yes, Linger, come and eat. You've worked hard cooking. Sun Ting pulled Li Linger to sit on the chair. Li Linger felt embarrassed. Yi Qingyi stood up and said with a smile, I'll go get a bottle of red wine. I'll go. Li Linger shouted immediately, but was held down by Sun Ting again. Tang Zhe sighed in his heart, how could such a good girl not be a little bad? It's not your fault that she has some bad thoughts. Soon Sun Ting brought a bottle of red wine and poured them all. Cheers, today I finally get to see the big star in person. Tang Zhe said happily. I'm not a big star anymore. If I hadn't met you guys, I would have starved to death in a few days. Ximeng smiled and said, Sister, with these supplies, you can survive for 2 years if you save a little. Thank you, sister. Thank you all. I'll drink it. After saying that, Li Linger drank it in one gulp. Sun Ting laughed, Sister, you can drink a lot, so I'll have one too. Then I'll have one too. Xiaobai also joined in the fun. Tang Zhe was also convinced, drink less, I don't want to pick up corpses. Are you happy? Why don't you come and have a drink with us, fuck you? Apparently, a bottle of red wine was not enough to satisfy them, so they directly brought a box over, as if they were not going to leave until they were drunk. Tang Zhe, on the other hand, doesn't drink alcohol at all, mainly because red wine doesn't taste very good and is not as good as happy water. After 3 rounds of drinks, the girls were all a little tipsy. Each of them was extremely beautiful, and they even took out their mobile phones to take photos. "Sister, can I borrow your phone to make a call?" "Of course." Shi Meng handed the phone to Li Linger. Li Linger wanted to call her neighbor in her hometown, but the call was interrupted. "The subscriber you dialed is out of service area." "Why can't I get through?" Li Linger frowned. "The call was working before." Sun Ting said, "Recently, many areas have lost signal, and it is estimated that all communications will be interrupted soon." "Oh, I see." Li Linger returned the phone to Shi Meng. Shi Meng raised his glass again and shouted, "Drink today and live in the present." "Well said, live in the present." Tang Zhe stood up and drank a glass of red wine. The meal took 2 hours, and 1.5 hours was spent drinking. Looking at the wine bottles on the ground, he now started singing and dancing on the sofa. Even Li Linger joined in the singing, as if venting his emotions. Looking at the 5 women quarreling in the living room, Tang Zhe took out his mobile phone and took a photo of them as a souvenir. After all, at this moment, I also felt the long-lost happiness. It was not a master and servant relationship, but just a simple friendship. But I have to say, if it wasn't the end of the world, how could I sit here, have dinner with these spoiled girls, and watch their embarrassing moments after drinking? "Come and play with us." And Bai shouted loudly to Tang Zhe. Tang Zhe shook his head. "You guys go have fun, I won't come." Come on, come on." Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi went straight over and dragged him over. How come he turned into a pure little virgin? He was so fierce when he fucked us. However, Tang Zhe soon discovered that these women were pushing him towards Li Linger with great effort. They really had bad intentions. Look, Li Linger was already embarrassed. "You are nothing like female hooligans. When we were tired from playing, we gathered together by the fireplace to keep warm. I haven't been this happy in a long time." Yi Qingyi murmured as she looked at the fire in the fireplace. "Me too." Sun Ting said in a low voice. Xiaobai has fallen asleep. Although Shi Meng didn't say anything, today was indeed a special day, mainly because of the kind girl Li Linger, who made everyone relax their vigilance. Li Linger leaned against Shi Meng, her beautiful eyes looking at the flames. Her pretty face began to glow with rosy glow, not as weak as before. "What are you thinking about?" Siming asked curiously. "Nothing," Li Linger said softly. She was indeed happy today, but she would still be alone tomorrow. Shi Meng gently stroked Li Linger's back. "If you have anything to say, just say it, don't keep it in your heart." Can I leave with you?" Li Linger said weakly, with a pleading tone. Before Shi Meng could say anything, Tang Zhe smiled and said, "Those supplies are enough for you to use for a year. By then, maybe the end of the world will be over and the order will be restored as before. I know my request is a bit excessive, but I can cook for you, wash clothes and do some odd jobs. I really don't want to stay here alone." As she spoke, Li Linger couldn't control her emotions. Fortunately, Shi Meng comforted her. Tang Zhe never expected that after eating and jumping around with drinks, she would take the initiative to join in. "Our team is not suitable for you. You will be more comfortable staying here," Tang Zhe persuaded. "They have to provide themselves with energy tanks every day, and sometimes they have to act as thugs. The work intensity is very high. I'm very adaptable." Tang Zhe sighed and said directly, "Li Linger, to tell you the truth, we have killed a lot of bad guys. It's not safe for you to follow us, you know. Bad guys deserve to die. I also want to kill bad guys and avenge my parents. Oh my god, must this big star have drunk too much fake liquor? Why does he have to follow me?" Seeing that Tang Zhe didn't say anything, Li Linger suddenly stood up and came to Tang Zhe. "Brother Tang, take me away, I will be your woman." This may be Li Linger's only trump card, that is herself. "It looks like you're drunk," Tang Zhe said with a frown. No, after saying that, she pushed Tang Zhe to the ground, and her rosy lips directly occupied Tang Zhe's mouth. This shocked the 3 women nearby. What a fierce superstar! The host was actually kissed forcibly. And Bai slowly woke up at this time and looked at the scene in front of him. "I'm still dreaming. Let me sleep a little longer. It has to be said that being forcefully kissed by a big star is a very subtle feeling, but Tang Zhe still pushed Li Linger away. Are you sick? I don't need you to be my woman. No, you just responded to me. Li Linger retorted. That's a man's physiological reaction. Don't be unreasonable. If I get angry, you'll suffer. Tang Zhe's face suddenly turned colder. Shi Meng quickly pulled Li Linger away. You will only make him unhappy. Li Linger was also frightened by Tang Zhe's attitude, and her tears fell uncontrollably. She shamelessly kissed the man forcibly, and it was even her first kiss, and she begged him to take her away, but was ruthlessly rejected. Doesn't it seem that her body has no value at all? I gave myself hope, but then I crushed it. It would be better to just wait for death. Li Linger suddenly ran towards the door, opened it and rushed out, obviously intending to commit suicide. Probably the same as you. Tang Zhe looked at Shi Meng and said. These words made Shi Meng feel ashamed. Between dying with dignity and living in disgrace, she chose the latter and yet had to pretend to be dying. Just thinking about it, it was quite embarrassing at that time. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting thought almost the same thing. Everyone wanted to die, but when the time came, they didn't dare to do it. Just when everyone thought Li Linger was going to break, Li Linger jumped into the rain. The people in the room looked at Li Linger in disbelief. She was so brave. She actually did something that no one dared to do. If you don't want to be Tang Zhe's woman, you would rather die. I go. Damn the charm. Li Linger jumped out with her eyes closed and didn't feel any pain on her body, nor did she feel the rain. I slowly opened my eyes and saw that I was still under the eaves. Didn't I jump out? Do you want to die so much? Why don't you just stay here and wait for rescue? Tang Zhe said while smoking behind me. I'm not a good person, and you, a good girl, shouldn't fall like this. Li Linger bit her red lips and whispered, have you ever lost your parents? Exhaling a puff of smoke, Tang Zhe said calmly, I am an orphan. Li Linger was stunned and said silently, I lost my parents, and as a daughter, I can only hide here and live in misery. I can't avenge them. It's better to reunite with them as soon as possible. Ha, then why did you wait until now? Why didn't you just die earlier? Li Linger looked at the modified Maybach next to the garage and said, because of you, you gave me hope for revenge. You were able to escape with my sister and the others, so you must have your own methods. And there are so many supplies that this car definitely can't hold them. Besides, it's impossible for ordinary people to have protective clothing like you. You are very smart. I thought you were a fool like Xiaobai. Li Linger turned to look at Tang Zhe and said seriously, I can be a naive person as long as I can get revenge. Are you negotiating terms with me? Tang Zhe frowned slightly. He thought Li Linger was rescuing him and others without any purpose, but it seemed that she also had her own plans. Ah. Tang Zhe raised his delicate chin and sighed, to be honest, you disappoint me a little. I am no longer a big star, and I don't have anyone to rely on. The only thing I can rely on is this body. What the sisters can do, I can do too. Did you see it? When the sisters sit down to eat, they look at you and nod. It feels like you two are not in a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but more like a superior-subordinate relationship. Tang Zhe smiled. He really underestimated other people's insight and guessed it almost right. Are you so sure that you can avenge your parents? If you can't, wouldn't it be a waste of this body? That's better than waiting to die here. Besides, business is always profitable and loss-making. Ah, that makes sense. Li Linger's nails were about to dig into her flesh, and she whispered, have we reached a deal? How can we say that we have reached a deal without even inspecting the goods? I'm very clean, no one has ever touched me. Li Linger gritted her teeth, she could actually say such shy words. Tang Zhe smiled after hearing this. Everyone in the room claimed that it was their first time. He leaned in and sniffed, it has a bit of a strange smell. I like women who smell good. If you check the goods like this, I will return it. I also want to take a shower, but there's no water. When Li Linger said this, her neck turned red. Who doesn't want to be a fragrant girl? Now there is water, you can go and wash yourself clean. Okay, I'll go now. I'll wait for you in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. After saying that, Li Linger lowered her head and ran into the house. She had just said all the most embarrassing words in her life, but for the sake of revenge, what did this matter? Watching Li Linger run into the house, Tang Zhe flicked away the cigarette butt. It turned out that others had been calculating since they entered the house. I've always said it, there are no simple-minded people in this world anymore, and no one asks for help without any reason. Everyone does it to achieve their own goals, and even Li Linger is no exception. What makes me happy is that I have a big star woman like Li Linger, and what makes me unhappy is that I have a big star woman like Li Linger. Well, let's go inspect the goods first. After entering the room, Sun Ting bowed 90 degrees and said, "Congratulations, master." Yi Qingyi and Bai and Shi Meng also bowed and said delicately, "Congratulations, master. I really suspect that you are the ones who are corrupting others." Tang Zhe felt that Li Linger changed too quickly, and there was no sign before. "We don't, absolutely not. It's just pure congratulations to the host on the birth of this beautiful girl. Another one comes to share the damage." Half an hour later, Tang Zhe came to the master bedroom and saw Li Linger on the bed, shivering from the cold. "Don't you know how to turn on the air conditioner?" Tang Zhe picked up the remote control, turned on the air conditioner, adjusted the heating to the maximum, and turned on the light by the way. "Is the phone ringing?" Li Linger exclaimed. Tang Zhe shook his head, sat on the bed and said calmly, "I just fixed the generator. I didn't want to do it at first, after all, once the lights in your villa are on, those people around will definitely come to trouble you." Hearing Tang Zhe's caring words, I felt a touch of warmth in my heart, but I also smiled bitterly. "Your car is parked there, which is already a problem. If you leave, I don't think I will live long. Are you blaming me?" Li Linger slowly lowered her head. "Keep your head up." Li Linger slowly raised her head and looked into Tang Zhe's aggressive eyes, a blush flushing across her pretty face. "It's indeed a beautiful face, I can accept it," Tang Zhe said lightly, touching the soft red lips with his fingers. Hearing this, Li Linger immediately felt relieved, but was it really that forced? Although she was not a big star anymore, she was still proud of this face. "Now you can come over and kiss me." "Ah!" Li Linger suddenly exclaimed. "Aren't boys usually the ones who take the initiative?" "What? You want me to serve you?" "I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. We also have to give on-site teaching to novices." An hour later, Tang Zhe came downstairs still unsatisfied. The feeling brought by being a big star was indeed different, but he felt a little weak and did not have enough fun. "The master has no sympathy for women." Shi Meng laughed jokingly. Now she probably understood Tang Zhe's bottom line. Sometimes joking is a romantic mood, but when it is not right to joke, don't touch it. Even Xiao Bai understands this. Tang Zhe rolled his eyes to the back of his head. I taught her for at least half an hour, you guys teach her well." The women immediately started laughing happily and planned to play some tricks on Li Linger when she came downstairs. "I noticed that people in the surrounding villas were peeking at us." After joking, Yi Qingyi said vigilantly. Once the light was turned on, they would become the target of everyone's criticism. Tang Zhe suddenly hugged Yi Qingyi and said, "They can only envy us. They should be envious and do their duty. Otherwise, they will die." Yi Qingyi hugged Tang Zhe's neck, and listened to Tang Zhe's domineering words, and her eyes gradually showed admiration. "Master, I didn't have enough fun just now," he said, and randomly chose a bedroom and walked in. And Bai was much smarter and sneaked in directly. Sun Ting and Shi Meng in the living room looked at each other. With so many women around, when would it be their turn? As night fell, the entire Shuangdong district fell into darkness, and only this villa emitted bright light, like a mirage. But it also seemed to be shouting, "Come and grab it from me, I have electricity." The temperature at this time has reached 6 degrees and the ground has begun to freeze. Everyone in Shuangdong district was wrapped in quilts and shivering, while Tang Zhe was doing push-ups in the living room in his shorts and a black vest. Sun Ting, Yi Qingyi and Shi Meng were still busy practicing yoga.
They were so seductive in their yoga pants, and their long legs were not in vain. From time to time, pleasant laughter could be heard in the kitchen.
Lee Linger went downstairs with an injury to cook for everyone.
She was teased so much that her face turned red and she wished she could dig a crack to crawl into. However, Bai ran to help, and Lee Linger could feel a little more relaxed. After all, she was cooking for 6 people. Tang Zhe thought to himself that he should just go with the flow in the future. 5 times the speed was enough now, and after getting Lee Linger's energy bar had actually increased to 74%.
This is quite unexpected. The 3.0 gift pack is about to be unlocked. I wonder what good things will be inside. This 2.0 is now unbeatable. Once the 3.0 gift package is opened, how can others survive? Can you please keep your voices down? I can hear you guys saying bad things about me. While doing push-ups with one finger, Tang Zhe shouted towards the kitchen, "Do you think I'm deaf?"
Bai stuck his head out with a spatula and shouted, "Master, I don't have it." Xiao Linger, stop learning bad things from them and learn the serious things. Tang Zhe reminded them seriously, which caused the 3 women doing yoga to giggle.
Master, do you really mean the serious things you say?
Lee Linger hummed in a voice so soft as to make a mosquito sound. Her neck turned red. Adding on Bai's crazy teasing, she could hardly stand.
Soon, a sumptuous dinner was served on the table by Lee Linger. Tang Zhe sat in the main seat and looked at Lee Linger, who was kneeling beside him.
You learn bad things quickly, but learn good things slowly.
You are going against me, right? Just sit down and eat. I'm really like a pervert.
Sung Ting said seriously, serving food with the host is like committing an insubordination.
This is the most basic principle. Please understand that there is no order without rules.
This is also to let the newcomers know who is in charge here.
Yes, we cannot offend the host's authority.
There will be more and more newcomers in the future, and eating is to establish authority.
Shi Meng's words made the women present agree.
In the future, newcomers will kneel at the back of the line, and they have no right to kneel in the front row.
Look, I, Tang Zhe, have become a sinner. Okay, just once a week. That's not too much to ask. Once every half a month. Yi Qingyi said. Tang Zhe was so angry that he laughed. Whoever brought this evil trend, stand up and I will beat him up. In fact, sitting down to eat will give you a feeling of home, but Tang Zhe has been eating alone since he was born. Maybe the lunch touched a nerve.
After finishing his meal, Tang Zhe went straight to the living room, wanting to read a post-apocalyptic novel to supplement his knowledge. However, he knew that there was no internet here, and it seemed like the communication was about to be completely cut off. Bai suddenly shouted, "Master, you haven't fed us yet." Throw your head, you don't have hands, but the master still has to serve you, what a perverted logic.
Tang Zhe sat on the sofa, cursing.
Maybe he has a good temper recently and they are making him puffed up. It seems that he will have to throw a few bones before they behave themselves.
I can feed one, but what's the point of feeding 5? Lingling, you made the master angry. Bai said in a low voice. No.
Yes, the master said your little canine teeth are too sharp. Lee Linger blushed and whispered, "Sister Xiaobai, teach me later."
Okay, no problem, take a banana and practice first. Yi Qingyi asked curiously, "You two are not eating, what are you secretly talking about?" Nothing, let's eat.
Bai and Lee Linger shook their heads like rattles, and Lee Linger felt her face burning hot.
After dinner, everyone sat on the sofa, eating fruit and daydreaming. There was no TV or internet.
By the way, let's listen to Xiao Linger's story.
Tang Zhe immediately found a topic to talk about, the newcomer's self-introduction.
Lee Linger, holding the banana, came back to her senses and said, "I'm not very good at telling stories." "Oh, what the master means is, tell me about your past experiences, from childhood to adulthood." Bai got along very well with Lee Linger, perhaps because of the fact that she was a little fan.
Lee Linger was silent for a moment and then said, "I was born in a small city. My parents are both teachers.
Maybe that's why they were very strict with me, especially not allowing me to fall in love too early.
I was told to concentrate on my studies and then I would have a good job in the future. I didn't let them down and was admitted to a 985 university. I majored in English and thought I would become an English teacher in the future. You study English? I thought you studied acting, then why did you go into acting? Sun Ting peeled the grapes and then put the skinless grapes into Tang Zei's mouth. Tang Zei was now a character with an open mouth and had to rely on being fed. Yi Qingyi, who was sitting on the other side, was even more skilled. She bit the grapes with her teeth and put them into Tang Zei's mouth, taking advantage of Tang Zei. Li Linger blushed as she watched this scene and shyly looked away. When I was a freshman, I was supposed to go to an audition with a friend, but I ended up being chosen. I just wanted to have fun and that's how it went. You can do this, it's enough to show that you are very talented. Shi Meng sighed, and became famous while playing. Actually, I don't have any talent, I just adapt quickly and find it fun. Sun Ting sighed, why don't I have such luck? I can only make a living in the live broadcast room. She said this, but in fact, she has been noticed before, but the bosses all have conditions, and men understand what the conditions are. Linger, there should be a big boss protecting you. Shi Meng was peeling an orange. Of course, she was not peeling it for herself. She had to care about her master all the time so that she could be valued in the future. After all, everyone sitting here was at least a veteran. Li Linger frowned and thought for a moment, no, haven't you been sexually exploited? Yi Qingyi couldn't believe it. A beauty like Li Linger would definitely be a favorite of rich people. No, the master knows. Li Linger blushed again and didn't dare to meet Tang Zei's gaze, like a newlywed wife. Shi Meng said, I understand. It seems that there is a man who has been silently paying for you. But before he could stand in front of you, the end of the world came. Then it's a good deal for me. Tang Zei also joked. And Bai even said, the boss must have fainted in the toilet crying. Ha 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 ha. Except for Li Linger who blushed, everyone else burst into laughter. Li Linger didn't want Tang Zei to misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained, there is no such thing as a boss, don't talk nonsense. Oh, I'm anxious. Oh, Sun Ting's words caused several women to squint and smile. This made Li Linger even more anxious. She looked at Tang Zei as if to say, I really don't have any boss. Okay, you're all going to make others cry. Tang Zei clapped his hands and said with a smile. Yi Qingyi sighed, it's true that people get angry when compared to others. I was crying like a pear blossom in the rain at that time. Master, your heart is as hard as a stone. When Linger gets anxious, you feel distressed. There was another round of boos, and Tang Zei couldn't help but smile bitterly, while Li Linger pinched her fingers and lowered her head, her neck turned red again. While everyone was chatting, they didn't notice that the rain outside had stopped. This is also the second time the rain has stopped after the end of the world, and what does the rain stopping mean? Killing and plundering. Okay, since you all said so, Xiao Linger, come sit on me and let them envy you. The four women started to make a fuss again and whistled. Go quickly, you're still standing there like an idiot. Shi Meng patted the shy Li Linger. Li Linger hummed in a mosquito-like voice, stood up and walked to Tang Zei, who grasped her white wrist and pulled the beauty into his arms. This was even more outrageous. The noise was so loud that it seemed as if it was going to lift the roof off the house, causing Li Linger to hide her face in Tang Zei's arms. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. And Baidu stood on the sofa and clapped his hands and cheered. With and Bai taking the lead, the other three girls immediately added fuel to the fire. Tang Zei felt a little embarrassed. They have been getting too arrogant recently. He will have to throw some bones to them tomorrow. But looking down at that beautiful face, the big watery eyes slowly closed, and the rosy lips exuded infinite temptation, waiting for the owner to taste it. Just as Tang Zei lowered his head to taste the food, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his rhythm. Tang Zei immediately frowned and looked outside the house. Li Linger also opened her beautiful eyes, and there was a hint of loss in her eyes. It seems they can't wait any longer. Shi Meng's tone gradually became colder. Sun Ting had already taken out her gun to check the ammunition. Li Linger was stunned. There was actually a gun. Tang Zhe patted Li Linger's head. Li Linger sat aside obediently and whispered, "Why would anyone come at this time?"
Yi Qingyi inserted the magazine and said calmly, "Because this is the only place with lights on."
"Okay, put on your pajamas," Tang Zhe reminded them. With the heating on, everyone was so cool in their clothes. "Do you think I couldn't stand the test?" The girls put on their pajamas obediently and tidied their hair. They still had to maintain this image. Li Linger suggested, "How about we wear masks?" Shi Meng patted Li Linger's shoulders and said with a smile, "We are so good-looking, why should we cover it up?" "What if, kill him?" Yi Qingyi said indifferently. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's head and said, "Your first lesson will start soon."
While they were talking, Tang Zhe had already opened the door, and a gust of cold air rushed directly into the room. Looking at the dozen men in front of him, wearing thick down jackets and shivering from the cold, Tang Zhe showed his signature kind smile. "Everyone, is there anything you can do so late at night?" More than a dozen men looked at Tang Zhe. It was such a cold day, but he was only wearing shorts and a t-shirt. His feet were either stepping on clinker or wrapped in several layers of plastic bags. Come to think of it, there is electricity inside, so there must be a generator.
"Hello, my name is Zhuo Zhixian. I live in the villa opposite. You should have seen me on TV."
Zhuo Zhixian said as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and put on a slightly proud-side expression.
"I haven't seen it." Tang Zhe told the truth, he really hadn't seen it.
A young man at the back shouted, "Brother, the man in front of you is the richest man in Huan City.
How could you not recognize him? You have no eyes."
"Shut up!" Zhuo Zhixian immediately shouted at his son. Zhuo Yong curled his lips, looking indifferent, but his eyes were looking at the modified Maybach next to him, thinking about how to get this car. It was so cool.
"I'm sorry, my son is ignorant. Please forgive me." It's okay. It doesn't matter." Tang Zhe still maintained an honest, modest attitude.
But this attitude means just two words to these men.
Easy to bully. "We came here for no other reason. We just wanted to ask, how do you have electricity?" Although Zhuo Zhixian was smiling, his teeth were chattering.
The temperature had now dropped to 10 degrees, and there was a biting cold wind.
Tang Zhe let out a long sigh and said, "I bought a diesel generator." "I see, this car is yours too?" "Yes, mine."
More than a dozen men couldn't believe how this ordinary young man in front of them could have so many supplies. Some people knew that he had knocked on the door before, always wearing strange protective clothing.
Looking at the group of men shivering in front of him, Tang Zhe smiled and said, "Anything else?" "I'm ready to go to bed." One of the men in the team shouted, "Handsome, can you let us in to warm up?"
Someone spoke up, and Zhuo Zhixian said kindly, "It's not easy for everyone right now. The temperature has dropped drastically in the past 2 days, and there's no electricity at home.
Can you let us in to rest for a while?" "Don't worry, we can just sit for a while. It's just a small matter. Please come in." Seeing that Tang Zhe was so magnanimous, those who had not opened the door before felt guilty. When I walked into the house, I immediately felt the warmth coming from all directions. This warm feeling was as comfortable as being in my mother's arms. Why are there fairies? Is it because of the cold that I'm hallucinating? People's Wei Yong rubbed his eyes, and when he was sure it was true, his saliva was about to flow out. Not to mention Zui Yong, even his father had a look of amazement, and the men next to them stood still without moving, as if they had never seen a beautiful woman in their entire lives. Tang Zhe had to admit that their lethality was indeed great, on the spiritual level. Some men thought to themselves, if they had known it was such a beauty, they would have opened the door long ago. Hey, that woman looks familiar. She looks like a celebrity. It turned out to be Li Linger. Li Linger lives here, and no one knows about it. Zui Yong also discovered Li Linger. She was so beautiful in person, with a rosy face and a charming look. But the one next to her was also pretty, as well as the ones on the left and right. Fuck. I like them all and want them all. Hello, beauties. My name is Zui Yong, and this is my dad, the richest man in Huan City. Zhuoyong stepped forward and introduced himself. Immediately, he smelled a sweet scent. The fragrance of a woman was really fascinating. Ms. Shi? Zhuo Zhixian recognized Shi Meng immediately. He never expected that she was here too. Shi Meng smiled and said, Boss Zhuo, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Don't you live in Shanhu community? Our neighborhood is in chaos, so everyone ran here to hide.
Simon seemed very natural, and the men could only see her beautiful face and the devilish figure hidden in her pajamas. Zhuo Zhixian sighed and said in a deep voice, when something like this happens, the first to suffer are those of us who are rich. The rain stopped once before, and many robbers came and almost rushed to our house. Fortunately, it rained, so many of them were soaked to death and ran away in disgrace.
Yes, if we are not united now, we will be robbed and killed.
Shi Meng looked helpless, but everyone seemed not to hear what she said, but to look at her face and her chest that was even supported by her pajamas. Zhuo Zhixian sighed like an old leader, so, we must unite together, so that we can have hope of survival.
If we are selfish, we will definitely not live long. Mr. Zhuo is right. I agree.
Shi Meng said with a smile, a chill already revealed in the depths of her eyes. At this time, Zhuoyong discovered that there were still some fruits on the coffee table in the living room. Fuck, you actually have fruits to eat. Not even disagreeing, Zhuoyong rushed over, picked up half a piece of watermelon and started to eat it. While eating, he sighed, damn, the watermelon that I used to disdain to eat suddenly seems so sweet.
There are also watermelons?
After hearing this, the men also walked towards the living room, and when they saw the fruits, they took them without saying a word, as if they were their own home.
Tang Zhe looked at her with a smile. Li Linger was a little scared.
She leaned against Tang Zhe and held Tang Zhe's big hands tightly.
For Li Linger, everything was given to Tang Zhe now. Tang Zhe was everything to her. If Tang Zhe died, these men would probably turn themselves into corpses. The men ate the watermelon very quickly, completely disregarding their image. You have to know that every man who can live here must be a boss.
The watermelon juice kept flowing from the corners of their mouths and fell on the expensive carpet. Sun Ting and Yi Qingyi were almost furious. That was where they were going to sleep tonight, and they had to replace the carpet. These bastards.
Xiao Bai, Linger, cut a few more watermelons for the bosses. The richest man hasn't even had any yet. Tang Zhe was very generous, which made Zhuo Zhixian very satisfied.
This young man respected him very much, even in awe of him. Xiao Bai pulled Linger, who was a little nervous and scared, to get the watermelon, while the man in the living room ate the watermelon while looking at Xiao Bai and Li Linger. The greed in his eyes could hardly be concealed, especially Zhuoyong, whose evil smile was already on his face. As Bai brought the watermelon to the table again, the men who had not had the chance to eat the watermelon just now started to scramble for it. Zhuo Zhixian did not rush to grab it, after all, he had to consider his image as the richest man. He cursed his son in his heart for not bringing a piece to him. Tang Zhe smiled and took a piece of it. Boss Zhuo, try it, this watermelon is very sweet.
Thank you, little brother. There are many good people now. Isn't it? All the people I meet are bad people, even women are the exception.
Tang Zhe's words caused the girls to be dissatisfied.
What's wrong with us? It's really nonsense.
Zhuo Zhixian didn't understand the meaning of this at once, and changed the subject while eating watermelon. Even in winter in Huan City, the temperature doesn't drop to 0 degrees Celsius, and this cold weather makes things even worse.
Tang Zhe took out a pack of cigarettes and gave one to Zhuo Zhixian. Zhuo Zhixian was shocked.
There were still cigarettes? Zhuo Zhixian didn't hesitate to take the cigarette handed to him by Tang Zhe with one hand and put it directly in his mouth, but he didn't light it. At this time Tang Zhe handed over the light again. Zhuo Zhixian did not move his hands at all, but just stretched out his head to light the cigarette.
Tang Zhe's smile became even more intense.
I've worked in Huan for a few years, but I've never encountered such cold weather.
I guess only people from the north can adapt to it.
Zhuo Zhixian exhaled a puff of smoke and laughed. If the temperature drops any further, I'm afraid even people in the north won't be able to bear it.
You kids still have cigarettes? Give me a cigarette. You are so ignorant. Zhuo Yong walked over and said carelessly, not taking Tang Zhe seriously at all. Tang Zhe took out a pack of cigarettes with an honest look, but it was snatched away by Zhuo Yong. Tang Zhe wanted to hear Zhuo Zhixian stop him, but the father just watched and said nothing. Zhuo Yong, smoking a cigarette, slowly walked up to Sun Ting and blew a puff of smoke at her provocatively. Beauty, you are wearing so little, why don't you take it all off? As he said that, he actually reached out to pull Sun Ting's pajamas. Sun Ting could no longer suppress her anger and wanted to just pull out her gun and shoot the guy in the head. But the master hadn't had enough fun yet, so he suppressed his anger, backed away with a panicked expression, and hid behind Tang Zhe. What are you doing? Zhuo Zhixian seemed to be dissuading him, but his tone was not harsh. Zhuo Yong flicked the ash, and it slowly fell on the clean floor. This scene drove Yiqingyi, who loved cleanliness, crazy. It's just a joke. Zhuo Yong grinned. Dad, why are you still pretending? I haven't touched a woman for almost a month. The other men began to stand around in a surrounding posture, and two of them walked around as if they were looking for some supplies. Mr. Zhuo, we need to rest. Shi Meng said lightly. Zhuo Zhixian threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out. Yiqingyi could no longer hold it in. Fuck, there are so many supplies in the garage, suddenly a man shouted. All the men rushed into the garage, and their eyes lit up when they saw the mountain of supplies. Beauties, supplies, this is not the climax of the end of the world. Watching the men looting, Li Linger couldn't help but shout, those are our supplies. But no one paid attention to the voice of dissuasion. In fact, because Li Linger's voice was pleasant, the men became even more greedy. You are quite resourceful, kid. These supplies and cars must have been robbed. Zhuo Yong said with a smile, holding a salt-baked chicken leg in his left hand and a snow beer in his right hand. What a heavenly life this is. No wonder such beautiful women follow him. It turns out they are all after the supplies. And Bai couldn't help but shout, you've eaten and taken everything, now it's time to go. Zhuo Zhixian laughed after hearing this, and sat on the sofa without paying any attention. Didn't I say before that we should help each other? But you want to drive us away, which is a bit selfish. These words made the girls laugh out of anger. As expected of the richest man, they immediately condemned the man from the moral high ground. Tang Zhe immediately smiled and said, Mr. Zui is right. I'll take them upstairs and you guys stay downstairs. Boy! You let my dad live downstairs, do you want to die? Zhuo Yong took out an exquisite Nepalese machete. The other men stopped pretending and took out knives from their down jackets. Tang Zhe's face suddenly changed drastically, and the girls were stunned by his expression, especially Li Linger. If she had known Tang Zhe earlier, she could have taken him to act together. Mr. Zhuo, what are you doing? Tang Zhe's trembling voice made Shi Meng admire him. No wonder she was deceived so badly. Zhuo Zhixian stood up and actually took out a golden desert eagle from his waist. Tang Zhe was stunned. Except for Zhuo Yong, the other men were also stunned. I just planned to keep it as a collection before, but I didn't expect it would come in handy now. After saying that, Zhuo Zhixian fired a shot. There was a loud bang, which scared Zhuo Yong. The girls immediately hid behind Tang Zhe. Their delicate appearance did not arouse sympathy from the men, but made them even more impatient. However, the gun slowly pointed at Tang Zhe. Boss Zhuo, you're not going to kill me, are you? I haven't killed anyone yet, so let me experience it. I'll take good care of these women for you. Dad, I want these too. Zhuo Yong pointed at Sun Ting and Li Linger and said. Zhuo Zhixian looked at Tang Zhe and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet slowly shot out from the muzzle. Yes, it moves slowly. You guys are really boring. As Tang Zhe spoke, the golden bullet fell on the tiles, and the clear sound seemed to fall into everyone's hearts. Not only the men were dumbfounded, but even the girls were stunned. Is this the power of a vampire? It's so exaggerated that they can even control the bullets they shoot. You are the richest man in Huan City, but you did such a despicable thing. I am really disappointed. Sincerity can't be exchanged for sincerity. Tang Zhe sighed again and again. He thought that the law of the apocalypse might be wrong. It seems that the law of the apocalypse did not deceive him. He still has to continue to be a person without feelings. Zhuo Zhixian looked at Tang Zhe in disbelief, wondering why he didn't die. Was he hallucinating just now? A man near the door finally came to his senses and ran outside. Bang bang, 2 shots. The man was shot in the legs. Yi Qingyi's cold voice was like the cold weather. Don't you want to live here? Why are you leaving? Did I agree? The men looked at the gun in Yi Qingyi's hand and were all shocked. She actually had a gun too. Dad, why are you still standing there? Shoot! Zhuo Yong shouted. Zhuo Zhixian's thoughts finally returned to himself. He wanted to pull the trigger, but his fingers were unable to do it. No matter how hard he pressed, he couldn't do it. Tang Zhe stretched out his hand and pressed on the golden desert eagle, and took it in his hand easily. As expected of a golden desert eagle, it is indeed a bit heavy. Dad, what's wrong with you? Boss Zhuo. What are you doing? The men exclaimed in surprise. Did they just take away their guns like that? Zhuo Zhixian turned around and shouted fiercely, I don't know either. Tang Zhe came to Zhuo Yong holding the golden desert eagle. The latter looked at Tang Zhe in horror, and his pants gradually became wet. Tang Zhe just took out his pack of cigarettes from Zhuo Yong's down jacket and said, How dare you steal my cigarettes? Even if you pee in your pants now, it won't save you. Hearing Tang Zhe's words, Zhuo Yong felt ashamed and angry. When Tang Zhe turned around, he chopped him down with the Nepalese machete in his hand. Boom! What? The Nepalese machete fell to the ground. Zhuo Yong covered his bleeding right hand and looked at Sun Ting and the smoking pistol in her hand in panic. There are actually 2 guns. People like us actually came to rob the bandits' lair? These women look frail, but I didn't expect them to be so good at handling guns. Their cowardly looks just now were all pretended. You bitch, you hurt me. Zhuo Yong shouted, seemingly unaware of his situation. Sun Ting had wanted to do this for a long time. She slowly walked in front of Zhuo Yong with a pistol in hand and said, Kneel down. I would rather die than kneel. Boom. Son! Zhuo Zhixian screamed. Zhuo Yong opened his eyes, a red dot appeared on his forehead, and the back of his head seemed to be cut open. He didn't expect that this woman would actually dare to shoot. Reluctantly, Zhuo Yong fell to the ground, but his consciousness was still there. He watched Sun Ting's gun pointed at his head again. You are not worthy of taking off my clothes. Bang 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 bang. The empty magazine headshot shows how angry Sun Ting is. Li Linger's stomach started to churn when she saw this. Tang Zhe said calmly, bear with it. Hearing Tang Zhe's cold words, Li Linger seemed to see another Tang Zhe and suppressed the urge to vomit. I'll say it again, kneel down. Sun Ting glanced at all the men. At this time, the men no longer had the greed they had at the beginning. Instead, they were filled with infinite terror. Mr. Zhuo's son was actually shot in the head. This woman was cruel and ruthless, like a snake and scorpion. They all thought so in their hearts, but their knees were obedient. They all dropped the knives in their hands and knelt down. Shi Mengsen said coldly, my master treated you well and let you eat fresh fruits, but you repay him like this. It is outrageous to both humans and gods. When Zhuo Zhixian heard Shi Meng's name, he immediately looked up. She actually called him master? We were blind and didn't recognize the real talent. We won't do it again next time. Little brother, no, big brother, it was all Zhuo Zhixian's idea. We were all bewitched. Yes, it was he who proposed to rob you. We didn't know about it. Zhuo Zhixian's eyes were blazing with anger as he shouted, you bastards, you are now putting all the blame on me. You will not live a happy life. Tang Zhe took out a cigarette and lit it, then looked at Zhuo Zhixian and said, Boss Zhuo, when someone offers you a light, you should at least extend your hand. Isn't that the minimum respect? I was wrong. I will definitely do it next time. Ah? You still want me to pass you the fire? No, I'll pass it. I'll pass it. It's too late.
After saying that, he waved at Yichingi, and Yichingi obediently put the gun in Tang Zei's hand.
Tang Zei pulled Li Linger to his side and said, "You are new here.
Now is your first lesson, killing people."
Li Linger was frightened. Her hands couldn't help but tremble.
She dared not kill anyone.
"Take it." Tang Zei put the gun in front of Li Linger.
But Li Linger found that her strength seemed to have been drained, and it was difficult for her to even raise her hands, let alone hold the gun.
"I don't want to repeat it a second time." Tang Zei's voice became a little colder. Shi Meng suddenly held Li Linger's shoulders and said carefully, "Linger, don't be afraid, you can do it." "Sister Meng," Sun Ting said calmly, "if we were not stronger than them, what would the result be now? Think about it yourself."
Yes, if the master was not strong, he would have been insulted by these beasts and would not even know who his parents and enemies were until he died. Suddenly, Li Linger felt strength in her arms and she gripped the pistol tightly. Her gun-holding posture was quite standard. After all, she had practiced it when acting.
"Shoot," Tang Zei said lightly. Following Tang Zei's words, the men kneeling on the ground were terrified. As one man kowtowed and begged for mercy, the others followed suit and kowtowed, their scalps were broken. "Don't kill me.
I have parents and children to take care of.
My wife gave birth to a child yesterday.
Please don't kill me for the sake of the child." Faced with such a plea, Li Linger hesitated and couldn't bring herself to do it. And Bai suddenly said, "These words are already standard in the end times. I have heard them many times."
Tang Zei narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you going to avenge your parents? Now you don't even dare to kill people. If the murderer kneels in front of you and admits his mistake and begs for mercy, will you forgive him?" "No, I can't," Li Linger shouted. "Then shoot."
Li Linger tensed her arms and pressed her fingers on the trigger, but she couldn't press it down. Tang Zei sighed, put out the cigarette but waved at Sun Ting, and Sun Ting put the gun in Tang Zei's hand.
Tang Zei's next move left everyone baffled, staring blankly. Tang Zei pointed the gun in his hand at Li Linger's temple.
Li Linger could even feel the residual heat from the muzzle, and her face turned pale instantly. "Course," I said, "she can't fit in."
"Are you satisfied with this result?" Tang Zei looked at the other four women.
The reason why Li Linger could change so quickly must be that they gave the idea to others.
There was no need to find out who it was. The four women didn't say anything. They were just thinking, "Linger, just shoot. Everything will be fine." Tang Zei looked into Li Linger's eyes and said, "What problem can crying solve?
We are in different circles, so we can't force our way in.
You'd better not follow us and stay here.
But now that the rain has stopped, I guess someone will come here to rob you soon, and you will be robbed too. Why don't I send you off quickly so that you can go meet your parents earlier to avoid being insulted?"
Tang Zei just finished speaking, boom. "Ah!" Li Linger screamed and pulled the trigger frantically.
These shots seemed to shatter the weakness and compassion in her heart. The men kneeling on the ground felt that they were going to die, but as the gunshots disappeared, they opened their eyes and saw that they were fine. Looking left and right, everyone was fine. Because it's just blind opening. Kakaka, although the magazine was empty, Li Linger still kept pulling the trigger. "Change her magazine,"
Tang Zei said calmly. He thought that firing the gun would be the end of it? How naive.
And Bai immediately walked up to change the magazine and gave Li Linger an encouraging hug. The men thought it was over, but they didn't expect them to replace the magazine with a new one.
Isn't this cheating? Think about your parents, who were also killed by cruel people like them. As a daughter, think about this carefully, boom.
The first kneeling man on the left was shot in the head and fell down.
There is some accuracy, it seems that he has practiced before.
Besides, it is only a short distance, about 5 or 6 meters. But the recoil still made Li Linger's arms lift very high.
Tang Zei said softly, "Keep your center of gravity." Li Linger didn't say anything and started again. The second one fell.
At this moment, Li Linger's eyes became firm, completely different from her previous weak eyes.
It was as if she had grown up at that moment and integrated into this doomsday environment. It was either you die or I die, there was no third option. Don't kill me, I will give you money and company. I am worth hundreds of billions, I will give you whatever you want. Zhuo Zhixian watched people fall down one by one, no longer caring about the title of the richest man, his forehead was bleeding. But Li Linger, with cold eyes, pointed the gun at Zhuo Zhixian and pulled the trigger. Zhuo Zhixian closed his eyes tightly, but heard a click. It turned out that he had run out of bullets. However, that shot made Zhuo Zhixian shit and piss all over. He had never felt death so close to him. If time could go back, he would never come here. This is not a sheepfold, it's full of tigers. Tanza would like to correct something slightly. It is a tiger, but it is a white tiger. No more bullets. Li Linger's eyes looked empty, as if her soul had been locked up by herself. Tang Zhe took Li Linger's gun and said, "De Meng Meng, take her to rest." It is good. Shi Meng pulled Li Linger to the side, and Li Linger pointed at Zhuo Zhixian and said dully, there is one more who was not killed by me. Linger, be good. Don't worry about him. You need to have a good rest now. No, the master will not want me, the master will kill me. Li Linger was in a trance and felt like she was about to collapse at any time. Tang Zhe naturally realized it. You go too. Ah. I didn't expect that Li Linger would be forced into this state. Tang Zhe sighed. If a woman wants to protect herself in this doomsday, this is a compulsory course. Walking to Zhuo Zhixian looked up and begged for mercy. Big boom. Before he could finish his words, he was shot in the head by his own golden desert eagle. Tang Zhe didn't want to waste time talking to such a person. You guys clean up, I'm going to go out for a walk. Tang Zhe said lightly, and walked directly out of the living room filled with the smell of blood. His good mood was gone with the arrival of this group of people. Tang Zhe walked out the door and looked up at the night sky. It felt like he hadn't seen such a bright full moon in a long time. The ground was illuminated by the moonlight. It was truly a night for murder. Walk directly across the middle of the road and come to the villa opposite, which is Zhuo Zhixian's home. The door lock obviously couldn't stop Tang Zhe's footsteps, and the room was completely dark. A woman's voice sounded from the living room, with expectation. Honey, did you kill the guy across the street? I heard a lot of gunshots. Tang Zhe walked into the living room without saying a word. The moonlight shone through the glass, and Tang Zhe saw a woman wrapped in a quilt. She didn't seem to be very old, probably in her early 30s. It was like an old cow eating young grass. Who are you? My husband has a gun. The woman also saw the stranger Tang Zhe and immediately stepped back. Are you talking about this one? Tang Zhe raised his hand. The moonlight shone on the golden desert eagle, making it look very unique. The woman stared blankly at the gun in Tang Zhe's hand. Sister-in-law, don't be afraid, I don't kill women. After a while, a gunshot was heard in the villa. Tang Zhe also walked out of the villa, took a deep breath, and walked back to Li Linger's villa. The body was thrown on the lawn outside. Tang Zhe walked into the house and saw Sun Ting in by mopping the floor, while Li Linger's violent crying came from upstairs. Tang Zhe smiled and said that it would be better if he cried. Not long after, Shi Meng and Yi Qingyi came downstairs, and Li Linger followed them. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, with red and swollen eyes, looking very pitiful. Go and clean up. Tang Zhe said lightly without looking at Li Linger. Facing Tang Zhe's disregard, Li Linger bit her red lips slightly and lowered her head in silence. Shi Meng said softly, go ahead. I won't blame you. He likes to scare people the most. Yi Qingyi followed up. Although Tang Zhe likes to scare people, no one knows when he will really do it, and that's what's scary. Li Linger took a deep breath and walked to Tang Zhe in small steps. Tang Zhe still didn't look up and whispered, go clean up first, and we'll talk about the rest later. Tears as big as beans fell down her beautiful face, and Li Linger said with a choked voice, I'm sorry, I was wrong. What's wrong? This made the other 4 women stunned. It seemed that these 3 words were women's lines in the past. I'm timid, I like to cry. You're known for your adaptability, right? I don't want to be on the road with a crying woman.
Li Linger wiped away her tears immediately, and she looked like a child while wiping her tears.
The night is still long, and the test for you is not over yet.
The rain won't stop for a while. Tang Zhe looked at the strange full moon outside the house, as if it knew that it was pitch black and emitting light to encourage humans to engage in a bloody fight.
The girls looked out the window.
The rain only stopped for more than 10 minutes last time, but this time it lasted more than 20 minutes. They were afraid that the streets and alleys were in chaos now.
Has just begun. I won't let you down again,
Li Linger said respectfully.
Tang Zhe patted Li Linger's head, which made Li Linger relax a little.
She was really scared before. As Tang Zhe waved his hand, 5 automatic rifles appeared on the coffee table, 416 Hong Kong dollars. There are accessories on the side, including muzzles, scopes, grips, magazines, and more than 10 boxes of 5.56 bullets.
After cleaning, each of them will have one. The one who gets the most kills will be rewarded with a wish.
This reward was undoubtedly a great temptation.
The 5 girls quickly wiped the floor, sprayed it with freshener, and replaced the carpet.
Soon they were sitting around the coffee table, each with an ammunition box next to them, loading bullets into the magazines. Not only Li Linger was unfamiliar with automatic rifles, but Xi Meng had never played with this kind of gun either.
And Bai was responsible for teaching Li Linger, and Sun Ting taught Xi Meng.
There was definitely not enough time to teach the disassembly knowledge, so they just taught some simple designs. It's better to install a red dot sight, use a right angle grip and a long muzzle.
The accuracy will be higher.
And Bai equipped Li Linger with weapons like an old hand.
Sister Xiao Bai, how do you know so much? And Bai proudly put his hands on his hips and said, who said girls can't play with guns? Besides, I like the masters the best. This made the girls present burst out laughing.
Tang Zhe was wiping his saber with a handkerchief and also smiled after hearing this.
What dirty girls!
Go outside and fire a few shots to get used to the recoil. Don't make a fool of yourself later,
Tang Zhe reminded.
And Bai and the other 3 had a day to get used to it, but Xi Meng and Li Linger didn't have even a day.
The people outside could come at any time. After opening the door, Xi Meng and Li Linger raised their guns and indeed felt that the automatic rifle had some weight. Boom!
The sound of gunfire was particularly unique in the dark night, making people living nearby look frightened, not knowing whether it was firecrackers or gunshots.
Feeling the recoil of an automatic rifle for the first time, Xi Meng and Li Linger were genuinely frightened. The sound of the gunshot was completely different from that of a pistol.
Hold the handle tightly, and press down when shooting continuously to prevent the muzzle from rising.
And Bai turned into Cochin and gave instructions.
He and Sun Ting dragged a few corpses to the middle of the road as targets.
Bang bang bang.
The continuous sound of gunfire scared away the crowd that was about to come in to rob, thinking that a gunfight had broken out in the villa complex.
Looking at the kitchen knife in their hands, they thought, forget it, they are simply going to die.
Throughout Huan City, people have already walked out of their homes, and their first destination is supermarkets, convenience stores, large shopping malls, etc. Therefore, the most intense snatching wars occurred in these places. It was normal for 7 or 8 people to die for a bottle of mineral water. Compared with these unorganized snatchings, many communities have formed their own groups to fight, which is much more efficient than lone wolves. But if communities collide with each other, a fight is inevitable. In the half hour since the rain stopped, the death toll in the entire Huan City has reached 3,000 to 4,000.
The number is still rising and will soon exceed 10,000.
The streets were littered with corpses. Some starving people were searching the corpses for food, but they found nothing.
This hungry group of people ate people directly on the street.
The scene was disgusting and terrifying. And such situations are becoming more and more common.
After all, not everyone has the ability to grab food.
After being locked up at home for so many days, they don't have the strength to grab things when they come out. Those who are weak have never stood up after falling down.
The end of the world. It seems like this time has really come. Happy community.
There were at least 30 vehicles with only wheels parked outside the street,
and in front of all the cars was a Leotul. But there was a bloody human head hanging behind the old man's car, which made people extremely uncomfortable. In the community, inhumane killing and looting were taking place at this time. This group of people left no one alive and killed everyone, regardless of gender, and then collected supplies. The leading man was probably in his 30s. He wore a black coat and had a neat crew cut. There was no extra expression on his tough face. In his right hand he held a tang sword. The scabbard was a bit old, indicating that the sword was quite old. Many people following him were armed with various cold weapons, including the green dragon crescent blade, which was used to chop off the head of an owner. It was clear that this man had a very standard posture and practiced a lot in his daily life. "Please, please don't kill me. I can be your woman and you can let me do anything." A woman in her 20s knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The man's eyes were calm. He quickly drew his sword and chopped it off. The woman's head rolled to the ground. "Don't leave any supplies behind." Luo Chang reminded again, shook off the blood on the blade, and sheathed it handsomely. "Yes, Mr. Luo. This group of people are from a martial arts school. There are a few teachers in the team, and the rest are young students. There have been several fights in the school these days, and finally only these people were left. I thought they were going to starve to death in the school, but unexpectedly, when the rain stopped, they immediately rushed into the city and killed anyone they met without any hesitation." The Lao Tula was Luo Chang's car, and the heads hung on the back were all his defeated enemies, 2 of whom were his former colleagues. By the way, leave a few women behind. After all, they are all young men full of vigor and vitality. But don't overdo it, otherwise your hands and feet will become weak. Luo Chang said lightly, kicked the woman's head aside, and continued to walk upstairs. Soon, the entire community became quiet. Basically everything was cleared out, and all the supplies were moved downstairs. Several boys carried the woman and threw her directly into the trunk. "Lao Luo, we've gained a lot this time." The speaker was another teacher, named Yutong. He had amazing grappling skills. It wasn't easy to make it out of the school, as they were all masters. Luo Chang looked at the full moon in the night sky, grab more before it rains. These few women are still a little insufficient. The students more or less want one each. Luo Chang frowned and said seriously, "Those who practice martial arts should stay away from women. Let them all die in women's bellies." Yutong didn't know what to say after hearing this. This statement was correct before, but now that everyone has come out to fight, they have to let go. At this time, a fat boy next to them suggested, "Teacher Luo, teacher Yu, let's go to the rich people's community. I heard that the women there are also beautiful, right, classmates?" Upon hearing this, the boys were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They thought it was a good decision to learn martial arts in the first place. Now it became a way of survival. "Lao Luo, let the students indulge themselves for one night, don't be so strict." Luo Chang glanced at Yutong, who smiled and said, "Let's go to Shanhu community. That's where the rich people in Huan City live. If we kill those people, we can also live in that luxurious community." "Then go ahead. I hope Shanhu community hasn't been taken over by others." Luo Chang sighed. At this time, a man came out crawling. "Invincible still running. I'll cut off your hands and feet." The classmate who was chasing after him shouted angrily, his body covered in blood. Luo Chang waved his hand and his classmates stopped chasing. Yutong shook his head helplessly and started again. "I'll give you a chance to live," Luo Chang said calmly as he walked up to the man. "What?" The man was filled with fear and anger. His wife and children had just been killed by these beasts. A knife was thrown in front of the man. "In a one-on-one duel, if you win, I die, and if I win, you die." The man looked at the knife in front of him, which still had his wife's blood on it, and immediately grasped it in his hand. The anger in his eyes completely suppressed his fear. "Okay." The man held the knife with both hands, and it was obvious from his posture that it would not work. Luo Chang slowly pushed the knife out with his thumb and held the handle with his right hand. "I forgot to tell you, within 5 steps, I am invincible." As soon as the words fell, a silver light flashed. The man's head rolled down with his eyes wide open, and Luo Cheng put the man's head on a harness and tied it to the back of the car. "Let's go to Shanhu Community," Luo Cheng shouted, and the convoy drove towards Shanhu Community in a mighty manner. When a convoy of this size is on the road, basically no one dares to touch it, unless there is a more powerful force. Obviously, there is no very strong force for the time being, and the potentially strong forces have almost been destroyed by my brothers. Soon, the convoy arrived at Shanhu Community. Luo Cheng saw people constantly running out of the community, vomiting as they ran, as if they had seen some disgusting scene. Luo Cheng stopped the car, and the convoy behind him also stopped. "Let's go in and take a look," Luo Cheng said calmly. He walked into the community and found someone running out of the garage. Luo Cheng and Yutong looked at each other, then nodded and walked towards the underground garage. As soon as I walked to the garage entrance, I smelled a pungent smell of blood and stench. Luo Cheng and Yutong frowned, but still chose to go in. Soon they saw a scene that looked like hell. Some students vomited directly. They didn't vomit when they killed someone just now, but they couldn't bear it when they saw the scene in front of them. Luo Cheng and Yutong stepped on the coagulated blood and looked at the bullet shells on the ground with frowns on their faces. "It seems that someone is much faster than us," Yutong said in a low voice. Luo Cheng didn't see it that way. These people didn't just die. I think they died yesterday. And there are so many bullet shells and guns at the scene. "Lao Luo, come and see," Yutong suddenly shouted. Luo Cheng immediately walked over and looked around. His gaze gradually became different. Luo Cheng squatted on the ground and reached out to touch the wound on the corpse. What a sharp knife! The whole body was cut in half horizontally. The strength is definitely not that of an ordinary person. "There are still many here." Yutong couldn't believe it. Most of these people were chopped in half. They had such strong arm strength. Luo Cheng also saw it. These people must have been very desperate before they died. They would not die immediately after being chopped in half. Instead, they would see the other half of their body slowly die. What a cruel method. "If you meet this person, are you sure?" Yutong asked. "From now on, it seems that this man is stronger than me, but he doesn't seem to have any skills. He just swings his sword. As I said, I am invincible within 5 steps." Luo Cheng did not observe the corpse anymore and walked outside. The smell inside was indeed bad. After hearing this, Yutong felt relieved and followed him. It seemed that this community was no longer of any value. Nearby, 2 classmates looked at the hole in the wall. "What on earth poked this out? A drill? I don't look like a drill. Why do I look like a blade? Knife? Stick one in there and show me. This is a concrete wall." The classmate pointed at the bodies at his feet and said, "Look at these 4 bodies. The wounds are all in a line. If I'm guessing correctly, the 4 of them were standing in a line, and the murderer suddenly swung out the knife, and the blade pierced through their heads and stabbed into the wall." Hearing this, the boy slowly clapped his hands. "Why don't you write a novel? Your imagination is amazing. What do you know? This is called reasoning. Then you can slowly reason among the dead. I can't stand this anymore." The classmate had no choice but to leave, but he couldn't help but look back at the hole in the wall. This is probably not something a human can do. Coming outside and breathing in the fresh air, I feel like I've come alive. Where should we go now? Should we continue to fight for the residential area? Yutong asked. Now they are racing against time. Luo Cheng thought deeply and said, "Well, we should continue to rob and get enough supplies. I feel that the weather will get colder and colder. If we don't have enough supplies, we will be frozen to death. Students, get in the car, we'll continue to grab the community." "Teacher, I also heard that there is a rich community where all the rich people live in villas." Luo Cheng raised his hand to stop him and said in a deep voice, "Our first task is to collect supplies. We can go if it's convenient for us." In the villa, Yi Qingyi was playing the piano elegantly, and the 416 Hong Kong dollars was placed on the piano lid. The two different items looked very different when put together. But it would be different if it was accompanied by the screams outside. The robbery in the villa area started early. Because this villa is located in the interior, Tangze deliberately turned off the lights before they got here. He did not want to attract fire from other rich people. The open door let in the beautiful piano music, which had already been heard by someone. Brother, listen. In a villa not far away, 7 or 8 men were collecting supplies. The owner and his family had all been hacked to death on the spot. The eldest brother also heard it and said with a smile, "Rich people play elegant games. Brothers, let's go and take a look." The group loaded the supplies into the truck. The piano music was not too far away, so they soon arrived at the entrance of the villa. Unlike other houses, the doors were not closed, and there were more than a dozen bodies lying on the grass outside. "Brother, this feels a bit weird," the younger brother said vigilantly. The eldest brother disagreed. "Why are you pretending? You're just playing the piano. There are corpses outside. We're filming a movie. Come with me." After saying that, the eldest brother took the brunt of the attack and walked directly up the steps into the house. Just as he was about to step into the house, he felt a chill on his forehead. The eldest brother's heart was about to jump out, and he slowly looked up into the darkness. Gun, barrel. The eldest brother could not help but step back slowly. The person in the darkness also revealed his face. After seeing it, the eldest brother seemed to forget his fear. What a beautiful face, exactly like the stars on TV. "Brother, what are you doing?" The younger brothers stood behind and watched their eldest brother retreating, feeling very worried. Li Linger solved her timid problem by imagining that she was acting and her role today was a ruthless female killer. "Beauty, give me a toy gun." The eldest brother smiled a little reluctantly. "Then try it and see if it's a toy gun." Before the eldest brother could answer, Li Linger pulled the trigger, bang. The younger brother behind him stood still as if he had been struck by lightning, and the back of the eldest brother's head exploded. Before the sluggish little brothers started running, Li Linger pulled the trigger and fired, bang bang bang. After the last shot was fired, there was still a little brother standing there at a loss. Li Linger unloaded the magazine and took out a full magazine from his waist. Boom! Simmons appeared from the side and solved the problem easily. "See, it's not that difficult." Tangze patted Li Linger's shoulders. Li Linger loaded the bullet and suddenly turned back and kissed Tangze. "I won't let you down." Then she walked out the door. Tangze was stunned for a moment. "I'm acting like a queen now." She Meng teased, leaving a lip print on Tangze's cheek, and followed Li Linger out. The sound of the piano in the room disappeared, and Yi Qingyi walked out with a gun in her hand. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail. She stood on tiptoe and gave Tangze a deep kiss, then followed him handsomely. Tangze's mouth twitched. "What the hell are you doing? You're just trying to show off, right? You know what, he is really handsome." Sun Ting and Anbai stood on both sides with smiles on their faces. They stood on tiptoe for a kiss and ran out with cheerful laughter. Tangze slowly took out a cigarette and lit it, with a smile on his face. In less than 10 minutes, car lights slowly appeared and complaints could be heard. "Fuck, we're too late. All these villas have been robbed. I told you to come earlier. If you don't believe me, the rich people will definitely be the first to grab it." The 4 cars started and stopped, and finally drove over. "There seems to be a woman standing on the side of the road," the man in the passenger seat exclaimed. Shi Meng ran over with a hint of panic. The man in the car was amazed when he saw Shi Meng. He was so amazed that he could see such a beauty now. "Beauty, do you want a ride?" He said this while starting to look for the knife. Just as Simmons was about to speak, the gun slipped from his back, which made Simmons smile bitterly. The men in the car were stunned when they saw the black guy. "Sorry, it's not tied tightly." Simmons raised the gun. "Fuck!" The men in the car picked up knives and tried to rush out, but they were greeted with ruthless bullets. Bang, 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 they all turned into a hornet's nest. A man got out of the second car and was about to greet Shimeng when he saw Shimeng holding a gun and shooting into the car. He then stood there in a daze. Shimeng looked at the man and smiled. Why aren't you running away? The man reacted immediately, turned around and ran, but Simmons had already replaced the magazine with a new one, and with a bang, the man fell to the ground. The three cars behind hurriedly reversed, but only the wheels were left, spinning wildly. Don't be in a hurry to leave, little brothers. From the men's perspective, a few more beautiful women walked out, but they were holding nightmares in their hands. No! No! Don't kill me! Go out and kill them! Kill them! The car was in chaos, but the gunshots had already started, leaving no chance. Tang Zhe sat on the steps smoking a cigarette. It seemed that they had adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse. Not only were there 5 more bed warmers, but there were also 5 more thugs. Even the timid Linger had begun to adapt. It seems that I was not lying to myself. His adaptability is really amazing. He didn't even blink. In less than 2 minutes, all the robbers were dealt with by the 5 girls. Li Linger finally experienced the feeling of being in control of her own destiny. Before, she was worried every day, afraid that someone would break into the house and do something bad to her. Now I am not afraid anymore, and I can even fight back. I am very brave and I can avenge my parents. Linger is so awesome. You've killed more people than me. Sun Ting patted Li Linger's shoulder and teased. Li Linger was very modest. Sister Ting taught well. Get ready, there will be more people coming. Sun Ting looked at the full moon in the sky. It seemed to be getting brighter and brighter. There was no sign of rain at all. If it didn't rain, the killing would not stop. Not long after, I saw car lights and heard voices. However, what followed was a series of gunshots and even grenades being thrown. It was so brutal. Others hold knives and you hold guns. The collision between cold weapons and hot weapons is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Tang Zhe did not make any move, but he already felt the loneliness of a master. It seemed impossible when he watched TV before, but now he experienced it personally and realized that it was indeed possible. We might as well eat something. It's so late, let's have some barbecue. After you've killed them, come over and eat something to replenish your energy. Tang Zhe shouted to the girls. And Bai let out an "oh" and shot the man who was begging for mercy, then he jumped towards Tang Zhe and started smoking a bottle of snowflower. Don't get drunk. Tang Zhe reminded while grilling beef. And Bai said carelessly, a bottle of beer can't knock me down. Only the master can knock others down. I have to learn from Sister Xiaobai. Li Linger also ran over and asked to be her apprentice in order to please her master. Tang Zhe coughed lightly. Don't learn from her, the more you learn, the worse it will be. I'm going to be bad, the kind that's always bad. Sister Meng, come over and have some barbecue. The owner is feeding us. Tang Zhe didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now you guys are making fun of me. Eating barbecue, drinking beer, and looking at the full moon, this is simply the perfect date, but my brother Zhe is only dating 5 girls. It's not only my brother Zhe's daily life, but also other people's dreams. Not long after, the car lights came on again. From the sound, it could be heard that there were quite a few cars coming, not just 3 or 4, but probably 30 or 40. You all hide well. Tang Zhe wanted to see where this group of people came from. The 5 girls dispersed to the surrounding villas, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Soon, the girls saw the car in front, a Leotol? But what's hanging behind it? As the moonlight illuminated, the girls were shocked. It turned out to be a human head. Is it so perverted? Tang Zhe was still standing on the roadside barbecuing as if it was an ordinary night, completely ignoring the oncoming vehicles. Luo Cheng frowned and looked around. There were many corpses on the ground and many cars parked on the side of the road. The people inside seemed to be dead too. After stopping the car, Luo Cheng jumped off the old man's chair and looked towards Tanza not far away. Besides the smell of blood, there was also the smell of barbecue in the air. His stomach couldn't help but growl. As Luo Chang got off the bus, the students behind him also got off one after another. Yu Tong walked up to Luo Chang and said, "Everything here has been robbed, so it's of no value." "Look at that." "Ha? Are they barbecuing?" Yu Tong looked at Tang Zhe in surprise. It was already this time and there was a lot of fighting outside, but there were still people barbecuing. Luo Chang looked at the corpses on the ground, then looked at Tang Zhe, and felt that this man was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. "Classmates, we have barbecue tonight," Yu Tong shouted with a laugh. Everyone hadn't eaten meat for a long time. "Meet me." After hearing this, the classmates immediately cheered and ran towards Tang Zhe without waiting for Luo Chang to stop them, with weapons raised in their hands. Tang Zhe took a sip of the sugar-free happy water, wiped his mouth with a tissue, drew out the saber beside him, and walked towards a group of young people who were rushing towards him. When the classmates saw Tang Zhe holding a saber, they were not afraid. Instead, they shouted excitedly and rushed towards Tang Zhe. "Kill!" the young man shouted in a low voice with his blood boiling. Tang Zhe chopped down and the classmate raised his knife to block, but he froze the next moment. The knife was cut off by Tang Zhe, let alone the person. The three boys who were charging next to them were all stunned. Being distracted during a fight can be fatal. Tang Zhe's saber chopped down mercilessly, and 4 bodies fell to the ground. Luo Chang looked at Tang Zhe with a serious expression. "He is," Yu Tong said in a horrified tone. Luo Chang took a deep breath. It was just as he thought. He had brute force but could only chop. "I'll go deal with him," Luo Chang said calmly. "Be careful, this guy is evil," Yu Tong said worriedly. After all, thinking back to that parking lot, it might be a nightmare of his life. Luo Chang nodded, holding the Tang sword and walked towards Tang Zhe with steady steps and sharp eyes. With a distance of 5 meters between them, both of them stopped. "You're very strong, but you don't have any moves." Luo Chang started teaching directly, with an attitude as if he was recruiting students. Tang Zhe looked at Luo Chang's clothes and the knife in his hand, and said lightly, "You seem to have some strength." "Indeed, there is a little bit, so I wanted to meet you." "Ha, you are the first person to challenge me. If you win, I will die, but if I win, all of you will die." Tang Zhe smiled kindly. Luo Chang frowned after hearing this. After all, this was his catchphrase, and he actually fell for it. "Teacher Luo, kill him. He is too arrogant. He wants us to die. Cut it into pieces and show off in front of me." The classmates cursed one after another. In their hearts, Teacher Luo was like a god, an expert among experts. Luo Chang raised his arms, and the shouting disappeared instantly. "Okay. I agree, but I have one request. If I win, you don't have to die. You just have to be my little brother." "Okay." Tang Zhe agreed readily. "Just a friendly reminder to you, within 5 steps, I am invincible." "Ha, then I'm looking forward to your performance." Tang Zhe's smile became even more intense. A duel was about to begin. The moonlight shone on the 2 men, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Even the girls hiding in the villa were nervous. Even though they knew that Tang Zhe was very powerful, they were still nervous to death, fearing that Tang Zhe would scratch their skin. Luo Chang knew that the man in front of him was very powerful, so he planned to go all out. He was very strong, so he just had to dodge the knife. That is when he will die. Wait for him to draw his knife. Tang Zhe watched as Luo Chang didn't draw his sword, but instead circled around him in strange steps. Raise the knife and cut down. Luo Chang saw it, the time has come. With a clang, Luo Chang dodged while drawing his sword, slashing Tang Zhe's neck. He had no intention of taking a younger brother in. He just wanted to confuse his opponent and make him think that it didn't matter if he lost. Suddenly, Luo Chang felt a chill in his waist. Why was he falling? Why did his blade deviate so much and just pass along his shoulder? With a dull thud, Luo Chang fell to the ground, his eyes looking at his lower body and his scattered intestines. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There was absolutely no way that he could stop the sword after it was slashed down. With such great inertia, it was too late for him to retract the sword. But when I drew my sword, his sword seemed to stop and then cut my waist. How could he stop? This is the most basic inertia. Why didn't he obey? Why did this happen? Why did I die? It hurts a little. If you met someone else, he would be invincible within 5 steps. Unfortunately, you are matched with me. Tang Zhe looked down at the dying Luo Chang. Although he didn't know his name, this man had some courage. After hearing Tang Zhe's words, Luo Chang died in confusion. Yu Tong, who was behind, was unable to react in time. It happened too fast. He didn't even see what happened before Luo Chang was killed. The students were all stunned. Teacher Luo was very strong in the school. He could fight against more than 10 teachers alone, but he died in an instant. The idol in their hearts was killed instantly, which was a huge blow to the students, as if the world collapsed at that moment. Looking at Tang Zhe approaching, Yu Tong shouted angrily to dispel his fear, and shouted in a low voice with his 5 fingers forming claws, "Then let me experience your sword." Tang Zhe raised his saber again, and Yu Tong grabbed Tang Zhe's wrist with a gorgeous step, feeling secretly delighted. But suddenly I realized that I was only holding his wrist but couldn't move it, just like a piece of steel. You don't even need a knife. Do you look down on me so much? Tang Zhe turned to look at Yu Tong and said lightly. Yu Tong's heart beat faster and felt Tang Zhe's deathly gaze. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. Before he could react, his wrist was grabbed. Ah! Yu Tong screamed, his wrist was broken and his white bones were exposed. Tang Zhe grabbed the other arm, pulled it off, and kicked the opponent's legs in half. In the eyes of the students, Teacher Yu, who was second only to Teacher Luo, had his limbs broken and was grabbed by the neck by that man. Keep what you promised to others, kill. Tang Zhe said in a deep voice. Bang 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 bang. In the villas on both sides, ruthless bullets were fired, and half of the people fell down instantly. The other half hid around the vehicles, but they were also very scared. Yes, they must have guns. At this time, a classmate said, "What did I say?" He was the one who made the hole. Even Teacher Luo is no match for him. It's over. We are doomed. When he didn't hear a reply, the classmate patted his friend next to him, but his friend stumbled and fell, with 2 bullet wounds in the face and a look of deep fear in his eyes. When the student turned around, he saw the raised saber. At this moment, the student discovered that the saber was similar to the mark on the wall. My reasoning turned out to be correct. Then I felt dizzy and saw blood gushing out of my body. The girls in the villa walked out to clear the area one after another. Facing the young men rushing towards them with cold weapons, they pulled the trigger without even a tremor in their brows. There were also some people throwing flying knives, which scared the girls at first, but they found that the knives fell to the ground before they reached them. Without thinking too much, they must have been the owners of those knives using that terrifying ability, so they had nothing to worry about anymore. Bullet shells kept falling under the high heels. These young men had no time to appreciate those beautiful long legs, because every step they took could take 2 or 3 lives. Their slender fingers had become death horns, and their angelic faces seemed to have turned into succubus from hell. Of clouds, this is the feeling of controlling the life and death of others. Shi Mang and Li Linger finally experienced it. They no longer have to worry about other people's thoughts, nor do they have to be afraid of men's threats, because they are the threat. With the last gunshot, the shell fell on the body with a puff of smoke. Tang Zhe held a saber in his hand, his body splattered with blood, his eyes without any emotion, as if he had turned into an emotionless killing machine. The girls looked at Tang Zhe among the corpses, and their beautiful eyes couldn't help but become strange, with a hint of fascination and a hint of admiration. The end of the world has come. I have seen too many different kinds of men, some are good, some are selfish, some are cruel, and he seems to have them all. At first I was really disgusted and was always thinking about how to escape from his clutches, but now I don't want to escape anymore. I want to stay with this terrifying and fascinating man. Tang Zhe didn't look at the girls, nor did he want to know what they were thinking. He stabbed the saber into the corpse next to him and took out a cigarette and lit it. A wisp of smoke slowly rose up. Tang Zhe drew out his saber, and vaguely saw another vehicle driving in. It's not over yet. Tang Zhe reminded lightly. The girls came to their senses and began to count the ammunition. A new round of killing began here. Gradually, the road was covered with corpses, like the gate to hell. There was no shortage of people coming to rob the villa area. By the time Tang Zhe arrived at the door of the villa, the blood had already flowed outside. Now no one dared to enter the villa area. After all, looking at the corpses scattered inside, one could tell that something bad was bound to happen. Although there are supplies and beautiful women in the fantasy, compared with one's own life, they don't seem that important, and it would be the same if one robbed other places. So one convoy after another arrived at the entrance of the villa, but as soon as they saw the bodies lying at the entrance, they immediately turned around and left. Tang Zhe and his group returned to the villa, and everyone seemed to be still excited. Who is first? Tang Zhe asked while drinking water. Li Linger immediately reported excitedly, I killed 109 of them. Great, how about you guys? Shi Meng said embarrassedly, I forgot to count. I forgot too. Yi Cheng agreed. Looking at Anbai and Sun Ting, they also shrugged their shoulders. Li Linger immediately understood, sisters, let me go. Then you can't let them down. Tell me, what is your wish? Tang Zhe didn't expect that he would give this opportunity to a newcomer, especially a woman as thoughtful as Shi Meng. Li Linger never thought that she could get first place, and now she is a little confused. Linger, tell me quickly. Anbai said with a smile. He was very curious about Li Linger's wish. As long as he said it, the master would definitely satisfy it. I want the master to love me again. After saying this, Li Linger wished she could dive into the pile of corpses, her pretty face flushed red. The four girls were also stunned after hearing this, and then they started to make a fuss, shouting, Linger, you were so good at coaxing the master, we all underestimated you. Tang Zhe was also surprised, but he also hugged Li Linger's waist and said, okay. Li Linger buried her head in Tang Zhe's chest, even though it was already stained red with blood. It feels like if you go to hell, I will go to hell with you. Although we have only known each other for one day, it seems like we have been together for a long time. This is the man who can change your life. Tang Zhe really likes a girl like Li Linger, but he has to treat her equally. That night, Tang Zhe used up 3% of his energy bar, which caused the girls to be unable to lift even a finger. A ray of dazzling sunlight made Tang Zhe frown and he turned over subconsciously. 2 seconds later, Tang Zhe suddenly opened his eyes and looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar bedroom and the sunlight coming in from the window. It feels like going back to the time before the end of the world, when I still had to get up and deliver takeout. I raised my hand and touched the sunlight, and it felt no different from before. Is this how the end of the world is going to end? The sound of a gunshot made Tang Zhe pause for a moment. He stood up and walked to the window to look out. He saw the road full of corpses and a few sneaky figures vaguely around the villa. Sun Ting was shooting. I twisted my sore neck. I didn't get much rest last night. I was busy until 7 in the morning and didn't go to bed until 4 in the afternoon now. Tang Zhe walked downstairs and saw Li Linger cooking, Xiaobai helping to cut vegetables, Yi Qingyi and Shi Meng loading magazines. Everyone had a clear division of labor. You're not tired even though you got up so early. Tang Zhe teased as he came downstairs. The girls gave us coquettish looks, saying, it's our fate to be so miserable. Sooner or later, we will die suddenly at work. At this time, Sun Ting pushed the door open and a strong chill blew in, causing Tang Zhe to shiver. There was sunshine outside, but it felt even colder than last night. What's the temperature now? It's about 20 below zero. Sun Ting breathed a sigh of relief. It was much better inside the house. It was really freezing outside and it was windy. Shi Meng sighed, I estimate that the temperature will drop to minus 40 degrees tonight. Then are you going to let me live? Anbai looked depressed, not even realizing that he was only wearing a tank top and was in a half-ball state. Yi Qingyi frowned as she silently loaded the magazine. Tang Zhe naturally knew why. He had originally planned to leave for Yunhai City today, and had already arrived there. Get ready, we are going to Yunhai City. Tang Zai patted Yi Qingyi's head.
Tang Zai, can definitely do what I promised. Sure enough, when she heard Tang Zai preparing to move, Yi Qingyi finally smiled, thank you.
I like thank you in action.
Yi Qingyi rushed over directly, hugged Tang Zai's neck with both hands, and offered her sweet red lips. This undoubtedly attracted teasing boos from the girls. Sun Ting even shouted, it seems that Yi has fallen in love with someone else. This made Yi Qingyi so embarrassed that she chased after him and beat him. Since there are more people now, Tangza also plans to change a car, but it still has to be comfortable, preferably with a big bed.
Soon, Tangza decided on an RV.
It has a double-layer design and a Doomsday style.
It also has tracks and fully automatic driving. The interior of the car is luxuriously decorated. The first floor is the living room, which is equipped with an entertainment room, a tea and card room, and even a KTV. The second floor was converted into a transparent bedroom by Tang Zai. Even if 20 more girls come, it doesn't matter. It's a real Doomsday fortress. The end of the world when such a car was parked outside, Li Linger felt that Tang Zai had a Doraemon pocket on his body. It was so magical. The other girls seemed to be used to it, so there was nothing to be surprised about when it happened to Tang Zai. Although I was really surprised to see this car. After getting on the bus, the girls took off their down jackets and enjoyed the heating. And Bai threw herself on the soft carpet and rolled over, it feels like traveling. Yes, others are alive, and we are alive too.
Sun Ting sighed.
Fortunately, she knocked on Tang Zai's door that day.
It was God who opened a door for her to survive. If God gives me another chance, I will still choose to knock on the door of life. Not only Sun Ting had this feeling, but Bai and Yi Qingyi also had the same feeling. If it weren't for Tang Zai, beautiful girls like them wouldn't know if they would still be alive now, and might even have been eaten.
Set off!
With a roar, the wide tracks began to move and rolled directly over the corpse. I thought the car would shake a little, but there was no such feeling at all, it was like walking on flat ground. After all, the weight of the car body is not comparable to that of the Golden Maybach. It is even heavier than a tank, and the ordinary cement road is directly cracked by it. In a moment, the tracks were covered with blood and flesh, and the crushed corpses were embedded in the ground, making it impossible to shake this steel behemoth. Seeing this result, Tang Zai said that he should have taken it out and enjoyed it a long time ago. It is no better than a small car.
The only downside is that it's a bit slow.
With 2 traces of blood, the car drove out of the villa area, ignoring the cars parked on the road and directly crashing into them.
Wow, that's awesome. Xiao Bai clapped his hands excitedly, as innocent as a little kid. Shi Meng was shocked.
She was really no match for Tang Zai.
Fortunately, she had such a good face, otherwise she wouldn't even have a train ticket. To get to the highway, you have to pass through the city.
When this huge thing appeared, people's eyes were dull.
How could there be such a thing?
You could vaguely see someone sitting inside. There were quite a few people standing on the street, pointing at Tang Zai. Oh my God, there are such modified RVs. They are so fierce. There seems to be a girl in the car, with a great figure.
It's useless. The disaster is over.
That's right, it's just a little cold now.
Rescue will be here soon.
You killed 2 people last night. You will be caught and shot when the time comes. The man next to him was pale. No one expected that the sun would come out today. When he thought about the fact that he had killed someone last night, he would definitely be held accountable. Tang Zai sat on the soft sofa, the superstar Li Linger rubbed his shoulders, and Bai cut some fresh fruits and brought them to him. Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting sat on both sides, and now they didn't feed him with their hands, but directly with their mouths. Every time they ate a piece of fruit, they would give it a deep kiss, which made Yi Qingyi and Sun Ting's eyes turn red and their hearts were pounding.
Why aren't you fighting anymore? Why are you standing on the street?
And Bai put down the fruit plate and asked curiously. Shi Meng hit Tang Zai's leg and laughed. I guess he thinks the end of the world is over, and if he continues to fight and kill, he's afraid of being arrested.
Yeah, look at those men.
They are not as crazy as they were last night. They all look as pale as death.
Li Linger looked at the thugs sitting on the street. They had all put down their knives and looked a little dazed. Suddenly there was a thumping sound from the car body. The screen switched to camera mode and someone was throwing rocks from the left rear of the car. Dong dong dong. If there is a first one, there will be a second one. Not only do they throw stones, but they also pick up anything around them that can be thrown and throw it at others. Tang Zhe said calmly, jealousy can make people unrecognizable. Linger, go and solve it. Yeah. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Tang Zhe, then turned around and picked up the gun beside him. A man in his 30s stuffed a trash can under the tracks in an attempt to jam them, but this was undoubtedly a naive approach. Suddenly, the rear door of the car gradually rose up, and the men chasing behind were stunned. When I saw the white high heels appear in front of me, the corners of my mouth began to rise. As the door rose, I saw slender, white legs wearing a white hip skirt, which was extremely sexy. However, when he saw the muzzle of the gun, the excitement on his face began to stiffen. But when he saw that face, he seemed to forget about the gun and became obsessed. What a beautiful girl, why does she look familiar to me? Looking at the huge poster next to her, the girl on it looks so much like her. She is Li Linger, oh my god, it's actually Li Linger. Catch her. Of course Li Linger heard it. She originally just wanted to fire a few blank shots to scare them away, but she didn't expect these men to be planning to target her again. A bunch of bastards. Without any hesitation, Li Linger picked up the gun and started firing. All the men chasing the car were shot dead at once, and those smashing things around stopped. There was actually a gun. And it was an automatic rifle. It was truly extraordinary to have this kind of Doomsday RV, and everyone immediately became obedient. Li Linger glanced coldly at the people around her and said, I don't want to kill anyone, but don't provoke me. As the car door lowered, people on the roadside breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, after killing so many people, they will definitely be caught and torn into pieces. That's right, we'll report it then, why are we hanging there? At this moment, the sunlight suddenly disappeared and a dark cloud floated overhead. Some decadent men looked up at the sky, and their empty eyes gradually became colorful again. Suddenly a man laughed crazily, great. The apocalypse isn't over yet, ha 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 ha. I won't be liquidated. You just said I am, right? I'll chop you to death. Brother, please don't, ah. In an instant, the city, which had seemed to have recovered, fell into chaos again, and some people immediately ran back home. Seeing this scene, Tang Zhe was no longer able to feel anything, and a car from the opposite side crashed into him fiercely, as if trying to force him to stop. It's just an egg hitting a stone. Before the collision, the driver was smart enough to jump out of the car, but the car was run over directly. It was more powerful than a tank. However, more and more cars began to surround them, and these people knew that if they could snatch this car, they would definitely survive. But everything we do is in vain. Unless there is no road ahead, this Doomsday RV can be stopped from moving forward. Suddenly, a snowflake floated on the glass. It's snowing. Simmons murmured. Ah! Screams suddenly rang out in the street. People who were full of energy just now were stuck by the snowflakes and died after a few seconds of convulsions. And Bai looked at the people around him and muttered, I knew it, how could it be over so quickly? Alas, it's just the beginning. Sun Ting said helplessly. Bang bang bang, a series of knocking sounds were heard. Everyone looked through the rearview mirror and saw 3 or 4 girls chasing the car despite the falling snow, and they all ran to the door. It must be said that they unleashed their potential and the desire to survive. Open the door and let us get in the car. Brother, please take us away. Don't abandon me. Let me do anything. However, no one could hear what they were saying in the car. All they could see was them shouting anxiously, while Tang Zhe looked at them indifferently. Boarding? Then there are strict standards, at least one must be as beautiful as Li Linger. Unfortunately, you have nothing to offer except your youth. Several young girls knew that if they couldn't get on this bus, they would die in despair, so they might as well take a gamble. After all, the girl knows that she is also material, the object of competition among men.
However, they made a wrong bet this time, as not all men would open the door. As the first girl fell, the girls behind her also tripped and the tracks rolled mercilessly over their bodies. Rather than being killed painfully by snowflakes, this way of dying is faster. Tangze looked at the girls and said calmly, "If you want to be kind, you can go down and change." Only a fool would do such a thing, but it was obvious that the look just now made Tangze unhappy. "Hurry up and coax the master. This wave refreshes 1% of the energy bar." The car also drove to the highway entrance. But the car was too wide and too tall. Moreover, the entrance was blocked by cars trying to escape, but the people inside the cars were all dead. "How can we live like this?" And Bai lay on Tangze's chest and drew circles, while Yiqingyi leaned on the other side. Now Tangze was occupied by these two women. Tangze stood up and said with a smile, "I'll show you a magic trick. Here we go again. But you have to close your eyes this time, and you are not allowed to peek." The girls closed their beautiful eyes obediently, but were all peeking, curious about what would happen. "You are so shameless. Turn around." Oh my, the girls were unwilling and their coquettish voices sounded like 5 big cats. In front of the ruthless and impartial Tangze, he could only turn away obediently. Tangze looked towards the toll booth and saw that it began to shake and collapsed in an instant. After finishing, Tangze sat down on the sofa, feeling dizzy. Telepaths are indeed very powerful, but it is still very difficult for them to deal with such a large target. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Tangze suddenly become weak, the girls became very nervous, fearing that something might happen to Tangze and they would also die. Seeing these worried faces, Tangze couldn't help but laugh and said, "He's not dead yet, you all look so sad." "We were scared to death." Yiqingyi couldn't help but pat Tangze on the shoulder. The girls also patted their chests. Their faces turned pale when they saw Tangze just now. However, when the girls looked at the toll station in the ruins, their mouths became O-shapes. "What kind of magic is this? What about the toll booth? This is too strong, so strong that it is ridiculous, so strong that it will not let others survive." Women are born to admire strong men, and their hearts towards Tangze are even more determined at this time. Anyone who dares to hurt Tangze is asking for their lives. "Master, you look so weak. Do you want to suck my blood to replenish your energy?" And Bai felt so distressed that he was willing to sacrifice himself for his master. "We can do that now." Looking at the 5 beautiful faces in front of him, Tangze teased, "Why, you fell in love with me?" The girls were stunned and blushed slightly. "Master, you are so conceited. Where is the conceited and conceited master?" Listening to these chatterings, Tangze felt that this was what it meant to be alive. He used to be accompanied by loneliness, but now with them, it didn't seem so bad. He just needed to be criticized for making fun of himself. As the Doomsday RV passed the vehicle, it drove directly onto the highway, with a maximum speed of 60. It is 512 kilometers from Huan City to Yunhai City. Normally it would take 5 or 6 hours to get there, but at this speed it would take at least 3 more hours. In addition to the occasional traffic jams on the highway, Tangze estimated that it would take at least 10 hours to reach Yunhai City. It is 7 o'clock in the evening now. The ground is covered with snow. We expect to arrive at our destination at 6 or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Refresh the energy bar, sit together and play cards, and even listen to the live version of Li Linger's singing. But when asked by Tangze, he thought that Li Linger's singing on the bed was the most beautiful, and it almost made her soul fall out of her. It's your turn to draw a card," Simmons reminded. Oh. Yiqingyi still seemed absent-minded. Sun Ting typed 5, "Yesterday the rain stopped, and there were several places that were the focus of robbery. The university was one of them. Although there were no supplies, there were young and beautiful girls inside. Isn't it? Those beasts love it the most, Jotong." Shi Meng snorted coldly. She hated men who snatched women the most. "What? You said Tangze also robbed it?" Simmons said that the host attracted people with his charm, and everyone present was there voluntarily. Tangze grabbed the cards and said calmly, "Don't scare her.
There's nothing we can do if it really happens. Yi Qingyi's eyes suddenly turned red. Shi Meng and Sun Ting glanced at Tang Zhe and said, "That's what you call scaring others. You're almost making them cry." Tang Zhe patted the back of Yi Qingyi's hand. "Don't cry, as long as your niece is alive, I will not let her die." "Well, yeah, must be still alive. She is very smart. It's very beautiful too." And Bai suddenly smiled slyly. Shi Meng stretched out her hand and said, "Xiao Bai, are you going to drive again?" "Oh no, I don't want to drive, I'm not an experienced driver, master, I want to drink milk." The corner of Simon's mouth twitched. Tang Zhe rolled his eyes. "Go get it yourself, it's in the cabinet." "I don't want a small straw. I want a big straw, puff." Sun Ting, who was drinking water, sprayed it all over. Li Linger, who was singing, was out of tune, and then there was a burst of laughter. And Bai put his hands on his hips and said, "What are you laughing at? It's really annoying." "Master, you are laughing at me too." Suddenly, Tang Zhe felt that the RV was slowing down. Looking ahead, he saw a traffic jam with cars everywhere. At this speed, it might not reach Yunhai City by tomorrow morning. "It seems that I need to modify the front of the car and install a triangular shovel, so that I don't have to slow down and can directly shovel away the car blocking the road in front. Stop for a moment, I'm going to load something." Although he was not afraid of the snow, Tang Zhe still put on protective clothing. The girl stood in the car and watched curiously, not knowing what the owner was going to install. But when they saw the huge triangular shovel in front of the car, they immediately understood that it was a very powerful ability to take objects from a distance. After installing this thing, you can start the racing mode. Even the thickest snow cannot stop the progress of the Doomsday RV. It can be described in 3 words. That's awesome. The temperature at this time has reached -30 degrees Celsius. For people in the south, this is simply a death sentence. Some places where power has not been cut off can still withstand it, but it is only a matter of time. And late at night, the temperature may drop to -40 degrees Celsius. Yunhai University is a 985 university and one of the best universities in the country. Students who graduate from here can often find their dream jobs. For students from the south, if they are admitted to Yunhai University, they will at least not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. However, the students at Yunhai University today are worried about food and clothing. At the beginning, the teachers in the school organized the students to face the bad weather together, and everything was relatively orderly. But as food was running out and water supplies were decreasing, everyone's patience was gradually lost and anxiety was spreading among people. However, the fuse of everything was because a girl stood up and said something. "Why don't you boys go out to find something? Are you asking us girls to go out to find food? Are you still men? You don't have any courage at all." As soon as these words were spoken, all the boys were instantly irritated and were beaten into pig heads. Now all the girls dared not speak nonsense. When boys see that girls are afraid of them and want help from them, they become bolder and bolder, especially towards girls they admired before. The situation is getting worse and worse. But it is still much more civilized than some communities. It is still at the stage of food temptation and has not reached the stage of forced action. However, there are many cases in private, and many girls secretly trade with boys. But now the temperature has dropped sharply, and the rain has stopped, so many people outside rushed into the school to grab young girls. The boys naturally didn't want to do that, so it became a cold weapon showdown. There were serious casualties among the boys, and many girls were also kidnapped, and the terrible weather made everyone feel that they were going to die in the prime of their lives. Now the food temptation is no longer hidden in the dark, but has begun to be made openly. However, not all boys have crossed the bottom line. They still adhere to their moral values and protect girls from being bullied. But there are not many boys like this. The leading boy is a sophomore named Su Fu. He is from the countryside and is an honest and kind person. He has been working hard and has been willing to do so since the end of the world. But because she couldn't stand the behavior of some boys, she parted ways with some righteous boys. Although we parted ways, we ran from the library to the indoor basketball court. Fortunately, there was no power outage, so we didn't feel cold for the time being. Su Fu, Gao Xingtian's group will come to kill us sooner or later. We don't have many people left. The speaker was Zhang Shan, Su Fu's roommate. The other two brothers in the dormitory were killed by people outside when the rain stopped. The original team of 100 people now has only more than 30 boys left, and more than 20 injured people. But I have to protect more than 100 girls. Su Fu has dark skin and calluses on his hands. He usually helps his family with farming in the countryside. He is much stronger than his peers. Zhang Shan is from Huan City, but he loves fitness and has a large physique. The two of them are the core output of this group. Su Fu looked at the girl not far away who was taking care of the wounded. She looked very depressed, but everyone was gritting their teeth and holding on, hoping that there would be a rescue team. But after so many days, the rescue team seems to be just a fantasy in everyone's mind. Teacher Chu, I don't need to drink water anymore. I can't hold on any longer. A sudden voice sounded, and Su Fu and Zhang Shan ran over immediately. One boy's arm was gone, and because there was no gauze around the broken part, they used girls' underwear to tie it up to stop the bleeding. But the boy was pale at this time and had obviously lost too much blood. Teacher Chu, who was taking care of them, was the most beautiful teacher in the hearts of the boys in Yunhai. She had an elegant temperament and a gentle personality, especially her eyes that were as clear as lake water. Even now, her skin was still fair. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you survive? Chulu said sternly, but the boy looked at Chulu, smiled and slowly closed his eyes. Chulu tightly held the bottle of mineral water in his hand, and the girls around him had already started crying. Teacher Chu, there are a lot of mats in the warehouse at the back. We can move them out. Xia Mingyue ran over from not far away, but when she saw that the boy was dead, her originally slightly happy face became stiff. Chulu took a deep breath and stood up. Girls, come over and help move things. The girls who were unwilling to go along with Goldman Sachs were all self-respecting and had their own dignity and bottom line. They stood up to help. They knew that the boys needed to rest in order to protect them, and letting them rest more would ensure everyone's safety. The girls could do some logistical work. Teacher Chu, we are here to help you. Su Fu walked over and said. Chulu shook her head. No, we girls also have to do some work. We can't always hold you back. Yes, we have hands and feet, you all should have a good rest. Xia Mingyue is quite carefree. As a common school belle, she is also very popular among the boys. Compared to the aloof school belle, everyone likes Xia Mingyue. Su Fu didn't say anything else. The boys really needed a rest after a day of fighting. Sorry to bother you, Teacher Chu. Xia Mingyue suddenly shouted to the girls, sisters, we can also pick up weapons and fight those beasts. We can't always rely on boys to protect us. The girls were stunned after hearing this, and thought to themselves, girls are no match for those men, they can only beat one kid with one punch. Everyone is here to get something for free, but you rush out and act like a hero. At this time, at least more than 30 girls thought so in their hearts, but more than 10 girls still stood up to support Xia Mingyue, and the other girls said that they could take care of the injured, and there was even one who said she sprained her ankle. Okay, we are all volunteers and we won't force anyone. Chu Lu listened to everyone's chatter and interrupted them immediately. There should be no internal strife at this time. Everyone still listened to Chu Lu's words, after all, he was the only teacher. When no one was around, Chu Lu whispered to Xia Mingyue, what you said just now is likely to disgust boys. I just want to help the boys. Xia Mingyue hurriedly explained, why would it make the boys disgusted? But after you finished speaking, what were the reactions of those girls? And in the eyes of the boys, what did they pay for yesterday count for? People are all made of flesh and blood. Listening to Teacher Chu's words, Xia Mingyue suddenly realized that she had done something bad with good intentions. I'm sorry, I didn't think that much. But you are right, girls really need to take up arms. Chu Lu's gentle gaze turned deep. At this stage, Chu Lu understood that only by being more ruthless than men can she survive. Xia Mingyue nodded and took out her cell phone, but there was no signal on it. I wonder how my aunt is doing now. Is she okay? Is she still alive? And Mom and Dad, is everything okay? Didn't my aunt say that my uncle-in-law would come to rescue me? Why didn't anyone come after the rain stopped?
Chulu knew about Xiaming Yue's situation and felt that her aunt was in great danger, especially after the rain stopped yesterday. He became even more certain. In order to snatch women, those beasts did not hesitate to rush into the university and fight, and their methods were appalling.
Beauty teacher Chu, when can we go back to the past? Xia Mingyue murmured with her head down.
Sometimes she was about to collapse and wanted to rush into the rain and snow to commit suicide.
Living was more tiring than dying. Chulu smiled and put his hand on Xia Mingyue's shoulder. It won't be long.
Looking at teacher Chu's smile, Xia Mingyue nodded, wiped her eyes and went to move the cushions.
Chulu sighed softly, and asked himself in his heart, can I go back to the past? Can I go back?
Just like yesterday, it seemed like it was over. Everyone thought the disaster was over and rescue would come soon.
But who would have thought that it would snow?
I even heard some boys cheering, because those boys could do whatever they wanted. They were not human beings at all, but uncontrollable animals. Suddenly, the lights in the entire stadium went out.
Everyone was stunned. Su Fu shouted, don't panic.
I'll go check the switch.
Then he took Jiang Shan to check it out. But a boy on guard shouted, the power is not out in the library over there.
Su Fu immediately walked up the stairs and went to the window to look, and sure enough, there was no power outage in the library.
Soon Jiang Shan came back. The switch is fine, I'm afraid. It was Gao Xingtian. He cut off the electricity and wanted to freeze himself to death.
The heating was not very sufficient to begin with, and now there was no electricity, not even a trace of heating.
It even felt like the temperature in the room was dropping rapidly in just a moment.
Chulu and Xia Mingyue came running over with their cell phones and lights on.
Chulu asked in confusion, did the circuit breaker trip? Teacher Chu, that's not the case. I'm afraid it was that bastard Gao Xingtian who did it.
Jiang Shan punched the wall, gritting his teeth in pain, but he was very angry. Chulu looked at the students and immediately shouted, classmates, let's go to the small warehouse next to us.
There are a lot of mats in there that can be used as cover.
Some girls were not wearing very thick clothes, just a coat, and they were so cold that they were shivering with their arms, and their hearts were even more shaken. As long as you sacrifice your body, you will have food and drink, and you won't have to suffer from the cold.
Why did you come here then? There's no way to get here now. It wasn't just one girl who was thinking this.
At least half of the girls at the scene regretted it. After all, as far as staying alive was concerned, sleeping with a boy wouldn't actually kill you. People came to the warehouse one after another, even the wounded were carried in, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that they would basically not survive until tomorrow morning. Everyone stay close together, so it won't be too cold.
Chulu reminded them.
Now they could only huddle together for warmth. Su Fu suddenly opened the door and walked in, holding a lot of wooden sticks. A cold air blew in from outside, scraping on the skin like a knife. I knocked over some chairs to use as firewood, so everyone wouldn't be so cold. Chulu immediately said in a deep voice, no, the space here is not very large, and there is no ventilation. It will cause poisoning.
Why don't we go outside? Jiang Shan suggested.
A girl whispered, it's even colder outside, and a little firewood won't keep us warm.
Su Fu also wanted to help everyone get through the difficult times, but it was so cold, was there no other way? Or, let's go over there. After a while, a girl finally said weakly. She really didn't want to freeze to death here.
The boys frowned deeply after hearing this. One of them with a hot temper said unhappily, you were the ones who said you were leaving before, and you are the ones who are leaving now. It seems like all my brothers died in vain. Who was it that said that he would rather die than be insulted by those beasts? Now that things are a little cooler, he is willing to let those beasts play with him.
How unlucky.
The boys were indignant and felt it was not worth it. How could they be so stupid as to protect these ungrateful people?
Su Fu shouted angrily, stop arguing. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Everyone has their own aspirations.
I, Su Fu, will never force anyone to stay.
If you want to go there, please go ahead. If a girl stood up and shouted, "Is anyone going with me? Instead of freezing to death here, why not go over there? At worst, we can exchange bodies. I'll go with you." A weak girl raised her hand and stood up. "I'm going too," a long-haired girl next to her echoed, but she lowered her head very deeply. The boys pouted. This long-haired girl shouted that she was not afraid of power and would defend her country to the end, but she surrendered before she reached the end. More than 40 girls chose to go over one after another, but many girls still chose to stay. Even if they would freeze to death, they would not let those beasts touch them. The girls who left started to make tools. After all, it was snowing outside, not raining, and they had to protect their feet well, otherwise they would die. These girls tore down a lot of cardboard and prepared to carry it on their heads. They also covered their bodies with cardboard to avoid being stuck by the snow. They used plastic buckets or iron buckets under their feet. They had a chance to cross now as the snow was not very high. But by tomorrow morning, there would be no chance to cross. In the warehouse, Xia Mingyue could see the girls walking out one after another. In order to survive, they were really not afraid of death. Suddenly, the weak girl fell down. Xia Mingyue covered her mouth. She actually had a good relationship with her. Sure enough, within a few seconds his whole body began to twitch, as if he had epilepsy, and he died within a few seconds. "What are you all standing there for? Don't you want to leave quickly like her?" Following the leading girl's words, the girls began to move slowly. After 300 meters, one person has already fallen. Although it was a bit cold in the library, at least there was heating, so it was still within the tolerable range. There were at least 300 people gathered in the entire library, including 100 boys and 200 girls. Originally, there were more boys, but a lot of them died. "Come and see, those people are coming again," a girl shouted with a mocking tone. Everyone started standing by the windows and watching. "Damn, why are you pretending? Why don't you just come here honestly, right, Brother Shang?" After the girl said this, she began to curry favor with Gao Shengtian next to her. But Gao Shengtian directly stretched out his hand and pushed him, saying coldly, "Get out, if you come close to me again, I will throw you out." The girl hurriedly walked aside and just watched Gao Shengtian walk towards another girl. She was extremely jealous. It was the end of the world, and this bitch was still putting on a sour face and pretending to be cool. Only Gao Shengtian would fall for this. If it were another man, he would have done it long ago. Next to the bookshelf, a girl was looking for books. Her delicate face looked very calm, in sharp contrast to the other girls. She seemed to be reading in the library at night, and what was happening outside had nothing to do with her. All girls know that the common school belle is Xia Mingyue, and the aloof school belle is Lu Yudi, whose family is super rich and they both drive a Bentley GT. Lu Yudi, every time she got off the car, there would be a lot of men around her, just wanting to see Lu Yudi stretch out her legs when she got off the car. After all, she was not only good looking, but also had a top-notch figure. The only shortcoming is that he is a little cold. It's not just his personality that's cold, but even his way of speaking is cold. He rarely speaks, and even when he does, he is very frugal with his words, never saying more than 3 words. Some seniors said that they had never heard her speak all year round and everyone wondered if she was mute. But even so, Lu Yudi's popularity is still higher than Xia Mingyue's. That unreachable white swan seems to make people more fantasize. "What are you looking at?" Gao Shengtian leaned against the bookshelf beside him, his eyes fixed on Lu Yudi's face. There was no sight of those soft red lips. Such a beauty should be appreciated slowly. Lu Yudi was flipping through the book silently, completely ignoring Gao Shengtian, and Gao Shengtian liked it this way. He must have a masochistic tendency. But is Lu Yudi stupid? She is not stupid. She can only survive if she continues to maintain her image. This is her only price to remain inviolate. But Lu Yudi also knows that this is not a long-term solution. Seeing that Lu Yudi ignored him, Gao Shengtian didn't care at all. Instead, he felt that Lu Yudi was even more charming. He not only wanted to win Lu Yudi's body, but also her heart. Tang Zhe said that it was the end of the world, and it was useless to hold on to one's heart, so he would just do it first to show his respect. Look at those girls, they came here obediently. You should do the same. As he said that, he reached out to touch Lu Yuti's cheek, but Lu Yuti dodged him. Gao Shengtian did not get angry but laughed instead, and waved to the younger brother next to him. Not far away, a boy who was beaten all over his body was dragged over, leaving a bloodstain on the clean ground. The boys around were watching with laughter while sitting on the table, and they did not forget to tease the girls around them. This is the man you used to think of as your idol, the student union president, but now he is like a dead dog, so satisfying. Ha, this guy used to be very arrogant, and really thought of himself as the boss, bah. After saying that, she kicked the boy hard in the back, and the spine seemed to have been deformed long ago, which made people shudder. The girls didn't expect that their dream boy would be beaten so badly. He was no longer as handsome as before. If others didn't tell them, they would not have known that he was a dream boy. It's because the male god has offended so many people that he will be the first to be beaten once the order changes. The so-called male god was dragged to Gao Shengtian's feet. Gao Shengtian raised his foot and stepped on the male god's head. Hey, isn't this our master Xianhan? Why are you so soft like a tapeworm? Come on, raise your head and let the goddess take a look. According to rumors, the male god and the goddess are a couple, but it has not been confirmed. However, everyone thinks it is very likely. After all, they are a perfect match. Someone even secretly took a photo of the two walking shoulder to shoulder, which is undoubtedly like a stone hammer. Lu Yuti did not move her eyes. Don't you feel heartbroken? Gao Shengtian grinned. He didn't have any background and came from an ordinary family, but he was very flattering to Lu Yuti. Everyone called him the ultimate bootlicker around Lu Yuti. Some classmates even saw him running to clean Lu Yuti's car while she went to class. He became the laughingstock of the whole school for a while, but Gao Shengtian didn't care. He felt that one day he would be able to win the heart of the goddess and hold her hand. However, the goddess was reluctant to pay attention to him, which made Gao Shengtian feel that Xianhan was the stone between them. Coupled with the rumors in the school, he was even more certain of this. As Goldman Sachs pressed harder, Xianhan felt his head being squeezed and let out a painful scream. The students all swallowed their saliva. They didn't expect this dog to be so cruel and kill people like slaughtering chickens. Before, several teachers were arranging some work, and it was obvious that some hard work was assigned to Gao Shengtian. It was as if Gao Shengtian's nature was turned on, and he chopped up those teachers who exploited him in a week. His cruel means and fierce attitude attracted many boys to follow, but no student blamed Gao Shengtian at that time, because those teachers were indeed beasts, bullying girls, etc. Everyone had long been fed up with it, until the teacher's eyes were set on Lu Yuti, and the dog licker turned into the Dog King. Brother Shang, those girls are at the door. Go open the door. Gao Shengtian said lightly. As the door opened, the girls who had escaped poured in, but there were 7 or 8 less of them, and they were left in the snow. Even the girl who led the group was not spared. Brother Shang. The girls immediately shouted to Gao Shengtian, begging for him to take them in. Gao Shengtian laughed. I am not someone who can come and go as I please. Since you choose to go with Su Fu, it means you are betraying me. Brother Shang, we were just confused for a moment. Yes, Brother Shang, we didn't mean to betray you. The girls explained immediately, fearing that they would be left outside, which would be a dead end. Gao Shengtian turned around and shouted, Brothers, how are we going to deal with those who betrayed us? The boy didn't say anything, and the girl sneered and shouted, Fuck these bitches, pretending to be innocent and laughing at us for being shameless. Gao Shengtian laughed wildly. Did you hear that, brothers? The girls have spoken, why don't you do as they say? There was no need for the boys to take action. The girls rushed over and pinned the people to the ground, beating them madly. After all, when they left, they looked down on those who chose Goldman Sachs. Gao Shengtian had no interest in caring about it, but smiled at Lu Yuti and said, If it weren't for me, you would be almost the same as them now. Lu Yuti didn't say anything. Am I not worthy of you saying a word? Roll. Gao Shengtian was stunned for a moment, then he started laughing and stomped towards Xianhan violently, and his screams echoed throughout the library. I thought Lu Yudi would beg me, but Xin Han was dying and Lu Yudi didn't react.
Waving to his brother beside him, Gao Xingtian took the knife and said, "Look carefully, I want to divide your male god." One cut, two cuts, blood splattered everywhere, even Lu Yudi's fair cheek was splashed with blood. Some of the students who were looking over here had already vomited, and they looked at Gao Xingtian with fear in their eyes. Holding Xin Han's head, he placed it directly on the bookshelf and tidied up Xin Han's hairstyle. "Since you like him so much, I'll let you see enough. I hope you can announce to all your classmates tomorrow that I am your man.
Otherwise, you know it." After saying that, Gao Xingtian turned and left.
Only then did Lu Yudi slowly raise her head and look at Xin Han's head. Her face gradually turned pale and her stomach was churning, but it was suppressed tightly.
Xin Han was indeed pursuing Lu Yudi, but Lu Yudi ignored him completely.
However, Xin Han was very good at using public opinion to put pressure on her, and he would follow Lu Yudi around whenever he had nothing to do, just like a boyfriend. Lu Yudi was not sad at this moment, but worried. Tomorrow would be the final ultimatum, and if she did not agree to be his woman, he would force her.